Chapter 1, The Beginning of the Journey. Alas, it's so special. I waited for a week for this 10-minute plot, and when I saw it right now, you actually inserted an ad for me. This unscrupulous business made people not live. In a dark room, all kinds of domestic garbage, cigarette butts, bags of instant noodles, bags of bread, bottles of mineral water can be seen everywhere, and the room exudes a very strange smell, dim. The only light in the room was the faint light shining from the computer screen on the desk. A popular Japanese anime, Naruto, was placed on the computer. At this moment, a teenager sitting in front of the computer was cursing at the computer and cursing the advertisement inserted on the screen. This boy looks like he is in his 20s, he is not tall, he is relatively thin, his body is topless, and his skin is slightly pale. He has short black hair that looks like reeds in autumn. He is dry and hard, with a slightly pale face. Shang Zhang showed a very angry expression. The boy was called Ye Chen. He was originally a student with good grades and a happy family, but was destroyed by a flying accident. A car accident took away his parents and became an orphan since then. Fortunately, the driver who caused the accident was still conscientious and paid him a large sum of money. Since then, Ye Chen has become self-defeating, not communicating with others, and his grades have plummeted, and then he simply stopped going to school, staying at home, surfing the internet, playing games and watching anime to fill his empty heart. Anyway, the parents left a sum of money, plus the compensation from the driver who caused the accident. It is enough to support themselves without going to work, and the Hokage playing on the computer at this time is one of Ye Chen's favorite anime. Let me go, this night Kai is too awkward. Even the 6th level Master Banyan was tortured so much that he could not fight back. It is impossible for Kai to stay in this state for too long, after all, he burned his life for life. The price of the coming power is too great, but Master Ban is too strong. It is almost incomprehensible. Ye Chen stared at the screen on the screen, while muttering to himself, "Do you want to be stronger? Want to get that? This kind of fearful power? Do you want to dominate everything?" At this moment, Ye Chen's ear suddenly rang this sentence. "Nonsense, who doesn't want to get it?" Ye Chen shouted subconsciously, "Haha, as you wish." Who is talking? Ye Chen suddenly reflected that there was obviously only one person in this room, so who was talking outside just now? Could it be that what happened? Ye Chen was shocked in a cold sweat and trembled all over. Yes, who? Hurry, come out. Ye Chen just finished speaking, suddenly his eyes went dark, and then he didn't know anything. A few days later, there were news reports that a man was discovered by a neighbor a few days after he died at home. Experts determined that the sudden death was caused by surfing the internet for a long time and reminded parents not to let their children play on the computer for a long time. The Uchiha clan, known for being good at writing round eyes, one of the 3 major pupil arts, fought for many years with the Senju clan. In the end, the ancestors of the 2 clan Uchiha Madara and Senjuzuma joined forces to build Konoha. After that, the Chiba clan became one of the most powerful clans in Konoha village. The founder was Uchiha Madara, known as the strongest ninja and one of the founders of Konoha. Most of the clan members are good at fire escape ninjutsu, such as the basic fire escape art of Fireball and fire escape of Phoenix Fire. Some members of the clan have the blood succession boundary writing round eyes, giving them a powerful insight in the battle, copy the enemy's ninjutsu, and some special pupil skills. It is said that one of the ancestors of the Uchiha clan established the Konoha police force, where many clan members served. At this time, the house of the patriarch of Konoha's Uchiha clan was extremely lively. Why? Because the wife of the patriarch Uchiha, Mikoto Uchiha's child, is about to be born in October. That is the child of the patriarch Uchiha. Of course, the people of Uchiha take it very seriously. Patriarch Fuyu, don't worry too much, Master Mikan will be fine. At this moment, an old man in the crowd said to a middle-aged man beside him. And this middle-aged man is the current patriarch of Konoha Uchiha's clan, Uchiha Tommy Take. Well, I know. Uchiha Fuuchiang said calmly, but his clenched fists indicated that he was not so relaxed. Father. A child who seemed to be only 5 years old was trotting over from the gate at this time. Everyone in Uchiha voluntarily gave up away. Because it's Itaki, is school already over? After seeing the child, Uchiha Fumitake had a smile on his tight face, and his eyes were full of doting. The visitor is Uchiha Tomitake's first child, Itaki Uchiha. Although he is only 5 years old, he is a recognized genius. Yes, my father, how is my mother? At this time, Uchiha Itaki's immature face was also full of worry. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Uchiha Tommitake stretched out his hand and patted Itaki on the shoulder and said, Hee, Itaki, you are going to be a brother soon. Brother? Am I going to be a brother? Uchiha Itaki had a look of expectation on his worried little face. Suddenly, a loud cry came from the tightly closed room, and everyone outside the room was shocked, and they all smiled in unison. Born, Patriarch, Mikoto is born. At this time, a female medical ninja walked out of the room and said to the people outside. Congratulations to the Patriarch. Everyone in Uchiha said hi to Uchiha Tommitake, yet. But Uchiha Tommitake was not in the mood to answer them, just nodded and said that he walked towards the medical ninja, while Uchiha Itaki followed him closely. How about Mikoto and the child? Uchiha Tommitake asked the medical ninja. The Patriarch can rest assured that Mikoto-sama and the 2 young masters are fine. It's just that Mikoto-sama is still a little weak, and there is nothing serious about it. That's good, hey? 2 young masters? Did Mikoto give birth to 2 boys? Uchiha Tommitake was a little puzzled, how could he hear a child crying? Yes, the Patriarch, Mikoto University gave birth to twins. Oh, thank you for your hard work. You are welcome, the Patriarch, this is what we should do. At this time, Uchiha Itaki couldn't wait any longer. Father. Sir, I want to go in and see my brother. Can you go in? Futake didn't answer Itaki, but asked the medical ninja on the side, it's okay, but it's better not to disturb Mikoto-sama for too long, because she is still very weak now. Yet. Uchiha Fuyu nodded and said to Itaki, who was already impatient, and said, Itaki, you can go in. Yes, my father said and hurriedly walked into the house. At this time in the room. Master Mikan, they are 2 boys, twins, let's see how cute these 2 young masters are. A medical ninja holding a baby in each hand, said to a weak woman on Chuang. And this woman is the mother of these 2 babies and the wife of Uchiha Tommitake, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Mikoto Uchiha. Quickly, put them all down and let me take a closer look. Yes, Mikoto-sama. The medical ninja replied and carefully placed the 2 babies in his hands on the side of Chuang's head where Uchiha Mikoto was lying. Uchiha Mikoto looked at the 2 children who looked exactly the same next to him with a happy smile, and she shed tears of joy. These 2 babies, who looked exactly the same, had different personalities. One was crying unscrupulously, while the other was lying quietly, just making a faint whimper from his mouth. My child, mother loves you. Mikoto Uchiha stretched out her hand as she said, wanting Momo child's head. And what she wanted was the baby who was lying quietly without crying or making trouble. P.S. The cat is writing for the first time, the writing is not good, I hope you don't take offense. Chapter 2, Uchiha Tatsumai. What's wrong with me? Why can't I open my eyes? Ye Chen, who had just woke up, was very puzzled, and then found that he was very tired now and couldn't work hard at all. Hey? Someone is talking, why didn't I understand a word? Where is this place? Ye Chen suddenly thought, wait, I was watching Hokage in my own room. It seemed to be haunted suddenly, and then I fainted. Am I already killed by that ghost? I'm in the underworld now. This frightened Ye Chen. Desperately, finally opened his eyes. Ye Chen, who had just opened his eyes, was startled again. Because, he opened a hand, and a large, white hand was reaching out to him. What the is this, what do you want to do? Ye Chen screamed while struggling, but he could only make a scream. However, that big hand didn't do anything to him, but gently stroked his head. Why did my voice become like this? Ye Chen suddenly saw the hand that he stretched out to grab, and was stunned. This is my hand? What's the matter? How did my hand become so small? It's just a baby's hand. Wait, baby? I became a baby? Daddy! Isn't this place, but me after being killed by that ghost, you crossed it? Ye Chen thought with a little panic and excitement. That's fine, anyway, I have nothing to miss. The only pity is that I didn't finish watching Naruto and One Piece. First, let's see where I have traveled. I really hope I have crossed into the world of Naruto and One Piece. At this moment, Ye Chen followed the big hand on his head and looked to the side. He saw a beautiful woman who was looking at him with a happy smile on her face at this time, talking to him. What? But he didn't understand a word. Is this my mother in this life? What is she talking about? It sounds like an island dialect, isn't it? Did I cross to the island country? Cheating! Mother! At this time, Uchiha Itachi had already entered the room. It's Itachi, come here and see your brothers, they are so cute. Uchiha Mikoto said to Itachi, yes, mother. My lord. Itachi walked over with a little excitement. Hehe, Itachi is the older brother, please protect your brothers in the future. Mikoto gently stroked Itachi's head and said softly. Brother, this is the first time I have a brother. Itachi looked at the two identical babies on Chuang's head, and a sense of responsibility filled its young mouth. He is an elder brother, so he must protect his younger brother. Itachi made up his mind. Mikoto, how are you doing? Uchiha Tommy-take also walked into the room, and asked Mikoto on the Chong with concern, I'm fine, Fu-take, come and see our baby. Mikoto said to Uki. Bofuyu said with a smile. The medical ninja in the room saluted the walk-in Uchiha Tommy-take, Master Patriarch. Well, you have worked hard. The Patriarch is polite. This is what we should do. Then he retired very wittily. Let's take a look at our child, it's very cute. Thanks for your hard work, Mikoto, Uchiha Tommy-take said to Uchiha Mikoto, his eyes full of love. It's okay, I'm very happy, Mikoto said to Uchiha Tommy-take. Hehe, the little guy is very energetic, crying so loudly. Uchiha looked at the crying baby on Chuang. He looked at Ye Chen again. Hey, why is this little guy so quiet and doesn't cry or make trouble? Isn't something wrong? What are you talking nonsense? How can anyone say that to your own child? Uchiha Mikoto smiled and cursed at Uchiha Tommy-take. Let's give the child a name. What should I call it? Yes, it should be a name, let me think about it. Uchiha Tommy-take frowned and thought. Yes, this one who is crying badly is called Suzuki, Uchiha Suzuki, and this one who doesn't cry or makes trouble, just call Tatsumi, Uchiha Tatsumi. Uchiha Suzuki, Uchiha Tatsuno, Suzuki, Tatsun. Okay, it's called Suzuki and Tatsun. Mikoto said these two names, and she could see that she liked it very much. Suzuki, Tatsun? I will definitely protect you, even if I save everything. Itachi looked at the little guy on Chuang, his eyes firmly thinking in his heart. At this time, a member of the Uchiha clan came outside the door and said, the Patriarch, 3 generations of adults are here. 3 generations? I know, I will pass right away. Uchiha Tommy-take replied, 3 generations of adults are here. Well, I guess it is. If you are here, I will go and take a look first. Well, you go. After that, the story of the addition of a pair of twins by the Uchiha clan spread throughout Konoha, and Konoha's various clans and some famous and status ninjas came to the door to congratulate them, although many people could not understand the Uchiha clan. But superficial work still needs to be done. After all, Uchiha at this time is still Konoha's #1 wealthy, very influential. In Konoha's secret base, in a dark hall, a person who looked a little older and dressed in a kimono sat behind the only desk in the hall and looked at the information in his hand. In front of the desk, a group of masked ninjas were kneeling halfway. It can be seen that the kimono man is the leader of the group of ninjas. If anyone has seen Hokage, they must have guessed where it is. That's right, this is Konoha's very mysterious department, the root buried in the dark. And the man in kimono sitting behind his desk is Gen's leader Shimura Danzo. Hey, Uchiha! Just let you jump for a few more days, let's go down first. The last sentence said to the ninja in front, yes, sir. The half-kneeling ninjas replied in unison. Then he launched the instantaneous technique, WHH, all disappeared. No matter what, I will definitely win the riding wheel. The people of the Uchiha clan are immersed in joy at this time, because their clan leader has added a pair of twins. During this time, both Uchiha's clan and Konoha's common people are discussing the twins. It seems that these two children must be two geniuses in the future. After all, it is the child of Chief Uchiha. As the first son of Chief Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha is the best proof. Itachi is a young man, but he is a recognized genius by Konoha. What he represents is Uchiha. Therefore, in the eyes of the common people of Konoha, Uchiha is the endorsement of genius. This makes Uchiha's people very popular. This has allowed many Uchiha's clansmen to develop an arrogant character. But later, just 3 months after Uchiha Tatsumaya was born, after Konoha broke out a disaster, Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Tatsumaya faded out of attention. That disaster was Nine Tails. The originally sealed Kyuubi didn't know why it was suddenly released. The violent Kyuubi wreaked havoc on Konoha, and Konoha's ninja suffered heavy casualties. In the end, the young 4th generation Hokage used his own life as a cost, and used the forbidden technique to reseal the 9 tails in the body of a newly born Uzumaki Naruto. Konoha had no suitable Naruto candidate for a while, and was already in retirement. The 3 generations of Hokage had to take up the burden of Hokage again. After that, Konoha began to rebuild the village destroyed by Kiyomi. And Naruto, who was carried back by the 3rd generation from the disaster, was regarded by Konoha's people as the incarnation of 9 tails, and was resented by the Konoha people, but due to the 3-generation seal, everyone could only discuss in private. After that, Konoha never happened again, and 6 years passed peacefully. Chapter 2 96 97 98 In Uchiha's residence, at this time, a long black hair in a tights looked only 5 and a 6-year-old boy was doing push-ups, sweating down. His cheeks ran to the ground, already wet, and the muscles of his whole body were tense. It is already rare for him to be able to do this at his young age. From his trembling hands, it can be seen that this is already his limit, but he still clenches his teeth. 99, 100. Finally, after the boy did 2 more push-ups, he couldn't support him anymore, his body slumped directly on the ground, panting. His arms were sore and he didn't want to move his fingers anymore. It's been 6 years, I have been in this world for 6 years, the teenager murmured after he turned around. Unexpectedly, this world is the world of my favorite anime Naruto in my previous life, and I, Ye-chan, there is also a day of crossing, ha. That's right, this boy is Ye-chan, who was just born 6 years ago. In these 6 years, Chen finally figured out that the world he is in now is an anime that was very popular in his previous life, the world of Naruto. Of course he also learned the language of this world, and his name in this world is Uchiha Tatsuno, and his identity is the son of Uchiha Tomitake, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and the twin brother of Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Tatsumi, there is no character like me in the original work, so I was reborn into the tragic family of Uchiha. But it's okay, I lived awkwardly in the previous life, wasting so much youth. Since God sent me to this world, then I will seize this opportunity and live as I want. And in this dangerous world where there are many capable people and countless strong ones, if you want to do whatever you want, you must have enough strength, and Uchiha's blood succession is a good choice. Ye Chen, who had read the original book, knew that in this world of fighting blood and life, Uchiha's blood succession could not be more suitable. Chapter 3, Golden Fingers. Zayalunian, it is really strong, but will I really have it? Even if I have it, can I evolve into a kaleidoscope? Knowing that the conditions for the evolution of the writing wheel into a kaleidoscope are very harsh. If you don't even have a kaleidoscope, then how can I stand in the ninja world? You know that the bosses that appear in the plot behind Naruto are more perverted than the other. Osamu, Danzo, Akatsuki, and Nagato with the eyes of reincarnation, and behind them are the old monsters Uchiha Dado and Uchiha Madara. After thinking of the desperate power shown by Uchiha Madara in the original work, Chen could only helplessly smile. But my heart is desperate for strength. Oh, it's too early to think about this, at least after opening your eyes. Now you can only practice physical skills and shuriken. Chen laughed at himself. Ding! Due to the host's extreme desire for power, the strong system has been activated and binding is in progress. Chen was taken aback by the sudden sound, and ignoring the soreness of his whole body, he immediately sat up. What the hell? Who is talking? Ding! The binding is successful. Host, Uchiha Tatsuno. Scan the world, ding, after scanning, the world, Naruto. In this case, could it be? Chen's spirit was shocked, and he thought of a possibility. As an otaku of the 21st century, Chen has of course also seen traversing novels on the internet, and most of the protagonists in the novel will have gold fingers after crossing, which is the welfare of the traversers. Could it be that the benefits that belong to me, a traverser, have finally come? Chen was excited when he thought of this possibility. Ding! Given that the host is too weak, the system will give the host a chance to draw a free lottery. Do you accept it? Raffle? Accept, accept, I want to accept. Start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Navy Type 6, pointing the gun. A warm current melted into Chen's body, and a finger gun message appeared in his brain. Finger gun, one of the 6 Navy types, a technique known to have the power of shooting. Gather the power of the whole body on the index finger, and release a blow between the hardened finger electric light and flint. The fingertips have bullet-like attack power, which can easily penetrate the human body and even steel. At this time, this skill has been completely integrated into Chen's mind, as if Chen had mastered this skill by nature. System, tell me all your information. Answer the host. The strong system is a system that helps the host become strong. It has various functions and can be exchanged for any combat skills and items. The premise is that the host has enough points and the points are obtained through the completion of the system release. The task of recovering skills and treasures, and killing enemies. In addition, the system will provide the host with newcomer benefits. The host will receive 3 points for each day of survival. You can get a free lottery for 1 year of survival. Only 3 years. Oh, there are newcomer benefits? Not bad. How many points do I have now? The host's current point value, 3, open the redemption interface. It's only 3 o'clock, can't you give me more? Chen complained very disappointed. Cannot. Hey! Really stingy, open the exchange interface. Chen wanted to see what could be exchanged. At this moment, a picture appeared in Chen's eyes, with various abilities and items written on it. The eyes of reincarnation, the body of the immortal, the eternal kaleidoscope, many powerful abilities, see Chen's eyes shining brightly, and drooling. However, after seeing the points that need to be redeemed later, I took a breath of relief. What a hell! Reincarnation item level SSS, redemption points, 1 million. Fairy body, item level SSS, redemption points, 1 million. Eternal kaleidoscope, item level SS, redemption points, 500,000. Looking at the points needed on the items, and then at his own points, Chen felt that his future was bleak. 3 points a day, is this the rhythm that I want to save forever? Ding! The system releases the task, only the host can enter the ninja school within 10 days. Task reward, 300 points, task time, 10 days, failure penalty, none, accept it. Hey! I have a task. Do you want to enroll in a ninja school? I'm now the age of enrollment, accept it. Go home and talk to your parents first. I was a little hungry after doing so many push-ups just now. When he said that, he dragged his exhausted body to the direction of home. I'm back. Chen, who returned home, said to everyone in the house. There are 3 people in the house at this time. One is Tatsun's father, Uchiha Tommy Take. He is closing his eyes and resting. One is Tatsun's older brother, Itaki Uchiha. There is also Tatsun's identical twin brother, Suzuki Uchiha, and Itaki is playing with Suzuki now. After hearing Chen's voice, they all looked towards Chen. My father, brother. Chen said hello to Uchiha Tommy Take and Uchiha Itaki. Chen, where did you go to play again today? Itaki asked Chen. Just wandered around in the clan land. Hey! Suzuki on one side expressed his dissatisfaction that Tatsun interrupted the game between him and Itaki. Brother, leave him alone, let's go ahead, no one will play with me after you go out every day, I am alone every day. Chen doesn't play with me, it's so boring. Suzuki said dissatisfied, because Itaki had already graduated from the ninja school 4 years ago and became a ninja. He often goes out to perform tasks and rarely stays at home, and Tatsumi, who is a peer, doesn't talk to him. Tatsun ignored Sasuke's complaint, went directly to the dining table in the room and sat down, then was silent. Chen is back, we can start dinner soon. Mikato's gentle voice came from the kitchen, and then the cooked meals were brought to the table one by one. At this time, the family was eating around the table. Brother, I want to eat that. Suzuki sat beside Itaki and said coquettishly to Itaki. And Tatsun, who looks exactly the same as Suzuki, sat quietly, thinking about what no one can know. A 5-year-old child is so silent and doesn't like to talk very much. It really makes Mikato and Futake as parents a little bit worried that Chen would be too autistic. Suzuki usually sticks to Itaki, and Tatsun. It seems too indifferent. Although the two are twins, their personalities are different. Chapter 3. Come on, this chicken drumstick is for you. Mikato put a chicken drumstick in Chen's bowl. Thank you, mother. Chen said simply, a trace of emotion flashed in his eyes, as if he was very moved, but he refused to show it. Brother, I want to. Suzuki said to Itaki. He was dissatisfied that his family always cared about Chen. It was obvious that the two looked exactly the same. Why did everyone care more about Chen? Brother, you have to play hide and seek with me after dinner. Tatsun usually doesn't play with me, he is suffocated. Suzuki pestered Itaki, hoping that Itaki could play with him. Chen, do you want to play together? Itaki said to Chen, let's play together if you want to play. No, I'm full. I'll go back to the room first. Chen refused Itaki's invitation and went back to the room alone. Hey, that boring guy, let's go and play, brother. Suzuki jumped on Itaki's back, yet Itaki carried on his back. Fuyak, did you say that Chen was too autistic? After Itaki and Suzuki left, Mikoto, who was the mother, said a little worried. Uchiha Tomitake sighed and said, I can't see through this child. He is only 5 or 6 years old. He doesn't tell us anything about him. He doesn't like to show arrogance to his parents like other children. He seems to be not interested in anything. Chen returned to his room, looking at the roof alone, not knowing what to think. Following him, like a man who has experienced vicissitudes of life, he sighed long. Hey, I have been admonishing myself not to have feelings for this family because... Chen said to himself. Tatsumai, who is familiar with the plot, knew that in the next 3 years, Uchiha wanted to launch a coup, but was eventually wiped out by Uchiha Itachi, who didn't want to see a war. So Chen didn't want to experience the heartbreaking pain of losing his loved ones anymore, and had always shown a very indifferent attitude towards this family, just because she was afraid that she would have too much affection for this family. I forgot to tell them about the ninja school, it's true. Chen suddenly remembered the task released by the system, patted his forehead and said. Forget it, let's talk about it tomorrow, anyway, it's not in a rush. Take a shower, go to sleep, I'm exhausted today. He said. He walked to the bathroom in the room. P.S. Hey, it's so difficult, you can only code 1 chapter a day. Chapter 4, Ninja School. The next day, Chen got up and found that Itachi was no longer there. It was estimated that he had gone to perform some task again, but Suzuki had not yet woken up at this time. After eating breakfast, Tatsun told Uchiha Tomitake that he wanted to enroll in a ninja school. Do you want to go to ninja school? Uchiha Tomitake asked while looking at Chen. Even Uchiha Mikoto was clearing the dining table and stopped her movements, looking at Chen with a surprised expression. Can you tell me why? Uchiha Tomitake asked. Because staying at home is too boring, and I have reached the age to go to school. Chen replied looking at Uchiha Tomitake. That's it, I understand. The ninja school will recruit new students in 2 days, and I will take you and Suzuki there. Uchiha Tomitake said to Tatsun. Okay, then I'll go out first. Chen bowed to Uchiha Fudake and Uchiha Mikoto, and walked outside the door. Fumake. Mikoto wanted to say something to Uchiha Tomitake, but saw Uchiha Tomitake wave his hand. Needless to say, I know what you want to say. These 2 children are already 6 years old, and they are indeed at the age to go to ninja school, and this is what he requested. Uchiha Tomitake said to Uchiha Mikoto. This child Chen, this is the first time that we have asked for it. The back who watched Chen gradually moved away said softly, his eyes full of doting for Chen. When Chen walked out of the house, the corners of his mouth slightly cocked, changing his indifferent expression just now. You can go to the ninja school in 2 days, and then you will be able to see all the little masters in the original book. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, Akima Mitoji, Yamanaka Ino, Inyazuka Toga, Yui Nashino, Hyuga Hinata. The names I knew in my previous life flashed in my mind. I'm really looking forward to it. It's better to go for training first. The finger gun I just got yesterday hasn't been used yet. How about finding a place to try its power? As he said, he walked to the place where he usually trains secretly. Tatsumai came to the woods behind the Uchiha clan. This was discovered a year ago when Tatsumai was walking around. Since this wood is close to the Uchiha clan, no one from Konoha village will come here. Come, and very few of Uchiha's clan members come here, which is very suitable for cultivation, so Tatsun has always been to this woods for cultivation. Although it was a practice, Chen didn't have anything to practice. He hadn't even learned the most basic chakra refinement, so he could only do some simple physical training and shuriken throwing. Skill just gotten yesterday, finger gun. Chen can't wait to see how powerful it is now. Pointing to the spear. Chen gathered all his power on the index finger of his right hand and pierced it at the big tree in front of him. Puff! The fingers came in, and they made a hole in the tree trunk very easily. Yes, it pierced the tree trunk easily. If it pierces a person, it must be very uncomfortable, Chen said with satisfaction. After that, I did training as usual, and it was time for dinner in the evening to drag my tired body home. 2 days later. Are you ready? We have to go. Uchiha Tomitake said to Tatsu and Suzuki in the room. Tatsun, Suzuki, the two of you are going to the ninja school today. You must get along with your classmates. Uchiha Mikoto squatted in front of the two children while tidying their collars, and whispered to them. I see, mother. Chen answered flatly. Hey! I will definitely become a genius like Brother Itaki in the future, so I don't care about the weak. Suzuki said disdainfully. Because he was instilled with the strongest pathological concept of the Uchiha family since he was a child, in the eyes of Suzuki, the Uchiha family is the strongest Konoha family. Everyone except Uchiha is a weak person who can only hold back. Look down in my heart. Idiot! Chen despised in his heart. In fact, when watching Hokage in his previous life, Tatsumi felt very uncomfortable with the young master Uchiha Suzuki. He doesn't have much strength, but he yells for revenge all day long. However, I have to say that Saji-sama's fate is indeed so good. First he got everything about Ashimaru, and then let him get Uchiha attack his eyes, becoming the second person to have the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eyes. People. This was not over yet, and finally discovered that this product turned out to be the reincarnation of Indra. It easily reached a height that ordinary people can't reach for a lifetime of hard work. This protagonist's aura is really jealous. Okay, let's go. Uchiha Tomitake said as he walked towards the Konoha ninja school. Tatsumi and Suzuki immediately followed him. Here. After walking for a while, the three of them came to the school gate. Uchiha Tomitake said to Tatsu and Suzuki behind him. Is this Konoha's ninja school? It is exactly the same as in the original book. Chen looked at the ninja school in front of him, thinking in his heart. Konoha's ninja school is a ninja school founded by the second generation of Naruto. At that time, it was a period of war. In order to ensure the stability and efficiency of combat capability and education, the establishment of the school was a top priority. Ninja school is the most basic part of all ninja training. After basic learning in ninja school, ninjas will be divided into different groups to practice with their own teachers and accept tasks of different levels suitable for them. At the same time, the ninja school is also a place where all ninjas meet. I'll take you to find the teacher first, and then let him take you to the classroom and follow me. Uchiha Tomitake said to Tatsu and Suzuki while walking into the school. Tatsu and Suzuki consciously followed. The three came to the school's office. Some of the teachers in it were resting. Chen also saw the first villain in the original, Mizuki. Master Futake. The teachers stood up and greeted Uchiha Futake. Chapter 4. Master Fu is here, is there any order? Mizuki walked over and asked with a smile on his face. Well, please help me take these two children to the classroom. Uchiha Tomitake said flatly to Mizuki. Understood, these two are the children of Lord Futake, they must be two geniuses again. Mizuki looked at Tatsu and Suzuki and said with a gentle smile. Come with me, I'll take you to the classroom. The smile on his face made people think that he was a sunny, tolerant, and kind person. Only Chen, who has watched anime in his previous life, knows that he is a sinister and despicable villain. Let's go with him, he will take you to the classroom. Uchiha Tomitake said to the two brothers. Yes, father, let's go first. Tatsu and Suzuki bowed to Uchiha Tomitake, and followed Mizuki away. You guys are a bit late, other students are already in class now. Mizuki, who was walking in front, turned his head and said with a smile to Tatsun and Suzuki who were following him. Oh! Chen replied casually, while Suzuki walked on his own without a bird. Haha! Seeing that neither of them wanted to pay attention to him, Mizuki smiled awkwardly, and a haze flashed in his eyes. After that, he didn't speak. Mizuki brought the two to a classroom and stopped. Here. Wait a minute, I'll call your teacher first. Mizuki walked to the door of the classroom and said to a teacher who was teaching on the podium of the classroom, "Teacher Irika, please come out." That teacher is Amino Ilika. "Oh, it's Ms. Mizuki." After seeing Mizuki, Ilika shouted to the students in the class, "The whole class is studying alone." Then he walked out of the classroom. "Ms. Mizuki, what's the matter?" Irika asked Mizuki. But his eyes looked at Tatsu and Suzuki behind Mizuki. "Teacher Irika, 2 students have just arrived, I brought you here," Mizuki said with a smile. "These 2, right?" Irika looked at Suzuki Kazu Tatsu and said with a smile, "Hello, I am your future teacher, Domino Irika." "Teacher Irika, please advise," Chen said to Irika politely. For Irika, Chen in his previous life is also more admired. He is an ordinary and great school ninja teacher. Although he does not have a strong power, he has given Naruto a good spiritual encouragement because it is his approval. It was with Guan Ai that Naruto did not go on a crooked road. At this moment, there was a sudden burst of laughter in the classroom, and Ilika's face immediately turned black when he was about to say something. "These bastards, I'm sorry, Ms. Mizuki, I have to go back to class." Irika said sorry to Mizuki next to him. "Haha, it's okay, you can take them to class first, Mr. Irika." Mizuki waved his hand and said nonchalantly. "Well, you go to the classroom with me first," Ilika said and walked inside. Ilika, who had just returned to the classroom, saw a yellow-haired child drawing something on the blackboard at this time, and all the students in the class were staring at the blackboard and laughing. "Naruto, you idiot, get me back to your seat!" Ilika immediately yelled at the yellow-haired child. This yellow-haired child is no one else. It is Naruto Uzumaki, who liked to use pranks to attract attention when he was a child, and he is also the protagonist in this Naruto anime. At this time, Naruto was drawing a monkey wearing a Hokage hat and a robe on the blackboard. After hearing Ilika's call, he put down the chalk in his hand, muttered, and walked to the protagonist's seat. "Hey! Really boring." After Ilika calmed down for a while, he returned to the podium and said to the students below, "Be quiet, everyone, there are 2 new students in our class. Let's welcome them together." The students below looked out the door curiously. New classmate. Chapter 5, Seeing all the minors for the first time. "Well, you 2 come in," Ilika said to the door. When Suzuki and Tatsun outside the door heard Ilika calling them, they left the classroom and stood on the podium. "Teacher Irika." Chen politely bowed to Irika, while Suzuki, who was next to him, was coldly pretending to be coerced on one side, and did not say anything. "Wow! So handsome, so cool. Are they twins? They look exactly the same." After Tatsu and Suzuki walked into the classroom, the students in the audience were all talking, especially the female students. At this moment, both eyes are showing a red heart. "Quiet, you can introduce yourself to everyone first," Ilika said to Tatsu and Suzuki. "My name is Uchiha Tatsun, please give me some advice." Tatsun introduced myself to the pupils under the podium. "Uchiha Suzuki." Suzuki said his name indifferently. "Uchiha, it turned out to be the Uchiha clan of Konoha." "Yes, I heard that everyone in the Uchiha clan is a genius. I turned out to be classmates with Uchiha, so lucky." The classroom that was already quiet, after Tatsu and Suzuki uttered their names, they were all talking like they had exploded. After all, it was Uchiha, one of Konoha's wealthy family, who possessed the famous Ninja World riding wheel eye. In the eyes of Konoha common people, the Uchiha clan is an unattainable behemoth, and all members of the clan are geniuses. Nowadays, people who are usually unattainable appear here and become classmates with themselves, which is enough to make these children extremely excited. Listening to the discussion in the audience, Suzuki Uchiha proudly raised his head, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and directly entered the pretending mode. But Chen sneered at the discussion in the audience. Hey! All of them are geniuses? A group of idiots who don't know the truth. In Chen's eyes, Uchiha only has a kaleidoscope to write round eyes and fire ninjutsu to make people jealous. The others are not worth mentioning, but at this time Uchiha no one in the clan has a kaleidoscope yet. Hey! As expected of the young master in the big family, he was late on the first day of school. A very arrogant voice came from the crowd. Suzuki Kazutatsu looked in the direction of this voice, and saw a child with broken hair and 2 red oil paints on his face, looking at them contemptuously. It is one of the 12 Xiaoqiangs in the original work, in Yuzukaya. Yes, that's really arrogant. Naruto on the other side said restlessly. Naruto, yay, you two shut up. A girl with long pink hair and a yellow ponytail yelled at Naruto and Yae. It was Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino who were guilty of nympho. And their words immediately got a response from the female students in the class, who condemned Naruto and Yae, the hard brothers and sisters. Oh, women are really troublesome. A child sitting beside Ino said lazily. He immediately exchanged a roar from Ino, Shikamaru, you also shut up. On the other side of Shikamaru, a little fat man was sitting, who was constantly stuffing his mouth with snacks, and the noise from the outside had no effect to him. This fat guy is one of the next 12 small strong, Chudeo Dinkai. Note, the desk of the ninja school is 3 people sharing a table. Don't be late for class, this is the rule. A child with sunglasses sitting next to Fang said silently. It is the oil girl Shino of the Konoha insect control clan. One of Konoha's future 12 Xiaoqiang. Sitting next to Shino was a lady who looked like cataracts. The index fingers of both hands were stirring together, her eyes were staring at Naruto secretly, and 2 lovely blushes appeared on her face. The eldest lady of Konoha's Hyuga clan is also the future 12 strong, Hyuga Hinata. Arrogant in Inuzuka, Naruto who committed the second, Sakura and Ino, lazy Shikamaru, Fang full of Dingji, cool-looking Shino, shy Hinata. Oh, Konoha's future 12 Xiaoqiang, plus the pretending Suzuki next to him, 9 have appeared. Do you want to get to know it? Chen thought to himself, after all, when he watched anime in his previous life, Chen the 12 Xiaoqiang who like Konoha are also very fond. Okay, let me be quiet. Ilika shouted to the students on the podium. After the classroom calmed down, Irika pointed to the empty space next to Sakura and said to Suzuki, Suzuki-san, you can sit next to Haruno Sakura. Oh! Irika just finished speaking, Sakura I almost jumped up with excitement. Hey, it's really uncomfortable to let my uncle Naruto Uzumaki sit in a row with this kind of person. Naruto who sat on the other side of Sakura said uncomfortably, and Sakura's response was a heavy punch from Sakura. Really, let Sakura get ahead, why should I sit with these 2 weird guys? Oino grumbled helplessly while looking at Shikamaru and Dinkai beside him. Hey, it's really troublesome. Shikamaru on one side grumbled lazily. Chen, sit next to Xiaojing. Irika pointed to the empty spot beside a cute long-haired girl in the back row and said to Chen. Okay, let's go down. Yes, Mr. Irika. Each of them walked towards the position arranged by the teacher. Okay, let's continue the class now. After seeing Tatsun and Suzuki sitting down in their seats, Irika said to the students in the class. Hello, classmate Chen, my name is Tiancheng Xiaojing, please give me some advice. The long-haired little girl named Xiaojing greeted Chen after sitting down. Hello, please give me more advice. Chen responded politely, looked over, and found that the girl had beautiful long hair that reached her waist. Although she is still childish, she can still see her petite face and delicate features. Oh, this is a beauty who has never appeared in the original book. Chen thought with a smirk in his heart. Hey, Kid, you are not allowed to talk to Xiaojing. Xiaojing will be my bride from now on. At this time, a little kid's voice came from the seat on the other side of Xiaojing. If you dare to pay attention to Xiaojing, I will beat you. I don't care what Uchiha you are. Sabi Tai, what are you talking nonsense? Xiaojing stared at the boy next to him angrily. Shibai Tai? Never heard of it. Chen looked at the child named Shibai Tai curiously. I saw the little kid named Shibai Tai who was a little stronger than the average kid, with a ridiculous watermelon rind hair on his head, and his eyes were wide open, looking funny. Chapter 5. Idiot! Chen said disdainfully, daring to yell in a mere suit. Asshole, don't leave after school if you have the ability. Tai Shibai gritted his teeth and threatened Chen, I will let you know that Tai Shibai has 100 ways to hurt you. Hey! Idiot! Chen turned his head and ignored Tai Shibai's yelling. Chen, his mind is flooded, ignore him. Xiaojing said to Chen, her tone could be heard a little angry. In fact, Xiaojing hates this Shibai Tai very much in his heart, just because Xiaojing's home is close to this Shibai Tai's home, and the two families are neighbors. And this Tai Shibai is always pestering Xiaojing to be his bride when he grows up. Then, relying on his own growth, he saw a boy talking to Xiaojing and beat him up. Gradually, Xiaojing didn't have a friend around him, and they were all beaten away by Tai Shibai. So Xiaojing has always been lonely, no one talks to her and plays with her, and she hates Tai Shibai to death. Hehe, I didn't care about this. Chen said with a smile at Xiaojing. Well, you just don't care. Xiaojing spit out her head, looking a little playful and cute. On the other side, Shibai Tai saw Chen ignoring his words, and even talking and laughing with Xiaojing, immediately became angry. Very well, do you really think that you are Uchiha and I wouldn't dare to beat you? I like Taiki Shibai to shoot those who think he has outstanding ability. Since you are looking for death by yourself, Taiki doesn't mind playing with you, to let you know, Tai Yi never speaks empty words. Tai Shibai said with Chen gritted his teeth. Taiki Shibai, we are in class now, and I'm not allowed to speak. Irika said uncomfortably on the podium. Humph, kid, wait. Mrs. Shibai snorted to Chen and stopped talking. Because Ilika was staring at him very uncomfortably. Hehe, idiot. Chen was not in the mood to pay attention to Tai Shibai, because the system came to the prompt, ding. The host completes the task entrance to the ninja school ninja reward, 300 points. The host's existing points, 315. Hehe, finally I have some savings, what do I want to redeem? Chen thought a little excited. System, what should I redeem now? Chen thinks it is more appropriate to hand over to a more professional system. It is recommended that the host exchange the chakra refining art first. The system replied. Chakra refining technique? This should be taught in school, right? Chen said. Answer to the host. The chakra refining technique taught by the ninja school needs to be learned and practiced before the chakra can be refined. The system exchange allows the host to instantly master the chakra refining technique and immediately use the chakra. The system replied to Chen. Road. Indeed, if you have to wait for the school to teach, you don't know how long you will have to wait and refine afterwards. I don't have that much time to waste. I must improve my strength as soon as possible to deal with the big events that will happen in the future. Although in the anime Uchiha Suzuki I was protected by Itaki, but now there are more characters than I did in the original book. It is difficult to guarantee that what will happen, it is safer to improve my strength as soon as possible. System, exchange chakra refining technique for me. Chen said to the system in his heart. Chakra refining technique, item level, D level, 150 points need to be exchanged, do you want to exchange it? Yes. Ding. The redemption is successful, the points are deducted, 150, and the remaining points are 165. After that, a warm current melted into Chen's body, and an extra memory appeared in his mind. At this time, Chen has been able to refine and use chakras. P.S. Aha! Thanks to the lovely Xiaojing for the friendly cameo with Tata. Mwah! Chapter 6, Try Your Skills. There are still 165 points, what should I redeem? Chen looked at his remaining 165 points and asked the system. The host can exchange a pair of single Go Jade Blood round eyes. The system recommended to Chen. Zayalunyan? Are my current points enough to redeem? Chen moved a little. After all, the sooner Shaolinian was in control, the better. Single Guyurites round eyes, item level C, need to redeem points, 500. Shuanggu Jade writing round eyes, item level B, need to redeem points, 2000. 3 Guyu Jade writing round eyes, item level A, need to redeem points, 5000. The system reported to Chen the prices of items ranging from single Go Jade to 3 Go Jade writing round eyes. Single Guyu writing round eyes requires 500 points. My current points are only 165, how can I redeem it? Chen asked the system, knowing that the system could not aim for no reason. 500 points are just the price of exchange. Since the host itself is the Uchiha family, there is no need to exchange it. It only takes 100 points to activate Shan Guyu's writing round eyes. The system explained to Chen. So that's the case, the system is kind. Tatsun thought in his heart, I plan to open my own eyes, but forget it, if I want to open my own eyes, I don't know how long to wait. You must know that even Uchiha Sasuke is like this. His genius is still the eye opened to protect Naruto in the battle with Mizuki Shiro after he was 13 years old. The sooner you can master this as Uchiha's blood successor, the better. Chen, who is familiar with the plot, knows that Shaolunyan, as the most talked about blood succession boundary in Naruto animation, has an unquestionable ability and potential. Although it cannot be said to be the strongest, it is definitely the most promising. System, activate the writing wheel eye for me. Chen ordered to the system. You need to redeem points for activating the writing wheel, 100. This redemption is limited to the Uchiha family. Do you want to redeem it? Exchange. Ding. The redemption is successful, the points are deducted, 100, and the remaining points are 65. What's so special is a warm current, pouring into the eyes from Chen's body, and there is a burst of heat in the eyes. Chen hurriedly closed his eyes, the hot sensation in his eyes lasted for about a minute before slowly calming down. Chen slowly opened his eyes had changed at this time, his eyes turned into blood red, and Shan Guyu in it was slowly turning, which was Shilanyan. However, at this time, the students in the classroom were deeply attracted by the Konoha chronicles mentioned by Irika on the podium, and no one noticed Chen's abnormality. Is this the Shaolunyan? It feels like nothing special except for better eyesight. Chen thought in his heart, forget it, let's get rid of the Shaolunyan state first, and then study slowly when I go back. Let people find out. Thinking of this, Chen quickly removed the writing wheel. Hey, the lessons in this class are really boring, let's get some sleep. Chen yawned and then went to sleep on the table. He has no interest in the Konoha chronicles that Irika said. Chen, wake up soon, school is about to be over. Chen didn't know how long he slept, and suddenly felt someone swaying him. Yo-Yo woke up, opened her eyes and found that it was Xiaojing. Xiaojing, what's the matter? Chen asked, looking at Xiaojing with sleepy eyes. Get up quickly, school is over. Xiaojing said to Chen a little speechlessly. Ah, is school already over? So fast. Chen looked around for a while and found that the students were all packing straight things. Look at the podium again, and sure enough, Ilika is no longer there. Since school is over, I'll go back first, and see you tomorrow, Xiaojing. Chen stood up and stretched and said with a smile at Xiaojing. Haha, see you tomorrow, Jun. Xiaojing smiled and responded to Chen. The two were saying goodbye to each other happily, and they didn't realize that there was a pair of flaming eyes staring at Chen next to them. Uchiha Tatsun, you stop for me. Tatsun walked towards the door of the classroom a few steps, and suddenly an angry shout came from behind him, which made Tatsun stop and turned his head suspiciously. It turned out to be Tai Shibai. Well, what's the matter? Chen asked Shibai Tai plainly. Asshole, I just said that, I will make you look good. Shibai Tai gritted his teeth and stared at Chen. Oh, what are you going to do? Chen looked at Shibai Tai with interest. The conversation between the two stopped the students who were planning to leave the classroom. Aha, is this going to start a fight? Inuyasukaya said, looking at the two men, fearing that the world would not be chaotic. Yo xi, there is a good show to watch. Naruto, the kid also yelled at the side. Shibai Tai, what do you want to do? Xiaojing shouted to Shibai Tai nervously. Oi will be my bride from now on, I won't allow you to talk to Oi. Uchiha Tatsumi, I want to fight you. Shibai Tai ignored Oi, but yelled at Tatsumi. Chapter 6. Taiki Shibai, what are you talking nonsense? I'm not your bride. Xiaojing shouted at Taiki Shibai angrily. Then he said to Chen, don't pay attention to him, he is a lunatic, let's go. Oh, should Uchiha's genius hide behind the girl? I'm so daring. Haha yes. That's it. Needless to say, the arrogant tone must be Inuyasukage and Uzumaki Naruto. An idiot who fears that the world will not be chaotic. Why? Are you afraid? Are you Uchiha not geniuses? Why don't you dare to fight me? Shibai taunted Chen. Damn, dare you to insult Uchiha, you are looking for death. Sasuke on the side saw no one insulting Uchiha, jumped out and rushed towards the sand wall Taiki. He used to practice with Itaki, although he could not extract chakra, but physical skills are still much better than ordinary children, so he is not afraid of Shibai Tai who grows stronger than him. However, Sasuke, who was about to rush towards Shibai Taiki, was stopped by Tatsun with his hand. What are you doing? You dare not go, I go. Get out of me. Sasuke said dissatisfied with Chen. That's my business, you don't need your intervention. Chen said coldly to Sasuke. Humph. You two can go together, I don't mind if you have a lot of people. Taisha Shibai said disdainfully to Sasuke Kazutatsu. Idiot, I don't need a helper to deal with your rubbish. Chen said blankly to Shibai Tai. You're looking for death. Shibai Tai yelled and rushed towards Chen, raising his fist and smashing at Chen's head. Ah! Chen Jun, be careful! The nervous Xiaojing shouted to Chen. Chen Jun, get out of the way! Ino, who was standing in the crowd, couldn't help but sent out a reminder to Chen. Some female students in the class were so scared that they closed their eyes and did not dare to look. Go to hell! Chen moved when Shibai Tai's fist was about to hit Chen's head. As soon as he lifted his right hand, he grabbed Shibai Tai's menacing fist in his palm. No matter how hard Shibai Tai tried, he couldn't get his fist back. As early as 3 years ago, Chen knew that this is the world of Hokage, and he has been training himself, because he knows that this world is too dangerous and will be killed inexplicably if he is not careful, so Chen has not slackened in the past 3 years. I insist on exercising every day, and my physical fitness has already left these ordinary children a few blocks away. Garbage, too weak. Chen said sarcastically at Shibai Tai, and then with a strong pull with his right hand, Shibai Tai was brutally pulled to Chen's front, and Chen hit Tai's belly with one knee. Tai immediately arched his body in pain and groaned in pain with his hands holding his stomach. Chen came to the hunched sand wall again and kicked him directly to the ground. Although the movements seem to be quite a lot, in fact only a few seconds have passed. Hey, waste! Chen said disdainfully at the sand wall on the ground, turning around to leave. But Tei Shibai stood up, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards Chen again. His fists were smashed at Chen's head. Chen's head tilted, avoiding Tei's punch, and then everyone returned. When it didn't reflect it, he quickly turned around and pinched Tei's neck with his left hand, looking for death. Chen shouted, and then used force and threw Tei to the ground. The whole body was concentrated on the index finger of his right hand, and the gun was fired, facing Tei on the ground. His head, the floor on the side, pierced it down. All the actions were done in one go. Puff! The finger came in, and the whole finger sank into the floor. Tei Shibai didn't dare to move. Now, all the friends were stunned. This. At this time, the arrogant expression on Ye's face was gone, and some were just shock and fear. This actually pierced the floor. If this pierced a person. At the thought of this, even Naruto, who was not afraid of the sky, shuddered. Asshole, how come? How can this guy be so strong? I have obviously practiced with brother Itaki, and this guy only runs out to play every day. Why is he so strong? Sasuke clenched his fists and thought unwillingly. Wow! That's amazing! Too strong, is this Uchiha's genius? Too strong! After the shock, the friends looked at Chen in admiration. And those female students screamed, Tatsu-kun is so handsome! Tatsu-kun is so good, so strong, and I love it! Tatsu-kun, I want to give you a monkey! Even Sakura and Ino no exception. Oh, the handsome guy really pleases women. Shikamaru spit out helplessly on the side. Hey! Chen retracted his fingers that had been inserted into the floor. After standing up, he turned and walked out towards the door of the classroom. P.S. I'm sorry, the kitten really doesn't know how to write about fighting, so let's make up your own brains first, and I will improve it in the future. Chapter 7, Encountering Ino. Everyone in the classroom looked at Chen's back and sighed. This is the genius of the big family. Genius? All the so-called geniuses are forced out by myself. Can a simple genius obliterate my efforts? Chen listened to the discussion behind him, thinking with disdain. The difference between the so-called genius of a large family and ordinary common people is that the former has been taught by the elders in the family since childhood, while the latter has not. So people with families start much earlier than people without families. This is equivalent to two people racing on the same starting line. One person ran first, while the other was still posing on the starting line. After clarifying the situation, he could not catch up, and could only look at the former from the back. Back view. Of course, if the former is only satisfied with the status quo and not enterprising, the latter will surpass the former through hard work. Therefore, there is no natural genius, only a genius who works hard. Chen ignored the discussion later, and walked home. I'm back. Chen returned home and found that Uchiha Mikoto was alone, and Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Tomitake were not at home. It's Tatsumai back. Hey? Didn't Sasuke come back with you? Although Tatsumai and Sasuke look exactly the same, Mikoto Uchiha, the mother, can recognize at a glance who is Sasuke and who is Tatsumai. Well, he is behind and will be back soon. Chen replied to Uchiha Mikoto, his tone and expression not as cold as usual. Every time Tatsun and Uchiha Mikoto were alone together, seeing Mikoto's eyes showing her pampering, he was always reluctant to pretend to be cold. It is a lie to say that Chen has no feelings for this family. After all, he was born when Mikoto was pregnant in October. Mikoto has been with him from babbling to toddler in these 6 years. Even if he deliberately pretended to be indifferent after he learned of his world and identity, Mikoto still smiled at him and asked Nuon to pet him and let him enjoy the long-lost maternal love. Even if a dog has been raised for 6 years, he will have a deep affection for his owner, let alone a person with flesh and blood and a soul. However, Uchiha's fate has long been doomed, even if the result has already been known. What can Yuchin's weak strength do? What can be changed? Did you go to Uchiha Fudake and tell him not to launch a coup, otherwise you will be annihilated? Even if Uchiha Fudake has a 1000th chance of believing it, what about Uchiha's elders? You must know that such an important matter is definitely not the Patriarch's decision alone. If Chen really did this, he would probably be arrested as a rebellion. Even if he was not killed for the sake of the Patriarch, he would be imprisoned. The result is still the same, there is no possibility to stop Uchiha's coup. In the original work, even if the 3 generations in Attack tried their best to prevent it and failed to succeed, in the end they had to let Attack implement annihilation. Even 3 generations in Attack failed, Chen Kai would not naively think that his strength and status have surpassed Uchiha Itachi and 3 generations of Hokage. Therefore, Uchiha is doomed to be annihilated. Chen couldn't change anything at all he could do was to improve his strength as much as possible, so that he could have more chances to save his life in that big event. After all, there is no character like himself in the original book, who knows if it will change the plot. It is precisely because of the inability to change the tragedy of being exterminated, that's why Chen deliberately wanted to alienate this family. In the previous life, Chen's parents were in a car accident and both died. Chen really didn't want to experience the heart-piercing feeling of his parents dying in front of him, so he always warned him not to have too much affection for this family. Because Tatsun deliberately showed indifference, the family mistakenly thought Tatsun had autism, depression, or something, so the family unconsciously cared about Tatsun more than Suzuki. It was this reason that Suzuki was dissatisfied with Tatsun, which caused the 2 people who were originally twins to have a very bad relationship. I'm back. At this time, Suzuki also returned home. Suzuki is back, how did it feel to go to school today? Mikoto asked Suzuki with a smile. Suzuki glanced at Chen with a complicated look, and said to Mikoto, I didn't do much at school today, and I didn't learn anything. By the way, Mom, how about Brother Itaki? Has he not returned yet? Yes, I heard that Itaki went to hold a mission today. I guess I won't be able to come back until tomorrow. Mikoto touched Sasuke's head and said to him with a smile. Oh, to do tasks again, why are there so many tasks? Suzuki said dissatisfied. Haha, there is no way, my brother is a ninja, and Suzuki will become a ninja in the future. Mikoto comforted Suzuki. Okay, let's go and play by yourself first, Mom will cook first. Mikoto said to Tatsu and Suzuki, then got up and went to the kitchen to cook. It's too early to eat, let's go out for a stroll. I haven't visited Konoha since I grew up. Chen thought to herself that she hadn't visited Konoha village yet, so she took advantage of this time to go out and stroll around. Chen, where are you going? Suzuki asked Chen, who was about to go out. Hey! Chen felt very strange, this Suzuki usually doesn't care about him, how could he stop him so abnormally today? Although surprised, Chen answered him, I didn't go there, just went out for a stroll. Then I want to go too. Suzuki said as he got up and followed. Hey! What's the matter with this guy today? Not only does he take the initiative to talk to me, but he also goes out with me. Chen looked at Suzuki and wondered. In fact, the main reason is that Chen gave Suzuki too much shock today. Chen, who usually doesn't talk at home and doesn't play with him, has such a strong strength. This completely exceeded Sasuke's knowledge of Chen. He often accompanied Itaki in cultivating, but he had never seen Chinayu practice before, and he was very curious about how Chen could possess such a strong strength. So today he plans to follow Chen to see what he usually does. Oh, whatever you want. Although Chen was very strange in her heart, she didn't show it. Anyway, I'm just out for a stroll, so let him follow if he wants to follow. Subsequently, the brothers went out together. The 2 were walking on the streets of Konoha, and neither of them spoke. After a while, Suzuki couldn't help it anymore, and asked Tatsu, do you usually go shopping like this? Hey? Do you have an opinion? Tatsu said coldly to Suzuki. Damn it, then how could you have such a strong strength? Oh. You said this. Tatsun said suddenly, he finally knew Sasuke's abnormality. Of course I did it by myself. Chen did not intend to hide from Suzuki, because Chen knew that Suzuki would never say anything. What? Self-cultivation? How is this possible? Suzuki said in surprise, I obviously followed the practice of Brother Itaki, and none of them are so strong. How could you cultivate to that level by yourself? That's your own matter. Chen ignored Suzuki and walked on his own. Damn it, I won't lose to you. Suzuki didn't follow, but ran back home, probably going back to practice. Hey! Little kid, it's better to go. Chen ignored Sasuke's departure and continued to stroll by himself. Hey! That's Chinjun. On Konoha Street, a little girl's doubtful voice came from a flower shop. It's really Chinjun. Hey, Chinjun. Chinjun. The girl was facing the street. Shang Chen shouted. Chen, who was walking on the street, suddenly heard someone calling herself, and looked suspiciously in the direction of that voice. I saw a little yellow-haired loli with an apron and a shower in his hand standing at the door of a flower shop, waving at her. Chapter 7. Hey? This isn't Ino. Come to think of it, her house is a flower shop. The little loli Chen looked at was Ino Yamanaka. Chen walked over and pretended not to know Ino, smiled and asked, Hello, may I ask you who are you? I'm Ino, Yamanaka Ino, we all have classes in teacher Irika's class. Ino explained to Tatsun. Oh, it's classmate Ino, hello. This is your flower shop? Tatsun asked Ino with a smile, just like the one who was in the classroom. Yes, this is the flower shop my mother opened. I came to help after school, Ino replied. Hehe, does Ino like flowers? Yeah, I like it very much. Ino replied happily. Chen picked up a rose and asked Ino, how much is this flower? Does Chen Jun want to buy flowers? This is a rose, which is generally used to give to a lover or someone you like. If Chen Jun wants it, I will give it to you. Ino said to Chen a little shyly. Haha, is Ino going to give it to me? This is a rose, used to give to a lover or someone you like. Does Ino like me? Chen joked to Ino. Ah? This. Ino didn't expect Chen to be so blunt, so scared that she couldn't speak. Hehe, don't tease you, how much is it? I bought it, Chen said to Ino. Oh, this rose is 10 taels of silver each. Ino told Chen the price, a little disappointed in his tone. Here is the money. Chen took out 10 taels of silver and handed it to Ino. Then, this flower is mine now. Chen said, handing the flower to Ino, here. Give it to you. Ino subconsciously took it, give it to me. Yes, it's for you, don't you like it? Then forget it. Chen said, reaching out to get it back. No, I like it very much. Ino said to Chen quickly. Hehe, just like it, then I'll go first. Chen said to Ino. Well, see you tomorrow, Chen Jun. See you tomorrow. Chen turned and left after speaking. Ino looked at Chen's back, then shyly cupped his face with both hands. Chen Jun actually gave me roses, hehe. Chapter 8, Naruto Uzumaki. Hehe, when I was a child, Ino was really cute. Chen walked on the street and thought in his heart. Where are you going now? By the way, Yul Ramen. Chen suddenly thought of the Yul Ramen in the original book. Yul Ramen is an iconic restaurant in Hokage. Although the ramen sold in this ramen restaurant is ordinary, it is the favorite of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki in the original book. This is just an ordinary snack bar, but it almost runs through the plot of the entire animation. When Naruto was in ninja school, Domino Irika liked the ramen at this ramen restaurant the most, and he often invited Naruto to eat. Under the influence of Ilika, the ramen at this ramen restaurant has become Naruto's favorite food. Naruto often talked about important events or life philosophies with Irika or Kakashi and others while eating ramen. During the period, he also made some jokes that made people laugh. Oh, this is a classic in the original book. When Hokage doesn't go to Il to eat a bowl of ramen, it's nothing to stay in Konoha. And I'm very curious about the owner of Il Ramen. In his previous life, Chen K read a lot of rumors about the boss of Il on the internet. Many people speculate that the boss of Il Ramen is the big boss behind the scenes. Although the rumor was proved purely nonsense later, Chen still wanted to take a look and taste the legendary Il Ramen by the way. Find someone to ask where the noodle restaurant of Il Ramen is. Chen still doesn't know how to get to the restaurant. However, Il Ramen is also very popular in Konoha, so Tatsun asked casually on the street to find out the direction. Hit him, hit him. Chen, who was walking in the direction of Il Ramen, suddenly heard a voice coming from a small alley. Hey? What happened? What happened? Chen walked over curiously. Chen, who walked into the alley, saw that 3 children were actually bullying a yellow-haired child. The bullied child had been beaten to the ground. But even so, the yellow-haired child didn't even mean to beg for mercy. Haha, rubbish, see if you dare to be arrogant. One of the 3 beating children mocked the child lying on the ground. Yeah, yes, it's a rubbish, so I still want to go to school. The other kid also said contemptuously. Haha, rubbish. Asshole, my whirlpool is not rubbish, I am the future Hokage. The child who was beaten on the ground raised his head, gritted his teeth and said unyieldingly to the 3 children. The yellow-haired child who was being bullied at this time was Naruto Uzumaki. Uzumaki Naruto, he is the protagonist in the entire Hokage anime, the 4th generation of Naruto Wave Feng Shuman and the 2nd generation of Nine-Tails Julie Uzumaki Kushina's son. At the due date of Juxina, the seal will weaken because of the female's strength during pregnancy. Bringing the soil and using the riding wheel eyes to control the 9 tails to break the seal and pull the tail beast out, and then control the 9 tails to wreak havoc in Konoha, causing Konoha to suffer heavy losses. In the end, Mizuman made his own choice. He decided to sacrifice his own life and seal the 9 tails by himself, and sealed half of the chakras of the 9 tails, as well as himself and the last chakra of Kyuzuna, on Naruto, so that the husband and wife both are able to accompany Naruto's growth in Naruto's body, and set a seal program so that they can help Naruto at the 2 most critical moments. In the end, Kyuubi was sealed, and Mizuno and Kushina were killed. Before his death, Kushina entrusted Naruto to 3 generations of Hokage. Although Mizuman and Kushina left their last words before their deaths, they hope that the villagers of Konoha Ninja Village will regard Naruto as the hero of the village, but out of confidentiality, except for Sarutobi Hisaki and a small number of villagers who understand the inside story, Naruto's his life experience has not been announced, and even Naruto himself does not know. Most people in the village regard Naruto as the incarnation of Kyuubi and treat him coldly. Because of this, Naruto has been growing up in loneliness, but he always wants to be recognized by others, so he will play pranks in the village to attract attention. He told everyone who questioned his potential that one day he would ascend the position of Hokage, the number 1 ninja in Konoha village. He told Ilika, or everyone else, that he wanted to be Hokage because he wanted everyone around him to identify with him. After Naruto graduated, he still longed for people's approval, so he became the most surprising ninja in the words of Heiji Kakashi. Naruto is a humorous person. He often faces the world with a hippie smile, but sometimes he hides his anxiety with a smile so that others do not worry about him. Although Naruto's Shindo is speaking straight, it does not mean that he speaks everything. Naruto always behaves too strong in front of others, so strong that it is overlooked that sometimes he is just trying to be strong. To outsiders, he is a person who has no worries, but those who really know him can often see the worries he has buried in their hearts. In addition, Naruto's faith is very firm. He always believes that people can find light and justice, and at the same time is very sensible. He understands that the road of justice is not an easy road. Walking on that road will encounter countless difficulties and obstacles. He also pays great attention to the friendship with his companions, bearing in mind Kakashi's motto in the ninja world, those who cannot complete the task are waste, and those who abandon their companions are not as good as waste. In his previous life, after the death of Chen's parents, he was once negative and abandoned himself. However, after watching Naruto's protagonist Uzumaki Naruto, he was moved by Naruto's character, and slowly walked out of the shadow of his parents' death, no longer depressed. Therefore, Chen appreciates and thanks Naruto Uzumaki very much. At this moment, seeing Naruto being bullied so much, Chen walked over with a gloomy face. Haha, what did he say? Naruto? Haha. After Naruto had said that, the three children laughed as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. Naruto? Are you an idiot? Trash like you wants to be Naruto too. Haha. You are Naruto, I'm still a big name. Haha, I'm so ridiculous. Asshole, don't laugh. Naruto Uzumaki will definitely become Hokage in the future. Naruto retorted angrily. Hit him, let him be Hokage, let him dare to be arrogant. The three children wanted to do something to Naruto again. Get out of here. Chen, who came by, shouted at the three children. Who? Do you want to be beaten too? The three children who heard the shout turned their heads and looked at Chen. Yes, it's you, Uchiha Tatsun. Seeing that the person here turned out to be Uchiha Tatsun, the three children were frightened. They were students in the Irika class, and they had all seen Tatsun at school today. The demonstrated strength is someone who can kill even Shibai in seconds, especially the last one, piercing the floor, if it pierces himself. Thinking of this, the three of them suddenly felt a sense of horror. I let you go. Didn't you hear it? Or, you want to do it with me? Chen said to them. Let's go right now. Go right away. The three immediately ran out, so scared. What are you kidding about, doing something with a monster like you? After the three children ran out, Chen came to Naruto, helped him up, and said to him, Are you okay? Do you want to send you to the hospital? Hey! I'm Naruto Uzumaki. If I want to become a Hokage in the future, I don't need to go to any hospital. I'll be fine tomorrow. Naruto pretended to say lightly, but at this time, he has a blue nose and a swollen face. Very funny. Forgot that this product is a nine-tailed manjuli, and his recovery ability is amazing. This small injury is probably healed in a short while. Chen thought of here and said to Naruto, Then don't go, you are called Naruto Uzumaki? Hello, my name is Uchiha Tatsuno. Uchiha Chen, I know. Okay, I'm going home, goodbye. Naruto was about to leave after saying to Chen. Hey! Naruto. Chen stopped Naruto who was about to leave. Chapter 8. Naruto stopped, turned around and asked Chen suspiciously, Hey? What else do you have? Let's make friends, Naruto. Chen said to Naruto with a smile. What? You want to be my friend? Naruto asked Chen excitedly. Naruto has been alone since he was a child. He has no friends and is always bullied. He has always been a lonely person, and no one has ever wanted to make friends with him. Today Chen suddenly said that he wanted to make friends with him and let him. There is a feeling of flattery. Yeah, don't you want it? Chen asked Naruto with a smile. No. Just. Naruto was about to say something when suddenly an embarrassing voice came from his stomach. This. Hehe, let's go Naruto, I'll ask you to eat ramen, I was looking for a ramen just now, do you know how to go? Chen said to Naruto with a smile. You'll ramen? I know where the best ramen is, and where do I like to eat ramen the most. When he said about ramen, Naruto immediately said to Tetsun happily, I'll take you there. Well, let's go. Then, Naruto took Chen to the Yul Ramen restaurant. Chen also met Uncle Yul as he wished, an ordinary uncle, nothing special. Chen also ate the Yul Ramen that he has always been yearning for, and it was really good. Are you full? Naruto, do you want another bowl? Tatsun, who had finished the ramen, asked next to Naruto. Yeah, that's enough, I'm full, thank you for the hospitality. Naruto burped after drinking the last sip of soup in the bowl, and said to Chen gratefully. Haha, you are welcome, we are friends. Chen waved his hand to Naruto, and said to him, Okay, Naruto, I should go home, you go back, see you tomorrow. Well. See you tomorrow. Naruto also waved his hand at Chen. Let's go. Chen said and walked back to the direction of home. Naruto was still stunned in place, are you a friend? Naruto couldn't believe it at this time. He actually had a friend. Suddenly he jumped up happily, I have friends too, and I have friends too. Now. Uncle Yul, I also have friends, it feels good to have friends. Naruto excitedly said to Uncle Yul happily right. Oh, isn't it? That's great. Uncle Yul was also very happy for Naruto. Uncle, I'm going home first, thank you for the hospitality. Naruto happily said goodbye to Uncle Yul, and then ran back to his home. I'm so happy today, I hope tomorrow will be here soon. Naruto at this time is looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 9, Transition Chapter. When he returned home, Tatsun found that Uchiha Tomitake had returned, and the family was waiting for him to start a meal. No one moves chopsticks on a table of food. Seeing Chen had just returned, the family did not blame him. Seeing this, Chen's heart seemed to be touched by something, but he tried his best to restrain it. I'm back. Uchiha Tomitake calmly said to Chen, and didn't ask him why he came back so late. Come here, eat. Mikoto smiled and served Chen a bowl of rice, and asked him to sit down. Thank you mother. Looking at Mikoto's dozing gaze, she wanted to say that I had eaten Chen, and swallowed what had just come to her lips. Okay, let's all eat. Uchiha Tomitake said, he picked up the bowls and chopsticks and ate. After all, he was very hungry after dealing with things for a day, but he still waited for Chen to come back before starting to eat. Although Uchiha Tomitake always plays a serious father at home, although he looks serious on the surface, in fact he still loves his children very much, but he does not show it. The family didn't say much during the meal, only Mikoto served Sasuke and Tatsuki from time to time during the meal, and then watched them finish eating, with a happy smile on his face. I'm full, father and mother, I'll go back to the room first. Chen bowed to Mikoto and Fuyu after eating the meal in the bowl, and wanted to go back to his room. Do you eat so little? Isn't it uncomfortable? Mikoto asked with concern when she saw Chen eat so little. Oh, I'm okay. Hearing Mikoto's caring greetings and feeling her mother caring for herself, Chen was panicked, but she could only restrain herself and didn't dare to show her feelings. Replied pretendingly. At this time, Chen just wanted to leave quickly, because he was very afraid that he would get caught in it. This kid, what's the matter? Mikoto was still a little worried. Okay, you don't have to worry about it. You don't know what he is like, let's eat first. Uchiha Tomitake said to Mikoto. And Sasuke on the side was very uncomfortable seeing Mikoto being so fond of Chen. Chen returned to the room, sat on the bed, and finally sighed helplessly. No words for a night. The next day, Chen was awakened by Sasuke's voice early in the morning. Hey? What's the matter with Suzuki? Is it possible that Itaki is back? Chen rubbed his eyes, going out suspiciously. Brother, what did you do yesterday? Why did you come back so long? Tatsun, who just opened the door, heard Sasuke's words. Sure enough, Itaki is back, and the current attacker should have joined the Anbu. Chen thought to himself as he opened the door and walked out. This is a mission secret, you can't reveal it. Itaka nodded Sasuke's forehead with his right hand, and said to Suzuki. At this time, Itaka saw Chen walking out of the room. Said to Chen, Chen, you are up. Yet. Chen answered Itaka flatly and walked directly into the bathroom to wash. Okay, Suzuki should stop pestering my brother, come over for breakfast, and go to school soon. At this time, Mikoto brought up one end of the breakfast prepared in the kitchen, and entangled it with Itaki. Said Suzuki. Oh. Seeing Mikoto's words, Suzuki reluctantly walked to the dining table to eat breakfast. And Chen came out of the bathroom after washing up. After eating breakfast, Suzuki and Tatsun went to the ninja school together, and they were speechless all the way. Good morning Chen-jun. When Chen just entered the classroom, he heard someone say hello to him. It turned out to be Ino. Well, it's Ino, good morning. Tatsuya responded politely, then walked to his seat, and greeted Naruto when he passed by. Naruto, are your injuries all right? It's okay, Naruto's body is great. Haha. Naruto was taken aback when seeing Chen actually greet him, and then said carelessly, I could see that he was really happy. Oh, that's good. Then Chen walked to his seat and sat down. Good morning Chen-jun. Xiaojing on the side greeted Chen with a smile. Haha. Good morning, Xiaojing. The two greeted each other. This time, Taiki, who was sitting on the other side, didn't make a sound. After that, Ilika walked into the classroom to announce the class, and continued from yesterday's Konoha Chronicle, and directly hypnotized Chen into a drowsy state, and fell asleep directly on the table. He was not shaken by oi until school was over. Awake. This is the case on the second day, the third day, the fourth day, it repeats every day. Later, at school, Tatsun slowly became acquainted with the various xiaoqiangs in the original work. Although Tatsun was very indifferent at home, he was very easygoing outside. He was not as arrogant as Suzuki, so everyone was willing to make friends with Tatsun. On the other hand, Ino and Sakura are still idiots like in the original, but unlike in the original, Sakura still pesters Suzuki, while Ino always follows Tatsun. The two did not become rivals as in the original book, but a pair of good girlfriends. After a week, Irika, who finished the Konoha Chronicles, began to give real lectures, telling about the nature of chakras, the types of chakras, and then teaching chakra extraction techniques, but these were of no use to Chen, he's still sleeping. Originally this behavior made Ilika very disgusted. But after Chen played chakra in front of him, he didn't care about it anymore. Then everyone knew that Konoha's ninja school had another genius. Uchiha Tatsumi, the child of the current patriarch Uchiha, is the younger brother of Uchiha Itachi who was also a genius at school. In contrast, although Uchiha Suzuki is also outstanding, he is still a bit worse than Tatsun. Everyone once again sighed that Uchiha was indeed worthy of the Konoha giant, and that he was full of talents. This year, Uchiha Tatsumi and Uchiha Suzuki were 6 years old and enrolled in the ninja school. In the same year, Uchiha Itachi joined Anbi at the age of 11. Split line. After the disaster, Kyuubi, 4 years ago, Uchiha has been suspected by the village. After all, the only person who can control Kyuubi is Shul Anyun. Since then, Uchiha has been suppressed everywhere in Konoha. At the request of Konoha's senior management, Uchiha was forced to move his family to live in a corner of Konoha village. In the end, the Uchiha clan determined to launch a rebellion in order to restore the family's fame and status. Among them, Itake's father Uchiha Tomitake became the planner and leader of the rebellion. He forced Itake to become a member of the ANB to obtain information from the Uchiha clan from the upper level of Konoha. 2 more years passed after that. In the past 2 years, Konoha's upper class used Itake to love peace and could not bear the war to force him to monitor Uchiha. Since then, Itake has become a double agent who weighs the pros and cons in the political gap between Konoha and Uchiha. In a secret base in Konoha, 3 people were discussing something at this time. Of these 3 people, one is Uchiha Itachi, one is Shimura Danzo, and the last is Konoha's 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi. Itachi, have you figured it out clearly? If Uchiha is allowed to initiate a mutiny, we will send ninjas to stop it, and many people will die at that time. Of course, this will also include your 2 younger brothers. Danzo was very calm. Said to Itachi. Wait for Danzo, we should negotiate with Uchiha first. The 3 generations on the side said to Danzo. Negotiating? It's impossible. Uchiha's conspiracy is no longer a day or 2. They can't accept the negotiation. Danzo retorted the 3 generations. At this moment, Itachi, who was on his knees, said, if I make a move, will I really let my 2 younger brothers go? Yes, but one person must enter the route. No. You can't let them enter the route. Route was created by Danzo. Most of the members in it were members of the Blood Heirs or occult family members in Konoha. After entering, they would be planted with various spells, and then brainwashed, turning them into tools for the 6 relatives to deny only to obey Danzo's orders. Compared with Enbu, it has greater flexibility and specializes in assassination, intelligence, and other high-risk missions. It is an elite organization carefully cultivated by Danzo that can only be hidden in the dark forever. Chapter 9. You have no choice, or you want them to die. Danzo pressed Itachi. Danzang, you are doing too much. The 3 generations on the side scolded Danzang. That's it. Have you thought about it? Danzo did not pay attention to the 3 generations, but asked Itachi. At this time, Itachi closed his eyes in pain, holding both hands tightly, his nails sunk in the flesh, but he was indifferent. Finally, Itachi opened his eyes and said to Danzo, I will do it. After that, I will run away from Konoha on all charges. I only hope that you will also keep your promise. Don't worry, I only need one Uchiha to join the roots, and I won't attack your other brother. Then, I will retreat first. Uchiha Itachi saluted the 3 generations before retreating. Danzo, why did you do this? Isn't it too much? After Itachi left, the 3 generations asked Danzo. Hey! Uchiha is too dangerous. I don't want too many Uchiha to get out of my control. You don't need to worry about this. Danzo said to him and went out. Oh, looking at the back of Danzang leaving, the 3 generations sighed helplessly. P.S. Seeking collection, seeking flowers. Chapter 10, The Night of Annihilation 1. Fire Escape, the technique of trench fireball. In the woods behind the Uchiha clan, Tatsun is practicing ninjutsu at this time. I saw that he quickly knotted a set of handprints with both hands and sprayed out a ball of flames on a clearing in the woods. This is exactly the fire ninjutsu in the original book, the art of trenching the fireball, which gathers chakra behind the throat and sprays it out like a big fireball, with great lethality. This ninjutsu was the first ninjutsu Tatsumai learned. This drenched fireball technique was taught by Sasuke 2 years ago, and Tatsun also followed Itachi to teach him. And what I learned in school is only the most basic 3 Shinzen technique. A long time ago, Tatsun knew his chakra attributes. Like Sasuke in the original book, they are all chakras with thunder and fire attributes. It seems that every Uchiha tribe will have a chakra with fire attributes. That's it for today. Chen said panting, seeing that he had been practicing for a long time, and then walked to a tree and sat down. The system checks my points. Chen asked the system after a short break. All the points of the host are 2739. Do you want to open the redemption page? No need. Chen replied to the system. This has been saved over the past 2 years, so I will save it for emergencies. These points are all sent from the system's Zinfuli. During these 2 years, Chen has not received any assignments. It is worth mentioning that in addition to these points, Chen also got 2 chances to draw a lottery. In the first lottery draw, the Moon Step, which belongs to the Navy's 6 formulas, was drawn, which allowed him to float in the air. In the second lottery draw, a contract with a psychic beast called the Poodle Race was drawn. This is a fighting race. The psychic beasts in this race have one characteristic, that is, combative. Small poodles as small as just born, adult poodles as large as tens of meters all like to fight. And Chen currently can channel the most powerful poodle, which is only more than 10 meters high. The name of this poodle is Lu Dao Wang. Although there are 2 words in the name, Lu Dao Wang, but these 6 Dao Wangs have nothing to do with the legendary Lu Dao immortal for half a dime. But these 6 Dao Wangs are called Erha by Chen. This is just a bad taste. However, these 6 Wangs are a ruthless character. Being in this group is notoriously ruthless. Because of the poodle's nature, Lu Daoang has always liked to fight against his tribe since he was a child. Even if he is defeated by someone, he will continue to challenge the tribe who defeated him until he wins. Gradually, these 6 Daowangs were very prestigious among the poodles of his generation. But after an incident happened later, his status was confirmed even more and he became the boss of that generation of people. That is, in a battle, Lu Daowang faced a creature that was stronger than him. As a result, Lu Daowang stubbornly fought with it. Finally, at the cost of being blinded by one eye, Lu Daowang slammed the creature. Killed. Then he dragged a badly injured body, knocked off all the teeth of that creature, and hung a string of bone-tooth necklaces on his body. After that, Lu Daoang lost one eye and could only wear a blindfold. You can search for Proud Stalker on the internet to see the prototype. In the past 2 years, Chen's strength has been improving, and Xiao Lunyan has also risen to Erguyu, and his strength has reached the level of the elite. Supper time is coming, let's go back first. Chen said, stood up and walked home. When I returned home, I found that Uchiha Tomitake was not at home, but Ataka went home in a rare experience, and Suzuki was also sticking to him. After seeing Tatsun coming back, Uchiha Ataka said to Tatsun, "Tatsun is back, come here." "Hey!" Chen was very confused and walked over. "What's the matter, brother?" "Well, it's okay, it just suddenly occurred to us that the 3 brothers haven't had a good conversation together yet." Ataka said to Chen with a smile. Is that so?" Chen looked at Uchiha's smile and was a little surprised. After all, Ataka was famous for facial paralysis. "Well, yes, we will have a good chat today." Then he said to Suzuki, "Suzuki, you and Tatsun have been at odds since childhood, so it won't work. We are all brothers, and the 2 of you are even more so. Twins born on the same day should not be separated." When hearing Ataka said this, Suzuki and Tatsun looked at each other, and both saw doubts in each other's eyes. "It's dinner, what are you brothers talking about?" At this moment, Mikoto had already prepared the food and shouted to the 3 of them. "Hehe, you can take care of yourself in the future, don't think too much, let's eat first." Tatsun smiled and said to Tatsu and Suzuki, then stood up and walked to the dining table. After that, I returned to the room after dinner, lying on Chuang, but thinking of Ataka just now. Today's Ataka is very abnormal, why did he say that? Could it be? Chen's heart suddenly burst into an uneasy mood. Who? Mikoto, who was about to sleep, suddenly heard someone knocking on the door of her room, and then she got up and went out to open the door. After opening the door, it turned out that it was Chen, so he smiled and asked, "It's Chen, what's the matter?" "Mother, I suddenly want to come over and sleep with you tonight, okay? Chen said to Mikoto. Hehe, of course, mother is very happy, come in quickly. Mikoto said to Chen. Why would Chen think of coming over to sleep with her mother today? Mikoto asked Chen while covering Chen with the quilt. It's nothing, I just came over when I suddenly missed my mother. Mikoto smiled at Chen for a moment and said, Chen called my mother for the first time. Her eyes were full of spoiling. Go to sleep, you and Suzuki will have to go to school tomorrow. I heard that there will be a small exam tomorrow, right? Well, go to bed, good night, mother. After Mikoto turned off the light, she closed her eyes and went to sleep. Although it was good night, Ketchen did not sleep, but kept looking at Mikoto, his eyes full of attachment. The next day, Chen got up early because he didn't sleep all night. After that, Mikoto also got up and went to get them breakfast. Suzuki and Tatsun went to school together after eating. Chen had been restless all the way, and was in a daze when he arrived at the school, and even everyone greeted him without even noticing. Asshole, why are you so upset? Is it going to happen? Chen felt so impetuous that it was difficult to calm down, as it was all day long. Then, let's start a small test below. Everyone is in line and proceed one by one. The test is one of the 3 body transformation techniques. Let's start. Ilika held a notebook in his hand and faced the class. Said the student at the school. He didn't understand why the 3 generations of Naruto masters would let him take a quiz today. Inyazuka, you come first. Irika said to the first tooth. Hey! Look at my uncle. Ya stepped forward, his hands were printed with a bang. A cloud of smoke appeared around Ye, and then he became like Irika. Qualified, next one. Ilika said to the rest of the people while recording. Damn it, hurry up, hurry up. Chen clenched his fists tightly, becoming more and more uneasy. Already thinking of something in his heart. Okay, the test is over today, and school is over. Finally, the test was over. At this time, the sky was already slightly dark. Oh, what a good test, it was so late. Really, Tatsun? Let's go to eat ramen together. Naruto said to Tatsun. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Chen didn't even look at Naruto, just answered casually, and ran home anxiously. When Suzuki saw the expression on Chen's face, he felt uneasy for no reason, and unconsciously ran back with Chen, even he himself didn't know why this happened. The 2 ran back to the door of the clan land, and found that the entire clan land was quiet, there was no usual noise, and no one was seen. There was silence around it, as if only 2 of them were left in the whole world. Both of them were very disturbed, and Chen already knew what had happened. The 2 of them walked to the house anxiously, and suddenly saw 2 people lying on the ground, their bodies stained red with blood. Tatsun and Suzuki ran over to see that it was the 2 uncles and aunts who greeted them this morning. Uncle, uncle, Suzuki swayed the uncle's body tremblingly, but didn't get a response. How could this happen? What happened? Suzuki asked Tatsun anxiously. Chen didn't answer him, but was stunned, muttering Mom, Mom. Then she ran home like a sudden awakening. Mom. Suzuki also thought of it suddenly, and ran home with Tatsun. Along the way, I saw more and more people lying on the ground, silent. On the usually lively streets, there was dead silence at this time. The 2 finally ran to the house, but they didn't see Mikoto, even the light in the house was not on. Dad, Mom. Are you there? Suzuki asked in a low voice, his voice full of fear. The 2 looked for it in a bedroom. Chapter 10. Suddenly there was a noise in the living room, and Tatsun and Suzuki ran over immediately. When they came to the door of the living room, both of them were panting with trembling feet. They did not dare to push the door in. Both of them could see the fear in each other's eyes. Finally, Chen pushed open the door with his trembling hands. The scene inside shocked Tatsu and Suzuki. I saw Uchiha Tommy take and Uchiha Mikoto both fell in a pool of blood, no longer alive. Dad, Mom. Suzuki just wanted to run over. Suddenly the sound of footsteps came from the dark place, which made him stop and looked at the dark place in horror. Chen didn't care about that much. She ran to Mikoto's side. There was nothing to say, she just hugged Mikoto's cold body in her arms, tears flashed in her eyes, and her heart was full of grief. Itaki, dressed in Anbu, walked out of the dark and looked at Suzuki Kazutatsu indifferently. P.S. Although there are a lot of plots ahead, including the one about Shishui. After thinking about it, I still didn't write it up. After all, everyone who has seen Hokage knows it, so there is no need to write it up. In addition, thank Lu Daowang for his friendly cameo. Aha! Group 4751373222. If you like, you can join a group to discuss and comment together. Kittens will be very welcome. Chapter 11, Night of Annihilation 2. Brother? Brother, why would Mom and Dad, why, how could this happen, who did it? Suzuki asked Itaki. But the one who answered him was a shuriken that crossed his shoulder and nailed to the back wall. Brother, why? Suzuki held his injured shoulder and looked at Itaki in disbelief. What are you doing, brother? Stupid brother. Itaki looked at Suzuki indifferently, and slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. The moon reading was performed at Tatsu and Suzuki. In front of Tatsu and Suzuki, he showed the process of extermination. Ah, stop it, brother, don't let me see. Suzuki held his head, crying heartbreakingly, why did brother want? After quitting from moon reading world, Suzuki slumped weakly on the ground, his eyes dull. He asked Itaki, why did my brother do this? To test my ability. Itaki said calmly, without any emotion in his voice. In order to test the ability, just for this, make everyone. This is very important. Itaki closed his eyes and said coldly. What? Don't be kidding. Suzuki clenched his fists and rushed towards Itaki with a roar. He was hit in the lower abdomen by Itaki, and collapsed on the ground again. And Chen just maintained the motion of holding Mikoto, crying silently, being indifferent to what happened around him, and he hadn't said a word since he entered the living room. Lying, it's not brother, because... Suzuki still couldn't believe it. I have always been acting as your ideal brother, just to test your abilities. You have this possibility and become my opponents to test your abilities. It is precisely because of this that you are allowed to live for me. You are the same as me. It is one of the kaleidoscope writers who open the eyes, but that requires special conditions. That is, kill your closest friends, just like me. Itaki said indifferently to Suzuki Kazutatsu. Really, elder brother killed Mr. Shisui. Yes, that's why I got this ability. Itaki continued, the main hall of Nanga Shrine, under the 7th tatami from the right is the secret gathering place of the family. There is a record of what the Uchiha clan's pupil technique originally was. And the real secret of existence. If you open your eyes, including me, there will be 4 people who have mastered the kaleidoscope to write round eyes. This will have the meaning for you to live. But now, you have not let me kill at all. The value of losing. Stupid brother, if you want to kill me, hate, resent, and live ugly. Keep running away, as long as you stay alive. Then one day, wait for you to have enemy with the same ability, just come to me. Itaki started his kaleidoscope writing round eyes at Suzuki Kazutatsu after speaking. Both of them were hit by Itaki's illusion, and both fell to the ground unconscious. Just after the two fainted, the space around Itaki was distorted, and then a man with a whirlpool mask and a black cloak appeared. Take care of it, the masked man said. Itaki did not answer, but looked at Suzuki Kazutatsu on the ground with complicated eyes. In that case, we should go. The masked man didn't say much, and put his hand directly on Ataka's shoulder. The space between the two of them was twisted and spiraled, and then slowly narrowed until they disappeared, as if they were just gone. No one has ever stood there. The room fell silent all of a sudden, as if nothing had happened just now. Split line. Chen. Chen. Wake up soon. Mother. Chen slowly opened his tired eyes and found that Mikoto was smiling at him not far in front of him. Chen must take care of yourself in the future. Mom is leaving. Mikoto said to Chen with a smile. Leaving? Is Mom leaving us? Where are you going? Chen asked Mikoto anxiously. Haha, take care of yourself and Suzuki. Mikoto did not answer Chen, but smiled and said the same thing to him, then turned around and left. Mom, Mom! Chen chased Mikoto's back, but no matter how hard Chen tried, she couldn't catch up. He could only watch Mikoto's back further and further away until she disappeared. Mom! On the bed of Konoha Hospital, Chen opened his eyes suddenly, sat up in shock, panting, and sweating all over his body. The eyes were blood red in his wide-open eyes, and the three seduce were evenly uniform. The part was on the pupils of the eyes, and the eyes were full of horror. Yes, is it a dream? Chen slowly calmed down after taking a few deep breaths, and his eyes were lifted and turned into ordinary eyes. Chen got out of bed and looked around, and found that he was in a strange room. This is the hospital? Why am I in the hospital? Chen wondered. Suddenly Chen's head suffered a sharp pain, and a picture appeared in his mind, the family land, the corpse, the living room, the blood, and Mikoto falling in a pool of blood. Ah, Chen wailed, holding his head in pain, this is a dream, this is not true, this is not true, Mom! Mom! Chen Qiang endured the sharp pain in his head, struggling to get up and open. The door of the ward ran out. Tatsuno ran down the corridor and met Suzuki. At this time, Suzuki was leaning against the wall and clenching his fists. Tatsuno could vaguely hear two nurses discussing something. But Chen didn't pay attention to this, and ran out of the hospital. He felt that Suzuki seemed to have followed, and he seemed to hear the voices of two nurses telling him that he could not go out, but these had nothing to do with Tatsun. He just wants to leave here immediately, leave this ghost place, return to the Uchiha clan, and return to the familiar home. Then Mikoto smiled and said to him in a gentle voice, Chen is back, I will be able to eat soon. However, after Chen strenuously ran back to the gate of Uchiha's clan, the trace of luck in his heart was torn apart by the cruel reality. At this time, the Uchiha clan has already been pulled up with a warning belt that says that it is prohibited to enter. The streets that were still lively in the past are now in depression, and there is no trace of anger. Tatsun knelt weakly in front of the gate of the Uchiha clan's land, clutching the ground with both hands tightly, tears flowing unstoppably from the closed eyes, dripping down Tatsun's cheeks on the ground, like a hard knife twist. It's so uncomfortable, why? My heart is so painful? Didn't I know that there will be such a day? Didn't you know this kind of result a long time ago? Why is it still like this? It's clear that I won't have feelings for this family, don't do it anymore. After experiencing that kind of pain, why am I still so uncomfortable? So painful. Chen raised a hand, clutching his chest and muttered sadly. Mi Chen's little bit, that gentle and graceful smile, and the doting eyes, always warm and cold to her in a gentle tone, taking care of her in every possible way. All these scenes appeared in Chen's mind, and Chen realized that he had been deceiving himself and others. He did not have the indifference that he had imagined, and he had already become dependent on Mikoto in his heart. Ah, Chen wailed in pain, like a heartbreak. I felt extremely regretful and hated myself, regretting why she never had a good conversation with Mikoto, and why she never let her hug her once. I hate myself even more. Why always treat her indifferently? Why do she indifferently interrupt her every time she wants to have a good chat with herself? Even though she treated her this way, she still loved and spoiled herself as always. He hurt her again and again. Chen's regret at this time was extremely extreme. How much he wished Mikoto could stand in front of him, so he let himself kneel and say to her like this, "I'm sorry, Mom, I'm sorry, I was wrong." To her, he confessed her mistake and told her that she should not pretend to be indifferent and tell her that she loves her. However, there is no chance, it is too late. "Ah Mom, I'm sorry, forgive me, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Forgive me." Mom Chen exhausted all his strength and shouted sadly to the sky. At this time, as if it were punishment to Chen, a heavy rain suddenly fell in the sky. Chen didn't mean to stand up at all, just like this, kneeling in the rain, crying in pain, tears mixed with rain and washed to the ground. Finally, when he was exhausted, Chen fainted directly on the rain ground. And Suzuki, who had just followed up, looked at Chen who confessed in the rain and finally fainted. My heart is also extremely sad. Although the two are usually not right, they are after all the brothers of the same mother. What's more, there are only 3 of them left in Uchiha, and one of them is to kill revenge anyway. People. Gritting his teeth and clasping his hands tightly, the resentment towards Itaki in his heart has reached its extreme. In the end, Suzuki walked to Chen's side, struggling to put Chen on his back, and then gritted his teeth and walked hard to the hospital step by step. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Chapter 12, Chen being watched. Suzuki returned Chen to the hospital and walked back to the family land alone. Walking on the deserted street, letting the cold rain hit him, looking at the familiar place, Suzuki seemed to have heard the uncle and aunt of the clan greet him kindly. When I returned to my previous home, looking at everything I was familiar with, the bits and pieces that were at home emerged in my mind. Thinking of Uchiha Mikoto's pampering, every time I return home, I see Mikoto prepares a meal. Every time she gets hurt in her own practice, Mikoto will apply the medicine very gently. Thinking of Uchiha Tamatake's sternness. Thinking of always displeasing each other with Chen, Mikoto always smiled and persuaded each other every time he stared at each other. But he kept asking her why she always turned to Chen. Haha, Tatsu is Tatsu and Suzuki is Suzuki. Mom has always cared about you. Mikoto always replied with a smile. Thinking of this, Suzuki smiled on his face. The main hall of Nanga Shrine, under the 7th tatami on the right, is the secret gathering place of the family. There is the real secret of why the Uchiha clan's pupil technique originally existed. Suddenly thought of Itaki in my mind. Of this sentence. Sasuke's face, which had a slight smile because of the memory, immediately went cold again. Is it the main hall of Nanga Shrine? Suzuki muttered a bit, and then walked in the direction of Nanga Shrine. After Suzuki came to the main hall of Nanga Shrine, after removing the 7th tatami, he found that the wooden board under the tatami was a movable secret door. After opening the secret door, he found that there were steps inside. Suzuki walked down the stairs and came to a secret room. After entering, he found a rectangular table in the middle of the secret room, and 2 rows of chairs were placed neatly on both sides of the table. This is a meeting room, a secret meeting room hidden underground. On the wall behind the main position of the rectangular table, there is a stone monument. Chapter 11. Suzuki walked to the stele and looked at the contents recorded on the stele. So that's it, is that it? Then he walked out of the secret room. The next day, Suzuki went to class at the ninja school as usual. Walking on the streets of Konoha, we could always see the civilians with Konoha whispering to the ethnic emblem on the back of his clothes. Look at the logo on that kid's clothes. It's Uchiha's. Have you heard? The giants of Uchiha were all killed yesterday. Of course I have heard of such a big thing, and I have also heard that it was done by a member of their own clan. What? How could it be possible that one person can kill all the people of the wealthy Uchiha family? Who is so powerful? I heard that the murderer is also from the Uchiha clan. It seems to be called Uchiha Itachi. He is the genius of the Uchiha clan and the child of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. When Sasuke heard the comments made by the civilians, he ignored them. He lowered his head and walked away. When he came into the classroom, Sasuke could still feel the strange gazes of other students. "Sasuke, are you okay?" As soon as I sat on the seat, Sakura leaned over and asked Sasuke with concern. However, Sasuke didn't appreciate her. Instead, he looked at her indifferently and slumped on the table. "Sasuke." Sakura wanted to say something else. "Shut up, you are very annoying." Sasuke raised his head and stared at Sakura coldly. Sakura was so frightened that she couldn't say anything, she could only look at Sasuke aggrievedly. At this time, Ino and Oi also came over, and both of them worriedly asked Sasuke, "Sasuke, what about Tatsu-kun? What happened to him? Why didn't he come to school?" "I don't know, don't bother me anymore." Sasuke didn't even turn his head, and slumped directly on the table again. "But don't you guys live together? How come you don't know what happened to Tatsu-kun?" Ino still asked Sasuke, very worried. "I said, I don't know. If you bother you, get out of the way." Sasuke yelled at Ino and Oi very angrily, "That guy, who cares about him, don't bother me again." Looking at Sasuke, who was angry at this time, Ino and Oi finally didn't say anything, but went to the side to discuss together and went to find Tatsun after school. After that, Ilika came to the classroom as usual, and did not say anything about Chen's absence from school. At this time in Konoha's hospital, Chen, who was lying on the hospital bed, had already woke up, looking at the ceiling of the ward with empty eyes for a long time. During this period, a nurse came to bring him food, and he never heeded the nurse's advice, and he didn't get up to eat. He just kept looking at the ceiling and said nothing, and no one knew what he was thinking. What? In the end, seeing that no matter how he persuaded him to remain indifferent, the nurse really had no choice but to retreat helplessly. "You must take revenge, I must take revenge." Tatsun, who has read the original, knows the truth of the extermination. Although Uchiha took the blame for all this, it could have been avoided. Because in the original work, Sandai and Ataka have been trying to negotiate with Uchiha, and Uchiha Shisui has planned to use other gods against the leader of Uchiha's rebellion to prevent Uchiha from rebelling. Uchiha Stops Water, nicknamed Suddenly Stops Water. Its unique illusion other gods can manipulate others at will without knowing it, and permanently change people's will. It is called the strongest illusion by Uchiha. Danzo insisted on destroying Uchiha, and took Shisui's right eye because he did not trust Shisui, who was also the Uchiha clan. In order to prevent his left eye from falling into his hands, and to protect the name of Uchiha, Shisui gave his left eye to Itachi, instructing Itachi to use it for peace, to prevent the Uchiha coup, and to keep Itachi from his affairs. After that, in order to prevent others from causing a fight to his eyes, he pretended to destroy his eyes and threw Nanhihi to commit suicide. So all this was caused by the old man Danzo and the elder, and Itachi was only persecuted, so Tatsun did not resent Itachi like Sasuke. "Elder Konoha Regiment, and Danzo, I will definitely let you pay for it." Chen cried out resentfully in his heart. "If you want revenge, you must have enough strength, and in this respect I have a strong system, so I don't need to worry. But to improve my strength, I must have enough points, and several ways to get points are to do missions and kills. Recycling of enemies and treasures. I don't have any treasures, and this doesn't work. It's impossible to kill people in Konoha. So this one doesn't work. There is also a system that has never released missions, probably because Konoha has it's too easy and there is no task to do. So none of these three works. Chen's only source of points now is the 3 points given by novice Fulai every day. But this is just a drop in the bucket, and it's far from enough. And this newbie Fulai only lasted for 3 years. Now 2 years have passed, and there will be no more points after 1 year. Chen is also very distressed at this time. You must escape Konoha as soon as possible, otherwise it will never be possible. Become stronger. Chen said firmly in his heart. System, check my points. Answer the host. The host's remaining points, 2748. Do you want to open the exchange interface? The system's cold voice sounded. Open the exchange interface of Chidori. Chen instructed the system. Chidori, item type, skill, item level, A level, need to redeem points, 5000, host points are not enough to be exchanged. Does A-level skills require 5000 points? So expensive, my current ninjutsu, in addition to 3 shenjutsu, can only be offensive by finger guns and fireballs, and these 2 skills are not very lethal. My current points are 2748, and I should have almost 3800 points in 1 year's time. At that time, I will find a way to get more points to exchange for stronger skills. Chen planned in his heart. Ding! Remind the host, at this time, the host is being monitored, do you send the monitor's image to the host? The cold voice of the system sounded. What? I'm being monitored, who is it? Chen was surprised at this time, now he is just an 8-year-old child, how could anyone monitor him? Pass the image to me. Chen ordered to the system. Ding! The image has been sent. Suddenly, a picture appeared in Chen's mind. On the trunk of a tree outside his ward, a ninja dressed as in dark part was lying on his stomach. At this time, the ninja had used disguise and was already integrated with the trunk. No one can find him at all. Who is this? I think it's Hokage's dark part, but why does Hokage send someone to watch me? It shouldn't be. Chen thought puzzledly. Wait, these 3 generations have no reason to send people to monitor me. Since it is not the dark part of Hokage, then there is only one possibility left, and that is the root of Danzo. The thought of Danzo made Chen's heart full of resentment, and the hand under the quilt was also tightly held, enduring with all his strength. Why did Danzo send someone to monitor me? Is it to kill me and find a chance to kill me? Chen thought to his heart, if you wanted to kill me, you would have done it a long time ago. There is no need to monitor me so troublesomely. It's not to kill me, then. What is it for? Could it be? Chen guessed a possibility in his heart. P.S. Still an old saying, ask for collection, ask for flowers. Chapter 13, Oppression in the Night. Okay, I'm going to teach here today, everyone, let's finish school. Irika said to the students below after finishing the lesson plans on the podium. Ah, school is over. Shikamaru, let's go to the dim sum shop together. After seeing Ilika walk out of the classroom, Akamara Dinkai said to Shikamaru next to him. Well. Don't go, don't go. Your mother is kind, you are so happy. If my mother knows that I buy snacks, it will be very troublesome. Hey! Suzuki frowned uncomfortably after hearing the conversation between Dingji and Shikamaru. Just about to leave the classroom, Sakura on the side came to him and said to him expectantly, Hey! Suzuki, let's go together after school. Not interested. Suzuki glanced at Kozakura, replied indifferently, and then left by himself. Hey! Sakura, Sakura, let me walk with you. Naruto approached with a smirk at this moment. You die for me. Sakura turned her head and punched Naruto, and directly punched Naruto on the head. Well done, the Naruto is just a beating. Another personality in Sakura's mind was yelling arrogantly. After that, the students in the classroom left one by one and went back to their homes. After school, Suzuki did not go home, but went to a forest behind the former Uchiha clan, and began to do the training he had to do every day. By the way, this forest is where his brother Uchiha Tatsuda used to train before, and now it has become Sasuke's training ground. At this time, Sasuke was panting heavily with sweat. Staring at the wooden stakes not far in front of him, which were already nailed with shurikens. Since the tragedy of the night of genocide, Sasuke has been obsessed with the pursuit of power. He knew that he must have enough strength to find Uchiha Itachi for revenge. He is still too weak and too weak. So weak that the man didn't even bother to kill him. The current Uchiha Itachi has long been listed by Konoha as an S-rank rebel and wanted by Konoha. I am afraid that his strength has already reached the shadow level, with Sasuke's strength that he has not even reached the end of the day. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to find Uchiha Itachi for revenge. Ah, I must kill you if I kill you. Thinking of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's already collapsed body seemed to be injected with power. His hands quickly formed marks one after another, and then he sprayed a ball of flames at the wooden stake's fire escape. How fireball? The technique. Sasuke looked at the burning wooden stakes in front of him, his whole body's strength was instantly emptied, and he lay directly on the ground. The body fluctuated with sharp breathing, proving that he was still alive at this time. After a short rest, Sasuke dragged his exhausted body back to the house. It was already night. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke without warning, staring at him. Who? Sasuke was immediately taken aback, posing a fighting stance at the man, and asked vigilantly. He was silently appeared in front of him without being noticed. If it were the enemy. When he thought of this, Sasuke was startled in a cold sweat. I saw the person in front of Sasuke, dressed in Anbu, with a ridiculous tabby cat mask on his face, looking very funny. However, Sasuke felt an unprecedented sense of oppression from him, which even Sasuke had never felt in the ninja school's Nikanin teacher. Uchiha Sasuke? An adult wants to see you and come with me. At this time, the mysterious man standing in front of Sasuke said to Sasuke, without any emotion in his voice. Chapter 12. Hey? Want to see me? No interest. Although Sasuke was curious about who wanted to see him, he still rejected the mysterious man with disdain. Humph. You can't help it. The mysterious man let out a strong murderous aura as he said. This is. Sasuke was forced to breathe out by the strong killing pressure, unable to move at all. In this strong murderous aura, Sasuke felt like a lonely boat in a stormy sea, swallowed by that monstrous wave at any time. But... damn, am I going to die? Just when Sasuke thought he was going to be killed, the mysterious man withdrew his murderous aura against Sasuke. Stop trying to do unnecessary struggles. I don't want to waste any more time and follow me. The cold voice of the mysterious man sounded again. Speaking of an instantaneous technique, he instantly appeared in front of Sasuke. Just when the mysterious man stretched out his hand to lift Sasuke up, there was a sudden burst of air, and 3 cold beams shot at the mysterious man. The mysterious man was shocked, and once again launched the instantaneous technique, and avoided. Grab! 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 3 shurikens were nailed to the position of the mysterious man just now. Sasuke looked around and noticed that suddenly there were a few more characters dressed like the mysterious man. The few people who had just appeared were standing scattered on some branches at this time, forming a circle facing Sasuke and the mysterious person before. Hey? Is it Anbu? What do you mean? Why do you intervene in our root affairs? The previous mysterious man questioned the few people who had just appeared. We don't care about the root thing, we are just following the orders of Hokage-sama. One of the few people who just appeared looked like a captain and faced the mysterious person before, that is the self-proclaimed root department said, on the order of Hokage-sama, take away Uchiha Sasuke. Hey? Sasuke Uchiha? No, that's the one we adults want. You can't let you take it away. The Gen man said guardingly to the Anbi man. Why? Are you planning to disobey the orders of Naruto-sama? Or, do you root planning to rebel? Dare not. Hearing the NB captain said so, the people in the root department had to make concessions. The root part is under the jurisdiction of Danzo, which is equivalent to Danzo's private soldiers, and the ninjas only obey Danzo's orders. But on the bright side, Hokage is Konoha's highest leader. The people in the root department didn't dare to defy Hokage's orders blatantly, unless they had rebelled, as the NB said. Moreover, the number of Anbu is dominant at this time, it is really unwise to want to make a strong mover. Although the members of the root department are all elites of the blood succession and secret technique families, and their strength may be slightly stronger than that of Anbu, Anbu is not a vegetarian either. Anbi, the full name of the Assassination Tactical Special Unit, is composed of excellent ninjas selected from the village. All the players are proficient in body structure and are well aware of human weakness. In order to distinguish Anbu from ordinary ninjas, and to hide their true identity, members must wear white porcelain masks. In addition, they also have a set of standard uniforms, black shorts, grey protective clothing, armbands, and tattoos with spiral marks on the arms. Sometimes the members of Anbi will also wear a cloak. The cloak of the Anbi is black, and the cloak of the original root member is white. Unlike ordinary ninjas, every Anbi will wear a ninja sword and tie it to his back. In order to protect the ninja village when he is dying, he must let himself die without leaving a dead body. Anbi's work is mainly responsible for protecting the security of the ninja village and performing high-risk missions in enemy countries such as espionage or assassination, and missions that may involve confrontation with S-rank ninjas. Since Anbu belongs directly to the shadow, the work is also directly assigned by the shadow, and the nature of the task and all other information are confidential, and all actions and achievements will not be made public. The root people are not so arrogant that they think they can take Sasuke Uchiha away in the hands of several Anbi members. Besides, the people in Anbu have made things clear, and if they still do it, it will be equivalent to defying Hokage's order, which is equivalent to betraying the village. Therefore, the people in the root department wisely stepped back. That's good. Anbu's captain said. In that case, I'm going back to my life. The people at the root started the instantaneous spell as they said, and disappeared into the night. Uchiha Sasuke, you can go. Also, don't tell anyone about the matter tonight. After the root person disappeared, the captain of Anbi warned Sasuke. In fact, the order they received was not to take Sasuke away, but to ensure that Uchiha Sasuke would not be taken away by the root people. The mission is complete, withdraw. Then everyone in Anbi disappeared into the night, and only Sasuke remained in place. Damn it! Damn it! After everyone left, Sasuke knelt down on the ground, constantly tapping his fists on the ground. The blow to him was so great tonight, I never thought I was so small. When facing the root ninja, the other party just released a murderous intent, and he was so oppressed that he couldn't move, and he couldn't think of resistance at all. In front of these two people, he is completely a sheep to be slaughtered, and there is no room for resistance at all. Damn it, how can I kill him in this way, how can I get revenge? Sasuke's eyes overflowed with painful tears. No. You must revenge, you must kill him. Sasuke's face suddenly became ugly, and he shouted in his heart, become stronger, I want to be stronger, I need strength, as long as I can gain strength, I am willing to give. At any price, even if you sell your soul to the devil. At this time, Sasuke's desire for power reached an unprecedented level. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers. Of course, if you can, please give me a reward. Chapter 14, Conversations in the Hokage Tower. The members of the root who had just left the woods came to a secret base. This is the base camp of Danzo, the headquarters of Gen. My lord, the mission failed. At this moment, the root man was half kneeling at a desk and said to an old man in a kimono sitting behind the desk. This old man is Danzo, the leader of the root department. Danzo was looking at the information in his hands at this time, and without raising his head, he asked, "Failed? You, an elite, went to Shinobu to take away a child who couldn't even reach Shinobu but failed? What's the matter?" "My lord, it's from Anbi. The people of Anbi took Suzuki Uchiha on the order of Hokage-sama." Shinobu, the elite who was kneeling on the ground, answered truthfully. "Hey? People from Anbi?" Danzo put down the files in his hand and raised his head to look at the elite Shangren on the ground. The current Danzo has been transplanted with Shishui's eyes, which are tied in circles from his forehead with a bandage, covering the entire right eye. "In that case, you should withdraw first." Danzo ordered Shangren to the elites on the ground. "Yes, sir." The elite, who was kneeling on the ground, replied, and then stepped back. "Hey! Sarutobi, do you still want to protect the remnants of Uchiha? It seems that you have to go there yourself." At the same time, a similar thing happened in Hokage's office building. "Hokage-sama, the mission is complete, and Suzuki Uchiha is safe and sound." Several Anbi members were half kneeling on the ground and said to the three generations who were correcting documents, "Well, very good, you should withdraw first." "Yes." Anbi replied, "Then all back." After Anbi left, the third generation of Hokage put down the documents in his hand, picked up the pipe on the table and walked to the window of the office building, looking at the village outside. "Itaki, I'm really sorry, I can only help you get here." At this time, there was a knock on the door outside. "Come in." Three generations agreed, the door was pushed open, and a ninja walked in. "Three generations of adults, it's too late, you should go back," the ninja said respectfully to the three generations. "Well, wait a minute." Three generations looked at the village outside the window and said without turning their heads. "Three generations of adults, what are you waiting for?" the ninja asked curiously. "I'm waiting for someone, okay, you don't need to worry about me, just go back." Three generations stretched out his hand and waved, and ordered the ninja to retreat. "Yes, three generations of adults, I will say goodbye first." The ninja saluted the three generations and then retired. Not long after the ninja left, the office door was opened again without knocking. There was a sound of footsteps behind the three generations. "Are you here, Danzo?" Three generations with a pipe in their mouth turned around and looked at the incoming person. This person is exactly the same student as the third generation of Hokage Sensuma, Shimura Danzo. "You know I'm coming." Shimura Danzang squinted and said to the three generations. "Yes, I am the person who knows you best. I will know you will come after my Anbyo comes back to life." Three generations looked at Danzo and said calmly. "Why send someone to stop me?" Danzo asked three generations. "Then tell me, why must Uchiha Suzuki be taken away?" Three generations took a cigarette and looked at this Danzo. "Hey, I said as early as a year ago that Uchiha is too dangerous to let too many Uchiha out of control. And I also said at the time that I can let go of those two Uchiha remnants, but I must let one of them enter the root department." Danzo said. "Oh? If that's the case, I will have someone send Uchiha Tatsumai to your root department tomorrow. How about?" "Enough Sarutobi, I want Suzuki Uchiha, not the idiot Uchiha Tatsuno. You know, the Uchiha clan has only two children, Suzuki Uchiha and Tatsumai Uchiha. Since the Uchiha tragedy a year ago, Uchiha Tatsumai has suffered a very serious mental shock. They have become a fool who can't even take care of his own life is basically a waste." Three generations said while smoking a cigarette, "So Uchiha Suzuki is the only one left in the Uchiha clan. If you do, Itaka will not give up, you should be very clear." Chapter 13. What kind of tricks can a mere traitor do? Danzo was a little bit disdainful. "Is it a betrayal? You know in your heart. Besides, Itaka has some of Konoha's secrets in his hands. If it is revealed by Itaki, you know the consequences. Hey! He shouldn't have been allowed to leave alive in the first place. Tuanzang said bitterly. That's impossible. There must be someone to bear the charge for such a big thing. And don't forget, Itaka has opened a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. The teacher once told us the horror of these eyes, you will not forget it. Does kaleidoscope write round eyes? A trace of greed flashed in Dan Zhang's eyes. As for the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, he certainly understands that Uchiha Shisui's right eye has already been transplanted to him. Are you just protecting Uchiha's remnants like this? Danzo still did not give up. I did this for the village. In short, it is impossible for Suzuki Uchiha to let you take it away. As for Uchiha Tatsumi, I can hand him over to you. In the third generation, Uchiha Tatsumi is already a waste. There is no use value. Throwing him to Danzo can just block Danzo. Hey! That trash, I don't need it. In that case, the matter will end here. Okay, I'm already tired, so I'll leave first. 3 generations said and left. Sarutobi, I hope you don't regret what you did today. When the 3 generations heard Danzo's words, they stopped for a while, and finally left without paying attention to Danzo. Split line. At this time, Suzuki, who had just experienced a thrill, returned home. Seeing the coldness at home, he clenched his fists unconsciously. Finally, he reluctantly released it and went into the kitchen to cook for himself. Suzuki made a meal for 2 people. After it was done, he brought a meal into a room. There was only a low-footed table and a tatami. There was a person lying on the tatami. Cover yourself with a quilt. Suzuki put his food on the table in the room and glanced at the arched quilt with complicated eyes. Then he walked out of the room and closed the door before returning to the living room to eat for himself. After hearing Suzuki close the door, the quilt on the tatami was moved, and then a head was seen popping out of the quilt. It was Uchiha Tatsumi. At this time, Chen Yulu sat up, and then crawled over to the meal that Suzuki brought in. He was still muttering, I have eaten, I have eaten. Suzuki has finally delivered food to the baby, and the baby is starving to death. Suzuki, who was eating in the living room, heard these words, his face was instantly covered with black lines, and finally he sighed. Unexpectedly, the indifferent Chen before, turned out to be like this. The world is unpredictable. The two had never been able to get together before, but since the tragedy happened a year ago, Tatsun confessed to Mikoto at the door of the Uchiha clan and finally cried and fainted. Suzuki sent him to the hospital. He didn't expect Chen to be what he is now after the next day. Hearing from the doctor, he might have been hit too hard, but in short he became an idiot. The IQ of the whole person is only 1 year old, and he can't take care of himself in life. Although it is possible to send Tatsun to the orphanage, Suzuki is still worried about Tatsun, fearing that he will be bullied in the orphanage alone. No way, in the end Suzuki took Chen back home and took care of his daily life. Although the two were not right, they were brothers after all, and they were the only relatives left. At this time, Chen, who was eating in the house, suddenly stopped his movements because he heard a voice. A cold machine, without the slightest emotional sound, ding. The host's monitoring status has been eliminated. Hey! Chen was filled with surprise at this time, and he was totally different from the sluggish expression just now. What did you say? You mean that the person watching me left? Chen asked the system in his heart. Yes, no people or things monitoring the host have been detected around the host. The system replied. Finally, is it finally withdrawn? Chen's expression was a little excited at this time. It has been a year, and I have been cautious all the time during this year. In order not to reveal any flaws, I haven't even stepped out of the house. I didn't expect Danzo to be so suspicious that he sent someone to stare at me for a whole year. It turned out that Chen didn't really become an idiot. He has been pretending all this year in order to deceive Danzo. This matter has to be talked about a year ago. A year ago, Chen received a system prompt when he was in the hospital. He was monitored. As for the person monitoring him, Chen guessed that it was sent by Dan Zhang. The reason is that he has thought about it. In the original book, the second generation of Naruto Senjima has always been very prejudiced against Uchiha. Therefore, as a second-generation student Shimura Danzo, influenced by the second generation, he was also very afraid of Uchiha. Although Uchiha has been annihilated and only 3 people remain, because Uchiha's blood succession potential is too strong, careerists like Danzo must not allow too many such existences to escape his control. He might grab one of Tatsu and Suzuki into the route to control it. Although this was only Chen's guess, he still did not dare to take the risk, so he thought of pretending to be an idiot and intending to fool him. But I didn't expect that Danzo was so suspicious. Even after he had pretended to be an idiot, he still sent someone to monitor him. This monitoring lasted a year. Chen has been miserable this year. He didn't dare to go out without saying anything, and even pretended to be an idiot every day. Moreover, it lasts for 1 year, and I have to be cautiously afraid that I will show some feet on the road. My nerves are tense every day, and Chen is about to collapse. If the time is longer, Chen believes that he will really go crazy. It's all right now. The person watching him finally withdrew. Chen suddenly felt like he was reborn. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Chapter 15, Mysterious Cave in the Woods. The next day, after Suzuki went to school, Chen immediately jumped up from the tatami. A person was so excited that he turned over somersaults in the room, doing all kinds of teasing behaviors, even more so much that he even twisted Yanko. You are my little apple. I don't want to love you too much. Ugh. Because of being suppressed for too long, Chen's nerves are no longer normal, and Chen is now venting the grievances accumulated over the past year. Forgive his teasing behavior. Wait, now is not the time to commit a second. Chen stopped his teasing behavior. Too smug. Chen said reproachfully. I haven't practiced for a year, and my physical fitness and strength are slightly degraded. They are all a little fatter. Chen squeezed his arm and vomited. Indeed, Chen has not practiced at all in this year. All day long, he sleeps when he is full and eats when he wakes up. He is raised by Suzuki just like a pig. It is inevitable to get fat if you don't exercise. There is no cultivation, so there is no slight improvement in strength, but there are signs of regression. System, how many points do I have in total? Chen asked the system. Answer the host. The host's remaining points are 3,843. Do you want to open the exchange interface? The system's cold voice sounded. Chen's novice gift pack expired half a month ago, so the current system no longer provides him with novice blessings. In other words, Chen has now lost his only way to earn points in this state. I don't need it for the time being. Don't I have another chance to draw a lottery? Can I still draw a lottery now? Chen asked slightly nervously. The novice gift package provided by the system is to receive 3 points a day and a lucky draw once a year. Chen has already drawn twice, and there was another one, but since Chen was monitored by Dan Zhang at that time, he was afraid that something unusual would happen during the draw and would be noticed by Dan Zhang. So I haven't dared to use that chance to draw. I don't know if the system keeps his chance to draw. The host has accumulated lottery draw times. Once, do you start the lottery draw? The emotionless voice of the system sounded. Although the system's voice is very cold, Zaichan sounds so sweet. Accumulate the number of draws, which means that draws can be accumulated. Fortunately, okay. As long as the draws are still available. Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to the system, System, I want to start the draw. Ding! Does the host use a chance to draw a lottery? Yes. Chen confirmed to the system. In the last few draws, he had drawn 2 of the 6 moves, namely the spear and the moon step, and once again he drew the poodle's psychic beast scroll. Very practical thing, don't know what will be drawn this time? At this time, Chen was full of expectations for this lottery. Start the lottery. The mechanical voice of the system sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for drawing ninjutsu, Chidori. Alas, I was unable to spit out. There was still a special warm current that poured into Chen's body, and then a message appeared in Chen's mind. Chidori, the difficulty level is A, belongs to the thunder ninjutsu. Concentrate a large number of chakras on the hand to form a high-intensity current. Sprint forward and pierce the enemy, with a strong penetrating power. Chen finally mastered the first A-level ninjutsu, and it was also the most commonly used Chidori in the original 2 pillars. You know that this ninjutsu is not only powerful, but also very handsome. It's really a must-have skill for pretending to be cool. Aha! I was lucky enough to get Chidori. I originally planned to save points for redemption, so I saved 12 points, ha ha ha, Chen said excitedly, but he knew Chidori's powerful. Chen, who has obtained a new skill, can't wait to try his power now. But you can't try again here. Chidori's characteristic is that it is too noisy, and it will definitely disturb other people, and it will be troublesome. Chen suppressed the impulse in his heart. It's been a long time since I went out today. Just go out for a stroll, and then practice in the old woods. Thinking of this, Chen planned to go out. Although it is still inevitable to be pointed, Chen did not pay attention. In order not to make people doubt, he still pretended to be timid, stop and go, touch here and touch there. Then he smirked again, and made a stupid performance, finally let him come to the woods of the previous practice. What's so special, it's finally here. These days, even being a stupid needs skills. It's too difficult. Chen walked in the woods and said helplessly. Hey? How come there are shurikens here? Chen found a shuriken on the road, and said puzzledly, someone has been here. So it's not safe anymore, let's go inside first. Chen came to the depths of the woods, the clearing where he had done training before. I saw a few charred wooden stakes there, and shurikens scattered around the wooden stakes. Hey! It looks like someone is already cultivating here. It's a disaster. The training grounds are occupied. What should I do? Chen felt a little troubled. After all, someone has discovered this and is still doing training here, which means that Chen can no longer practice here, because he will reveal his secrets at any time. But what he didn't know was that the person practicing here was his brother, Suzuki Uchiha. The two are worthy of being twin brothers, and they have chosen a place to practice unconsciously. Forget it, since someone has already occupied it, let's find another place. Go deeper and look at it. Chen said and walked deeper into the woods. Chapter 14. I haven't been to the depths of the woods yet. I don't know what's going on inside. Chen thought as he walked. But no matter what you say here, it is in Konoha. There should be no danger. Besides, although my strength is not strong, I can always escape if I encounter danger. I still have a moon step. Thinking of this, Chen didn't have anything to worry about, and walked into the depths of the woods. What's that? Chen, who was walking among the woods, suddenly found a very strange place. When he walked over and took a look, he discovered that a range of land was sunken in this place, which formed a sharp contrast with the surrounding land. Look, it looks like a cave in a cave. Is this a cave? It's already far away from the outside. This place is so hidden, it would not be so easy to find if I didn't look for it carefully. If this is really a cave, I should be cultivating in it. No one will find out, so dig and see first. Chen started to speak. Oh, it's too slow and laborious to dig by yourself. You have to find some coolies. Chen digging a few times before suddenly realized that digging by himself is too inefficient, so he thought of looking for a helper. After Chen put his thumb in his mouth and bit it, he quickly knotted a few handprints and pressed it on the ground. Psychic art. Bang! A white mist suddenly appeared where Chen stood, and after the white mist disappeared, a monster more than 10 meters high revealed. This monster stands up, looks like a lion, but has the shadow of a dog. He is draped in armor. There are 3 arc-shaped arm blades on the wrist of his left hand. The right hand is holding a giant scimitar. Pulling the wind, especially the monster wearing an eye mask on its right eye, and a vertical scar revealing from the upper and lower sides of the eye mask, adding a bit of fierceness to it. This is exactly the psychic beast in the psychic scroll that Chen won in the last lottery, Liu Dao Wang. Today, let me fight happily. The 6 Wangs shouted its slogan as soon as they came out. Chen standing next to it patted his forehead helplessly. Hey! Ha! Can you stop thinking about fighting? Let's take a look at the situation first. Chen was speechless. This is full of fighting violent frenzy. Hey? It's you kid again, this time I called out Lao Tzu to let me solve a difficult opponent? Where? The Lu Daoang looked around, did not find any opponents, and faced suspiciously. Chen asked. Oh. Ha! I didn't want you to come to fight when I called you out this time. Asshole, since there is no fight, why did you call out Lao Tzu? Also, Lao Tzu's name is Lu Dao Wang, it's not a second ha, remember clearly, next time I dare to call Lao Tzu out, I will chop you out, hey. Lu Daoang said to Chen fiercely, and then he wanted to leave. Hey! Wait a minute, ha, you help me dig this place. Chen saw Liu Daoang going to leave, and said to it quickly. Hey! Kid, what do you take Lao Tzu for? How dare you let this uncle dig a hole for you? Do you want to die? Lu Daoang saw Chen even let him dig a hole, and immediately stared at Chen fiercely. Oh, don't say that. We are good brothers, good brothers. Doing me a favor is nothing, it's easy. Brothers are in difficulty, of course, I must help, yes, too ha. Chen Jian smiled to him. Said Liu Daoang. Next time, I promise you will come out and have a good time next time. How about? Humph, just help you this time. Remember, you must call me out if you have a fight in the future. Lu Daoang still didn't resist the temptation to fight. Definitely. Definitely. I will call you at that time and let you hit 10. Humph. Liu Daoang snorted, then raised the giant scimitar in his hand and dug it down at the place Chen said. With the giant scimitar, Lu Daoang dug a hole in just 3 times. It really is a hole, it's just that the opening of the hole outside has collapsed, and the inside of the hole is fine. Okay, ha, you go back first, and I will call you out to fight 10 next time. Chen said to Lu Daoang. Little devil, remember your words, or I will chop you off. Lu Daoang glared at Chen threateningly, after speaking, it turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Chen ignored Lu Daoang's threat, but looked at the hole. What's in this cave? Let's go in first. Then he walked into the cave. P.S. Seeking collection, seeking flowers. Chapter 16, The Old Laboratory of Yuan. Looking at the darkness inside the hole, Chen broke the bigger trunk on a tree, then tore some cloth strips from his body and tied it up, then lit it with a trench fireball, and wanted to explore the hole. Although I am very curious about this cave, there is always some fear and awe when facing the unknown. So Chen walked slowly into the cave very vigilantly, worried that something dangerous would suddenly appear, so he was always cautious. The tunnel is about 3 meters high, and it is also very spacious, even if 3 people walk side by side inside it will not feel crowded. However, this passage is a bit long, and it looks smooth around it, not as bumpy as a naturally formed hole. This hole is man-made, not naturally formed. What is the purpose of this hole? Is it because the refuge is Konoha's refuge? This is not right. Obviously, This hole has not been used for a long time, and the entrance of the hole has collapsed. And the refuge shouldn't be so far away from the village. Chen finally came to an end after walking for a while, and nothing strange was found along the way. No way? No, this hole is obviously man-made. It can't be as simple as that. Who can dig such a long tunnel? Is there any mechanism or secret door? Look for it. For the current situation, Chen naturally thinks of the TV series or novels he watched in his previous life. If there is a scene similar to the current situation, the protagonist only needs to hit the wall or step on a pile of inexplicably. A strange phenomenon occurred. For example, the wall will be unexplainably opened to reveal a passage, or a hidden door will suddenly appear. Then the protagonist gets a peerless magic in it. What? 9 Suns magic, Sunflower collection, exorcising evil sword spectrum, etc., etc. From then on, the protagonist has practiced a peerless magical skill and re-emerged. Then there are all kinds of opening and hanging, all kinds of pretending. Hit 10 in 1, no effort. Chen is now imitating the protagonist in the novel, beating on the surrounding walls, but there is no mechanism as expected. Chen could only stop this teasing behavior in frustration, and then kicked the wall fiercely. Shouted, "What are you so special about opening the door?" Then, something strange happened. As soon as Zaichen's words fell, the wall in front of him slowly opened to both sides, and then a stone ladder appeared and extended towards the ground. Don't complain about why, because I don't know why. I'm grinning. What's the situation? Did I step on some mechanism somehow? It's too bloody. But, I like it. Although I don't know what's going on, the important thing is that it's easy to do if the door is open. NS. Chen held the torch in his hand and walked along the stone ladder. Fortunately, this stone ladder is not long, but it took less than half a minute to walk to the outside of a hall. Because it was dark all around, Chen didn't know where it was. I just vaguely saw some bottles and cans, not knowing what they were used for. However, Chen discovered that there was something like a switch beside him. Chen instinctively thought it was a light switch and pressed it, and it was already pressed when it reflected. Fortunately, that is not a terrible mechanism, but it is really a light switch. At the moment Chen pressed the switch, the dark hall was instantly brightly lit. Don't complain about why there are lights, just set it up anyway. After Chen was sure that there was no danger, he walked into the hall and looked around. This hall is quite spacious, but it looks messy. There are also 2 huge cylindrical transparent glass tanks near the wall, which look like culture tanks for experiments. There is also a shelf on the other side. There are several small glass jars on the shelf, which should be specimens. On the table, there are also a pile of test tubes and some papers and notes. It looks like a laboratory in every way. Where is this place? It looks like it should be a laboratory or something. Chen walked to the table, picked up the paper on the table and looked at it. But what was written above were all terms and things, Chen didn't understand it. I had to put it aside, and picked up the notebook next to me and looked at it casually. Hey? This notebook seems to be an experimental record in this laboratory. Chen looked at the notebook that was all written in the record of some experiments, although Chen did not understand the details of the contents. But seeing the keywords of those experiments is the more I look down, the more I get more frightened. From the very first chakra experiment, there are also experiments on the art of immortality. When it comes to studying forbidden techniques, he finally discovered human experiments, which is simply appalling. I seem to have an impression of such a situation. Chen suddenly exclaimed, "What's the matter? Isn't this the abnormal laboratory in Konoha of Dashimaru?" The more Chen thought about it, the more he realized it was possible, knowing that the only one who likes to do experiments in Konoha is the pervert of Dashimaru. Although Danzo may also be engaged. However, this experiment is abandoned and should not be Danzo. And the records of these experiments seem to be in line with Dashiwan. Judging from the records, this should be the laboratory built when Dashimaru first started contacting and researching experiments. Maybe it was because the experiments that I did later became bigger and bigger, and in the end I even did human experiments and research prohibitions. You know, these experiments are absolutely forbidden in Konoha. Perhaps for safety's sake, the laboratory was moved to a more secretive place. And this old laboratory has nothing of value anymore, so I didn't bother to clean it up, and left it alone after collapsing the hole with soil escape. It is also said in the original work that De Shiwan Yue Tuanzang has studied the operation of primary cells and transplantation of Sharon Yan. Perhaps the Dashuan at that time transferred all the experiments to the laboratory arranged for him by Danzo, which also explains why the notes did not record any records about the primary cells. It was because the Dashimaru at that time began to study the first generation cells when he went to Danzang, but in the end it was discovered by 3 generations for some reason, and finally had to betray the village. Therefore, no one in Konoha knew that Dashimaru still had this laboratory. Maybe Danzo knew it, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, at that time, Dashuan had transferred all his experiments and research results to the laboratory he prepared for Dashuan. There was nothing valuable here. Well, this is Uncle Snake's laboratory. Isn't there something valuable? Look for it. Chen was full of expectation and started rummaging through the cabinets, looking for valuable things. However, most of them here are some experimental drawings, which Chen couldn't understand. It is estimated that it is some useless drafts, which are simply waste products and have no use value. However, Chen was not discouraged and kept rumbling for it, and finally let him find a scroll. This is... Chen was puzzled just about to open the scroll. Ding! Retrievable skills are found, do you want to retrieve them? At this time, the system came up with a prompt. Recovering skills? Is this a ninjutsu scroll? What would it be? Chen looked forward to the scroll and opened it. I grin, it's developed. It's developed. Chen jumped up excitedly. Because there is not only one ninjutsu on the scroll, but several ninjutsu. This scroll actually recorded some common ninjutsu and some ninjutsu created by Ashimaru. Among them are, Hilarious Snake Hand, Double Snake Killing, Software Transformation, Psychic, Rashomon, Great Breakthrough of the Wind, Snake Ravaged. These ninjutsus may only be insignificant things in the eyes of Ashimaru, so they have not been dealt with. It happens to be cheap for me. Chen Xingxing is broken, although these ninjutsus are useless for Ashimaru, but for Chen now, it's a pie in the sky. The corners of Chen's mouth were almost reaching the back of his head, and his saliva flowed all over the place, not to mention being overjoyed. Remind the host that the skills the host has learned are non-recyclable items and cannot be recycled. The system reminded Chen. This is a must. If the skills learned can be recycled, just write the skills learned on the scroll and let the system recycle. Chen has already made a fortune, and I don't need to count the points that the novice gift pack gave me. Use. Of course, the recyclable skills can only be reclaimed once, and cannot be reclaimed multiple times. I know it will be like this, so let's see what should be learned first. Those who don't need to learn, or can't learn, let the system recycle. Chen said, looking at the ninjutsu and thinking about which one to learn. Feng Dun, Big Breakthrough, this ninjutsu is Wind Attribute, I have not exchanged the Wind Attribute chakra. So this ninjutsu let the system reclaim. Chen looked at the wind on the scroll and thought. Chen knows that the system can be exchanged for chakra attributes. Although the destructive power of Feng Dun ninjutsu is very strong, it is not necessary for Chen now. Moreover, the price of chakra properties is not cheap, and each chakra property requires 10,000 points. And some special chakra attributes, like Crystal Escape, Ice Escape, etc., belong to the boundary of blood succession, and require higher points. System, what's the recovery price of Fengdan Breakthrough? Chen Xiang asked the system. Feng done, big breakthrough, item type, skill, item level, C, need to exchange points, 500, system can get points, 250. The system explained to Chen, I will lose half of the points directly, the system it's too dark, profiteer. Chen complained to the system. P.S. Does anyone watch it? Still an old saying, ask for collection, ask for flowers. Chapter 17, Obtaining the Art of Flying Thunder God. Shulky Snakeman, this ninjutsu is good. You can learn it, and there is also an advanced version of Shulker Snakeman. These two are very practical, and you have to learn. Chapter 15. Hilarious Shadow Snake Hand is a secret technique created by Ashimaru, which belongs to B-level ninjutsu. There are more snakes summoned by the hidden Shadow Snake Hand, which improves the diversity of ninjutsu. The large snakes summoned instantly take on the tasks of intimidation, containment, capture, etc., to achieve the effect of multiple combos. The other party was already restrained before he could react. 2 done, 2 clone, 2 done, 2 dragon bullet. 2 done, 2 Lyubi. You can't learn the 3-2 done ninjutsu, so sell it. Psychic, Rashomon? Good thing. Chen saw a ninjutsu recorded on the scroll and said with bright eyes. This Rashomon is a super high-level defensive ninjutsu. This technique was used by Saken at the end of the first part. Although there was only one door at that time, the defense was already quite strong. It blocked the Tooth's transcendent A-level ninjutsu Fang Fang. And in the second part, this is the 3 Rashomons that Osamu psyched up to resist the four-tailed Naruto who was completely unconscious. However, the chakra consumed by this technique is still relatively large, so not everyone can use it. The summoned triple Rashomon was completely eliminated by the four-tailed Naruto's tail beast cannon. Moreover, this triple Rashomon is not the limit. In the following plot, the original Naruto recalls used Rashomon when fighting Uchiha Madara. At that time, it was also in order to resist the 9-tailed beast bullets. The first generation of Naruto Senjutsu psychics developed the 5-layer Rashomon. The defensive ability is stronger than the triple Rashomon of Ashimaru. What I lack most now is a defensive ninjutsu. This Rashomon came at the right time. Don't look at the triple Rashomon of Ashimaru in the original book being blown up by Naruto casually. That would be a big mistake. You must know that Naruto at that time used the tail beast Jade with the 4 tails exploded, and that kind of destructive power could not be played by just a ninja. All the rest will be converted into points. Anyway, I won't use it. Chen looked at the skills on the scroll, there was nothing worth collecting, and he planned to let the system recycle it. Chen found a usable pen in the laboratory and recorded the 3 ninjutsu on the scroll, Shulker Snake Hand, and Spiritism, Rashomon. Then said to the system, count all the ninjutsu in the scrolls, and then collect them. Ding found 2 A-level ninjutsu, 3 B-level ninjutsu, and 2 C-level ninjutsu. Will they be recovered? Okay. Chen thought about it again, there was really nothing to learn, and he answered yes to the system. Ding! The recovery is successful, and the host earns points, 8,500. The system prompts. Haha! I'm rich, I'm in love with Uncle Snake. La! 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 Demasha! Chen, who had won a huge amount of points, was incoherent with excitement at this time. It seems that brother is also the protagonist's fate. You can find it here if you just stroll around. Not only can you learn a few powerful ninjutsu, but you also get a point, which is great. Haha! System, check my total points. After the excitement, Chen asked the system to check his points. You should be able to exchange stronger skills now. All points of the host, 12,343, open the redemption interface. Well, the offensive skills I know now include finger spears, fireballs, and chidori. I can also learn the Shulker Snakeman in the future. It is enough for now. There is no defensive type for the time being, but I will master Luo in the future. Shenman, so there is no need to redeem it. The auxiliary type has the most basic 3 Shenshin technique and Moon Step, and now it lacks a life-saving skill. This time, I will exchange it for a life-saving skill. Chen thought of owning a life-saving skill now. None, you must first redeem a life-saving skill. Life-saving skills, it's best to count the blurring with soil, you can stand invincible directly. But this exchange is definitely not that simple, judging from the urine of the system, it must be said that it is not a kaleidoscope that cannot be exchanged. Var. System, can I redeem the blur? Although Chen didn't feel hopeful, Chen still asked the system. After all, the blur skills were too attractive. I didn't see the soil in the original book, I just relied on this skill to pretend to be forced, slander and deceive everywhere. During the 5 Shadows talks, he was even more pulling the wind on the stage, and then after the domineering declaration of war, he left calmly and unscathed. Relying on this virtual skill. This virtual skill is simply a must-have. Blur, item type, skill, item level, S level, need to redeem points, 10,000. Note, this skill is derived from the kaleidoscope writing round eye skills, you need to have a kaleidoscope writing round eye to exchange, the host conditions are insufficient, cannot be exchanged. The system's emotionless voice broke Chen's illusion. Hehe, I knew you would say that. However, Chen, who had already seen everything, was not depressed. Life-saving skills, life-saving skills. Chen muttered, thinking constantly in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he thought of a very powerful ninjutsu. This ninjutsu is also S level, which can be used not only to save lives, but also to launch attacks on the enemy. System, can I redeem the art of Flying Thunder God? Chen asked expectantly, praying in his heart that it can be redeemed, and it must be redeemable. Flying Thunder God's technique, item type, skill, item level, S level, need to redeem points, 10,000, do you want to redeem? The system's flat voice came, but Chen was extremely excited by what he said. Exchange, confirm the exchange, give me the exchange immediately. Chen said excitedly. Ding, the redemption is successful, deduction of points, 10,000, remaining points, 2343. Nuanlu was also warm, and I saw that Mr. Nuanlu rushed into Chen's tender body again. Chen has mastered this awesome skill, and his heart is extremely excited. Finally, he really had the ability to press the bottom of the box, and it was still such a powerful skill as Flying Thunder God. Then, a piece of information appeared in Chen's mind. The art of Thunder God, this technique is the space-time ninjutsu pioneered by the 2nd generation of Naruto. It uses the technique to achieve teleportation and space jump. The caster will leave the God of Thunder in the place where his body can touch. When the enemy's body is left behind, it means that it has been written with a spell mark representing death. Fei Lei Shen Zhan, 2nd stage, throws the kunao that has been marked with a technique in the battle, and then instantly transfers to the high-speed movement kunao, making the enemy unable to react and hard to defend. Spinning flashing super round dance roar 3 styles, using the special technique kunao and shadow avatars, use the thunder technique to shuttle through the various techniques in the place full of kunao, and use high-speed body art to attack from multiple positions enemy. Temporal and spatial enchantment, Flying Thunder God is used on the defensive side, and the enchantment can be opened around it with a spell, which can transfer the attacks cast in the enchantment to other places with the Flying Thunder God technique. This is very similar to the power of God. Temporal and spatial perception of Thunder God, no need to print, touch the ground / one finger touch the ground, perceive the enemy's number and strength. Too awesome, too awesome. It's worthy of the fame of the 4th generation of Hokage. Chen said excitedly. Let's learn those ninjutsu first. Chen was in a good mood, and picked up the shulker and spiritism that had just been copied, Rashomon began to study. After studying the secret method, Shul King Snake Hand, Chen used the Shul King Snake Hand according to the above method. I saw Chen's arm instantly transformed into the appearance of a snake, opened his mouth and attacked the specimen jar on the shelf not far away, directly pierced the specimen jar and then retracted back to change back to the original arm. It has to be said that Chen's talent is still a genius type, and this ninjutsu can only be used after studying it. Although genius is 1% inspiration and 99% of sweat, sometimes that 1% of inspiration is far more important than 99% of sweat. Then, Chen launched the skill's secret technique. Hidden Shadow Multi-Snake Hands. This time, 5.6 snakes were transformed into his arms and attacked towards the various specimen jars on the shelf. Without any suspense, they all smashed. Awesome, not only capable of long-range strikes, but also flexible in dodge, containment, capture and other actions. Chen praised after taking the shulker's hand back. Try this again. Chen's hands quickly nodded, and then he gathered chakra into his right hand to form a thunder and lightning shape. Because the thunder and lightning were too violent, his right hand was beating uncontrollably. Chen had to use it. The left hand grasped the right wrist tightly. At this time, the thunder and lightning in his hand made a shrill noise, as if thousands of birds were singing together. After the skill was formed, Tatsun released his left hand, shouted thunder done. Chidori, and stab at the table in front of him. Boom! With a sound, the wooden table was directly torn apart. This Chidori's breaking power is really not covered. The feeling of destroying everything is really cool. No wonder Urjuza likes to use it so much. Chen said excitedly as he looked at the torn-apart table. Haha! My current strength has at least reached the strength of Zhongren. Chen suddenly thought of his strength, and he was not sure what extent he had reached. After all, he had never fought against anyone when he came into this world, and that Chibai eyes must not be counted. Forget it, don't think about it. I haven't practiced this year, and my strength hasn't improved, but it has regressed slightly. The most important thing now is to cultivate back the strength that has been regressed this year. Chen said firmly. Strength is king. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Chapter 18, Being Bullied. It was already evening when Chen came out of the laboratory to practice. Is it so late? I didn't notice the passage of time underneath the laboratory. Now the ninja school is over, so I must go back quickly. Chen muttered to himself while watching the darkening sky. Maybe Suzuki is looking for me worried now. You must know that Suzuki hasn't gone to Ashimura yet, so his personality hasn't become gloomy, although he looks very cold. From a year ago, he didn't send Chen to the orphanage but took him home to take care of him. He was very concerned about the brother Chen. And in the original book, he even used his body to attack Naruto instantly. In order to conceal his cherishment for Naruto, he argued while he was still alive that he was not doing this to save Naruto, but that his body was involuntary. So the current Suzuki is just a heartwarming Uchiha Suzuki who pays attention to feelings. Just when Chen Kui walked to the open area where he had previously cultivated, he suddenly heard some noises, as if it came from the open area where he had cultivated before. There is someone in front. Chen immediately rushed up to a big tree next to him to hide. After a long time, the movement continued there, and did not leave. Could it be who is cultivating over there? Who would it be? Chen thought suspiciously. Then he carefully dived towards the movement over there. It turned out to be him. The person who has been cultivating here is actually Suzuki. Tatsun dived to the vicinity of the previous cultivation open space, jumped onto a big tree and looked at the open space. At this time someone was training hard, that the man is Suzuki. Suzuki used to come here by himself for training after school every day, and today is no exception. At this time, he was coming here to practice after school as usual. What he didn't know was that someone was watching him at this time. At this time, Sasuke had already collapsed and was lying on the ground panting. After being stimulated by the events of last night, he was more desperate than ever. After resting for a while, he stood up with his teeth gritted and walked back staggeringly. "Are you so desperate?" Chen looked at Sasuke's staggering back, and his heart was also shocked by Sasuke's persistence. Looking at the figure that was gradually moving away, muttered to himself, "I want to become stronger urgently, and then go to attack it to take revenge." After Sasuke left, Tatsun also walked out of the hiding place and came to the place where Sasuke trained just now. At this time, the scorched wooden stakes had been replaced by Sasuke, and the new wooden stakes were still nailed with shurikens. Chen stretched out his hand and drew out a shuriken and played it in his hand thoughtfully and said, "Would you like to help him?" After thinking about it, Chen decided to help him. After all, Sasuke was also with him. The only relative in this world. Seeing his hard work, Chen couldn't help but want to help him. Looking at the sky, it was very late. Chen also walked back in the direction of home. Chen returned to the streets of Konoha, still showing the appearance of an idiot. When I was about to get home, I ran into a few students from the ninja school who came oncomingly. These students were the ones who were driven away by Tatsun when they bullied Naruto, and that Shibuya was also there. The Shibuya people were also surprised when they saw Chen Shi. "Uchiha Sasuke? Didn't we just meet him in front of him? Why did we meet him here again?" Since Tatsumi hasn't shown his face for more than a year, the students of ninja school have almost forgotten this person. So what they thought for the first time was that Sasuke Uchiha hadn't paid attention to these people, and was planning to pass them by. At this moment, Tei Shibai suddenly thought of something. Called to Tatsun, "Uchiha Tatsuo, are you Uchiha Tatsuo?" Chen stopped when he heard Shibai Tei calling himself, not intending to pay attention to them. Then he turned his head and pretended to be timid and asked them weakly, "What do you want me to do?" "Uchiha Tatsun, it's really Uchiha Tatsuo. Go, let's go over." After hearing Tatsun's answer, Shibai Tei said to the companion next to him with excitement. "Tei, don't you think?" A student next to him asked Tei. "Stop it, he is Uchiha Sasuke's brother, and he was very good a year ago." Another child said to Shibai Tei with some worry. "What are you afraid of? I heard that Uchiha Tatsumi was an idiot after suffering a severe mental shock after his family was annihilated a year ago. Finally he dropped out of the ninja school. It must be a waste. There is nothing terrible at all. And so many of us are still students at the ninja school, are you still afraid that he is a fool?" Shibai Tei incited several other students on the side. "However, he is Uchiha Sasuke's brother. If we bully his brother Uchiha Tatsumi, if we let Uchiha Sasuke know this, we will not let us go." The last child said worriedly. Chapter 16. Sasuke has been practicing desperately for more than a year, and Uchiha Sasuke always gets the first place in every test or competition. So his strength has become the strongest in the class, and Sasuke Uchiha is very deterrent to his classmates in ninja school. It's okay not to mention Sasuke. When it comes to this Uchiha Sasuke, Shibai Tei gets angry. Originally, before going to the ninja school, Taiki Shibai was a little stronger than ordinary children, so he often bullied other children. However, after the ninja school, I was frustrated everywhere. On the first day of school, Uchiha Tatsun was in front of all the classmates. He killed himself with one move, leaving himself in front of all the classmates in face. Since then, he has been holding a grudge, always looking for opportunities to take revenge. But there was no chance, because Uchiha Tatsumi's strength was too strong. As time passed longer and longer, the gap between him and Uchiha Tatsun became larger and larger. Tatsun has always been called a genius in school. But Shibai Tei was just an ordinary civilian student, and had no qualifications. Even some of the people who had been bullied by him had surpassed him and defeated him in turn. After all, a ninja is not strong for anyone who has a strong body, so his body that is a little stronger than the average person can't help him. The students who were bullied by him in the past, and were afraid when they saw him, now bully him in turn. This made Shibai very aggrieved, but helpless. In a confrontation test a few days ago, he was also killed by Sasuke, who was also Uchiha, and once again embarrassed in Uchiha's hands. Taiki Shibai hated Uchiha to death, but he was helpless. His strength is relatively poor in the class, to put it bluntly, that is, the tail of the crane. If you want to seek revenge from Sasuke, you don't even have to think about it. The two are not at the same level at all. The current Shibai has already become the laughing stock of the classmates, making him unable to raise his head. He blamed all of this on the heads of Uchiha Tatsu and Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Sasuke had no hope of revenge. Today, he even encountered Uchiha Tatsumi, who had become a fool. Of course, he would not easily let go of this opportunity, wanting to vent Tatsumi's humiliation. Mrs. Shibai said to the frightened companions, "What are you afraid of? I won't tell you, no one will know if you don't tell me." But what if Uchiha Tatsumi went back and told Sasuke Uchiha by himself? Those students were still very worried. After all, Sasuke Uchiha didn't say they could deal with it. They are just ordinary civilian students, they are not very talented, and they belong to the tail of the crane in the class, so they got together with Taiki Shibai. "Don't worry, he is an idiot, no one will believe what an idiot said." Shibai Tai said to the partner next to him, and walked towards Xiang Chen with a grinning grin. Tai Shibai came to Chen and said to Chen sarcastically, "Oh! Isn't this the great genius of the past? I heard that I have become an idiot." "Ha ha ha! You, what do you want to do?" Seeing Taiki Shibai approaching, Chen pretended to be very scared and slowly backed away. "This scum seems to want to do something to me." Chen thought in his heart, "What is he? It seems that he will inevitably be beaten today." "Shibai Tai, I remember. What do you want to do?" "Of course." Shibai Tai directly kicked Chen's body and directly kicked Chen to the ground. "Of course I beat you. An idiot." Seeing the scared expression on Chen's face, I felt refreshed. "Aren't you Uchiha? Are you not Konoha's wealthy family? Are you not a genius? Ha ha ha! You said, why don't you say it?" Taiki Shibai kicked Tatsun on the ground while he fell on the ground, yelling at Chen with a hideous face. Chen silently endured Shibai Tai's kick, but his heart was about to explode. "Sabi Tai, I remember. The humiliation suffered today will surely be returned 10 times in the future. Hey, come over and kick a few feet too, what are you afraid of? He is an idiot." Taiki Shibai turned his head and said to the other 3 children. However, the children did not go forward, but waved their hands too far at the sand wall one by one. "No need. You don't need to do it yourself. What are you doing? Stop." Just when Shibai Taiki was about to continue to humiliate Uchiha Tatsumi, a voice suddenly came from behind them. It was a woman's voice, and that woman's voice sounded very upset. Everyone looked over and found that at this moment a very young and beautiful woman was walking towards this side, and the questioning sound was from her. "P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers." Ad. Chapter 19, Ino and Oi. Yuri Hong is in a good mood today. After just completing a task, she wants to find a tavern and drink a few glasses of shaku to celebrate her work. Unexpectedly, I encountered several children on the street to bully another child, and the attack was heavy. If anyone encounters this kind of thing, he won't just sit back and watch. Yuri Hong walked over to the children. "Are you not Uchiha? Are you not Konoha's wealthy? Are you not a genius? Ha ha ha! You said, why don't you say it?" One of the children who beaten came. Arrogant voice. "What are you doing? Stop it!" Yuri Hong walked behind the group of children and scolded them. Shibai Tai and they looked back when they heard the voice, and found a woman wearing a ninja vest with a ninja guard on her forehead, frowning at them. "Ah! Someone is coming, go, go!" The children saw an adult coming, and immediately ran away like birds and beasts. "Little devil, are you okay?" Xi Hong knelt down to help Chen up, and slapped Chen on the dust. Asked him. "Fortunately, I was saved." Chen thought in his heart, then raised his head to look at the person who helped him. Black shawl, curly hair, red eyes, this shouldn't be Xi Hong. Chen thought in surprise. "Sister, I'm fine," Chen said, shook his head at Hong. "Then you can go back by yourself?" "Forget it, let me take you back, lest the kids come to hit you again," Hong said, pulling Chen and sending him home. "Let's go, I'll take you back." "How do you get home?" As soon as he got home, he found that Suzuki was running out of the house, his expression a little worried. It turned out that Suzuki went home and delivered the food to Chen, only to find that Chen was not in the room. The first thing that reminded him was that Chen had been taken away. After all, Chen has never left the house in this year, and last night, some people wanted to take him away. He was worried that Chen would also be taken away by the root person. So without thinking about it, he ran out quickly, planning to find Hokage for help. As soon as he ran out of the house, he found Chen and Xi Hong who had sent Chen home, and then rushed over. "Asshole, where did you go?" Suzuki, who just rushed over, ignoring the Yuri Hong who was on the side, shouted directly at Chen. Although the tone is very bad, he can still hear the caring. I saw that Suzuki hadn't come back for so long, so I wanted to go to Suzuki," Tatsun said to Suzuki with a timid expression. Hearing Chen's words, Suzuki was relieved in his heart, but still angrily said to Chen, "Idiot, whoever asks you to come out to find me will only drag other people's idiots." Chen can only lower his head and dare not reply. "Well, you're called Suzuki, right? Don't blame him. He also wanted to find you before going out. Isn't it all right now? Don't worry too much," Hong persuaded. "Who would worry about him as an idiot? I'm just afraid that he ran out and lost my face," Suzuki said stiffly. "Well, now that Tatsun has arrived home, then I will leave first," Yuri Hong said to Suzuki and Tatsun. "Anyway, thank you for sending this idiot back. It's troublesome for you." Suzuki bowed to Hong to express his gratitude. "Well, it's okay." Hong waved his hand, then turned and left. "Hey! Go back with me." Suzuki Shudetsu drank after Hong left. Chen could only follow Suzuki obediently and enter the house. "Hey! What's the matter with you?" After returning home, Suzuki also noticed Chen's embarrassed appearance at this time, even his clothes were torn. Chen tore it by herself while making the torch. "Just now I was too worried, so I didn't notice it for a while, and only found out when I returned home," so he asked Chen. "Yes. It's Shibai who beat me." Chen told Suzuki what had just happened. He knew that Sasuke's personality would definitely be troublesome for Shibai. He can't attack Shibai now, so he had to borrow Suzuki. "Shibai, who has been dying by his hand, taught me a lesson. Taiki Shibai. Just the tail of the crane, dare to bully Uchiha." After knowing that Chen was bullied by the tail of the crane, Suzuki became angry. Tomorrow, Taiki Shibai must pay the price. After that, the two rarely sat together to have dinner, and then went back to their rooms to rest. Early the next morning, Suzuki went to the ninja school with full of anger. "Suzuki, good morning." As soon as Suzuki arrived in the classroom, Sakura greeted him and greeted Suzuki. It's just that Suzuki didn't pay attention to her, but went straight to the protagonist's seat and sat down. Seeing that Suzuki still ignored her, Kozakura fell into a low shot with disappointment. "Haha, I was ignored by Suzuki again, but it's okay, Sakura will succeed in the future." Seeing that his girlfriend was so disappointed, Ino came to comfort him. "Yeah. It's okay, I'm used to it." Sakura smiled and said to Ino that she was okay. "Moreover, I will always insist, and I must make Sasuke like me." "Well, come on." Ino encouraged Sakura. "Well, so are you, Ino." Kozakura also said encouragingly to Ino. "Me?" Ino looked at Sakura, and said questioningly, "What's wrong with me?" "Hehe, Ino has to come on, find someone you like." Sakura leaned into Ino's ear and whispered. "I." Ino didn't react to what Sakura said suddenly. But soon, after Ino reacted, Tatsun appeared in his mind, and then smiled and said to Sakura, "Well, I already have someone I like." "Really? Who is it? Tell me. Is it someone in our class?" Kozakura asked gossiping. "Hehe, he is no longer in class." Ino said with a wry smile. "Not in the class anymore." Kozakura was a little confused. Not in the class, who would it be? Suddenly, Sakura thought of someone, and hurriedly asked Ino, "You tell me, Ino, don't you still like that Tatsun, right?" Ino and Sakura have always been very good friends, so Ino liked Chen. Sakura knows it. At that time, the two of them agreed that Sakura would marry Sasuke when they grew up, and Ino would marry Tatsun. However, a year ago, after the Uchiha family's killing of the door occurred, Tatsun received a severe mental shock and was already stupid. Kozakura thought that Ino would withdraw his feelings for Tatsun, but he didn't expect that it had been more than a year, and Ino still didn't forget Tatsun. Ino didn't deny it, looking at Sakura firmly and said, yes, I like Shinjun. When Shinjun first came to school, I always liked him, even now, I still like him. But Tatsu-kun, he's already like that, why would you still like him?" Sakura really didn't want Ino to still remember Uchiha Tatsumi. "Yes, although Chen-jun has become like that now, I believe he will get better," Ino said. "But, what if he doesn't get better by the day? Isn't it too stupid for you?" Sakura still intends to persuade Ino. "Only you can be so stupid." "No, Tatsu-kun will definitely get better, I believe Tatsu-kun. Moreover, I am not the only one waiting for Tatsun." After saying this to Sakura, Ino looked at the person behind him, a girl with long hair. This girl is the Xiaojing who sat with Chen before. "If I give up now, I will lose to Xiaojing. So, I will wait for Chen until he gets better." The Xiaojing who was sitting at the back seemed to sense Ino's gaze. Looking at Ino in the same way, the two girls looked at each other and smiled, as if they both understood what was in each other's eyes. Yes, Xiaojing also liked Chen when Chen was in school. At that time, Xiaojing still had no friends because of Tei Shibai. No one dared to talk to her and avoided her. So she has been lonely. This situation has been until Chen appeared. Chen didn't avoid her like others, but talked and chatted with herself happily. However, Chen was challenged by Shibai Tei for talking to himself. Xiaojing thought that he had harmed Chen, so he blamed himself. Just when Xiaojing thought Tatsun would be beaten by too much like the kid who talked to him before, Chen unexpectedly defeated Shibai Tei easily. Chen's strong posture at that time deeply attracted Xiaojing. Chapter 17. From then on, Xiaojing had a special feeling for Chen. As Hessian stayed together longer and longer, that trace of emotion gradually deepened, and finally slowly turned into love. However, compared to the cheerful Ino, Xiaojing is much more reserved. Since there is no one to talk to and play with him since childhood, Xiaojing has always been a very introverted little girl and has never dared to make bold moves against Tatsun like Ino. Because every time Tatsun comes to the classroom, Ino always runs over to stick Tatsun. Sometimes he would hold Chen's arm, and sometimes he would pounce on Chen's back, always looking very affectionate. And Xiaojing could only admire Ino on one side, paying attention to Tatsun silently, and did not act so intimately toward Tatsu like Ino did. Although Xiaojing never showed her feelings for Tatsun, Ino, who also likes Tatsun, can see her thoughts. Then Ino always looked for Xiaojing's ballast and confronted her everywhere. After all, it is impossible for her to give Chen to anyone. Whoever dares to fight Chen's idea is her enemy. Later, Xiaojing also understood why Ino liked to trouble her so much. It was because Ino knew that she liked Chen, so she was afraid that she would take Chen away. P.S. Seeking Collection, Seeking Flowers. Chapter 20, Tree Climbing Training. Although Xiaojing never showed her feelings for Tatsun, Ino, who also likes Tatsun, can see her thoughts. Then Ino always looked for Xiaojing's ballast and confronted her everywhere. After all, it is impossible for her to give Chen to anyone. Whoever dares to fight Chen's idea is her enemy. Later, Xiaojing also understood why Ino liked to trouble her so much. It was because Ino knew that she liked Chen, so she was afraid that she would take Chen away. Now, Xiaojing couldn't bear it anymore. June is not yours, you like Chen June, and I like it too. If you find me trouble, then I will find you trouble and trouble you, to see who is afraid of whom. In the end, the two people who did not meet in the original book became a pair of rivals. Every day, I ridicule each other, and fight every day and refuse to accept anyone. And because of this gradual change, Xiaojing's originally very introverted character has become as cheerful and bold as Ino. Her feelings for Tatsun are no longer concealed as before, but expressed as boldly as Ino. As a result, the two have become rivals like Sakura and Ino in the original work. Every day in the classroom, the two girls compete for husband. You can often see Oi and Ino holding Tatsun's hand, pulling like a tug-of-war. No one will let anyone. This makes Chen in the middle very helpless. Although very helpless, Chen doesn't get bored, but rather enjoys it. But also more than a year ago, because Uchiha was annihilated, Chen received a severe mental shock, and became an idiot who couldn't take care of himself. So he dropped out of school and has been training at home. And everyone would visit at the beginning, but when they found that Chen showed no signs of getting better, they gradually forgot about Chen. On the other hand, Ino and Xiaojing always believed that Chen would get better, and often went to visit Chen after a short distance. It's just that Chen didn't remember them, so they were disappointed every time. In the end, because the two often go to Wangchen together, they can feel each other's mood, and the two slowly go from competing with each other to understanding each other. Then they comforted each other, cheered each other up, and gradually became a pair of very good friends. They always believed that Chen would get better, and both of them were praying for Chen, hoping that Chen could return to the previous appearance as soon as possible, silently waiting for Chen. I and Xiaojing will always wait for Tatsun to get better. Ino said to Sakura with a smile, his eyes firm. You and Xiaojing? Difficult. Could it be that you? Sakura looked at Ino and then at Xiaojing, her eyes full of disbelief. Well. Yes, Xiaojing and I will no longer argue about Chen. We both understand each other's feelings for Chen, and we will not give up easily. And now the most important thing is to wait for Chen to get better. You are crazy? How can this be? Sakura felt that Ino must be crazy, and then said something like this, and no one can agree with this kind of thing. Ino, wake up. Don't worry about Tatsun. Yes, forget him. I'm not crazy, I know exactly what I'm thinking, so Sakura, you don't have to say anything. Ino, you. Sakura was already shocked by Ino's speech. Okay, go back to your seat, Mr. Irika will come to class soon. Ino said as he walked to his seat. Crazy, really crazy. No, I have to persuade Ino to come back. It's ridiculous. Sakura can't accept such a thing. She thinks Ino is just a momentary confusion. As long as she persuades Ino, she will definitely wake up. Here. At this moment, Ilika had already arrived in the classroom and was ready for class. Sakura had to return to her seat and sit down, but now she couldn't hear what Ilika was talking about. Forget Ino and Uchiha Tatsumi. At this time, Chen got up when Suzuki went out, and after eating the breakfast that Suzuki left for him, he planned to return to the laboratory to continue practicing. But this time it wasn't as troublesome as yesterday, because after getting the Flying Thunder God technique yesterday, Chen planted the Flying Thunder God coordinate technique in that laboratory. Not only in the laboratory, Chen also used the coordinate technique in his own room, so that he could come and go freely in the laboratory and in his own room. You have to make some preparations, lest Suzuki comes back suddenly without seeing me and will be anxious. Let's get a clone and stay in the room. Chen thought for a while, it's better to get a shadow clone, which is better than clone technique. Better, and the role of shadow clone is very important, not only can be used for cultivation, but also as a means of attack, very practical, and must be exchanged. The clone technique is not an entity, but a phantom, which can only confuse the sight of ordinary ninjas. If there is a writing wheel and a white eye can see through, and it does not have the ability to attack. The shadow clone is to divide its own chakra into equal parts, which can attack and act. Because the chakra is evenly distributed, the entity cannot be seen with the eyes, but the kaleidoscope can write the round eyes, after special training, such as Madara see through Yamato's Mudun clone. After the shadow clone is released, the body can obtain the experience gained by the released shadow clone. There is no substantial difference between multiple shadow clones and shadow clones, but they are scary in number. Because each clone shares the chakras equally, it is a forbidden technique for anyone except those with physique like Naruto to use it. System: how many points does it take to redeem the shadow clone? Chen asked the system. Answer to the host: shadow clone art, item type, skill, item level, B level, need to redeem points, 2000, host points are not enough to be exchanged. Isn't the points enough? Forget it, let's use the avatar technique in the 3-body technique for the time being. Just in case Suzuki goes home early, there shouldn't be any problems. After all, Danzo no longer sends anyone to monitor me. I should not be able to see the strength that Suzuki hadn't reached. There was no way, Tatsun had to use the clone technique to make a clone, and then let him lie on the tatami to sleep. Well, that's fine. You don't have to worry that Suzuki will find that he is not in the room in the future. Chen looked at the doppelganger lying on the tatami mat and nodded and said, okay, let's go. Then Chen Yuman moved, and then the whole person suddenly disappeared into the room like this. It was already in the laboratory when it reappeared. Start practicing chakra control from today. Chen plans to practice according to the method taught by Kakashi in the original book, that is, treading water and climbing trees. Ding! System release mission: master the tree climbing skills within 2 days of the host. Mission completion reward: 300 points. Mission failure penalty: none, accept. The long-lost mission prompt sounded today, making Chen excited. Woke up. Finally I have a task to pick up. How long has it been? I almost forgot that the system has the function of publishing tasks. Chen said excitedly, receive, of course, it is rare for the system to publish tasks, no matter how difficult it is, I will receive them. If you think this tree climbing training is very simple, you would be very wrong. Chakra is the energy that a ninja needs when using ninjutsu. It can also be made into a thread to bind opponents or cut off the same material that is made of chakra. To put it simply, chakra is the energy necessary to use ninjutsu. And this energy is roughly composed of 1 from the 130 trillion cells of the human body, the body energy is taken up by 1 cell. 2. The spiritual energy that has been exercised through many practices and accumulated experience. In other words, the so-called ninjutsu is to absorb these 2 kinds of energy from the body. After the will of refining, this is called extracting chakra, it will be activated after the step of Jian. Like Chen, although he has been able to use ninjutsu, he has not yet fully mastered chakra. The so-called extraction of chakra is to extract the energy of the body and spirit, and then mix them in the body. According to the different ninjutsu activations, the amount of extraction is different, and the required blending will also be different. Chen is still unable to use chakras effectively, even if he can extract the chakras that can be looked at, but if the balance cannot be controlled, not only the effect of ninjutsu will be greatly reduced, and it will even make it impossible to activate it. And because of wasting energy, it will also create weaknesses that cannot last forever. This kind of tree climbing practice is not the kind of ordinary climbing that uses both hands and feet, but concentrates the chakra on the soles of the feet, lets the feet stick to the trunk, and walks up vertically. The purpose of this training is to gather the right amount of chakras in the right place. The amount of chakras needed to climb trees is very subtle, and the soles of the feet are the most difficult part to gather chakras. In other words, as long as you can practice climbing trees, you can learn any ninjutsu, which is theoretically the case. And the second point of this training is to maintain the refined chakras. Ninjas mostly refine the chakras in battle. In that case, controlling and maintaining the chakras can be said to be even more difficult. Therefore, to improve strength, tree climbing training is a must. Since this training could not be carried out in the laboratory, Chen walked out of the laboratory and went to the woods outside to start tree climbing training. Chen came to the cave and found a big tree with a straight trunk. Training for tree climbing, I can't remember how Kakashi taught it. But it is certain to gather chakras on your feet. Try it first. Try it. Thinking of this, Chen began to seal with her hands, then gathered all the chakras on her feet, sprinted towards the tree in front of her, and then stepped on the trunk and ran up. However, after only running 5 steps, he stepped on a piece of the tree trunk, and Chen also fell down. Is it because there are too many chakras used? Chen looked at the broken part of the tree thoughtfully. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Chapter 21, Lessons from Shibai. Chen came to the cave and found a big tree with a straight trunk. Training for tree climbing, I can't remember how Kakashi taught it. But it is certain to gather chakras on your feet. Try it first. Try it. Thinking of this, Chen began to seal with her hands, then gathered all the chakras on her feet, sprinted towards the tree in front of her, and then stepped on the trunk and ran up. However, after only running 5 steps, he stepped on a piece of the tree trunk, and Chen also fell down. Is it because there are too many chakras used? Chen looked at the broken part of the tree thoughtfully. Try again, this time reduce the amount of chakras. Chen continued to gather the chakras. This time, the amount of chakras was much less than the previous time, and then rushed to the big tree again. He just ran 4 more steps and fell off again because he didn't have a good balance. Still not working? I didn't expect it to be so difficult to maintain a certain amount of chakras. If the chakras are too strong, they will be stepped on. If they are too weak, they will not produce adhesion. Chen looked at the big tree in front of him, if anything. Said thoughtfully. No matter what, try a few times first, and then slowly accumulate experience, you will always find the trick. Then Chen started the day's tree climbing training in the woods by himself, walking up the tree again and again, and falling from the tree again and again. It kept repeating, and Chen gradually changed from the first 5 steps to 10 and 20 steps. Unconsciously, time has passed for a long time. At this time, Chen was already exhausted and was leaning against the big tree to rest in embarrassment. I have been practicing for a day, and I have already improved a little. I believe that another day of training will be successful. Looking at the sky, Suzuki estimates that school will soon be over. I am too embarrassed now. I must go back and take a bath first, so as not to be seen by Suzuki. What's going on? That's it for today. After a short break, Chen started Fei Lei Shen. He disappeared in the woods for an instant, and then appeared in his room. Chapter 18. This Fei Lei Shen is so convenient, let's take a bath first. Chen lifted the clone in the room and went to the bathroom to take a bath. At this time, at the ninja school. Well, today's class is over here, everyone is over. Ilika said to the students in the class after finishing the teaching materials on the podium, and then walked out of the classroom first. You see. School is finally over. The students in the class cheered after Ilika walked out of the classroom, and then called for friends to go home together. Hey! Tae, where shall we wait to play? The three children yesterday came to Shibai Tae's seat to greet him. Let's go to the old small riverside to play today, how about going swimming? Shibai Tae replied. Okay. Okay. Let's go swimming, the children echoed. You guys don't want to go anywhere, you must give me an explanation today. Especially you, Taeki Shibai. At this moment, Suzuki suddenly came behind the group of people, looked at them with contempt and said. You! Uchiha Suzuki! The children suddenly heard Sasuke's words and turned their heads and looked at them. Realizing that it was Uchiha Suzuki, he was immediately shocked. Uchiha Suzuki, you, what do you want to do? Shibai Taeki said vacantly when he saw Suzuki approaching the door. Hey! You know what I want to do, and follow me to the training ground. Also, don't try to escape. If you dare not come, then I will go to you one by one. Suzuki said to them. After that, he turned around and walked to the training ground. Wow! What's going on? Did Taeki Shibai and the others provoke Suzuki Uchiha? At this time, everyone in the class heard what Suzuki said to Taeki Shibai and they were all gloating and discussing. Who made them so arrogant before? It must be Suzuki Uchiha who can't understand them and wants to teach them. Haha! I'm sure that Taeki Shibai will be taught a miserable lesson by Suzuki Uchiha. They deserve it. Go, let's go see what's going on. It seems that Taei Shibai and the others are really unpopular in the class. All the students in the class can't understand them. They all sneered on one side, and their eyes were full of gloat. Taeki, what should I do? You must have hit Uchiha Tatsuno yesterday, so Suzuki Uchiha came to the door. A child asked Taeki Shibai. Uchiha Suzuki must be looking for us to settle the accounts, or let's not go, how about it? The other kid said scaredly. You are stupid, Uchiha Suzuki said just now, if we don't go, he will come to us one by one. At that time, we will face him alone. You think you can deal with Uchiha alone? Suzuki, said the last child. What should I do about this? Taei. It's all you, I had to do something with that Uchiha Tatsuno yesterday. Now it's all right, his brother Uchiha Suzuki came to us, so that we were all tired by you. Yes, yesterday we told you not to bully Uchiha Tatsuo. You just didn't listen, what should you do now? Obviously it is your own hand, and it also drags us down. The three children complained to Taei Shibai. Okay, it's too late to say this now. What are you afraid of? Let's go and see what he wants to do. Don't you dare to do nothing with us? We have 4 people, but he is only 1. What are we afraid of? Let's go over. Shibai Tai said to the 3 children, and the 3 children heard what Taei Shibai said. Think about it, yes. There are 4 of us, but he is alone. Are we still afraid of him? When I thought of this, the 3 children were not so scared. Following Taei Shibai, he also walked towards the school's training ground. The 4 came to the training ground and found that Uchiha Suzuki was waiting for them, and the class was also watching them gleefully. Uchiha Suzuki, what do you want to do? What's the matter with us? Taeki Shibai looked at the 3 people around him, pretending to be brave and questioning Suzuki. What am I looking for you, you know yourself. What did you do last night? Suzuki looked at Shibai Taeki contemptuously, and said indifferently. We didn't do anything last night, said a child beside Taei Shibai with a guilty conscience. Hey! Don't you dare to admit it? Didn't you guys be very good last night? I dared to cooperate and bully my brother Uchiha Tatsumaya when I was away. Although I hate him, he is my brother anyway. No, you can bully whatever you want, Sasuke said. What? You dare to bully Chen? Ino in the crowd heard Sasuke's words and jumped out angrily, wanting to teach Shibaiteaki and the others to avenge Chen. Ino, don't go there, Sasuke will take care of it. Please calm down first. Sakura comforted Ino while pulling Ino. Where's Tatsu-kun? How about Tatsu-kun? Oino asked Sasuke worriedly. Hey! That idiot is fine, but suffered some flesh and blood. Seeing Oi's question, Sasuke replied nonchalantly. You, what do you want? Shibaitai knew that he couldn't hide it, so he simply admitted. How is it? Of course you have to pay the same price. Sasuke said to the four of Shibaiteaki. Uchiha Sasuke, don't be too arrogant, don't think we are afraid of you. Taisha Shibai said to Sasuke. That's it, we have 4 people, and I'm afraid that you won't make it. Hey! Let's go together. I want to see how good your trash is. Sasuke said contemptuously at them. Asshole, deceive people too much, let's go together. When Taiki Shibai saw that Sasuke had compared them to rubbish, he couldn't bear it decisively. He greeted several friends next to him and rushed directly towards Sasuke. Go to hell! Taiki Shibai raised his fist and waved to Sasuke's face, but Sasuke easily avoided him. The few friends behind also followed, and shot Sasuke one after another. And Sasuke seemed to be just avoiding their attack, and didn't make a move. Are you up to this point? Rubbish! Seeing Taiki Shibai's attack, Sasuke became impatient. Grasping a fist coming towards him with his left hand, without seeing who it was, punched the opponent with his right hand in the face, and hit the opponent directly to the ground. In the end, Shibaitai's crane tails were of course not Sasuke's opponents, all of them were beaten and wailed on the ground. Sasuke walked to a child who fell on the ground and put his foot on his head. Remember, if you dare to offend me Uchiha in the future, I will treat you well, rubbish. Don't dare, we didn't bully Uchiha Tatsuno, it was Taiki Shibai, who did it alone. The child broke down and cried. Yes, it's all Shibaiteaki. He was taught by Uchiha Tatsumaya before. Last night I saw Uchiha Tatsumaya alone, so I wanted to get him revenge, so I beat Uchiha Tatsuno, no matter what our business. Yes, I really don't care about our business. We tried to persuade him at the time, but he just wouldn't listen. The 3 children complained about Shibaitai one by one. If it weren't for Shibaitai, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Sasuke Uchiha. Shibaitai dragged them down. Asshole, what are you talking about? That Shibaitai saw that his previous friends had betrayed him one by one, and glared at them 3. P.S. Oops, sorry, the kitten does not know how to write about fighting, so let's make up for it yourself. Later, I will slowly study this aspect of fighting. For collection, 4 flowers. Chapter 22, The Way Forward. The 3 children complained about Shibaitai one by one. If it weren't for Shibaitai, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly by Sasuke Uchiha. Shibaitai dragged them down. Asshole, what are you talking about? That Shibaitai saw that his previous friends had betrayed him one by one, and glared at them 3. Obviously you did it yourself, did we make a mistake? Yes. The 3 children were also angry. There was nothing wrong with them, but they were too tired by the sand wall. He was beaten for no reason, and everyone would be upset if he changed. You dare to yell at them, do you really think they are bullying? That's it. Sasuke retracted the foot that had stepped on a child's head, and walked in front of Shibaitai, bowing his head and staring at him contemptuously. You have already helped Uchiha Tatsu to revenge. What else do you want? Shibai saw Suzuki staring at him, shouting in horror. "Hey! Whoever dares to insult me Uchiha, I will make him pay the price." Suzuki suddenly raised his right foot and stepped Shibai's thigh. "Ah!" Shibai screamed. "Apologize," Suzuki said coldly. "Asshole, asshole!" Shibai wailed and cursed. "Hey!" Suzuki frowned when he saw that Taiki Shibai dared to yell. Then he raised his foot again and stepped on it again. "Apologize. Say you dare not anymore." Chapter 19. "Ah bastard, Uchiha Suzuki! I want to kill you, I must kill you!" Shibai Taiki yelled. Seeing the miserable situation of Taiki Shibai, the surrounding students were frightened by Suzuki, and they pleaded with Suzuki, and some even ran to find a teacher. "Hey!" Suzuki ignored the plea of the students around him, but stomped his foot again. "Apologize. Say you dare not anymore." "Ah yes. I'm sorry." Shibai Taiki cried and said, already unable to bear the pain and subdued. But Suzuki didn't let him go, but kicked him again. "Hey! The voice is too low." "Ah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't dare anymore, I won't do it again." At this time, Tai Shibai had collapsed and kept crying. "Stop it, what are you doing?" At this moment, Ilika came suddenly. Ilika, who had already returned to the office, packed up his teaching materials, and was about to go home. Suddenly, a student from the class ran into the office and told him that Suzuki Uchiha and Taiki Sabi were fighting, and they were in the training ground. "This is incredible. There are students fighting in the school. If there is any accident, it will be troublesome." After hearing the news, Ilika was so scared that he rushed over to the training ground. "You bastards, why do you want to fight?" Ilika is very angry now. There are students fighting under his nose, and the attack is so heavy. "Uchiha Suzuki, you say? Hey! They lost to me in the last confrontation training. They wanted revenge but didn't dare to come to me. They turned up to bully the idiot Uchiha Tatsumi. No matter who it was, I was bullied by Uchiha. I will make them pay." Suzuki looked at Ilika blankly and said. "But you made too heavy a move." Irika scolded Suzuki. "They asked for it." "Asshole, you!" Irika was so angry that he could not speak when he heard Sasuke's words. "You follow me to the office." Ilika yelled at Suzuki and the sand wall on the ground, Taiki and the others, then turned to the students onlookers and said, "Don't watch it anymore, and hurry back. Go home." After speaking, he came to Tai Shibai, picked him up, and then went to the office first. "Hey! No matter who it is, if you dare to offend Uchiha, I will make him pay the price," Suzuki said harshly to the classmates, and then ignored their reactions and followed Yi. Luca left the training ground. Everyone swallowed as they looked at Shibai Tai's miserable situation. There was only one thought in his mind, that he must not provoke Suzuki Uchiha, otherwise it would be miserable, as Shibai Taiki's fate was proof. "Xiaojing, let's go see Qinjun together, I don't know how Qinjun is injured." After seeing the end of the matter, Ino came to Xiaojing and said anxiously, holding her hand. "Well, let's go together." Xiaojing was also very worried at this time, so he left with Ino. "Ino, where are you going?" Sakura quickly asked when Ino wanted to leave with Oi. "Let's go and see how Chen-kun is." "Sakura, go back by yourself." Ino replied to Sakura, and then hurried away with Xiaojing without looking back. "Ino." Kozakura looked at the leaving figures of Ino and Oi with complicated eyes, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. On the other side, Chen has washed away his embarrassment. He didn't know what happened in the ninja school today. He was lying on the tatami and thinking about his future plans. "I am over 9 years old this year, and now I have at least the strength of Zongren. After all, I have mastered the two powerful skills of Chidori and Flying Thunder God. Coupled with Sanguyu's writing round eyes, even its Shangnan should be able to barely fight. Even if you can't win, you will definitely be able to retreat. But this is far from enough. With this strength, let alone seek revenge from Danzo, even if it is in Shinobi. It's also difficult to gain a foothold in the world. I can't get points in the village, so the improvement of my strength is too slow. I must escape Konoha, and leaving Konoha by myself means that I don't have the shelter of the village. In addition, there is no shelter from the village, it is very dangerous in the ninja world. Therefore, it is necessary to improve the strength as soon as possible. You must know that the plot will begin in about 2 more years. Soon after Suzuki and the others graduate, they will have the Chunin exam, and the Konoha collapse plan of Ashimaru. At that time, Konoha will be very chaotic, and must seize that rare opportunity to earn a little points. Therefore, in the past 2 years, I must have at least the strength of the ninja level. Then, when Otonin helped Suzuki defect to Ashimaru, he secretly followed them out of the village. That's it. Konoha's people will think that Suzuki took me away together, and they won't notice me. After all, in the eyes of Konoha's senior management, I am already an insignificant person. It is impossible to go to Suzuki to verify it. Even if you want to verify, you have to find Suzuki. Chen Jun, are you there? Xiaojing and I came to see you. At this moment, Ino's shout came from outside the house. And Chen was interrupted when he was thinking about things. Hey? Is it Ino and Xiaojing? How did these two girls come? Chen was still thinking about how Ino and Xiaojing suddenly came. Ino and Xiaojing had already pushed open the door of his room and came in. Because Suzuki is not at home now, the two of them didn't care for so long to come in directly. Chen Jun, how are you doing? The two women asked directly when they came to Chen and cared about him. What's wrong with me? I'm fine. Chen said suspiciously, do they know that I was bullied by Tei Shibai? It's fine if it's all right, it's fine if it's all right. Ino was relieved when he saw that Chen seemed to be really fine. But he said bitterly, this Shibai Tei is too nasty, I really want to beat him up. Okay Ino, isn't that Shibai Tei also paid the price? He has been taught so badly by Suzuki, you must not dare to bully Chen again. Xiaojing comforted. So that's it. Suzuki must have taught Shibai Tei a lesson in school, and they only know it. Although Tatsun didn't know how Suzuki taught Shibai Tei, he felt that when he heard what Oi said, it should be miserable. But that Shibai Tei asked for it. Chen Jun, are you better now? Have you remembered the past? Xiaojing asked Chen with concern. What happened before? What did you do before? I don't know. Chen still showed his usual appearance. Why do you always ask me about the past? The past is really annoying. It's okay, it's okay. Don't be angry if you don't think of it. Seeing Chen seemed to be angry, Ino said quickly. Really, Suzuki didn't force me to say anything before, you always ask me. Chen pretended to be unhappy. Sorry. Let's not ask about this, let's say something else, Chen Jun, don't be angry. Xiaojing also quickly comforted Chen. After that, Ino and Xiao Ino just chatted with Chen casually, and didn't dare to ask him about the past. At last it was very late, and Suzuki had already returned, and the two had no choice but to leave. Chen Jun, I will see you later, we will go back first. Goodbye. See you. These two girls are really... Chen looked at the backs of Ino and Xiaojing leaving with a wry smile. P.S. This chapter seems to have written Suzuki too coldly, because this chapter was done in a hurry, because I accidentally fell asleep last night and only got up in the morning. Everyone will just watch it, anyway, it is the transitional chapter. Upload it first, modify it later. In addition, ask for flowers, ask for collection. Chapter 23, the beginning of the plot. After that, Ino and Xiao Ino just chatted with Chen casually, and didn't dare to ask him about the past. At last it was very late, and Suzuki had already returned, and the two had no choice but to leave. Chen-jun, I will see you later, we will go back first. Goodbye. See you. These two girls are really... Chen looked at the backs of Ino and Xiaojing leaving with a wry smile. No words for a night. The next day, after Suzuki went to school as usual, Tatsun also went to the woods to continue training tree climbing. At this time, Chen Zheng was hanging upside down on the branch, without borrowing any foreign objects, only relying on the solace of his feet to stick to the trunk, hanging upside down. Chakra needs mental energy, so you can't be too nervous or too desperate, and then naturally focus your attention on the tree, you can stick to it. Chen hung upside down on the tree and said proudly. Ding! The host completed the task tree climbing training. Task reward, 300 points, 2,643 existing points. 300 points in the account, enough to redeem the shadow clone. The system, give me the art of redeeming the shadow clone. Chen thought of the importance of the shadow clone, and the separated shadow clones will evenly distribute the chakras of the body. The shadow clone is a kind of ninjutsu that can quickly improve the practice, because the practice done by the clone will eventually be integrated into the body. The advantage of the shadow clone technique is that it can improve the combat power and practice of the body. The disadvantage is that the shadow clone will divide the chakra of the body equally, which will consume a lot of the chakra and fatigue accumulation of the body. The characteristic of multiple shadow clones is that they are more numerous than shadow clones, and the things experienced by each clone after disappearing will be communicated to the body one by one. Naruto once used multiple shadow clones to practice, resulting in the experience gained the number of shadow clones is doubled. However, due to the consideration of the amount of chakra, most users of shadow clones are suitable for several clones. However, the chakras of each avatar after multiple shadow avatars will have a very small distribution due to the huge amount, and fatigue will also be superimposed on the body, which will endanger life. So in Konoha, the first generation of Hokage considered that most people could not use this dangerous technique, so it banned it. In short, Chen must improve his strength as soon as possible to prepare for the future escape, so it is a good way to cultivate with the shadow clone. Answer the host, shadow clone art, item type, skill, item level, B level, need to redeem points, 2000, do you want to redeem it? Yes. Well, after enjoying the favor of the Nuon Liujun once again, Chen has mastered the skill of the shadow clone, which can be called a plug-in. Of course, only people like Naruto who have to spill the chakras can be regarded as plug-ins. After all, the number of his multiple shadow clones is hundreds of thousands, and ordinary people can only separate a few. Try it first. Chen Jian with both hands started chakra. Bang! A burst of smoke suddenly appeared beside Chen, and then a clone identical to Chen appeared out of thin air. Is this the shadow clone? A curious and wonderful feeling. Chen sighed. See if I can divide more. After that, Chen separated 2 avatars in total, including the previous one, adding up to 3 avatars. With my current chakra, are 3 avatars already the limit? But that's enough. For the sake of safety, let's remove one first. Chen said that he lifted an Ying clone. Okay, the next one will practice treading water first, and the other will practice physique, the body, just practice ninjutsu. Don't act. After training until the time was almost the same, he mobilized Fei Lei Shen and returned home. After returning home, Chen did not dare to immediately release the shadow clone, but took a shower and then lay on the tatami in the room before releasing it. Chapter 20. Just as soon as the clone was lifted, a feeling of fatigue hit, and the whole body was sore. I'm going, I just can't stand it with just 2 more clones, so tired. Naruto's physique and chakra volume are really enviable. Chen fell asleep unknowingly, and he didn't wake up until Suzuki came back from practicing and sent him in after making dinner. From then on, Chen used the technique of the Thunder God to come to the laboratory in the woods to practice every day when Suzuki went to school. Every day, he is repeating his training. As time goes by, Chen also grows up day by day, and his strength is constantly getting stronger. Split line. More than 2 years later. In the Naruto office building, a group of upper ninjas are waiting for the 3 generations of Naruto adults to speak. Among these upper ninjas are the original works of Heiji Kakashi, Yuri Hong, Sarutobi Asuma, and other future Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang leaders. Teacher. Master Naruto, is there any important task to summon us here so late? Asked one of them, Shangren. Yet. It's nothing big, because there will be a group of students graduating from the ninja school today. According to Konoha's practice, 3 lower ninjas form a group, and then 1 upper ninja will lead the team. So today we are summoning you all to let everyone here brings a group. 3 generations said after smoking a cigarette. Leading the team? So that's it. Zhong Shangren understood why Naruto had summoned them. Okay, here is a list of students, which have already been divided into groups. Tomorrow you can pick up your students according to the list. 3 generations handed over a stack of papers on the table to a Shangren. Then let him send them to everyone one by one. I'm taking students again, I'm going to say goodbye to the leisurely days. Well. But it doesn't matter, anyway, no one can pass the test, just play a game with those little ghosts. Get the list after Kakashi didn't even look at it, he stuffed it directly into his pocket, anyway, it's fine to be there later tomorrow. Those students from Shangnan will take away first, and the rest will be my students, and then all of them. Just make a brief introduction. Are there any objections? 3 generations asked the Shinins below. No. The Shinobu replied. In that case, go back and prepare first. 3 generations of adults, then we will leave first. The Shinins bowed to the 3 generations and left. Oh, Kakashi, don't leave, I'll tell you something. 3 generations said to Kakashi who was about to go out. Hey! Kakashi asked suspiciously, 3 generations of adults, is there anything else? Yes, did you see it on the list just now? 3 generations smoked and said to Kakashi, this time the students you brought are extraordinary. Hey! Hearing the words of the 3rd generation made Kakashi a little curious, who could make the 3rd generation pay so much attention to him, but also to leave him to explain. Opening the list on his hand and taking a look, Kakashi was a little surprised by the name on it. Uchiha Suzuki, Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi looked at the 3 generations in surprise, this is... 3 generations took a cigarette and said to Kakashi, well, the identities of these 2 children are not the same. Suzuki Uchiha is the orphan of the Uchiha clan. He is very talented and is the strongest among the students. You should know this Uzumaki Naruto, his identity is even more extraordinary. Are the people with soil and the teacher's child? Yes, Naruto is the child of Mizuman and Kushina. At the same time, he is also the 3rd generation of 9-tailed man Julie. The 3rd generation continued, when Kushina gave birth, he was taken advantage of by a mysterious person. Entering, he released the 9 tails that were sealed in Kushina's body, and controlled the 9 tails to attack the village, causing heavy casualties in the village. The situation was urgent at the time, and the water gate had to use the ghoul to seal the 9 tails. It was sealed in the body of Naruto who was just born, and the disaster was quelled. 3 generations smoking a cigarette, walked to the window of the office, looked at the village outside and said, Mizuna and Kushina wanted to make Naruto the hero of the village, but... However, Naruto was regarded as the incarnation of 9 tails by the people in the village. Since childhood, he was so cold-eyed and bullied that we were not allowed to approach Naruto, right? Kakashi said coldly and interrupted for 3 generations. Oh! 3 generations sighed and continued, for some reason, I can't disclose Naruto's life experience. And in order to protect Naruto, I also issued a seal, but I didn't expect Naruto to accept it anyway. So many grievances. It's because I failed Watergate's expectations and failed to take good care of Naruto. I'm really sorry, Watergate and Kushina. Seeing that all 3 generations said so, Kakashi did not entangle Naruto anymore. Instead, look at the last person on the list. Haruno Sakura? What special identity is it? No, Haruno Sakura, she is just an ordinary civilian ninja, and there is nothing special. Sandai shook his head. Oh. By the way, doesn't Uchiha have another child? Kakashi suddenly thought that there was another Uchiha clan, and asked Sandai. Yeah. That's right, there is another one. That kid is called Uchiha Tatsuno, and that Uchiha Sasuke is a brother. I heard that this Uchiha Tatsumai was also a genius before, and he was even more powerful than that Uchiha Sasuke when he was in the ninja school. Yes, Tatsun's talent is indeed higher than that of Sasuke. It's a pity that he was severely mentally hit by Uchiha's tragedy many years ago, and he became a fool who couldn't even take care of himself. I went to the ninja school, and I have been hiding at home for Sasuke to take care of, and it has basically been abandoned. 3 generations said regretfully. Is that right? P.S. I don't want any more water, and I'm going directly to the plot. I hope you don't blame me. In addition, seeking flowers, seeking collections, seeking rewards. Chapter 24, Zongnan Examination. I heard that this Uchiha Tatsumai was also a genius before, and he was even more powerful than that Uchiha Sasuke when he was in the ninja school. Yes, Tatsun's talent is indeed higher than that of Sasuke. It's a pity that he was severely mentally hit by Uchiha's tragedy many years ago, and he became a fool who couldn't even take care of himself. I went to the ninja school, and I have been hiding at home for Sasuke to take care of, and it has basically been abandoned. 3 generations said regretfully. Is that so? Although Kakashi felt it was a pity, he didn't think much about it. Anyway, that's all I want to say. You can find out for yourself after you meet with them tomorrow. I understand, but even if they are the children of the tribe with the soil and the teacher, if they fail the test, I won't let them become my students. Despite this, Kakashi still plans to give them a little hint. That test? I believe Naruto and the others will not let you down, Sandai said to Kakashi. I hope so. Then, I will leave first. Kakashi saluted the 3 generations. Go. Sandai waved his hand, motioning for Kakashi to retreat. Kakashi did not return to his home after leaving the Hokage office building, but came to the Konoha Consolation Monument. Take the soil, teacher, Lin, I'm coming to see you again. I'm going to be the leader of the team again tomorrow. This time the students are actually the children of the tribe and the teacher, but even so, I won't be against it. They have any water. People who break the rules and iron rules of the ninja world are called waste. However, people who don't know how to cherish their companions are not as good as waste. This is what you teach me. If they don't pass the test, then I have to let them go back to the ninja school to stay. After all, ninjas who don't work as a team will only die faster on the battlefield. On the other side, Chen was lying on the tatami, thinking about something. Today Chen went to the laboratory in the woods to practice as usual and returned home, and found something on Sasuke's forehead. Protect the forehead. It symbolizes the forehead protection of the ninja. In other words, Sasuke and the others graduated from the ninja school today, so the plot has already begun. Chen thought to himself. According to the plot of the original book, tomorrow Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura will be grouped together, and then meet Kakashi, and Kakashi will test them the day after they meet. If not surprising, Sasuke and the others will pass Kakashi's test and become the 7th class, and will soon be in mission. The plot has finally begun, and I will be able to leave Konoha soon. Chen thought with excitement, it's really exciting. The next day, Sasuke went to school as usual and met their leader Kakashi. After a brief introduction of himself, Kakashi let them all go home and put them to the test the next day. As in the original book, a survival exercise was conducted. At the beginning, Sasuke and the others fought on their own, and were abused by Kakashi without fighting back. Naruto was also tied to a tree because he wanted to steal lunch by himself. Kakashi told the three of them that they were all unqualified, and then told them about the importance of teamwork. In the end, he expressed his willingness to give them another chance, but it would increase the difficulty of the test. Only those who want to challenge can eat the bento, but it is absolutely not allowed to eat Naruto, because it is a punishment for Naruto who does not follow the rules and wants to eat alone. If someone distributes it to him, it will be eliminated immediately. However, when Sasuke heard Naruto's hungry sound, he violated Kakashi's warning and gave the lunch to Naruto. He said that the three of them went to grab the bell in the afternoon and didn't hope that Naruto would get in the way. Just when Sakura was about to feed the tied Naruto bento, Kakashi suddenly appeared in front of them, using ninjutsu to create a scene of violent whines, howling, lightning, and thunder, and pressured Sasuke and them, and asked them why disobey the rules set by him. Sasuke and the others said that the three of them are in a group, so the three of them should be of one mind. After that, Kakashi saw that they had understood the importance of the team, and announced that they were all qualified and said that they had tested this test on other teams before, but none of them passed the test successfully. Sasuke and them were the first. Approve the group that successfully passed this test. At the end, Kakashi said to them, those who break the rules and iron rules of the ninja world are called waste. But people who don't know how to cherish their companions are not as good as waste. He declared that the acting is over and all qualified. The 7th class will start its mission tomorrow. From then on, the 7th class would go to the Hokage Tower every day to pick up some tasks of cutting materials and picking up water and picking up garbage in the river. After a long time, Naruto was tired of these small tasks and expressed that he wanted to accept more advanced tasks. The last 3 generations took Naruto couldn't help it, so he gave the 7th class a sea-level task to a bridge-building expert to the Namibia safely. After that, everyone in the 7th class went home to prepare. I'm going to do a task tomorrow. I have to leave the village for a few days. I have already explained to the owner of Yul Ramen. When I am away, he will ask someone to bring you ramen every day, and you will be honest with me. Stay at home, don't go out, do you hear it? Sasuke returned home, packed his luggage, and came to Tetsun's room and said to Tetsun on the tatami, Sasuke, where are you going? I want to go too. Chen got up and said to Sasuke, Idiot, I'm going to perform the task, how could I bring you this obstructive waste, and stay at home honestly for me, an idiot that will only drag people. Sasuke scolded Chen anger. Chapter 21. Oh. I know. I will stay at home until Sasuke comes back, and I won't go anywhere. Chen pretended to be aggrieved and said to Sasuke disappointedly, Hey! Just understand, it's better not to cause me any trouble, otherwise you will make you look good when I come back. Sasuke warned Chen, and then left Chen's room. Going out on a mission? This must be the mission in the original book to the bridge builder named Dasna to the Namibia. After their mission returns, it will be the Nikanin exam. I just have more time when Sasuke is gone. Cultivation. When Dashimare launches Konoha's collapse plan, take advantage of the chaos to kill a few more ninjas to earn points. Chen has already thought about it. The next day, Sasuke went out early to the village entrance with Naruto and the others with his suitcase, but waited until noon for Kakashi to show up, and after Kakashi showed the village certificate, he stepped out of the wood together. Yet, walked in the direction of the country of Wave. At this time, both Naruto and Sasuke were very excited, after all, it was their first time to leave the village when they grew up. Even Kakashi was late and they had forgotten what they had waited so long. And after Sasuke left home, Tatsun came to the old laboratory in the woods to start practicing. Although Suzuki was no longer there, Tatsun still left a shadow clone, because the owner of Yul Ramen would let his daughter Ayum during dinner. Bring ramen to Tatsun. Not only that, Chen also channeled a little poodle and asked him to investigate the movement in Konoha village. A few days later, as the ninja test was approaching, some ninjas from Xianan village appeared in Konoha one after another. Among them were the ninjas from Cheyenne village, which is also the 5 major ninja villages. As Shayakura was a defeated country during the Third Ninja World War, according to the treaty signed by the two countries, Shayakura lost the right to take the ninja test in his own village, and all the shinobu must go to Key village to pass. Ninja test can become ninja, and those ninjas in Xianan village do not have that condition, or because Konoha's ninja test is more authoritative, so they all go to Konoha for the ninja test. It's really lively. The current Konoha is a mix of Aroanas. I have to be careful. Maybe the big snake pill is already in Konoha. That pervert is very jealous of Uchiha's body. Don't get his idea. Chen also began to be alert as he watched the information sent back by the little poodle. In the original work, Osamu lost to Ataki Uchiha because of the loss of eating Shayalamayan, and has been obsessed with Shayalamayan ever since. Although he hit Suzuki with his idea in the original book, it is hard to guarantee that he would not be interested in Tatsumi, who is also Uchiha, although the current Uchiha Tatsumi is already a waste. Chen noticed that there were more outsiders in the village, so he stopped training. He didn't want any accidents, so he should just stay in the room and sleep honestly. A few days later, the 7th class who was out on the mission returned to Konoha. Just like the plot in the original book, Naruto and Seguro's Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari had a conflict with the 3 Sagakura. And finally learned about the upcoming Zongnin exam. The leading teachers of the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, Metkai, Kakashi, Yuri Hong, and Sarutobi Asuma also recommended their students to take the Zongnin exam to the 3 generations. My current strength should have reached the level of Shinobu, right? When Konoha collapses the plan, I will get some points. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Chen thought while lying on the tatami. Chen has been cultivating for more than 2 years and has never dared to relax, so his strength has also risen sharply. Relying on the impression of the previous life, the Chidori ninjutsu derives the skills of Chidori Ryu and Chidori Sharp Gun. The finger gun is also practiced into the 10-finger gun and the 6-style 6 Kings gun. These skills were all developed by Chen himself, and were not exchanged by the system. I have to say that Chen's talent is indeed very high. It's really exciting. Hey! P.S. The protagonist is about to escape Konoha, are you looking forward to it? Haha! Seeking flowers, seeking collections, seeking monthly tickets, seeking rewards, all kinds of requests. Chapter 25, when the Zongnin exam is in progress. Chen has been cultivating for more than 2 years and has never dared to relax, so his strength has also risen sharply. Relying on the impression of the previous life, the Chidori ninjutsu derives the skills of Chidori Ryu and Chidori Sharp Gun. The finger guns were also trained into the 10-finger guns and the 6-style 6 Kings guns. These skills were all developed by Chen himself, and they were not exchanged by the system. I have to say that Chen's talent is indeed very high. It's really exciting. Hey! At this time, a group of ninjas are gathering in the Naruto office building. Among them is Ninja School Ninja, but most of them are Shang Ninja as the leader of the team, and everyone is waiting for the 3 generations of Naruto to speak. Look at my expression, everyone knows it, it's already time. 3 generations took a sip of the pipe and said to the people below. This matter has already been notified to other countries, and many ninjas from other villages have appeared in Konoha. The 3rd generation son of Asuma Sarutobi, the uncle with a beard, also had a cigarette in his mouth. Said to the 3 generations. Are Sarutobis all smokers? Hey! When will it start? Xirihong asked softly. A week later. So fast. Kakashi said. 3 generations took a deep breath and spit it out. Got up from the chair. Now, I officially announce that the Zongjin selection examination will be held on July 1st, a week from now, and the meeting is now adjourned. Yes, everyone replied, and then each went back to tell their students. After Konoha's ninjas received the notice from their teacher, they were all preparing nervously. Finally, after a week, the highly anticipated selection of Zongren finally kicked off. First of all, those who need to participate in the selection must go to the classroom arranged by Konoha for a written test. As in the original work, Sasuke and the others clashed with the third class led by Metkai, and Sasuke confronted Rock Lee, who is also one of the strongest players. It is worth mentioning that in the original book, Sasuke lost to Rock Lee in this duel, but not this time. 3 years ago, I was stimulated by the mysterious root and the people in the Anbi in the woods. Today, Sasuke is practicing harder than in the original book, and his strength is a bit stronger than that in the original book, so the duel with Xiao Li China did not lose, but was tied. However, it was just that Xiao Li hadn't used his full strength at the time, and he was stopped by Metkai's appearance. Then Kai and Xiao Li showed off their mentor and apprenticeship in front of the 3 of the 7th class, and threw everyone out of focus. Tender. Before Xiao Li left, he specifically informed Sasuke that he did not use his full strength in the previous duel, and there is a stronger than him, Shimonen is in his team. He participated in the selection of Zongnan to defeat him, and Sasuke it is also his goal. Next, the 9 strong people of the same session gathered in the examination room, and the pharmacist as the senior came out to show off his information, and then staged a double act with a few people in Otanin village, and then the rogue uncle Marino Ibiki led the invigilator. His rogue legion appeared and announced the beginning of the exam. The test was conducted by the candidates showing their magical powers and cheating with various secret techniques. At the last moment of the test, Ibis asked the 10th question to the candidates and said to the candidates, "First of all, I will let you choose to take the test. Or do not take the 10th question. If you choose not to take the test, the score will become 0, which means you will lose the right to take the test. Of course, other people of the same family will also be out. In addition, there is a rule. Choose to take the test, but you can't if the answer is correct. The examinee will lose the eligibility to take the Zongnan exam forever. However, I am not giving you back. People who are not confident can choose not to take the exam and take the exam next year or the next year. Then start now." Right, those who choose not to take the test raise their hands, and after confirming the number, get out of me immediately. Under such pressure, many candidates could not bear the pressure and proposed to withdraw. The remaining candidates finally broke the anxiety in their hearts under Naruto's passionate declaration and chose to stay. In the end, Marino Ibi announced to the remaining candidates that all the remaining candidates passed. Next, after Ibizai gave some lectures to the candidates, Mitere Atsuki made a strong appearance and announced that she was the invigilator of the second exam room, arrogantly saying to the candidates present, "In the second exam, I will cancel half of it. I will explain the above number of people in detail after you arrive at the examination room tomorrow. Where to gather, time, etc., ask your respective guidance to Shinobu, and that's it, disband." The next day, the test takers got information from their respective guidance, and they all came to the entrance of the exercise field number 44 to gather. After Mitere Atsuki announced the rules and signed the certificate of life and death, they all stepped into the beneficiary. This is the Dead Forest exercise field. However, this group of candidates has mixed in with an incredible character, that is Uncle Snake, one of Konoha Sunin, and now it is the S-rank rebellious Lang Jun, Oshimaru. Soon after the second part of the Nikanin exam started, Sasuke and Sakura were attacked by Osakimaru in the Death Forest. Under Oshimaru's death preview technique, Sasuke was very frightened in his heart, trembling so that he could hardly fight back. Just when Sasuke had to hand over the scroll to Oshimaru in order to save his life, Naruto appeared at the right time and stopped Sasuke. During the battle between Naruto and Ashimaru, Sasuke was surprised to find that Naruto is actually agile, not the image of the tail of a crane at all. Although Naruto couldn't defeat Ashimaru, this move inspired Sasuke's fighting spirit. He restrained Ashimaru with the Tide Wind Demon Shuriken, and burned Ashimaru's face with the Fire Escape Ninjutsu extension cord. Just when Sasuke thought he had defeated Ashimaru, out of satisfaction with Sasuke's abilities, Ashimaru planted Sasuke the imprint of the Curse of Heaven. Sasuke fell down in pain, and Oshimaru told Sakura before leaving that Sasuke would come to him for strength sooner or later. Sasuke lost consciousness just like Naruto because of the curse mark. Sakura takes care of her. At this moment, a group of Otonin was ordered by Otomaru to kill Sasuke. Sakura, Lelouch, and the 10th class struggled to deal with the three voices, but the situation was unfavorable. Sakura was also seriously injured. The other members of the 3rd squad led by Niji arrived. As they were preparing to fight Otonin, Sasuke's body adapted to the curse mark and regained consciousness. The angry Sasuke was covered with cursed black patterns, and attacked Zack, who didn't care about attacking Sakura. Because of the power of the curse seal, Sasuke has an absolute advantage. He broke Zack's arm in a very violent way, and was ready to continue to take revenge on the other two Otoninos. Sakura sensed that Sasuke was out of control in the curse seal state, and hugged Sasuke, begging him to stop. Sakura's actions brought Sasuke back to normal. The horrified Tonin people left the scroll and hurriedly fled the scene. After that, Sasuke and others all passed the second exam. At this time, Naruto 3 also appeared in front of the candidates who passed the second exam with a group of ninjas. He also told them why the Zongjin selection examination was held, and then announced the content of the third examination. In the preliminary selection of the exam, Sasuke was the first to appear, and his opponent was Otonin's red bronze armor. Before the game, Kakashi warned Sasuke not to use the power of the spell, otherwise he may be eliminated directly. After the battle started, Kai used his chakra-absorbing ninjutsu to absorb Sasuke's chakra in a large amount, which had a great advantage. When he couldn't use the curse seal, Sasuke changed the physical skills he copied from Xiao Li into a lion bomb, and controlled the curse seal, and finally defeated his opponent with one move. After the game, Kakashi sealed the curse on Sasuke's body to prevent it from happening. Ashimaru suddenly appeared and told Kakashi and Sasuke that if Sasuke himself wanted, the curse could not be sealed. Ashimaru left after confronting Kakashi for a while. The rest of the candidates, after a fierce selection, also decided the top 9. They are Konoha Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Yuzino, and Nara Shikamaru. Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari of Sane. Toss Anvil of Otonin. The last 9 candidates draw lots to decide their opponents. Because it is a single number, one person has a bye, and Cheyon's Temari becomes a bye player. You will have a formal selection in front of Zongnan. You represent the strength of your respective countries and hope that you can play your best level by then. Therefore, the formal selection will be conducted in 1 month. 3 generations faced him. The candidates who have passed the pre-selection said, "Isn't it going on today?" Naruto asked suspiciously. "This month is preparation time, that is to say, it is to make time to inform the daimyo and ninja leaders of various countries. Tell them that the pre-selection is over and you can come to watch the official selection, and also give you candidates some time to prepare for self-improvement." 3 generations said to the candidates while smoking. "I'm a little confused, what's going on?" Kankuro was confused by the verbose 3 generations, and asked uncomfortably. "To put it bluntly, it is for you to make targeted preparations and analyze your opponent's performance in the qualifiers to increase your chances of winning. Although the previous battles were actual battles, they were fighting against opponents you don't understand. However, the official selection, the time is different. The strength of the opponents has been shown. To be fair, you can use this month to make yourself stronger. You have worked hard, see you in a month, and disband." After explaining, he announced his dissolution, and then left. All the examinees also left the examination room thoughtfully. P.S. Sorry, this chapter is so good. Everyone will just look at it. Anyway, it's the transition chapter. The next chapter is Konoha's collapse plan. The protagonist should show his talents too. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for reward. Chapter 27, Konoha Collapse Plan launched. After the 3 generations of Naruto announced their dissolution, the Shinnins all left. With the help of Kakashi, Sasuke temporarily suppressed the curse seal. Although the curse seal was temporarily suppressed by Kakashi, it would happen again at any time. After all, Kakashi was not good at sealing. Kakashi originally planned to let Sasuke stay in the hospital for a few more days until he got better before he was discharged for training, but Sasuke did not follow his instructions. After Kakashi left, he also secretly left the hospital and went home. I don't know how the Zongnin exam is going. Chen thought idly in the room. Not long after, Sasuke also returned home. Although he wanted to know the status of the Nikanin exam, Tatsun did not dare to ask Sasuke. As usual, the two went back to their rooms to sleep after dinner. At night, Tatsun suddenly heard the painful low groan from Sasuke, who lived in the next room, and was awakened. Tatsun got up from the tatami. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with Sasuke? Go and take a look. Chen thought with some confusion, and then walked from his room where he wanted Sasuke. Hey, what are you doing, Sasuke? I can't sleep because of the noise. Tatsun pushed open the door of Sasuke's room, yawned and asked Sasuke. But after seeing the situation in Sasuke's room, he was taken aback. At this time, Sasuke was kneeling on the ground in his pajamas, holding the left side of his neck with his hands. He seemed to be in pain, but he was trying his best to endure, and his body was trembling slightly. What's wrong with you, Sasuke? Chen asked worriedly when he saw Sasuke's appearance. Chapter 22. Shut up to me. Who asked you to come over? Sasuke raised his head and shouted at him when he heard Chen's voice. The expression on his face showed a hideous look because of his painful tolerance. Tatsun didn't care what Sasuke was saying, and ran to Sasuke to help him up. Idiot, get out of me, don't touch me. Sasuke dodges Chen and stretches out his hand to help him up, shouting at Chen. Didn't you hear? I told you to stay away from me. Sasuke suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Chen by the collar under his neck and threw him out the door, then closed the door again. That was the curse seal of the sky, Tatsun, who was thrown out of the room, said thoughtfully. When Sasuke just reached out and grabbed him, Tatsun found the curse mark on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke has been cursed by the Osaki Maru, is it today? That is to say, the qualifiers for Nikanin selection have ended today, and then the real selection will be. In the original work, the official selection is at the end of the qualifiers. It was carried out a month later, and Sasuke was training with Kakashi during that time, and he also learned Kakashi's Chidori. And Naruto also met Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, and practiced with Jiraiya at that time. He also signed a contract with the Toad of Miyamu Mountain and mastered the psychic technique. I remember that the Konoha collapse plan and the Zongnin trials took place on the same day. Is there still a month left? I can't wait, The next day, before Chen did not get up, Sasuke went out, and he should have gone to find Kakashi. I will practice with Kakashi in the next month. Split line. 1 month later, the Zongnin trials were held as scheduled. Konoha was very lively at this time. Representatives from all villages were sent to Konoha, and even the 4 generations of Fengying from Cheyenne village were present in person. More than that, the daimyo and many officials of the Country of Fire came to watch the battle. And for shinobu who passed the qualifiers, except Konoha's Uchiha Sasuke and Oda Shinori's TOS Anman who did not show up, the other 7 have already arrived in the field, and the audience cheered. Has Sasuke Uchiha not found it yet? The 3 generations asked the guards next to them in the same way. Anbi has sent several groups of men and horses to find them, but they still haven't found them. Maybe, they have fallen into the hands of Ashimaru. If this is the case, it will be impossible to find him. He replied in the same way. I see. 3 generations narrowed his eyes and said. At this time, the 4th generation of Eyes Feng Ying had already walked over with a guard. Oh! What a rare guest! A rare guest! 4 generations of Feng Ying adults. Please take a seat. The 3rd generation of Hokage expressed a warm look at the 4th generation of Feng Ying, and said after the 4th generation of Feng Ying took a seat, thank you for your hard work. Where, fortunately, the venue is Konoha. Although you are not too old, you may not be able to bear it if you travel far, Hokage-sama. I think you have decided on the 5th generation candidate earlier. 4 generations of Feng Ying said mockingly at the 3 generations. Although the current Fire Country and Wind Country belong to the Allied powers, the relationship between the 2 shinobu villages is not very friendly. Ha! 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 After hearing Feng Ying's taunts, the 3 generations of Hokage let out a cool laugh, and said, don't think of me as an old man. I think I can do it for another 5 years. Okay. Almost ready to start. Seeing that the time was almost up, the 3 generations stood up and walked to the front of the stage and said to the audience, Dear guests, I sincerely thank you all for coming to watch the Zongnin selection examination held by Konoha. Well-known contestants come for the formal selection competition. Please enjoy the competition. Afterwards, Shiranui Genma, as the invigilator, explained the rules to each contestant, and then took out a list of matches to announce the order of the matches. The original list of 9 people has now been changed to 8, and the Tosin of Otanin village has been removed from the list. Because the day before, Tas Anvil of Otanin village unexpectedly wanted to kill Gaara in private, and then placed a single in the game, so that he would have a chance to fight Uchiha Sasuke. But the result can be imagined, Gaara immediately killed him, so he was removed from the list of matches. Listen well, although the venue is different, it is the same as in the qualifiers. There are no rules of the game until one team dies or admits defeat. However, when I think the victory is timed, I will suspend the game and I will not resist. I understand. Let's go. Shiranui Genma held 1,000 books in his mouth, and said to the 7 players standing in front of him, Next, we will start the first round. At the beginning of the game, Naruto was the first to play, and the opponent he met was Niji Hyuga, known as a genius. During the fight, Naruto was attacked by Niji to seal the A-cup ointment and could not use any chakras. However, due to the guidance of Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas before the test, Chakra who released the 9 tails defeated Niji and was cheered by the audience. Then Gaara played against Uchiha Sasuke, but because Sasuke did not show up for a long time, the 3 generations had to press the duel between Gaara and Sasuke to the last one, and let the players present to compete first. The next game was originally Konoha's Yuzino vs Sandy's Kankuro, but Kankuro chose to abstain because he wanted to save his strength to cope with the Konoha collapse plan afterwards, and Yuzino directly promoted. After Yugoshino was promoted, it was a duel between Sane's Temari and Konoha's Shikamaru. At first Shikamaru appeared in an image of no fighting spirit and always complaining about troubles, but Shikamaru showed during the game his brilliant strategist mind. In the game against Temari, his wit was even more manifested. At first, he seemed to try tactics one after another in vain, trying to catch her in the wild bombardment of Temari, but actually made her move to a certain place. The position, through the hole made by Naruto in the previous game, grabbed her from behind with a shadow. Just when everyone thought Shikamaru was going to win, he hastily announced that he would give up the game and explained the reason why he gave up the game. Although he had thought out 200 different strategies, he could not help but overuse the shadow technique to cause his investigation. Carrot runs out. Secondly, he didn't want to hurt women. Naturally, Fear of trouble is the main reason. Although Shikamaru gave up the game, his brilliant strategic awareness attracted everyone, including Naruto-sama of course. So he is the only one promoted after Zongnan's exam. In the end, all the players had finished the game. Only Gaara and Sasuke Uchiha were left. For some reason, Sasuke Uchiha never appeared. Just when Shiranui Genma was going to announce that Uchiha Sasuke abstained, Kakashi took Sasuke to appear in the game in an extreme way. Then after some pretense, Gaara and Sasuke started a fierce battle. Although he was late for the official game, the results of Sasuke's hard training during this period quickly showed. His high-speed movement made Gaara tired and had to surround himself with sand. Sasuke took this opportunity to use Chidori for the first time, but it broke through Gaara's absolute defense and injured the latter. Just when Gaara was about to go mad, the pharmacist dressed as Anbi launched the illusion technique, the art of the abode, and many white feathers floated in the sky. Everyone sitting in the audience, except Kakashi, Kai, and Sakura were still awake. They were all hit by illusions, and they were unconscious. Then, a guard of the 4th generation Feng Ying suddenly threw a flare. The Konoha collapse plan has begun. After receiving the flares, Otono and Sanda, who had been ambushing, acted one after another. And the 3rd generation of Naruto was also held on top of a building by the 4th generation of Fukage, and then 4 Otonin launched the enchantment for Purple Flame Formation and trapped the 3rd generation of Mim Hokage and the 4th generation of Fukage inside. Several Anbi thought to forcefully break through the barrier. He was burned to death by the barrier. Unexpectedly, Saiyan would betray Konoha. The 3 generations ignored the kunao on his neck and said calmly, "The so-called treaty is just a blindfold that allows the opponent to relax. The boring game ends here. From now on, history will be rewritten." 4 generations of Feng Ying said with a sneer. "Do you want to start a war?" 3 generations said to Feng Ying. "I think we should avoid using force and use peace talks to solve the problem." "It's not too late, Master Feng Ying. Ha ha ha, sure enough, you will be at peace when you are old. Teacher Sarutobi." 4 generations Feng Ying said to 3 generations with a sneer. Orochimaru. P.S. Forgive me, another chapter. I promise to let the protagonist play 10 in the next chapter. Don't worry, everyone. Chapter 28, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Ha ha ha, sure enough, you will be at peace when you are old. Teacher Sarutobi. 4 generations Feng Ying said to 3 generations with a sneer. You are. The 3rd generation did not have the composure just now, and looked at the 4th generation Feng Ying in surprise with both eyes. He he he. At this time, in the arena, after Sasuke used Chidori to injure Gaara, he jumped back and drew a distance from Gaara, and then found the strangeness in the audience and the 4 purple flame formations. What the is going on? Sasuke looked at the huge square 4 purple flame formation not far away, completely confused. Enough, Gaara. Just when Gaara wanted to go crazy, Temari and Kankuro jumped in front of him to stop him. I'm going to kill him. Gaara ignored Temari and Kankuro, but walked towards Sasuke with a hideous expression. It doesn't make any sense to continue fighting with him, don't forget our mission. Kankuro grabbed Gaara. Go away. Otherwise even you will be killed. Gaara pushed Kankuro away, trying to attack Sasuke. At this time, their guidance, Shinobu Shiranui, appeared in front of them. What are you waiting for? The battle has already begun. While Maji was talking, Konoha's special Shinobu Shiranui also appeared beside Sasuke. The 2 groups formed a confrontation. Gaara suffered a very serious injury just now, and chakra consumed too much to complete that technique. Temari explained to Maki. Damn, Gaara is Sane's trump card, no matter how you want him to work, you should leave here first, find a way to help Gaara heal, and let him perform that technique when he recovers. Maji ordered. Temari and Kankuro took Gaara away and stayed for them. After hearing Maki's order, Temari and Kankuro took Gaara away. Sasuke, I'm sorry, this is the end of the Nikanin exam. You are already at the level of ninja. Since you are Konoha's ninja, you must do something for Konoha. Shiranui Genma stared at Maki while facing said Suzuki beside him. Just defeat Gaara, right? Continue the battle just now. Suzuki said coldly. Don't go after it. Now it's not an exam, but an actual battle. Hey! The purpose is the same anyway. After Suzuki finished speaking, he chased in the direction where the three of Kijo had escaped. On the other side, in the 4-Zeon array. I wanted to take Suzuki away while Gaara caused the chaos. It seems that I can't do my best. The fake 4th generation Feng Ying smiled and said to the 3rd generation Hokage. Hey! So that's it, your purpose is Konoha and Suzuki. Said the 3rd generation of Hokage, looking at the fake Feng cage in front of them. Konoha is not that important to me yet. Compared to this, if Gaara is fully awakened, you will see more interesting things. Well, regardless of him, your stupidity has put Konoha into a chaotic situation. I have won. Hey! Nothing will be known until the end. I should have taught you this way. Big snake pill. Hey! Fake Feng Ying grinned, and stretched out his hand to tear a piece of human skin from his face, revealing his true face. He was the disciple of 3 generations of Naruto, and also Konoha's S-rank rebel, Lengjun-Yuan. Dashimaru sneered and said, I told you a long time ago to determine the candidate for the 5th generation of Naruto. Because the 3rd generation, that is, you, will die here later. Actually, I know that this day will come sooner or later, but... The 3rd generation closed his eyes and said to the disciple in front of him, then opened his eyes violently and stared at Ashimaru, don't want to take my head easily. The 2 masters and apprentices, the battle between the 2 shadow ranks is also about to start. Chapter 23. At this time, Konoha's civilians ran to the refuge one after another under the command of some Zongren. However, Chen did not follow the civilians to the refuge. He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. How could he hide? Humph! The show has begun. Chen looked at the giant snakes raging in the village of Konoha in the distance, and said with a little excitement. Ding! The system releases a war mission. Please select a camp for the host. Guardian, Konoha. Attacker, Ninja Alliance. Mission conditions, kill the enemy camp ninjas, upper ninja, 5, middle ninja, 10, ninja, 20. Mission reward, 50,000 points, penalty for mission failure, 50,000 points deducted. Accept it. If the mission fails, 50,000 points will be deducted. What should I do if I don't have that many points? Wouldn't it be to obliterate the host? Chen asked with some worry. In the novels read in the previous life, the protagonist's golden finger threatened the protagonist by obliterating the host at every turn. If the strong system is the same, Chen K must carefully consider whether to accept the task. Host, please rest assured that the problem that the host is worried about will not happen. The strong system exists because of the host. The host has the highest command. If the host dies, the system will disappear, so the system does not have the power to obliterate the host. The host cannot complete it. For tasks, the system will deduct the same amount of points. If the host's points are not enough to deduct, the system will default to the host's points being in a negative state, and the host will not be able to exchange any points. The points obtained afterwards will give priority to filling the host's lack of points. Negative number. That's it. Then there is no problem, accept the task. Chen felt relieved when he heard the explanation of the system. Please choose a camp for the host, the Guardian, Konoha, the offensive team, the Ninja Alliance of Sandatone. Well, let's choose Konoha. Chen thought for a while, and didn't worry too much. After all, Konoha was his hometown. Ding! The host has selected the Konoha camp to trigger a hidden mission, kill the leader of the enemy camp Ashimaru. Mission reward, 100,000 points, and a system lottery. Mission failure penalty, none, please join the battlefield to perform the mission. I'm going, cheating, let me kill Uncle Snake? The system, you want to kill me? Fortunately, there is no penalty for mission failure. In short, this mission is ignored. Chen heard the follow-up mission said by the system. Was taken aback. No matter how much it is, the system will first redeem an Anbu costume for me. Anbu costume, item level, E-level, item type, props, points required, 100, do you want to redeem it? Exchange. After Chen put on the costume of Anbi, he activated the instantaneous technique, left the house, and rushed towards the chaotic place outside. On the other side, Kakashi and Kei sent Sakura Naruto Shikamaru away and told them to catch up with Sasuke and deal with Gaara together. And they were also surrounded by a group of ninjas from Sand Ninja Village. Kakashi, come to our XXXTH match. Burn. My youth. Ah! Kai excitedly shouted at Kakashi beside him, and then rushed towards the enemy in front. Really? Kakashi also rushed over. The two instantly fought with Otonin. Kakashi and Kai are worthy of being elites, like wolves into a flock, no one in Sans is an enemy of one. Too strong, we will all be killed. The remaining Sandas shuddered and wanted to turn around and escape. Suddenly a cold light flashed, and a small figure flashed out behind them. The man dressed as Konoha's dark part. He was doing a movement at this time, that is, slowly putting the knife in his hand on his back. In the scabbard. What happened? The few people in Cheyenne haven't figured out the situation. Immediately after that, without exception, those few sandy shadows sprayed a blood mist from the neck. Ding! The host kills 5 Zongren, reward points, 5,000. Quite soon. Before those sand ninja hadn't reacted, they all had their throats cut in an instant. Kai looked at the dark part in front of him, thinking in shock. Kakashi looked at the little man in front of him and thought, Anbi. Sorry. I took your prey. At this moment, the little Anbu spoke. Hearing sounds seems to be young. This person is Chen who just arrived. I don't need to say that I didn't dare to kill someone for the first time. You have to adapt to things like that. Anyway, Hokage is necessary to kill people. I won't waste time talking about those useless. You are Anbu. Kai said in surprise after hearing the little man's voice, you should be a kid. You actually joined Anbu. Well. Don't look surprised. Don't Kakashi-senpai joined Anbu at my age. I have heard about the deeds of Kakashi-senpai. Although the information of Senior Kakashi is confidential, Senior Kakashi's reputation is so loud, our NB often mentions seniors in private, but I have always been full of respect for seniors. Compared to Kakashi seniors, I am nothing at all. For Kakashi and Kase said calmly. Well, if you don't have time to delay the gossip, let's talk less, let's go first. Chen said and ignored Kakashi and Kai's reaction, and directly activated the instantaneous technique and disappeared in front of the two. Kakashi. Kei wanted to say something to Kakashi. Yet. He is right. Ninjas cannot despise their opponents just because they are young, otherwise they will pay the price. Okay, now that this is resolved, let's go elsewhere. Yes. Our game is not over yet, and I have killed 17 enemies, Kakashi. Oh. I'm 18. Kakashi just said silently. Ah. Really worthy of being the rival of my life, Kakashi. But I won't admit defeat. On the other side, Chen came to the top of a building and looked at the chaos under Konoha. The giant snake in the distance was roaring and raging all the way, but Konoha's ninjas could not hurt it at all. I found a good opponent for you, thank me. As he said, he jumped off the building, and quickly completed the seal after biting his thumb in mid-air. Psychic art. P.S. Seeking flowers, asking for rewards. Chapter 29, Killing the Giant Serpent. Chen jumped off the building and quickly completed the seal after biting his thumb in midair. Psychic art. Boom. A burst of smoke appeared out of thin air. Then a giant monster jumped from the smoke to the ground, and a gust of wind and sand was raised, and the ground under the giant monster's feet produced cracks. It's the poodle that is sluggish. And Chen also fell on Lu Daoang's head. At this time, Liu Daoang was even bigger than before. He was a dozen meters tall, but now he has grown to almost 30 meters, and he is already a veritable monster. Hey? That is, a psychic beast. Kakashi, who was planning to go elsewhere to rescue with Kai, saw this scene after hearing the loud noise. Is this, that kid made it out? Kai also found Chen standing on Lu Daoang's head and said in surprise. "K, let's go over there too, our ninjas can't stop them." Kakashi saw the giant snakes raging over there, and Konoha's ninjas were desperately blocking them, but they couldn't deal with the giant snakes. "Caused harm," he said to Kai. "Yo xi! A cough!" Kai exclaimed, and rushed in the direction of the giant snake. On the other hand, Chen looked at it in surprise after bringing Liu Daoang Tongling out. "This, is Erhu? It's just been 3 years. Has this Erhu grown to this point? This psychic beast grows too fast, right? Burst your little chrysanthemum!" The 6 Wangs shouted a loud slogan as soon as they appeared, and then they looked around. "Little devil, what did you call this uncle out again for this time? If you still ask me to dig a hole, you will be dead." "Yo! Erha, it's been a long time since I saw you, I didn't expect you to grow up so big," Chen said to Lu Daoang at his feet. "Of course it's a good thing to call you out. Now there is a war here. Konoha is being attacked by Sane and Odanin. I want to get rid of the people from Sane and Odanin. I need your help." "Oh! War? That would make me have a good fight today. Hey, I'm already boiling. Little devil, you've finally got one thing right, as for the scum of Shiryanyan Ninja you said, leave it to me. Humph! Tonight, have a good hunt." Lu Daoang yelled excitedly, planning to find someone to fight, but Chen stopped him. "Erha, let's talk about it first. You can only do it to Sane and Odo birth, and don't hurt Konoha's people. I don't want to be enemies with Konoha, it will be very troublesome. At least for now, I can't afford to provoke Konoha. Yet, do you understand? Otherwise, I won't call you if there is a fight in the future." Chen was really afraid that Lu Daoang would be frantic in the battle and would chop everyone off, so he reminded Lu Daoang. "Got it. Got it. What a wordy kid." Liu Daoang replied impatiently. Just when Tatsun was about to let Erha find Odanin and Sane's troubles, a howling suddenly came from a distance. Tatsumai looked past the voice, and happened to see a Konoha ninja swallowed by the giant snake over there. Lose. And after the giant snake swallowed a person, he raised his head and let out a burst of arrogant roars. "Beast!" Chen gritted his teeth and looked at the arrogant giant snakes and said to Lu Daoang. "Erha, those bugs are too arrogant, get rid of them." "Humph! Just to my liking, I always wanted a belt. Now I have leather boots," Lu Daoang said and rushed in the direction of the giant snakes. At this time, Konoha's ninjas were desperately trying to stop the giant snake. "Stop them, absolutely can't let them enter the village." A Konoha ninja threw kunao at the giant snake and said to his companion beside him. Kyo hit the giant snake, but it seemed to hit a steel plate, and sparks spattered. Kyo was directly bounced away, and it couldn't hurt the snake at all. "Damn it! Attack them with ninjutsu." Seeing that both kunao and shuriken were ineffective in Fireball, the ninja immediately used a ninjutsu attack, but it was also unable to cause damage to the giant snake. The fireball hit the giant snake and dissipated, but the giant snake remained unscathed. But this ninja attracted the attention of the giant snake. The giant snake opened its mouth wide, and rushed to him in an instant. Before the ninja could react, it was swallowed by the giant snake. Chapter 24. Miyagi. Damn! I killed you! The other ninja saw his companion being swallowed by the giant snake and was dominated by anger, and rushed towards the giant snake without fear. Akita is dangerous. Come back, the other ninjas shouted at the ninja who rushed towards the giant snake. However, the ninja was immersed in the pain of losing his companion and was indifferent to the reminders of those around him. After a few jumps, the ninja jumped onto the giant snake's head, and pierced the giant snake's head with the kunwu in his hand, but unfortunately, he was just an ordinary cage, not like the protagonist in the novel. After the same anger, 200% of the strength burst out, tearing the enemy to pieces. Therefore, he could only shoot bursts of sparks on the giant snake's head, and apart from tickling the giant snake, he did not cause the giant snake to suffer any substantial damage. However, he was annoyed by the giant snake, and saw that the giant snake shook its head a few times before throwing out the ant on its head, knocking down a house, and the ninja was lying among the collapsed ruins. Then the giant snake opened its mouth and lunged at him. Stop here! Seeing that the open blood basin was getting closer and closer to him, Konoha's Zongren smiled bitterly and closed his eyes with his fate. Boom! Just when the ninja thought he was going to die, suddenly he heard a loud noise. I'm not dead. Na Zongren opened his eyes after hearing the loud noise, and said in disbelief that he moped on himself. Hey! 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 You are really not dead now, but if you continue to stay here, then maybe. A voice sounded, and Zongren raised his head, and was stunned. At this moment, a huge monster was standing in front of him with its back facing him. The monster had 3 arc-shaped arm blades on its left hand, and the giant snake that leaped at him just now was pierced by those 3 arm blades. The tip of the blade came out from the head of the giant snake, shining with a penetrating cold light. He looked up along the monster's body and found that the person standing on the monster's head was exactly what he said. Okay, very good, isn't it, reinforcement? The Zhongren stared at Chen in a daze. Well, be it. But, damn, if you insist, Miyagi will not. The ninja thought of his friend after hearing Tatsun's words, and said sadly. Sorry, I couldn't save him. Akita, are you okay? At this moment, several Konoha ninjas jumped in front of the injured Zongren and asked with concern. They also found Heshin. This is Anbi's dress. Is it reinforcements? The ninjas looked at Chen on Liu Daowang's head and said. Hurry up and take him away, and leave it to me here. Chen said to the ninjas. Yes. The ninjas replied to Chen, and then left the injured Zongren quickly. Hiss! Hiss! The other 2 giant snakes saw Urha come out and killed one of their accomplices, and immediately screamed at Urha. Humph! Waste, I will reunite you together soon. Liu Daoang said disdainfully to the 2 giant snakes. Urha, one person solves one, a quick fight. Chen said to Liu Daoang at his feet. Speaking of making quick seals with both hands, he gathered chakra on his right hand to form a thunder and lightning. Squeak squeak squeak. Kakashi and Kai, who have been following Chen, looked at Chen in surprise. Kakashi, this is not. Kai said to Kakashi looking surprised. Yet. It's Chidori. Kakashi looked at Chen in the distance, and said solemnly, with a face mask on his face with an invisible expression. Could it be you? No, I'm sure, I only taught Sasuke one person. Kakashi explained to Akai, but his eyes were fixed on Chen. There are people in Anbi who can use Chidori. But if this Chidori doesn't have the help of writing round eyes. Let's go! Chen shouted at Liu Dao Wang. Yo xi! roared excitedly, carrying a giant scimitar, and rushing towards the two giant snakes in front. The two giant snakes on the opposite side also opened their blood basins and rushed towards them at Liu Dao Wang Hessian. Chen borrowed strength from Erha's head, jumped into the air, and after somersaulting in the air, he smashed the giant snake below. A giant snake also bit Chen, who raised his head towards the air, trying to swallow Chen into his stomach. Beast, don't you like to eat people? Change your taste. Lay done. Chidori. Chen dodged in the air to avoid the giant snake's attack, then jumped onto the giant snake's back, facing the Chidori in his hand. The body of the giant snake stabbed. The tyrannical lay done tore the skin of the giant snake. The injured giant snake hissed in pain and struggling violently. However, Chen had transported Chakra to her feet and then attached to the giant snake's body. No matter how the snake shook, Chen's feet were still tightly attached to the giant snake's body. It's not over yet. Chen yelled, then bent down, kicked his feet, and dragged the Chidori on the snake's body and sprinted towards the snake's head. And furious Lei Dun also tore a long slit on the giant snake's body, and it has been extending along with Chen's movement. Die! After reaching the giant snake's head, Chen fiercely pierced the giant snake's head with his right hand attached to the 1,000 birds. And once again transported Chakra in the giant snake's head, so that the 1,000 birds exploded in the giant snake's head. After the giant snake wailed in pain, it fell to the ground and no longer reacted. Ding! The host kills the giant snake, rewards 2,000 points. The host psychic beast kills the giant snake x2, reward points, 2,000. PS, seeking flowers, seeking collections, seeking rewards. Chapter 30, Show your skills. Die. After reaching the giant snake's head, Chen fiercely pierced the giant snake's head with his right hand attached to the 1,000 birds. And once again transported Chakra in the giant snake's head, so that the 1,000 birds exploded in the giant snake's head. After the giant snake wailed in pain, it fell to the ground and no longer reacted. Ding! The host kills the giant snake, rewards 2,000 points. The host psychic beast kills the giant snake x2, reward points, 2,000. Another snake rushed towards Erha, and was chopped off by Erha a few times. Chen also got half of the points. Sure enough, is war money the best to earn? In just a short while, I earned so many points, which are almost comparable to the points I have earned in the past 10 years. And I didn't expect Erha to kill. Goal, I can get half of the points. In that case, let Erha act on his own. If you act separately, you can get more points, but I still have to tell him. Yo! Not bad. Erha, such a big man is not in vain. Chen joked to Liu Dao Wang. Hey! Shut up, kid! Hey! It's been so long, my temper is still so stinky. But hey, let's move separately, you go elsewhere, as long as you meet Shayan and Odanan, you can kill them all, and you can go wild. Chen is right, said Liu Dao Wang. Oh? Haha! It's just what I want. Erha shouted excitedly, scumbags, look at this uncle to crush all of you. However, you have to remember, don't take action against Konoha's people, understand? Chen looked at Liu Daoang excitedly and reminded him. Got it. Got it. Little devil, you're very long-winded, I'm leaving now. Liu Daoang said impatiently, and then yelled, my big sword is already hungry and thirsty. Then he couldn't wait to go elsewhere. Go looking for prey. This guy, forget it, just let it go wild, just help me earn more points. Chen looked at Liu Daoang's back and stroked his forehead helplessly. Then asked the system, how many points do I have? Ding! All host points, 9,643, open the redemption interface. Not necessary for the time being. But Chen replied. Chen saw a few shinobu surrounding him. System, is there any way to see through the opponent's strength? Chen asked the system. The host can redeem the Eye of Data, and can digitize the strength of any character and convey it to the host, the system replied. Eye of Data? Redeem it. Ding. The Eye of Data, item type, talent, item level, C level, need to redeem points, 500, do you want to redeem it? Exchange. The redemption is successful, points deducted, 500, remaining points, 9143. A warm current rushed from Chen's body to Chen's eyes, causing Chen's eyes to feel a hot sensation, but it quickly disappeared. At this time, the group of sand ninjas had rushed to Chen's front, forming an encircling circle to enclose Chen inside. Damn it! This guy, the giant snake that our ninja psyched up from together, was killed by him before it could work. Sharon gritted her teeth and stared at Chen bitterly. Those giant snakes came out of the psychic powers of several sand tolerances. Originally, I wanted them to attack the hinterland of Konoha village and let them go wild. I didn't expect to be killed just outside the village. It had no effect at all. The failure to perform, this made the ninjas of Saiyan very angry. Don't try to escape from our hands. Shayan's people yelled. On the other side, Kakashi and Kai originally wanted to come over to block the giant snake, but after seeing that Chen had already confronted the giant snake, they ran to a roof to watch the battle between Chen and the giant snake. Originally planned to find a chance to sneak attack when Chen was fighting with the giant snake, and wanted to kill the giant snake with one blow, but I didn't expect the giant snake to be solved by Chen so soon. What surprised them was that Chen actually used Chidori to kill the giant snake. Everyone knows that Chidori's ninjutsu is Kakashi's original ninjutsu, and it is also his signature ninjutsu. Kakashi has not taught anyone other than Sasuke how this Anbi learned Chidori. This makes Kakashi full of curiosity about Chen. After seeing Chen surrounded by Shayan's people, Kakashi and Kai did not immediately come out to support, but continued to observe Chen. That boy is in trouble, shall we go and support him? Kakashi. Kai said to Kakashi. Chapter 25. No, wait. Kakashi said calmly. Hey, 2 special ninjas, 6 middle ninjas? Although a bit tricky. However, they are just used to be my trial stones. Chen, who has the Eye of Data, can see the strength of these ninjas. Kill. Shayan's 6 middle ninjas held Kyowo in their hands, and at the same time rushed towards Chen. The 2 Shangren also locked Chen to prevent Chen from escaping. Hey! Siege me? It's just what I want. Chen sneered and stretched out his hands after quickly forming a seal. Just when the kunao in the hands of those few sand shinobu was about to stab Chen. Thunder done 1,000 birds flow. Chen's body was instantly filled with thunder and lightning, which paralyzed all the ninjas who rushed towards him, and Chen's hands instantly turned into 6 armed giant snakes, opened his mouth in the blood basin, and showed his teeth facing each other. The 6 Nakanobu who had been paralyzed by Chidori had bitten on the necks. Kakashi, what's the matter? Is this Chidori? How did it become this shape? Kai asked Kakashi in surprise when he saw Chenshi's Chidori flow. Kakashi did not answer immediately, but looked at Chen below, thoughtfully. Hey, that's it. Distribute chakras all over the body, and use the Chidori method to fill the whole body with electric current, which means that you don't use the Chidori with your hands, but use it with your whole body, abandoning the destructive power of the Chidori. But in exchange for a larger attack range, this can not only be used as an attack method, but also as a special absolute defense. Can you actually master the Chidori so thoroughly? Such a strong talent, I am afraid that even Sasuke is even better than Sasuke. Go. And, the ninjutsu that killed the 6 ninjutsu in the end should be Ashimaru's shark hand, not only mastered my own Chidori, but also used the secret art of Ashimaru, this person where is it sacred? Kakashi is worthy of being the creator of Chidori. Just watching Chidori flow once can fully comprehend the principles and functions of Chidori flow. Ding! The host kills 6 Zongren and earns 12,000 points. In just a few seconds, those who planned to besiege Chen Zongren were killed by Chen instead. It happened so suddenly that the 2 Shangren hadn't reflected yet, and before they had time to stop them, they stared blankly at their subordinates and were killed by Chen. They are just ordinary Shangnan who have just been promoted, and their strength is only the level of special Shangnan. Because they have to launch the Konoha collapse plan, they will be promoted to Shangnan by an exception. Hey! The 2 of you will be next. Chen looked at the 2 stunned Shangs with a cruel grin, but was blocked by Anbu's mask. But... damn it! How dare you! The 2 Shangren pointed at Chen and said in disbelief. Hey! If you want to kill, you must have the consciousness of being killed. Would you let me stand without resisting, and then let you kill? Idiot! Chen laughed at the 2 Zongren. Damn! I killed you! A special Shangren saw Chen even taunting them, and angrily pulled out Kyuuxiangchen and rushed over. Hey! Good come! Chen said with a sneer looking at the special Shangren who rushed up. Then he drew the short knife from his back, rushed towards the name of Shangren, and instantly came to the opponent, waved the short knife in his hand and slashed at that special name. Nanny? So fast! The one who was particularly shocked, raised the miserable knives in his hand to block Chen's short knife. Hateful! Hey! Chen sneered and exerted force with the hand holding the short knife, and pressed towards that special Shangren. That special Shangren could only hold Chen's short knife hard, and clenched his teeth to hold on. Asshole! Seeing this, another Shigakura yelled, and then quickly Kiin with both hands wanted to launch ninjutsu on Tatsun. Hey! Chen noticed the movements of another Saiyan, and immediately changed the pressure with a short knife to shave, and cut off the neck of the Saiyan who was holding Kunao. The Saiyan hurriedly lowered his body and escaped Chen. Short knife! Chen then threw a kick and kicked at the famous Sha, who could only hurriedly use one arm to block Chen's attack, but he couldn't bear the strength and was caught by Chen. Kicked and flew out. Feng done. Vacuum jade. At this time, another Saiyan also completed the seal, and sprayed several wind waves in the direction where Chen was. Chen immediately jumped into the air, evading the attack of ninjutsu, and treated the short knife in his hand as a kunao, and threw it at the Shangsha shinobu who had been kicked out by him just now, and quickly jutted in with both hands. The sand ninja with Kumo in his hand saw Tatsun jumping in the air, and originally planned to shoot Kumo at Chen, but Chen was the first step to throw a short knife at him, and Shinobu had to dodge and avoid it. Finished printing. Chidori's call sounded again. After landing on the ground, he immediately sprinted towards the sand that was kicked by him. Be careful! This is the Thunder Dance ninjutsu he used to kill the giant snake just now. It is very lethal. Keep away from it and don't let him get close. The ninjutsu playing ninjutsu faced the Kunoisha. Shinobu reminded him that he was fast Jiyin again. Hey! Is this another trick? Although this trick is very strong, as long as the distance is pulled away, then this trick won't work anymore. The person who held Kyowa Sand Ninja saw that he and Chen still had it. A small distance, so he didn't jump away immediately, but stood there and said to Chen pretendingly. But... lay done. 1000 birds sharp spear. P.S. 1000 words are back. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for reward. Chapter 31, Konoha's counterattack. The sand ninja was still pretending to be on the spot. At this moment, the Chidori in Chen's hand changed and transformed into a javelin-like shape. Before the sand ninja hadn't reacted, it instantly pierced his chest. Hey, Nanny! Actually, I could. The man who was pierced by the Chidori sharp gun and looked at the wound on his chest, said in disbelief. Hey! Let you pretend. Ding! The host kills a special upper ninja, reward points, 3000, the host's total points, 13343. After killing a special upper ninja, the system sounded a prompt. Yamu. Damn it, go to hell. The sand ninja of Jian saw that his companion was killed by Chen once again, and the seal in his hand was just finished, and then roared at Chen and started ninjutsu. The wind escapes the vacuum. That Shaoyan sent out dozens of rotating wind-cut attacks in succession, hitting Chen's body in a blink of an eye, knocking Chen out so far. Chen's body was also cut to flesh by the wind blade. Did you kill it? It's impossible to survive all the damage of wind-dune vacuum waves. The murderer used a large-scale ninja and panted while looking at Chen, who was lying on the ground without moving. Talk to yourself. It's really dangerous. This sentence suddenly came from Na Shinobu's ear, and then the back of his head seemed to be pierced by something, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Didn't I already hit him? How could it? At the last moment, he glanced at being ninjutsu. Down with Chen on the ground. Bang! The Chen that fell on the ground suddenly turned into a cloud of smoke, and after the smoke dissipated, it was found that Chen that had just been knocked down had turned into a piece of dead wood. Hey, that's the case. I actually used a substitute technique. After saying this, Na Shaoyan swallowed one last breath. From his doubtful eyes, he must be thinking about when Chen used it. The double technique. Ding! The host kills a special Shangren, reward points, 3000, and all the host's points are, 16343. After Nashiren breathed out, the system reminded Chen. Fortunately, this time the opponent only has a special level of Shinobu. If it is a real Shinobu, it won't be so easy. Chen has been paying attention to the Shinobu who released ninjutsu to attack him just now. Chen also saw that Shinobu was working. After Jian, he was on guard. As early as Tatsun used the Chidori sharp spear to kill the sand nin who was holding Kunao, Tatsun used the substitute technique. Sure enough, when Tatsuno had just completed the substitution technique, the ninjutsu of the sand ninja attacked. However, Chen had already left his attack range. The Shaoyan thought that Chen had been killed, so he relaxed his vigilance, and Chen also appeared behind him at the moment when Shaoren was slack, and fired his finger spear. I pierced the head of the sand ninja, although it seemed that time had passed for a long time. In fact, it was only a few seconds after the sand ninja launched the ninjutsu until after Tatsuno was killed. At this time, Kai standing on a high place was already amazed by Chen. Kakashi, this Chidori can do this. Well, I have mastered Chidori and created a ninjutsu that mobilizes Chidori's offensive and defensive system. It can also make Chidori stab like a javelin and perform long-range strikes. The talent of this young man is among the people of my age. It's the best. Kakashi looked at Chen below, thinking in his heart. Kakashi! Look! Kai suddenly shouted at Kakashi, and at the same time motioned Kakashi to look into the air. At this time, above Konoha, an eagle was flying in the sky. It's a signal. It's finally started, let's go. Kakashi glanced at Chen below, and then jumped away first, and Kai followed closely. On the other side, the battle between the three generations and Ashimaru is also coming to an end. At this time, the three generations clasped Dashimaru's shoulders tightly to prevent him from moving, but the three generations were also pierced in the chest by the grass pheasant's sword. And behind the three generations, there was a huge phantom, and that phantom was exactly the of death that could only be seen after displaying the ghoul seal. At this time, an arm of the of death had passed through the body of the third generation and grabbed the Ashimaru before the third generation, trying to drag the soul of the Ashimaru out. My hands are still being held tightly, I can't perform the operation. Ashimaru thought bitterly, then smiled at the three generations in front of him and said, "You should let go, too." Three generations clenched their teeth and insisted, struggling to say to Ashimaru, "Your ambition to harm Konoha ends here." Dashimaru looked at the three generations and said with his hoarse voice, "My ambition will not be stopped, you will die here soon. You who are still in the wind, do you still want to save Konoha as the third generation of Hokage? Have you ever figured out the status quo? My subordinates and shinobu attacked the village together. You Konoha's ninjas, women, and children will all be killed. Konoha's collapse plan is now successful. Ha 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 ha. You probably don't know, Ashimaru. Don't underestimate the ninjas in this village. Although the three generations at this time were already very weak, they still persisted and retorted to Ashimaru. The ninja of Konoha, in order to protect the village, will block their lives and fight. The real power in this world is not after you have learned all the ninjutsu. I have taught you before, when you are protecting important people. When the time comes, the true power of the ninja will emerge. Shiwan stared fiercely for 3 generations. On the other side, the ninjas of Cheyenne and Odanin had entered Konoha's hinterland, and at this time they were searching room by room. There is no one inside. Neither do I hear. There is no one here. After searching, Cheyenne gathered together. What's the matter? We have clearly penetrated into Konoha's hinterland, why didn't we even see a woman and a child? What's the matter? A shinobu looked at the empty houses, really thinking not understand. Hey! He must have hid in the refuge, find them out, let's go. Then, the group of Sandian began to run deeper into the village. Chapter 26. Suddenly, several cracking sounds sounded. A few sand ninjas couldn't dodge, and were hit by shurikens. The remaining 2 village ninjas raised their heads and looked at a high ground ahead. A group of ninjas dressed in Konoha's anbi were standing on the high ground watching them condescendingly. From now on, I will never let you go one step further. A female ninja with long purple hair conveyed Konoha's will to the sand hidden below. Konoha's counterattack began. Konoha's ninjas are dispatched one after another, and various secret arts families have also sent elites to fight against Sandyuki and Odanin in every corner of Konoha. My body can't move. A sand shinobu who was caught by the shadow of Nara's family was horrified and found that her body couldn't move anymore. This is the first time you have seen Konoha's secret shadow technique? Then let you see Konoha's secret shadow binding technique by the way. Narashikamaru's father Narashika Issa leaned against a wall, he spoke relaxedly to the sand that had been held in his shadow by him, and then activated the head twisting technique to break the necks of the few sands. Yamanaka Kiki also launched the secret technique of the mountain family, the art of chaos, which caused the sand ninjas to kill each other, and the Chu Taoist doubling technique crushed the sand ninja, and the 3 gathered together. At this moment, it reminds me of the past. Hai Yi said with a chuckle. The pig, deer, and butterfly trio are assembled again. Oh! The 3 roared together. And after Tatsun dealt with the few sand ninjas, he heard the sounds of fighting and the ninjas wailing from all over Konoha. It seems that Konoha has started to fight back. It's really lively now. However, I have to kill a few more as soon as possible, otherwise the people of Sand and Odanin will be wiped out by Konoha. How can I complete the task? Speaking, he rushed in the direction of the greatest movement. Chen came to a high ground and looked down. At this time, a group of ninjas were fighting fiercely. The shurikens flew in all directions, and a group of black shadows flashed quickly. Every time a black shadow hits together, there will be a sound of striking metal and splashing at the same time. A cluster of sparks will occasionally be accompanied by a scream. It's so fierce, it made me boil. Chen looked at the battle below, and said with a little excitement. The ninjas below were all moving at high speed. From a distance, only a group of black shadows could be seen flashing, but after Chen opened the Shaolunyan, those ninjas could be captured. I have used Chidori 3 times in a row just now, and the chakras are almost consumed. It seems that I have to find a way to increase my chakras. The system, can I restore the chakras? The restoration of chakra requires 1000 points, do you want to redeem it? Exchange. Ding. After deducting 1000 points, the host's remaining points, 15,343. After another warm current, the chakra that Chen had consumed just now has recovered. At this time, the battle below stopped fighting for whatever reason, and was divided into two groups. One is the Konoha ninja dressed in a uniform, and the other is the ninja alliance of Otanin and Sand Ninja villages. Both sides stared at each other panting, forming a confrontation. After looking at the Sun Shinobu and Otanin who gathered below, Chen thought of an idea. Give me another handful of Flying Thunder God's technique kunao. Ding! Art kunao, item type, props, item level, C level, need to redeem points, 500, do you want to redeem it? Exchange. The redemption is successful, points deducted, 500, remaining points, 14443. Just after the system prompted, a technique Kyo appeared in Chen's hands out of thin air. Chen shook Kumi in the handshake and looked at the crowd of Sand and Otanin below, showing a cruel smile. Hey! The hunt has begun. P.S. This chapter adds another 600 words, ask for flowers, ask for collection. Chapter 32, Battle against the Puppet Master. Damn it! Sand Hidden Village, you are treacherous. Have you forgotten the alliance agreement signed with us? Konoha's ninja questioned the Sand Ninjas in front of them. Agreement? Don't be naive. There are as many things as you want. It's just a piece of waste paper. Who cares? Today we must remove Konoha from the 5 great ninja villages. The Sands sneered to Konoha. Said the ninjas. Hey! Let's remove Konoha? It's really blatant. Our Konoha ninja has already begun to expel the enemies lurking in Konoha. Your so-called Konoha collapse plan cannot be realized. Hey! Kill them! Cheyenne on the opposite side didn't talk any more nonsense. When Sahin's people were about to attack Konoha's people, suddenly, Kunao shot them at them. However, she was immediately blocked by someone and fell to the ground. When Sanda Shinobu saw that this kunao had a weird shape, there was nothing like a detonation talisman, so she didn't care, but shot the kunao. Looking in the direction, he found a ninja dressed as Anbi standing on the high ground. Staring at them. Konoha's Anbi? Let's have another one to die. Ayunin said with a sneer and disdain. Really? Chen also sneered. Lay done. Chidori. Chen, who was still far away, suddenly appeared in the middle of the crowd of Otanin and Sanda, and opened his arms to display Chidori in an instant. Nanny. As Sunin and Otanin didn't know Fei Lei Shen, they didn't take precautions. Before they reflected, Tatsun had already used Chidori among them, except for one of them, who was quick to reflect. Outside of Kai, all the others were hit by Chen's Chidori, and their whole body was paralyzed, and then they were all killed by Chen. Ding! Overlord kills 8 middle ninjas, especially 4 upper ninjas, earning 28,000 points, and all host points, 42,843. Fast speed. I can't even capture the afterimage, so strong. Konoha's side looked at Chen Shi's display of Fei Lei Shen and said in surprise. They didn't think that this was the legendary Flying Thunder God, but thought Chen's speed was so fast that they could not keep up with them. After all, space ninjutsu was too rare. Damn! I'm going to kill you! Said Shinobu, who had escaped from the opposite side, shouted angrily at Chen. Shouting, but to the Konoha ninjas behind him. Yes, sir. Konoha's ninjas were already in awe of Tatsun at this time, and they put honorific words on Tatsun, and then all spread out and went to support Konoha elsewhere. We will be left next, let's have fun. Chen looked at Shang Ren. Humph. Let your companions leave. You will find how stupid your decision is. You have killed so many of us. Today, you will be beheaded anyway. You talk too much nonsense. Hey! The opposite Shangren did not attack immediately, but bit his thumb, then quickly knotted a few stamps and pressed it on the ground. The psychic produced a black scroll, and then he took the one on the ground again. The reels spread out. Boom! After a burst of smoke, 3 humanoid puppets appeared out of thin air on the scroll. Among the 3 humanoid puppets, one is relatively short and has a pair of sharp claws, one is in the shape of a bull's head and is taller than the other 3 puppets, and the last one has very long arms, and the arms and head are full spikes. It turns out to be a puppet master. It seems that he should be able to control 3 puppets at the same time. This person is definitely not a general one in Cheyenne. Chen saw that the opposite Shang Ren had actually psyched up 3 puppets, with an expression become dignified. The puppet master is a profession unique to Cheyenne, who generally uses both hands to release the chakra line to manipulate the puppet. The level of the puppet master's ability depends on the number of puppets that the puppet master can control at the same time. Among them, the outstanding one is the 1000 generations of Cheyenne, and her grandson has already rebelled against Cheyenne and joined the Red Sand Scorpion of the Akatsuki organization. You should feel honored to be able to see my black secret skill. Funny 3 people, don't care about the name, it's just nonsense anyway. The power of our puppet master depends on the number of puppets that the puppet master can control at the same time. Certainly, the one that our puppet masters most admire is our Sarah's consultant Kyande mother-in-law. She is our strongest puppet master, and has 10 masterpieces of the original puppet master Monzaiman, white secret skills near Song 10 people. 1000 generation mother-in-law once used this technique to break through a city with one person's power, and was known as a single machine. Although my yellow secret skill, teasing 3 people is compared with the Qian generation mother-in-law's Jin Song Shi people, it's still a long way off, but my puppets are not ordinary goods. They are all humanoid puppets made by the Red Sand Scorpion, who is known as the genius puppet stylist in the Sand Hidden. Whether as a stylist or as a stylist puppet master, he has better talents than anyone. We puppet masters are all proud of getting the works of Master Scorpion. And I am also fortunate to have these 3 puppets, to make a trio of people. Although I didn't have such a remarkable record as the grandmother of the 1000 generations, but I used them to slaughter a copycat robber. The puppet master on the opposite side was proudly introducing his puppet. The puppet master is best at using poison. These 3 puppets must have been soaked in highly poisonous. If they are injured, they will be poisoned. I don't know if the system can detoxify. Chen looked at the 3 puppets on the opposite side. Felt tricky. System, is there any way to avoid poisoning? The host can exchange for a detoxification pellet, and after eating the system's detoxification pellet, it will be immune to all severe poisons within the next hour. Detoxification pill? Exchange it for me. Ding! Detoxification pill, item level, B level, 1000 points need to be exchanged. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange. Successful redemption, deduction of points, 1000, points left by the host, 41,843. After the system prompted, a thumb-sized pill appeared in Chen's hand out of thin air, and Chen immediately stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. After Chen had just swallowed the detoxification pill, the puppet master on the opposite side also finished talking about his whole cards. All the ninjas who fought against my 3 people have been killed, this time there will be no exception. The puppet master said while sending out 3 chakra lines from his hand and connected to them. On the body of the 3 puppets, the 3 puppets seemed to have come to life, and they made a click. Click, sound. Chapter 27. Let you see, black secret skill. Funny 3 people give it to me. The puppet master roared, controlling the puppet to rush towards Chen. Hey! Chen saw the puppet rushing over, and Chen gritted his teeth to greet him. Fight with the bullhead puppet in an instant. And the smaller puppet always sneaked at Chen from time to time. The last puppet with long arms made long-range attacks from a distance, not only could shoot Qian Ben towards Chen, but also the arm could stretch to contain Chen. The 3 puppets cooperated so tacitly. The larger bull-headed puppet attacked the opponent from the front, while the long-armed puppet made a long-range attack to contain the opponent. The short puppet is very agile and always in the most suitable position. When it appears, it will give a fatal attack to the opponent, and it will flee away if it misses it. It is equivalent to an assassin. It is really tricky, is the work of the red sand scorpion. It is indeed a genius to be able to make such an excellent puppet. Chen, while avoiding the attacks of the puppets, thinking about countermeasures. These puppets are controlled by the puppet masters with chakra lines. Attacking them is of no use, unless they can be broken by one blow. It seems to find a chance. Just get close to the puppet master and kill him. Haha. Very good at hiding. I see how long you can hide. The puppet master said arrogantly while watching Chen Zhang avoiding the attack of the puppet in embarrassment. Hey! A few puppets even dared to be arrogant. If the tiger doesn't show off your power, will you treat me as a sick cat? The system, give me a strange force punch. Physique. Strange power, item type, talent, item level, A level, need to exchange points, 5000, do you want to exchange it? Exchange. Successful redemption, deduction of points, 5000, remaining points of the host, 36,843. It was still a warm current, melted into Chen's body, and a message appeared in his mind. Physique. Strange power requires precise chakra control techniques to concentrate chakra on any part of the body, and then burst out, forming super destructive power. At this time, the assassin's puppet took advantage of Chen to read the information in his brain, and attacked Chen again, but this time Chen did not evade anymore, but threw a fist against the puppet. Get out of here! With a roar, he hit the assassin's puppet with a punch. Kaka! The assassin puppet was directly crushed by Chen and scattered on the ground. Nanny! How could it be? The puppet master shouted in disbelief as he looked at the puppet that was crushed by a punch. Hey! Chen didn't care about the puppet master's mood, and rushed to the puppet master directly. Damn! Do you want to attack me? I won't let you succeed. The puppet master saw Chen Zhang rushing towards him, and he could see through Chen's intention at a glance. He didn't feel sorry for the shattered puppet anymore. The bullhead puppet pulled back to protect himself, and controlled the long-armed puppet to shoot Qian Ben to stop Chen. Chen dodged his thoughts of Qian Ben, and at the same time used the shark's snake hand. The transformed giant snake flexibly captured the long-armed puppet, dragged it directly in front of Chen, and was beaten by Chen with a punch. NS. But... damn it! The puppet master panicked a bit. At this time, he was only left with a melee bullhead puppet. After seeing Chen attacked, he could only control the bullhead puppet to defend, but was again Chen exploded with a punch. Hey, it's your turn next, is there any red secret skill, white secret skill? Chen grinned and walked slowly towards the puppet master. P.S. I originally wanted to write about the scene of the fight with the puppet master, but I also went to watch the duel between Zhou and the red sand scorpion, and found that the puppets were all broken by one punch. There is nothing to look at. I couldn't write it out, so I had to take it over. Don't worry about it, everyone. In addition, I have no face to beg you for rewards, just flowers. Seeking collection. Chapter 33, Taking the Head of Mao Yuxian. Ding! The host kills a Shangnan, rewards 5000 points, all host points, 41,843. Hey! To the careless, surely Shinobu is much stronger than Super Shinobi. I didn't expect it could cause me harm before I was dying. If it weren't for the systematic detoxification pills, I would be a corpse now. Chen looked at the wound on his arm that was stabbed by Qiwu, and said with a little fear. It seems that I have to exchange for some more powerful ninjutsu. Now I only have Lei Dun, Shulker Snakeman and Finger Spears that can be used as attack moves, too few. System, how many points does Kaleidoscope Right Round Eyes need to redeem? Kaleidoscope Writing Round Eyes, item level, S grade, need to redeem points, 100,000, this exchange must first have 3 Go Jade writing round eyes. Host points are insufficient, cannot be exchanged. Is it that expensive? It is clearly an S-level item like Fei Lei Shen, but the price is 10 times higher. Chen thought depressed after hearing the system's answer. Why is the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye so expensive? Because the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye has more potential and more practicality than the flying god. And the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is a combination item, which contains multiple S-level skills. Is it the power of a kaleidoscope? Yes, but the ability of the kaleidoscope exchanged by the system will be defaulted to reading the Amaterasu of the left eye and the right eye. And both eyes must be no more. Isn't this the ability of attack as kaleidoscope in the original book? In this case, can it be exchanged for other kaleidoscope abilities? Yes, the host can have multiple kaleidoscope writing round eyes at the same time. That's good. Then take advantage of this opportunity to save more points, plus the 50,000 points rewards you get after this task is completed, you should be able to redeem the kaleidoscope. At that time, you don't have to be so cautiously pretending to be stupid. I'm so stunned, I don't need to be afraid that Danzang will come to him anymore. The system, help me restore my strength and chakra. After the system helped Chen recover, Chen immediately ran to another battlefield. After that, Chen's figure has been active in every corner of Konoha. Wherever there is an enemy, he will appear there, always leaving immediately after killing the enemy to find new enemies. Relying on the function of the system to restore chakra, Chen seems to be like a machine that never knows that he is tired. There are countless otonin and sand in his hands, but most of them are middle and lower ninjas, and high-level ninjas. 4 of them were already beheaded by him, and none of the otonin and sand men who were met by him were spared, all turned into his points, and Chen's body also suffered several injuries. Although Chen has mastered a lot of powerful ninjutsu, but because it is the first actual combat, so the actual combat experience is insufficient, there is no pressure to deal with Xiaoren and Zhongren, but if you deal with Shangren, Chen will feel very difficult, and Chen is also she suffered a loss in the duel with several Shangren, and the injuries on her body were also left by the opponent desperately when dealing with Shangren. System, check how many points I have. Chen was sitting on a corpse of Otonin at this time, and said slightly exhausted. Obviously, he had just gone through a battle, and there were corpses scattered around him. Are all people from Sand Shinobu and Otonin? The amount of all points of the host, 86,043, whether to open the redemption interface. No, help me restore my chakra and stamina first. Ding! Successful redemption, deducted 2,000 points, remaining points, 84,043. Ah cool! After the system recovered chakra and physical strength, Chen felt relaxed, as if she had just woke up, and she stretched out comfortably. A lazy waste. You have to kill another Shangren to complete the mission. Fortunately, there is a system that can restore chakra and physical strength. After such a long battle, it is really overwhelming. I really don't know the people who fight for days and nights at every turn. What kind of monster it was? That 3-generation Raikage used his own power to forcibly block 10,000 enemy ninjas, and he died of exhaustion after fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a personal beast. Forget it, don't forget about this, the most important thing is to finish the task quickly. Then he stood up and continued to search for the enemy. However, when passing the Zhongnan selection field, Chen ran over after discovering some conditions. It turned out that there were 2 groups of people holding each other. One of them was Konoha's Kakasai, Kai, and Shiranui Genma, the examiner of the Zhongnan trials. There are only 2 people on the other side, one is Ninja Maki from Sand Ninja Village, and the other is in Konoha's Anbi costume, with a mask on his face, I can't tell who it is. Kakashi and the others also discovered Chen. Kai said to Chen, "Oh, I'm seeing you again, brother." "Yet?" Chen said without speaking. And nodded. Then he looked at Maki and another mysterious person on the opposite side. Another enemy has come, it seems that I have to retreat. At this moment, the mysterious man dressed up as Anbi spoke with a relaxed tone. Although he was facing the 4 ninjas of Konoha, he didn't hear the nervousness in his tone. Kakashi was about to say something, but something happened to the huge 4 purple flame formation behind him. The barrier was lifted, and then 2 Odaninja ninjas were leaving with Osameru, followed by 2 other ninjas. Minjian forbearance. There were 3 Konoha's Anbi who planned to pursue them, but they were trapped by a spider web released by Odanin. Kakashi, they have already acted, are they chasing? No, wait a minute. Yet, if you chase after you before you can figure out the above situation, you will be caught in the enemy's trap. At this moment, the mysterious person dressed up in Anbi spoke to him. You don't need to say that. I also know that no matter whether the enemy has set a trap or not, you can't let the enemy go now. This is Konoha's ninja. Kai retorted the mysterious man on the opposite side. They'll leave it to you, I'm going to catch up. Chen dropped a word, and ignoring Kakashi's reaction, he chased up in the direction of Ashimaru. Then, have you been on the sidelines as a result? Pocket. After Chen left, Kakashi stepped forward and looked at the mysterious person on the opposite side. Sure enough, I was seen through. The mysterious man took off the mask from his face, and it was the pharmacist's pocket. Hey! What should we do now? Maji whispered to the pharmacist beside him. We should retreat too. Kakashi saw that the pharmacist wanted to retreat, and immediately said, Do you want to run away from me again? It's true. If I do, you will copy my moves. In other words, you seem to be unable to give full play to the writing round eyes like the Uchiha clan. Tioyu looked at the 3 Kaminen in front of him with a relaxed tone. No nervousness at all. Then, goodbye. Pharmacist smiled weirdly, and then made a seal with Maji at the same time. Boom! The 2 of them had lifted their shadow clones, turning into a cloud of smoke, and disappeared without a trace. Damn it, they ran away. Kai felt very distressed when he saw that Yao Shitu had escaped in front of his own eyes. Don't worry about them, the barrier has disappeared, and Ashimaru has also retreated. The situation on the 3rd generation side is unknown. Let's go to the 3rd generation first. Xianjian and Kai quickly followed. On the other side, Chen, who was going to chase Ashimaru, stopped on the trunk of a big tree. The current Ashimaru should have been sealed by 3 generations with ghouls, and her arms are sealed, and it seems to be very weak. Should we take this opportunity to kill Uncle Snake? Chen was a little moved. After all, Ashimaru, he is a veteran movie-level powerhouse, and he will definitely get a lot of points if he kills him, and there is also a reward for that hidden mission. Forget it, Dashimaru is famous for its life-saving ability. In the original book, all villains receive a box lunch. Only Uncle Snake still survives until the end. Let's not say whether Dashyuan has any trump cards. The sound of the 4 people around him are also quite tricky. They are all able to use the 2nd state of the curse seal. It will be impossible to kill them in no time. If there is another pharmacist pocket, then I bet it's troublesome. When the murder is not successful, it will attract the attention of Dashiwan. It will not be worth the loss, and I don't want to change the plot. Chen thought for a while, and immediately rejected the idea of taking advantage of the fire. Uncle Snake has retreated. Now, his subordinates, Anan and Cheyenne, are also about to retreat. They must hurry up and kill one of them. Just when Chen Gang was about to find the mission target, an Odanin suddenly came into his sight. The left arm of that Odanin was hanging weakly, and he was pressing his left arm with his right hand, obviously injured. The Mingyan Ren was approaching Chen in a panic unscrupulously, as if someone was chasing him behind, so the Mingyan Ren did not notice Chen. Chapter 28. A Shangren? I'm going. Am I going to be the farmer who stands by and waits for the rabbit? I just wanted to find a Shangren to kill, and if there was a Shangren, he was automatically sent to the door. It was still an injured Shangren. Too lucky. Okay, this is unscientific. However, they have already been sent to you. If you don't accept it, you will be too ignorant to promote, then I'm not welcome. Chen looked at the sound that was approaching him, showing a cruel grin. Then Chen immediately used a disguise technique and merged with the trunk. This disguise technique is also a low-level ninjutsu taught by the ninja school. It was used by Naruto Uzumaki in the first chapter of Naruto to avoid the two ninjas who chased him, but it was discovered by Irika. If it were normal, any Zongren could detect it, but at this time the Ming Yin Ren was exhausted and did not sense Chen's existence at all. After Chen hid his traces, he waited for the Ming Yin Ren to send him to the door. In the blink of an eye, Ming Yin Ren jumped to the trunk where Chen was. When he just wanted to use the strength to jump forward on the trunk, Chen suddenly grabbed his hanging arm. Nanny! The Yinjinshi turned his head subconsciously, trying to see what was holding his hand, but he only saw a fist that was getting closer and closer to his face. Oh Tonhin's pupils dilated sharply, before he had time to react. Then he heard a clicking sound. He knew that it was a sound made by breaking bones, and this sound came from his neck, and then when his eyes went dark, he couldn't feel anything anymore. Chen slapped the famous Odanin's face with a punch, and the huge force directly broke the famous Odanin's neck, and flew the famous Odanin for a long distance, knocking down a house. Ding! The host kills 1 Shangren, reward points, 5,000, all host points, 89043. Then, Chen came to the corpse of Odanin and wanted to see how Odanin was beaten by himself. It was killed with 1 punch. It's really horrible to be beaten by a strange force. At this time, the Odanin was already dead, and there was a clear fist mark on one face, and the neck was already irregular. Distorted. At this moment, an Anbi with long purple hair and the same costume as Chen suddenly appeared next to the corpse of Odanin. It seemed that this Anbi was chasing and killing the Odanin. He's dead, it looks like he was killed by a heavy punch, and his neck was interrupted. What a powerful force! The Anbi looked at Chen who was standing aside. You also belong to Anbi? Which team do you belong to? What is the code name? The purple long-haired female Anbi asked Chen. Mao Yuzian. Chen looked at the long purple-haired female Anbu in front of him, and he thought of someone. Unconsciously said it. You, how do you know my name? Tell me the team you belong to and your code name. Look, airplane. Chen suddenly pointed to Mao Yuzian's back and shouted. Airplane. Mao Yuzian glanced back subconsciously, there was nothing. When she turned her head to look towards Chen, she found that Chen was no longer there. Damn bastard! How dare to play me, don't let me know who you are. Yu Yuzian realized that she had been fooled, and she didn't know who the other party was, making her very angry. After cursing a few words, he also left. P.S. Let me go, this chapter is so long, please ask for flowers. Seeking collection. Group, 4751373222. Please add group. Chapter 34, Kaleidoscope Writing Round Eyes. Chen was very depressed. He didn't expect that just grabbing someone's head would provoke a dark side, and it's still a girl named Mao Yuzian. Emma really fake Li Gui met real Li Kuei, and unexpectedly encountered a genuine Anbu. The ghost knows what Anbu is the code name, or the best strategy. Chen looked at the girl in front of him and thought depressed. Quickly, the squad you belong to, and your code name. At this moment, the opposite Hu Yuzian asked Chen. Today's weather is good, and the air is very fresh. Haha. Chen looked around, haha. Quickly say, the code name. And which squad do you belong to? Mao Yuzian was unmoved by Chen's fight, and slowly walked towards Chen and forced her to ask. My code name is classified. It belongs to Naruto-sama's confidential group. I can't disclose it casually. Nonsense, I have been guarding Hokage-sama for so many years in Anbi. I have never heard of any secret team of Hokage-sama. You are lying. Uzuki-Zian felt that the man in front of her was suspicious and planned to take him back. Trial. Don't tell me? Then you have no chance. Mao Yuzian pulled out the knife on his back and approached Chen. Wait. I said, my code name is husband. Husband. Mao Yuzian didn't react for a while. Wife. Shameless, you dare to tease me, go to hell. Mao Yuzian, who reflected, waved his knife in anger, and rushed towards Chen. Look, there is a plane behind you. Chen suddenly pointed at the back of Mao Yuzian, and said in horror. What? Hearing Chen's horrified voice, Mao Yuzian subconsciously thought there was something terrifying behind her, turned her head and glanced behind her, and found that there was nothing at all. When she turned her head, she found that she was still in front of her just now. Chen has disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared before. Damn bastard, you've been teasing me again and again, don't let me know who you are, or you will definitely pay the price. Yuzian found out that she had been tricked, and still tricked. 2 times, in the end, she didn't know who the other party was, which made her very hot. At this time, several Anbu appeared beside Yuzian. Hey! Didn't you think it would be solved so soon? An Anbu said casually, looking at Odanin's body. Shut up! At this time, Mao Yuzian was angry, shouting to the Anbu, and then left alone. Did I say something wrong? The Anbu asked the other teammates innocently. Who knows when you provoke her? Let's go, the enchantment over there has disappeared. I don't know what happened to the 3rd generation of adults. Let's go to the 3rd generation of adults first. Then, several Anbu flashed into a few. The dark shadow jumped away towards the distance. On the other side, Chen activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his room. Ding! The host completes the war mission, reward points, 50,000, all host points, 139,043, open the redemption interface. Finally, I have a huge sum of money, now you can redeem the kaleidoscope, open the S-level redemption page. Immediately after Chen's seriousness, a redemption page appeared, all on it were S-level skills and props, among them, Lei Dun, Lei Che, Lei Dun, Kirin, Wind Escape Spiral Shuriken, Senfa Gomen. Wait for S-rank ninjutsu. Hey! There is even Mu Dun's blood. Chen was stunned when he saw the introduction of an item on the exchange interface. The combination of Mu Dun, Water Dun, and Earth Dun is the new chakra nature created by the fusion of the two, turning chakras into a special boundary of blood succession. System, do you need conditions to exchange Mu Dun? Mu Dun, item level, S level, item type, bloodstain, need to redeem points, 100,000, note, because Mu Dun is a combination of Water Dun and Earth Dun, it is a new chakra nature produced by the combination of the two, will chakra turning into a special blood succession boundary, you need to have the two attributes of Water Dun and Earth Dun to exchange it. The host condition is insufficient, and it cannot be exchanged. That said, if you want to redeem Mu Dun, you must first redeem the chakras of water and soil properties. The 100,000 points are the same price as the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. But Mu Dun is really worth the price. Chen said secretly in his heart. But Mu Dun's words are too much involved, and too ostentatious. At this stage, Mu Dun is not needed, so let's exchange the kaleidoscope first. Chen said silently in his heart, System, give me a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes, item level, S grade, need to redeem points, 100,000, this exchange must have a 3-hook jade writing round eyes, the host conditions are met, whether to redeem it. Exchange. The exchange is successful, 100,000 points deducted, remaining points, 39043. As soon as the system's voice fell, Chen's mind suddenly reappeared the night of the extermination of the year. Looking at Uchiha Mikoto in a pool of blood, a strong sense of sadness rose in Chen's heart. Immediately after Chen's eyes burned, the 3 Kuyu jade in his eyes turned frantically, faster and faster, and the last 3 Kuyu were serialized together, forming a 6-pointed star-shaped pattern. At the moment the pattern was formed, Chen's eyes flowed with a powerful force, which drove Chakra's crazy cohesion, which directly caused Chen to break through to the strength of the elite Shangren in one fell swoop, and the burning pain in Chen's eyes slowly calmed down. Drink. At this time, I was sweating profusely and was paralyzing on the ground, breathing heavily. Danzo, I want you to pay for it. After Chen recalled the night of the extermination, the hatred of Danzang appeared in his heart. He was extremely eager to find Danzang for revenge, but Chen tried his best to restrain the urge to take revenge immediately, and it took a long time to calm down. Go down. System, is my kaleidoscope completed? I already feel my strength has broken through. Yes, the host has completed the eye-opening of the kaleidoscope writing round eyes, and the host's strength has reached the level of elite supremacy. Finally finished. Chen was already exhausted. After a long battle today, although he has the function of systematically restoring his physical strength, Chen still consumed too much mental energy, plus the pain that Chen experienced when he opened his eyes just now. He was so tired that he lay on the ground and fell asleep. Tatsun slept until the night, and only woke up when Sasuke came back, but he also suffered a lot from seeing Sasuke's appearance, and immediately went into his room to lie down as soon as he returned home. I slept for so long. Has Sasuke come back? It seems that I suffered a lot of injuries when fighting Gaara. Sajayun and Odanin should have retreated. Chen looked at the outside and it was already dark. The sky was dark. Chapter 29. By the way, I haven't seen my kaleidoscope writing round eyes yet. Thinking of the kaleidoscope just exchanged today, Chen couldn't wait to see it. Chen found a mirror at home and moved his mind. Kaleidoscope writes round eyes. Then, Chen's eyes changed. First, the 3 Kuyu jade writing round eyes appeared, and then the 3 Kuyu jade quickly turned, and then formed a 6-pointed star pattern, which appeared in Chen's eyes. Is this my kaleidoscope? How is it so similar to Sasuke's kaleidoscope in the original book? Is it because we are twins? Chen looked at his kaleidoscope in the mirror, and a message appeared in his mind. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, it is the blood succession limit of the Uchiha clan. It is the most advanced mode of writing wheel eye. Each kaleidoscope writing wheel eye will have a special ability, which will produce different abilities according to different eye openers. Since the host's writing wheel is exchanged by the system instead of being opened by itself, the host's kaleidoscope ability system will default to the left eye moon reading right eye Amaterasu, and both eyes must be Zono. Monthly reading, the advanced illusion that can only be used by the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. No one can resist except the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the Uchiha clan. This technique will move the opponent's spirit to another world. The time and quality of this world is completely controlled by the caster himself. The time in the fictional world is only a moment in the real world. This technique may cause the opponent to mentally collapse, and the degree of damage caused can also be controlled by the caster. It is a very dangerous illusion technique, only when the eyes are facing each other will have an effect. Amaterasu, the advanced ninjutsu that can be used only by the kaleidoscope writing wheel, summons a black flame from the center of the sun at the focal point of the kaleidoscope writing wheel, which can burn everything out and never extinguish before the target is destroyed. Susanoo, you must have a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye and master the fusion of the left eye pupil power and the right eye pupil power at the same time to master the power of opening. I really can't find a relevant introduction about Suzuonengu. Hey, is this the full ability of my kaleidoscope to write round eyes? It is completely the same as Attaka's ability. But it's not bad, Now I don't have to worry about being scared, even without the shelter of the village, I can still in the ninja world, even if Danzo sends his route to chase me, I will let him come back and never return. Everything is ready, only Dongfeng is owed. Now I am waiting for the 4 people of Yunnan to come. I abducted Suzuki away, and I will leave the village with them when the time comes, and give Konoha's man-made Tatsumi to be taken away by Suzuki, so there will be a lot of trouble less. Although Ichikan's current strength will no longer be afraid of Konoha, it will be very troublesome if this is the case. Anyway, Tatsun is also a resident of Konoha. If the people of Konoha realize that Tatsun is escaping from Konoha by himself, someone will definitely want to bring Chen back. At that time, Chen will not be at peace, so let's keep it for as long as you can. After releasing the kaleidoscope riding wheel, Chen, who had nothing to do, yawned and went on to sleep. P.S. Do you think the plot is too fast, or the protagonist's strength has increased too fast? If you have any suggestions, you may wish to add a group to discuss together. Also begging for flowers. Seeking collection. Group, 4751373222. Chapter 35, The Trends of All Parties. The next day, it was a gloomy weather, as if it would rain heavily at any time, and the whole village was filled with a sorrowful atmosphere. Suzuki got up early in the morning, put on a set of black underwear, and his expression also showed a touch of sadness. Sitting at the table in the living room, lowered his head not knowing what he was thinking, and Chen also sat on the other side of the table, yawning from time to time, as if he had not slept enough. At this time, Harano Sakura, a member of the same group as Suzuki, came to Suzuki, with the same black clothes and black pants, with the same sad expression. Suzuki. Harano Sakura wanted to say something to Suzuki, but saw Suzuki wave his hand, so she didn't continue. Then he glanced at Chen, who was sitting on the other side with complicated eyes. Although it was fleeting, Chen still saw disgust in her eyes, disgust for Chen. Let's go. Suzuki stood up and walked directly outside. After Suzuki walked out, Harano Sakura looked at Tatsun again, this time without hiding her eyes, as if looking at shit. Generally. Uchiha Tatsuno, I don't care if you understand it or not. In short, I won't let you be with Ino anyway. You are an idiot who is not worthy of Ino. After speaking, he ignored Tatsun's reflection. Ran after Suzuki. Hey! There is something wrong, this wide forehead is too wide, I really think I am a human being, idiot. Chen hated this Harano Sakura in his previous life. At this time, on the roof of the Hokage office building, a group of people were gathering, all in black clothes and black pants, silent. There was a sense of sadness in the whole crowd, all looking at a long table in front. A row of photos was placed on the table, and in the middle of the row was one that was larger than the others. The photo turned out to be Konoha's third-generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hisaki. At this time, it rained heavily in the sky. It's raining. Did God even cry? Sarutobi Asuma looked at the falling rain and said sadly. This funeral is to mourn the 3 generations of Hokage who died in this battle and other victims. The 3 generations of the same teammate, Mito Minion, who served as Konoha's consultant, said to the people below, and then asked them to come forward and present flowers. Why? Why did the 3 generations of grandfather die like this? Why? Looking at Konohamaru, who was crying next to him, Naruto was full of sadness. Ninjas cannot express their feelings under any circumstances. They must give priority to tasks, and they must not cry anyway. Teacher Irika, why can people bet their lives for others? Naruto returned to the crowd after putting down the white flowers and said to Irika next to him. After a person dies alone, everything will disappear. His past, present, and future will disappear. Many people die in missions or wars, and die easily, and Haifeng is one of them. Among these dead, some people also have dreams, and everyone has what they cherish the most. Parents, brothers, friends, lovers. They are all very important people to themselves, trust each other and help each other. From the very beginning, I feel like myself the most important person has a bond, and this bond will become more and more determined as time passes. This does not require any reasoning. People who have this bond will definitely do it, because he is worth cherishing. People. Well, I think I can understand this feeling, but death is really painful. The 3 generations of Hokage did not sacrifice in vain. He left us some important things. One day you will understand these principles. Yet, I seem to understand this. Although the mourning over there has already begun, Kakashi was not there, but came to Konoha's memorial monument alone. The sky was already raining heavily, and there was a sound of footsteps behind him, a long purple-hair woman holding a bunch of white flowers, standing behind Kakashi. Is it for Hayate? Although Kakashi didn't look back, Kakashi knew who came. The funeral of the 3 generations has already begun, we must hurry up. Senior Kakashi also came to see the soil? Since you are always looking for a reason for being late, why can't you come earlier? Yuuzhan put the white flower in her hand in front of the memorial monument, and knelt on the monument with her hands folded forward. I came here early in the morning. It's just that every time I come here, I keep berating myself for being too stupid. Kakashi wanted to turn around and wanted to leave. Senior, does Hokage-sama still have a secret team? Uzukiyuin suddenly thought of something and stood up and asked Kakashi, who was about to leave. Confidential group. Kakashi turned around and looked at Uzukiyuin suspiciously. I have worked in Anbi for many years, and I have never heard of a confidential group. Yes. Why do you ask? I ran into a strange Anbi while hunting down an enemy yesterday, claiming to be the secret force of Lord Naruto. Is it not that tall? I don't seem to be too old to hear the voice. Senior has seen it. Yet. At first I thought he was Anbu, but later, I noticed that he didn't have the special flame tattoos on his arm, so he was not from Anbu. Not Anbu? Who would it be? I don't know this, but he didn't seem to be malicious towards Konoha, but he saved a lot of people. Is that right? Well, the 3-generation memorial meeting is about to end, I'm going to pass. After Kakashi left a sentence, he ignored Uzukiyuin and walked towards the Hokage Tower on his own. After that, the memorial service of the 3 generations ended, the sky cleared up, and Zhongren also left one after another. Irika couldn't help but feel sentimental when looking at the figures of the small strong little Konoha of Konoha, 3 generations of adults, they all seem to have inherited what you said about the will of fire. The little kind of fire that fell on Konoha will burn blazingly one day, and they will continue to illuminate and protect. This village, one day, will become a new generation of Naruto. On the road from Konoha to Sane, several ninjas appeared, and one of them was Maki, who confronted Kakashi and the others during Konoha's collapse plan. Found it. A sand shinobu suddenly appeared in front of Maki and the others, and said to them, "Go." Then the sand ninja led the way, and Maki and the others followed the ninja and walked in one direction. Several people came to a place and found several extremely decomposed corpses, all wearing ninja costumes and sand hidden. One of the corpses turned out to be an imperial robe, and a wind shadow hat. It has been dead for a long time, and I am afraid that Nakanobu was already dead before the exam began. A sand ninja said to Maji, who came over. That's it, it turns out that it's like this, that bastard, after killing Master Feng Ying, I was too careless to have Dashuin pretending to be Master Feng Ying. On the other side, a dark secret room. Abominable Saruto fly. Ashimaru said bitterly. At this time, the soul of Ashimaru's arms had already been sealed by the ghoul. Chapter 30. Actually, things are not that simple. No matter how you say it, your opponent is also the strongest Naruto of the 5 great nations. But you are so powerful, you actually gave 2 of the 5 shadows to The medicine master on the side looked respectfully to the Yuan. Said. Don't, come to comfort me again, or I'll kill you. Dashimaru looked at the pharmacist with a stern look. I didn't mean that. Although you didn't capture Konoha, this plan has one purpose. Uchiha Sasuke is now put on your collar. He, this is for my hands and all the ninjutsu. Originally, I got Uchiha Itaki and it wouldn't have been so much, but that's an unrealized dream. Because he is better than me. That's why I will leave that organization. At the same time, in a secret base in Urin village, there was a huge golem with 9 figures standing on its 10 fingers. This place is the main base of Akatsuki, and the 9 figures are the core members of Akatsuki. They are all S-rank rebels from various ninja villages. According to information from outside, the Ashimaru was once a member of our organization. Yesterday, she united with Sahin to attack Konoha. Although it was unsuccessful in the end, Konoha suffered a great loss. The 3rd generation of Hokage was also killed by him. Orange short hair, various nails on his face, and a pair of eyes. There are circles of lines, which is the way of heaven in the 6 penons. After hearing this news, Itaki, who had closed his eyes and opened his eyes. Hey! It's just a bad old man who is too old to walk. Ashimaru is really worthless. How? 0, let me go and kill the traitor Ashimaru. By the way, take what he has. Bringing the ring back just happens to add a person to the organization. Deidara on the side couldn't help yelling. Ashimaru will leave him alone. If you encounter him in the future, he will be cleaned up. Konoha is currently being rebuilt, and no new Naruto has been selected. It is the dragon without a leader, so no one should care about Kyuubi's human strength. Our organization has been preparing for that plan for so many years, although it hasn't been fully prepared yet. However, this time it's a test. Who of you will go to the land of fire and bring back the 9-tailed man Zulai? Let me go. I will definitely bring back the 9-tailed man Zulai. Whoever dares to stop me will let him momentary art. Deidara offered to invite Ying. No, this time it can't cause too much commotion. Tiendao did not agree to Deidara's request. Jiaodu. Tiendao looked at Takanobu's Jiaodu. However, Jiaodu didn't buy it. Hey! I still have to make money, so I don't have time to do such boring things as probing. I go. Just when Tiendao wanted to say something to the corner, Itaki, who had been silent, spoke. You go? Good too. Ah. It just so happens that I will get rusty when I stay here, so I will accompany you out for a walk, said the ghost shark in the same group as Itaki. Okay, that's it. Tiendao Pain turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. The rest of the people, after a lot of noise, also went to do their own things. PS for flowers, for collection. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 36, Return to Hometown in the Morning Fog. Oh. I have it, so good. Konoha is really the best, and the average score is very high. On the roof of the Hokage Tower, there was a wretched laughter. Wearing a kimono, with long white hair, with a forehead guard on his forehead, there is an oil written on it. It is one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, the mad ghost Jiraiya. At this time, Zi Lai was also squatting on the side rail of the roof, holding a telescope in his hand while peeking at the women's bathhouse, while making a nasty laugh. You're doing this kind of boring thing again. A voice came from behind Jiraiya. After being disturbed, Jiraiya put down the binoculars in his hand and looked back. Hey! This is the work of collecting materials. It turned out to be Uncle Minyan and teacher Xiao Chun. Why are the 2 consultants looking for me? Does this still need to be asked? You don't need to say that, you should know. Jiraiya also stood up, turned to look at Konoha's 2 consultants seriously, suddenly changed their expressions, and said casually, don't put on a terrible expression. I heard that we have negotiated with Sanda. It's over. Everything is Osaki Maru's stalking from it, and Cheyenne has nothing to do with Cheyenne, and Cheyenne has announced a full surrender to Konoha, so negotiations are not important. From Konoha's standpoint, in order to restore national strength, it can only be accepted. The other party's proposal. However, Konoha's current strength is very low. Under the current situation, the highest priority is to assume that there will be a greater crisis and be prepared, and any neighboring country will be able to take bold actions at any time. Therefore, we decided to convene elites from various troops to form an emergency executive committee to deal with the assumed emergency situation before the village's power is restored. But before that, we need a strong and trustworthy leader. Now there is the possibility of disputes everywhere, not just Ashimaru, and Mito Minion wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Jiraiya. You don't need to tell me this specifically. Okay, I will continue to collect materials. Ji-Light turned around and took out the binoculars again to continue peeping. Let me tell you a policy first. We now need a 5th-generation Hokage. In the emergency meeting with Daimyo of the Country of Fire yesterday, we decided to have you take the post. Zhuan Xiaochun on the side faced Jiraiya. He also said, I'm so sorry, I am not suitable for this position. Jile also waved his hand without looking back. This is an established fact. If even one of the three of you is not suitable for Hokage, who else is suitable? There is another one for Sunan, Tsunade. Hey! Zhuan Xiaochun and Mito Minion looked at each other. Yes, Tsunade's girl does have this ability, but now she is missing. I'll just go get her back. Compared to me who is not motivated, the clever Tsunade is more suitable for the Hokage position, what do you think? Turning to bed, Koharu and Mito Minion exchanged eyes with each other, and then said to Jiraiya, I see, we will consider it as soon as possible. However, we will send 3 NB to join you to form a Tsunade search team. Don't worry, I won't run away, there is no need to send someone to watch me. But, I want to take someone with me, because I found a very interesting newcomer. Jiraiya didn't plan after finishing talking. Continued to peep, and left the Hokage tower directly to find Naruto. At this time, on the outer wall of Konoha village, 2 uninvited guests came. Wearing a black robe with a red cloud on his head, he also carried a hat, and one of them was carrying a huge weapon wrapped in a bandage on his back. It was Uchiha Itachi and the dried persimmon ghost shark of Akatsuki's organization. They stood on the city wall and looked condescendingly at Konoha in front and below. Although destruction was avoided, the damage was still serious. The originally prosperous village, really pitiful. Looking at the severely damaged Konoha village in front of him, Uchiha Itachi sighed with emotion. It's not like your style. Even if it's you, you will be nostalgic for your hometown, said the ghost shark on the side. No. I have no nostalgia. Itachi, still maintaining facial paralysis, did not show any other emotions because of returning to his hometown. Now, what should I do next? Enter the village and follow me. After Itachi finished speaking, he jumped off the wall first. The ghost shark followed closely. After the 2 landed, they walked towards the village. When they came to the Konoha gate, the ninja who was guarding the gate was knocked down by Itachi by an illusion. After entering the village, no one in Konoha noticed them. Where are you going now? Just go to Jouei Renzulai. No, follow me to a place first. Itachi directly looked in one direction and walked. Okay, listen to you. Gyu had no choice but to keep up with Itachi. On the other hand, in the past 2 days, I did not go to the laboratory to practice again, but stayed at home. The same is true today. When Tatsun got up, Suzuki had already left home. Tatsun came to the yard alone to bask in the sun. Really, it's so boring. Suzuki is really hard-working. He went out early in the morning and made me bored at home alone. Tatsun, who had nothing to do, lay directly on the corridor in the yard, wanting to bask in the sun. while sleeping. At this time, Chen suddenly noticed that someone was staring at him from a certain place, and the system followed up with a prompt, remind the host that the host is under surveillance. Do you want to send an image? Could it be that Tuanzang sent someone to watch me again? Chen didn't dare to act rashly without finding out who came, and continued to lie down and pretend to sleep. The system, send me the image of the monitor. Ding! The image has been sent. As soon as the system's prompt sound fell, a picture emerged in Chen's mind. Two people were standing on a big tree outside Tatsun and Sasuke's home, looking at Tatsun at this time. It's him? So that's it. Chen secretly said in surprise after discovering the identity of the person coming. Oh, I heard that you have two younger brothers. Is this one of them? So much worse than you. Hey! Waste, there is no use value at all. He should have been allowed to reunite with mom and dad at the beginning. Now, I don't even have the qualifications to die in my hands. Itaka looked expressionlessly and drooled while sleeping underneath. Chen said indifferently. But I didn't think so in my heart, I'm sorry, Chen. I didn't expect you to be like this, but it's okay. Compared with being recruited into the route, it becomes a tool that only obeys orders and has no emotion. My brother would rather let you live without worry. The three generations still kept their promises and saved Sasuke from being taken away by Danzo, otherwise. Seeing Chen's stupid appearance, Itaka felt deeply self-blame, and he really didn't want to stay here for too long. Let's go. He said and then left. Are you gone? Chen also sat up from the corridor after Itaki and Gyu left, and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Hey! Uchiha Itaki, the 3-generation-old man was just killed by Ashimaru, so he can't wait to come back? It's to let Konoha's senior officials know that he is not dead, so as to protect Sasuke. His elder brother is really serious. Competent. Chen looked at the direction Itaka was leaving, sneered in his heart. Chen knew that the culprit of the night of extermination was Danzo, but it was Itaki after all. Although he will not resent Itaka like Sasuke, but every time he thinks that Itaka killed Mikoto, he will not forgive Itaki. And after Itaka left the house of Tatsu and Sasuke, he and Kakashi came into a tea house, and Kakashi happened to be waiting for Sasuke outside that tea house. I saw Itaka wearing a red cloud robe with a black background, and expressed doubts about its identity, but did not take immediate action. Chapter 31. At this moment, Yuri Hong and Asuma Sarutobi, who had just died, walked towards each other. Seeing these two people, Kakashi jokingly said, Yo! You two, have a good relationship. I hate this smoker very much. Stupid, it was Hongda who asked me to buy meatballs for her. It just happened to happen. Yuri Hong blushed in defense. It's you, what are you doing here alone? Sarutobi Asuma, who had just died, asked Kakashi. Ah, nothing more, I'll buy some tribute, and wait for someone by the way. Kakashi glanced at Itaka who was drinking tea in the tea house. I'm waiting for Sasuke. Hearing Sasuke's name, Itaka shook his hand holding the cup slightly. Hey! It's really rare that you are waiting for someone, is it going to pay homage to the soil with the tribute, said Sarutobi Asuma, who had just died. Yet. At this time, Sasuke also came to the tea house and looked at Kakashi in surprise and said, Kakashi, you actually arrived first, it's really rare. Occasionally. When Kakashi glanced at Itaka's seat again, he found that Itaka had disappeared. Then he looked at the front red and Asuma Sarutobi who had just died, and gestured to them. The two of them also expressed their understanding, nodded slightly to Kakashi, and dashed to chase after him. Hong and Asuma, who had just died of his father, intercepted Itaki and Gyu on a river. You two are not from the village of Konoha, why are you here? Sarutobi Asuma, who was dead, asked the two of them. It's been a long time, Mr. Asuma, Miss Hong. You know us, you used to be the ninja of the village. Itaki raised his hand and took off his hat, showing his riding wheel eyes. Honghee's dead father Asma said in surprise, "You are. You can't be wrong, you are Uchiha Itaki. P.S. Water chapter, the protagonist will leave the village tomorrow. Seeking flowers. Ask for a reward. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 37, Suzuki flees. Uchiha Itaki, you have committed a terrible crime, and you dare to return to Konoha. You are not brave enough. It turns out that both of you know Itaki, so I'll introduce myself." The ghost shark also took off the hat from his head, revealing his crying shark face. "NS. Nothing to advise, I will take you two out now," Smokey said arrogantly to the two rebels in front of him. "I said Itaki, the people in the village seem to hate you." On the side, Yuri Hong looked at the ghost shark solemnly. "I know who you are, the dried persimmon ghost shark, the ninja of the former Fog Hidden. Because of the suspected killing of the daimyo and destroying the country, it is a fugitive ninja wanted by the country of water. You both are S-class felon on the wanted list. Mr. Asma, Miss Hong, please don't be nosy, I don't want to kill you too. Hey, it's not like killing your compatriots, Uchiha Itaki. I know you won't appear here in such an inexplicable dress without a purpose. What is your purpose?" Smokey questioned it recklessly. At this time, the ghost shark on the side couldn't stand it anymore, and untied the gel muscle on his back. "This long-winded guy is so unpleasant, do you want to cut him? It seems that we can't leave the village peacefully, but don't overdo it, your moves are too arrogant." "Understood." Guido looked at the smoker Asma in front of him, showing a cruel smile. After the two gangs went to war, Asma, the strong smoker in the area, was of course not the opponent of the ghost shark. The ghost shark used glue muscle to cut off a large piece of meat on the smoker's arm, and Yuri Hong performed illusions on the ferret and the ghost shark. But it was bounced back by Itaka's riding wheel. Just when Yuri Hong was about to be killed by Uchiha Itaki, Kakashi rushed to save Yuri Hong, and also copied the ninjutsu of the ghost when he released the water escape from the smoker Asma to offset it. The ninjutsu attack of the ghost shark. However, in the end, Uchiha Itaki used the kaleidoscope to write round eyes, monthly reading. Kakashi ordered Smokey and Hong to close their eyes not to look at Itaki. He used his left eye to resist Itaki, but to no avail. It was dragged into the moon reading space for 72 hours. Although I experienced 72 hours of torture in the space of monthly reading, it was only a moment in reality. Kakashi's spirit was severely traumatized, and he was unable to fight against Itaki. During the conversation with Uchiha Itaki, Kakashi revealed the organization that Uchiha Itaki was in, and also said that the purpose of their trip was for the 9 tails in Naruto. Surprised Itaki and the ghost shark, and then Itaki ordered the ghost shark to take Kakashi away, and made the smoker Asma and Yuri Hong disappear. Just when the ghost shark was about to do it, Konoha's blue beast Metkai appeared in time and kicked the ghost shark. He also threatened to have found a way to deal with Itaki, that is, not to meet Itaki's eyes in the battle, as long as he looks at the opponent's hands and feet to understand the opponent's actions, he can deal with it, but only himself can do this. Just when the ghost shark wanted to continue to do it, it was stopped by Itaki. "Ghost shark, forget it. We are not here to fight. Unfortunately, we can't do it anymore, let's withdraw." "Really, I finally got my hands. But, there's no way." Guido grumbled unhappily, and then disappeared in front of Kakashi and the others with Itaki. On the other side, Gillette also took Naruto to look for Tsunade. After learning about it, Itaki and Gaijiao ambushed them at an inn. Just after Itaki used a trick to trick Jiraiya away, Sasuke appeared when he was about to capture Naruto. When Sasuke heard the conversations of the Shin-nins, he learned that Itaki had returned to the village and the target was Naruto, so he chased him up, just in time for the ghost shark to capture Naruto. After Sasuke saw Itaki, he was dominated by hatred and used 1,000 birds to attack him madly. However, the strength is very different. Chidori was easily cracked by Itaki, and Sasuke's wrist was also broken by Itaki. After that, Itaki once again performed monthly reading on Sasuke, recreating the scene of the night of the genocide, and Sasuke was mentally traumatized and lost consciousness because of the moon reading. At the critical moment, Gillette also arrived, and the psychic emerged from the esophagus of the Myomushin Yunsu, a big toad, trapping the ferret and the ghost shark. Finally, Itaka used another ability of his kaleidoscope to write round eyes, Amaterasu. An exit was opened in the esophagus of the toad and escaped. Then Konoha's blue beast Metkai also came, and Jiraiya ordered him to bring Sasuke back to Konoha, while himself and Naruto continued to search for Tsunade. On the way, Gillette also taught Naruto the Muji ninjutsu created by the fourth generation of Naruto, Helix Maru. The two of them practiced in this way while looking for Tsunade. In the end, the two met Tsunade in a restaurant and learned that Oshimaru had already approached Tsunade. When Gillette also proposed to let Tsunade return to Konoha to take up the position of Hokage, Tsunade refused, and said, "Hokage is nothing but a fool." This made Naruto very popular and uncomfortable. He tried his best to challenge Tsunade, but he was ravaged by Tsunade. However, Tsunade was surprised by the half-drafted Helix Maru at the end. Finally, Tsunade and Naruto bet that if Naruto can master Helix Maru within a week, she will admit that Naruto can become Hokage and give Naruto the pendant that was once owned by the first generation. A week later, Tsunade left Jiraiya, Silent and others, went to Oshimaru alone, and fought with Oshimaru. In the end, Jiraiya and others also came, but because Jiraiya had been drugged by Tsunami before, he was unable to exert his full strength and was at a disadvantage in the battle against Osameru. Pharmacist took advantage of Tsunade's phobia's weakness, causing Tsunade to lose his combat effectiveness and was injured by the slap of Pharmacist. After that, Naruto fought with Yakuza in order to protect Tsunade, but lost to Yakuza. At the last moment, Naruto struggled with the price of being seriously injured by the pharmacist, grabbed the pharmacist's pocket, restricted his movement, and used the spiral pill to drive the pharmacist back. Tsunade also defeated his fear with Naruto's insistence. Tsunade, who had no fear of blood, used the secret technique Yin Seal created by himself, created regeneration, restored his combat effectiveness, and joined forces with Jiraiya to launch an attack on Oshimaru. Oshimaru lost, defeated. After repelling the Oshimaru, the four set foot on the way back to the village. After the four returned to the village, Tsunade assumed the position of the 5 generations of Naruto, and healed Kakashi and Sasuke. Then he thought of a way to treat Xiao Li, who was injured by Gaara during the Zongnin exam. After learning that Tsunade, who possesses the strongest medical ninjutsu, had returned to the village, Ino and Oi dragged Tatsumi to Tsunade. "I hope Tsunade can cure Tatsun," but Tsunade has not found out anything wrong, and tells them that everything is normal for Tatsun. As for why it was like this, she said that she didn't know it. Maybe Chen couldn't accept the fact of annihilation and wanted to escape reality, so she didn't want to wake up. This result made Ino and the others feel helpless. They had to send Chen back, hoping that Chen would return to normal one day. After Sasuke recovered, the 7th squad was sent to the Hokage Tower, and Tsunade asked them to perform a task. Great! Mission, there must be something else to do. Naruto was already excited when he heard that Tsunade wanted them to perform the mission. But, Mr. Kakashi is not here. Sakura did not find Kakashi in the Naruto building. Are you late again as usual? No, Kakashi will not come. Tsunade said to the 3 of them, as you know, almost all other Kaminin boards, including Kakashi, have other missions. This time the mission is just it's up to the 3 of you to complete it. The task is level B, protecting the VIPs. Protect VIPs. Of course, depending on the specific circumstances, it may become an A-level task. In the neighboring country of T, Motoro Luji Shrine's ritual to worship the gods and Buddhas is held once every 4 years. The opponent requests to protect the runners participating in the race. We took this single task. After receiving the task, the three set out to perform the task in the country of Tea, protecting a runner named Marino Tashao, and fighting with the ninja sent by the opponent on the way. In the battle, Naruto's strength showed Sasuke's attention. However, among the ninjas sent by the other party, there was a ninja who was once Konoha's ninja teacher. He used his painful hand to steal the second generation of Naruto's Sword of Thor, and later rebelled against the village and joined Yunin to become Sharingan. In the duel with this ninja, Sasuke and Naruto lost to each other and both suffered serious injuries, but in the end, Naruto broke out and defeated the enemy. After returning to Konoha, Sasuke was also admitted to the hospital. When he was in the hospital, Sasuke recalled the previous battle and found that he was behind Naruto. Proud of him, when Naruto came to visit him, he challenged Naruto. Sakura's persuasion was invalid, and the two confronted each other on the top of the hospital, even using their own unique tricks, Chidori and Helix Maru. Just as Chidori and Helix Maru were about to collide together, the brain-depleted Sakura ran directly between the two in order to stop them. Seeing that Sakura was about to die by the hands of the two, Kakashi appeared in time and saved Sakura. Finally, Sasuke found out that Helix Maru had done more damage than Chidori, and left angrily. At night, the Odanin 4 people sent by Ashomaru also sneaked into Konoha, found Sasuke and told him that he would never get power in Konoha. Only by cutting everything in the village and following Ashomaru can we get better. Strong power. Sasuke thought a lot by himself, and finally decided to follow Ashimaru in order to gain a strong power. After Sasuke went home to clean up, he ran away overnight and ran into Harano Sakura at Konoha Gate. Harano Sakura knew that Sasuke would never come back when he was gone. He tried his best to keep Sasuke and made a affectionate confession to Sasuke. Sasuke stunned her with a moving punch, and then walked out of the village without looking back. Just after Sasuke left, a figure suddenly walked out of the dark. Watched a good show for free. It's a pity, the ending is not as happy as you imagined. It is Uchiha Tatsuno. P.S. I underestimated the plot. I didn't expect it to be another chapter. I'm sorry. The protagonist is guaranteed to let go tomorrow. Seeking Flowers. Seeking Collection. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 38, Escape Konoha. When the Odanin 4 people found Sasuke, Chen was watching from the side. He knew it was time to leave. Erzuza went home and walked towards Konoha's gate with a suitcase on his back, and then to Harano Sakura's confession, and finally Sasuke knocked Harano Sakura into a stun, and Tatsun was watching. After Sasuke left, Tatsun also walked out of the dark. Watching a good show for free, but the ending is not as good as you imagined. Now that Sasuke has defected and went to Ashimaru, then I have nothing to worry about. It's time to say goodbye to Konoha. Chen swaggered towards the village gate like this Konoha's guard work is too bad. It doesn't matter if I was sneaked in by Itaki and Gaijiao. After all, they are all strong in the shadow level. However, even the 4 people of Lianyanin people like that can also come and go freely in Konoha, no one has noticed. Even now, there is no guard at the gate, it's unscientific. Chapter 32. Chen passed by Harano Sakura, showing a disgusted expression, idiot, it's an eye. But without paying attention, he continued to walk outside the village. Walking out of the door and looking around, Chen was also very excited, finally leaving the prison where he had lived for 13 years. Although he has lived in Konoha for more than 10 years, Chen has stayed at home after the night of extermination. Konoha didn't have any sense of belonging for Tatsun, and the only was his fellow brother, Sasuke Uchiha. Although Chen didn't like Sasuke in his previous life, he could even be said to hate him. However, in this life, by mistake, he became Sasuke's own brother Uchiha Tatsun, and Sasuke has been taking care of him for several years. Although Sasuke always showed disdain for him, Tatsunyu can still feel Sasuke's concern for his brother. Now that Sasuke has left Konoha and went to Oshimaru, he has nothing to miss in Konoha. Chen randomly chose a direction and walked away, took a few steps, and then looked back at Konoha village. Konoha, goodbye. After speaking, he turned and left without nostalgia. Chen spotted a direction and hurried forward. Running all the time, running for a long time, Chen didn't know where this direction led, nor did he need to know. All he knows is that he is free, and he doesn't need to hide like before. In the quiet night, Chen was alone and quickly shuttled through the mountains and forests, yelling as he ran, "I want to add more, I want to add more." After running for a long time, Chen finally passed through the forest and came to a pipeline. Since it was late at night, Chen did not meet anyone. "I ran all night, this place should be far from Konoha. Take a break for a while. This is the official road. There will be caravans coming and going tomorrow. I will leave later when I think about this." Chen is on the side of the road. "I found a tree and jumped on it, found a comfortable place to lie down, and will spend the night." The next morning, Sakura, who was in a coma, was awakened. After that, he reported to the 5th Naruto Tsunade that Sasuke had escaped. Tsunade ordered Shikamaru to form a pursuit team by himself and asked him to lead the team to chase Sasuke. However, none of this has anything to do with Chen. He doesn't worry that Sasuke will be caught back. He has watched anime in his previous life and he already knows the result. Although there is an extra character like him in this life, he does not affect the plot now. Chen was awakened by a pang of hunger, and when he opened his eyes, it was already noon. After waking up, Chen looked around in confusion, habitually thinking that he was still at home, and he was shocked for a while to reflect. Then there was ecstasy. "This is not at home, nor is it in Konoha, I have already left the village, this is not a dream, haha. I am free!" Chen shouted excitedly. But the wailing of his stomach pulled Chen back to reality. "It seems I have to get something to eat. I haven't eaten anything from yesterday to now, so it's no wonder my stomach screams." Chen Tongling gave out a little poodle and asked him to go hunting. On the other hand, he found a place to light a fire and waited for the little poodle. Every poodle is a natural hunter. It didn't take long for Chen's psychic poodle to bring back an unknown animal to Chen, which looked like a rabbit. Chen didn't care about that much, he just peeled it off, put it on the fire and roasted it. After it was baked, it was eaten. Although there is no seasoning, it tastes good. Chen ate roasted rabbits while thinking about the way out in the future. "I have no money right now. The most urgent task is to get some money with me, and I can't afford to lose my practice. This reminds me of a place. The underground exchange is a good choice. You can use the people on the rewards to practice, not only get a large amount of rewards, you can also improve your own strength, and more importantly, you can get points. Let's do this. Anyway, I haven't figured out where to go, just find a place." Chen quickly ate the food in his hands and walked on the official road alone. Not long after, Chen was behind a team of people, dragging a few carts of goods on the way, and it looked like a caravan. There are about 7 or 8 people in this caravan, all of them are powerful men. 2 of them are riding a horse each with a tachibana hanging on their waists. They should be the guards of the caravan. The other 4 horses are pulling 4 carriages. 3 of them are full of camels. In addition to the goods, the other carriage is the kind of caravan with people. The team also saw Chen and found that Chen was walking on the official road alone, which was a bit strange. After all, there is no shop in front of the village, and there is still a long way to the next station. Is this young man planning to walk by himself? At this time, an old man walked out of the wagon and asked Chen, "Where is this little brother going? Why are you alone?" Originally Chen saw that the caravan was coming, and was planning to approach him and ask those people to take him a ride. Before he could speak, an old man on the other side asked him first. Chen Ye politely replied to the old man, "Hello uncle, I want to go to the next small town, can you take me a ride?" "Is that so? There is still a long way to go to the next station. If you don't dislike it, then go with us. There is no place in front of the village and no shop in the back. If you are alone, I am afraid that there will be some dangers." "Ah, you can leave until the next station." After hearing Chen's words, the old man agreed to Chen. After all, Chen is not very old and does not look like a bad person. So I just thought that bringing an extra child would not have any effect, just let Chen leave by himself at the next station. "My lord." At this moment, the two samurai in the caravan wanted to say something to the old man. However, the old man waved his hand to indicate that they don't need to say more, and then continued to ask Chen, "How is it?" Chen Dang was so desperate, he nodded and agreed without even thinking about it. "Then you can sit in Zhong Tian's carriage, Zhong Tian, you take this little brother," the old man said to the person on one of the carriages in the convoy. "Yes, my lord." The big man named Zhong Tian replied. "Go, brother, we have to hurry. We have to feel the inn before it gets dark, otherwise it will be dangerous at night," the old man said to Chen, and then he walked to the caravan again. "Thank you, uncle." Chen thanked the old man, then walked to the carriage of the big man named Zhong Tian and sat next to the big man. "Okay, continue on." The two samurai shouted to everyone when they saw the old man returning to the caravan, and then rode their horses to open the road ahead, followed by the convoy behind. P.S. The following is a more chapter, Ask for Flowers. Seeking Collection. Group Tale, 4751373322. Chapter 39, Encountered Robbers. Chen followed the convoy towards the unknown station, and talked with the big guy next to him on the way. "Uncle Zhong Tian, where are you going?" Chen asked the man next to him. "We are going to bring the food rich in the country of fire to a place called the country of bears, in exchange for the special products of their place, and then bring Konoha. Although I don't know that there are no special products in the country of bears." "The country of bear? I don't have any impression of this place. I guess it's a small country." Chen stopped Zhongtian's words and said inwardly. "Brother, how about you?" "Me? I don't know where I should go." Chen talked with the big man named Zhongtian, and Chen also learned from Zhongtian's mouth what the country of Xiong is. Speaking of the bear country, some people may know, but if you want to talk about Xingnan village, everyone must understand. That's right, it is the Star Ninja village in the original work. There is a meteorite in that village, which fell 200 years ago, so the village is called Star Ninja Village. The ninjas in the village will practice around the meteorite because the meteorite is radioactive and responds to chakra. Xingren are good at the peacock magic, which can make chakras attack in various shapes and even fly. The disadvantage is that it cannot defend against melee attacks during the operation. Although the energy contained in the meteorite has a powerful increase in the chakra of practitioners, not everyone can control this increase and cause damage to the body, so for the average person, it is a practice at the cost of huge damage to the body, so the third-generation Star Shadow stopped this practice. It was just a small ninja village, and the number of ninjas was only about 100 or 200 people, and most of them were ninjas. The leaders of the past dynasties of the village were dubbed the title of Star Shadow, but they were self-proclaimed, much worse than the 5/9 villages named as the country. The strongest Star Shadow is only the strength of the elite Shangnan. It turns out that there is such a Shinobu village in the Bear country. Although the strength of the village is not very good, the star seems to contain part of the power of the Togo. It should be a very valuable thing. If it is sold to the system, it is estimated. Can sell it at a good price, hehe. Chen Xin said secretly. Ding! The system releases the task, the host enters the country of the bear, grabs the star of the Star Ninja Village. The task reward, 10,000 points, the task fails, 10,000 points deducted, the task time limit, none, accept it. At this time, the system came to a prompt. Oh haha. The system and I have thought about it. It's really a badass to want to someone else's things. But, I like it. Chen heard the task released by the system, right in his heart, take it. Such a good task. Of course I will take it. After accepting the task, Chen asked Zongtian next to Xingranken for information, but this Zongtian was just an ordinary person and didn't know much, so Chen had no choice but to give up. When Chen Zheng, who was sitting on the carriage, was drowsy by the carriage, she suddenly sensed dozens of people ambushing in the grass on both sides of the official road not far ahead. However, Chen didn't remind the caravan. In Chen's induction, most of the opponents were ordinary people, and only one of them had a little bit of strength, probably to the extent of forbearance. This group of people should be just a group of robbers, and the figure with the strength of shinobi should be their leader. Oh! The plot of dog blood is here. Chen said with a sneer in his heart. The caravan had already entered each other's encirclement, but the two samurai didn't notice it at all. At this time, several bows and arrows were shot from the grass on both sides, nailing them in front of the caravan and blocking the caravan's way. The two samurai were shocked, and hurriedly drew out the swords from their waists. Enemy attack, be careful. Hurry back! Hurry back! The two samurai shouted at the caravan and told them to turn around and leave. However, they had already entered the ring of robbers, and just as they were about to turn the carriage around, a group of robbers sprang up from behind, blocking the way out. There's someone behind. Damn it, it's a robber. The caravan's people have been messed up. At this time, a group of robbers also sprang up in front and stopped in front of the caravan. The caravan was blocked by two bands of robbers. It's over, it's over. There weren't any robbers here before, this must be a new robber, how could it be so unlucky today? I hope they will let us live after they get the money. Zongtian sitting next to Chen weeping and praying. But when I saw the calm Chen, he asked strangely, brother, aren't you scared? Afraid? No, I am penniless, and those robbers will definitely not do me anything. Chen said with a relaxed smile. Won't do anything to you? They are robbers. If you have no money, they will definitely kill you. Then kill it. Anyway, I'm a bitch. You, forget it, I've never seen a person like you, and I'm not afraid of death. That Zongtian was angry with Chen. Ha ha ha. After waiting for a whole day, the uncle finally came across a fat sheep. The bandit leader looked at the goods on the carriages blocked in the middle and smiled happily. You, what do you want to do? A samurai in the caravan asked the robber in front of him. Haha. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? Little ones, tell him what I want to do, uncle. The leader of the bandit shouted arrogantly. Boss, don't talk nonsense with them, just kill them all. A robber ran to the leader and suggested, but was kicked to the ground by the leader. Stupid pig, you want to kill? Kill us? If we make their bean paste, the matter will be a big deal. Then there will be other caravans who will come to the ninja village to entrust a mission to destroy us, and we will have to run for our lives. Then the bandit leader was right. The man in the caravan said, you all know what I want to do. I only need money and leave everything behind, and you can get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel. At this moment, the old man sitting in the wagon came out, facing the numerous robbers without showing the slightest nervousness, as if he had something to rely on, and then calmly said to the robber in front of him, Hey! I hate you most. These robbed people have no quality at all. Then he took out a money bag from his pocket and threw it in front of the bandit leader. This money will be rewarded to you, hurry up and get out of here, otherwise what will happen later don't blame me. Then the old man turned around and planned to return to the caravan. Chen looked at the old man thoughtfully. I didn't see it, this old man can be pretty capable. But what does he rely on? Is it these two garbage warriors? Impossible, these two wastes, it can be killed at will, if not, what does he rely on? Hey! Old man, are you looking for death? It seems that you didn't understand what I said. The bandit leader was already a little impatient. Hey! Greedy robbers, it seems that you can't be too kind to you. Let's do it with you too, I don't want to see him again. The old man said to the two warriors in the caravan. This. The two samurai shrank and dared not do anything. 2. Let's do it. Seeing that the two samurai hadn't started, the old man urged again. Are you finished? Since you don't make a move, then I'm not welcome. The leader of the bandit was already impatient, and he drew out the big knife from his waist and prepared to do it. Aren't you two claiming to be killed by 100 people? Go up and chase off those robbers, the old man anxiously shouted to the two samurai guards. Big, sir, we. The two samurai stubbornly did not dare to do anything. Kamita, didn't you say that you killed 100 robbers alone? And you, Kamito, didn't you say that you killed a copycat robber alone? I hired you when you said that. That's right. You hurry up and get rid of the group of robbers. Sorry, that's all to lie to you. We are not 100 people beheaded at all. We only said that to let you hire us. We didn't do this task. Chapter 33. What? You two bastards, unexpectedly. The old man was so angry that he was actually cheated by these two idiots. Ha ha ha. If you are acquainted, old man, what else do you have to rely on? The robber head looked at the old man and laughed arrogantly. Puff. Ha ha ha, it turns out that this old man really wants to rely on those two wastes to pretend to be coercive. What about teasing me, isn't this pretending to be an idiot? Seeing such a dramatic scene, Chen couldn't help but laugh. It came out loud. Enough. I don't want to waste time doing these boring things anymore, although killing you all will cause a little trouble. But there are so many supplies here, after robbing us, we can change to another place. Small ones. Kill me. Hey. I still need someone to take me to the country of bears. How could you ruin my good deeds? Chen saw that the robbers were ready to do something, so he jumped up from the carriage and quickly formed seals in the air. The robbers behind the convoy used the fire escape. Fireball technique. A giant fireball spouted from the throat. All the robbers were ordinary people, and they couldn't hide from Chen's fireball. The fireball was swallowed. Nanny. There are even ninjas, I killed you. The bandit leader saw that his men had been killed in this way, and was furious. Raising the sword in his hand and attacking Chen. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for a reward. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 40, Coming to Star Ninja Village. After Chen killed the robber in the rear with house fireball, the robber leader on the opposite side furiously attacked Chen. Asshole, go to hell! The bandit leader waved the long knife in his hand and slashed at Chen, but Chen was caught with 2 fingers, and the long knife was broken directly by the force of the fingers, and then he clamped it. A section of the blade shot at the bandit leader. Damn it! The bandit leader yelled and twisted to avoid him, but when he turned around, Chen had already appeared in front of him and threw a fist towards his chest. The bandit leader hurriedly used both. With an arm across his chest, he wanted to block Chen's fist. When Chen's fist hit the robber leader's arm, there was a horrifying sound of bone cracking, accompanied by the robber leader's screams. Then I saw the bandit leader fly out and smashed into the group of bandits. I saw that the bandit leader had died, and there was a depression in his chest that was hit by Chen's fist. Ding! The host kills a ninja, reward points, 10, the existing points system, how come there are so few points? Did you eat it? Chen found out that he only had 10 points for killing Xiaoren, and asked the system. Answer the host, because the host's strength has improved, so you can't get points for killing Xiaonan, you can only get 10 points symbolically. It's so stingy. Since this is the case, Chen had to admit his fate. How is it possible that the leader is so strong, he was killed by him? Let's go together to avenge the leader. The rest of the robbers got hot in their heads, and they all yelled at Xiang Chen and rushed over. But after seeing Chen staring at them with a cruel grin, they suddenly woke up. This guy is not the soft guy he encountered before. Even such a strong leader was killed by him twice. They didn't even think about their ability to get revenge. If they go up, they will be killed like the leader. Var. Thinking of this, the group of robbers was so frightened that they scattered like birds and beasts. Chen didn't bother to pay attention to them, and went straight back to the carriage and sat down. The big man named Zhong Tian immediately jumped out of the carriage, and said to Chen excitedly, "It turns out that my little brother is such a powerful ninja, no wonder he was so calm just now. It turns out that he didn't put those bandits in his eyes. Yet. It's okay." The old man also came to Chen's front at this time. "I didn't expect my brother to be a powerful ninja. Thank you for helping me. Otherwise, the cargo of our cars will definitely be unprotected, and we will even be robbed. Kill. I blame the two for deceiving me and almost killing us. In the future, I will only hire ninjas when I hire guards, and I will never trust these Ronin warriors anymore." "You are welcome, uncle, let everyone hurry." Chen waved his hand at the old man, saying that he didn't care. "That's right, thank you brother again when you arrive at the next station." Thinking of this, the old man returned to his car and ordered his men to continue on their way. At this time, the two samurai came to the old man, "My lord, actually the strategy we used just now, we plan to wait for the bandits to relax their vigilance before doing it, What are you? You two shameless bastards, get out of here." The old man saw that the two warriors leaned in front of him sternly, and yelled at the two warriors angrily, "Also conspiracy, really treat me as an idiot. Then the remuneration we talked about before. What? You still have the face to withdraw money from me? You all get out of me, get out of me." Seeing that the old man became angry, the two samurai had to leave hard. They didn't dare to force the old man to give money, after all, the ninja was still in the caravan just now. After that, the caravan continued on its way, and there were no accidents along the way. When the sky was about to darken, I finally came to a small town, and the caravan had rested in this small town at night. After a rest night, the caravan continued to set off for the bear country. After a long journey for several days, Chen's caravan finally reached the bear country. And Chen also bid farewell to the caravan. When Chen left, the old man from the caravan gave Chen a little entanglement. It was Chen's payment for the caravan to protect the caravan these days, and the penniless Chen yet. There is evasiveness, and I gladly accept it. After leaving the caravan, Chen Shizheng found a hotel to rest for one night, and the next day he asked someone to find out the location of Xinggren village. Then rushed to Xinggren village alone. Here is the Star Ninja village, right? I didn't expect that this place is really surrounded by poisonous gas. At this time, Chen was standing on the edge of a cliff, watching the yellow smoke actually permeate the cliff. This is really a natural barrier. Ordinary people must wear a gas mask if they want to go. But I don't have that stuff, but it's not a difficult task for me. Chen finished speaking and jumped. Going into the air, and then using the moon step, ran towards Xinggren village in the air, and it didn't take long for him to run past the range of the poisonous smoke. Chen did not intend to hide his traces. So when he had just crossed the poisonous smoke area, he was spotted by the guards of Xinggren village. "Look at the sky, what is that?" A Xinggren who discovered Chen exclaimed. Oh my god, that seems to be a person who can fly in the sky without using the peacock magic method. What is going on? Don't say so much, everyone is on guard. Jiro, go back and report to Lord Red Star. Ah, yes. Hashinina named Jiro glanced at the sky, and immediately ran to the village. That's the ninja of Xingnan village, hee. Welcome your uninvited guests. Chen sneered, and then rushed to the stars. Then he landed strongly in front of the few stars, smashing the ground with a few cracks, creating a shocking scene. You, who are you? You dare to trespass into our Xingnan village, what do you want to do? The few Xingren were surprised when they saw Chen's movement, but still sternly questioned Chen. Don't be nervous, I just want to get some news with you. Chen spread his hands and motioned to the other party to not be so nervous. Quickly answer our questions, foreigner. Who are you? What do you want to do in our Xingnan village? The few Xingren Jianchen did not answer their questions, and asked again, and they surrounded Chen. Up. Hey. It seems I can't communicate well, I can only use brute force to make you speak. Chen gave a cruel grin at the stars. Let's go, no matter who he is, first stop him and then hand him over to Master Hong Xing for disposal. The stars ninja holding Kyo and attacking Chen at the same time, but this attack method is the most for Chen. Hope nothing. Thunder done. Chidori. Just after the stars entered Chen's ninjutsu range, Chen used Thunder done. Chidori again, and instantly paralyzed those stars on the ground. Lost the ability to move. Those star ninjas were only at the level of the ninja, and they were a bit weaker than the ninja from the 5 great ninja villages. After suffering Chen's Chidori flow, they couldn't recover in a short time. So, can you answer my question now? Chen walked to a star, squatted down, and asked the star, tell me, where is your star? WH. What? So your goal is the star of our village. You don't have to worry about it, just tell me where it is. Humph. I won't tell you. Xingren, who was asked by Chen, snorted coldly at Chen, and did not tell Chenexing's whereabouts. Oh, that's the case, then you die. Chen was not annoyed, but cruelly broke the neck of the star. Then Chen came to another star Shinobu. Say it. Bah. Don't think about it, Lord Red Star won't let you go. The star Shinobu also said stiffly. Oh. Really, it's a pity you can't see it. Chen also broke his neck after speaking to the star. The two of them don't know each other, so what about you? P.S. Ask for flowers. Seeking collection. Ask for a reward. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 41, Battle Star Ninja. After Chen killed the 2 star ninjas, he continued to walk to the other star ninja, stretched out his hand to grab his neck, and lifted him up. How about you? Can you tell me? I don't know. Seeing the fate of the previous 2 companions, the star nin didn't dare to speak harshly to Chen, but he didn't answer Chen's question either. In that case, then you go down and accompany your companion. Stop. Just when Chen was about to continue killing Xingren in his hand, a roar came from behind Chen, stopping Chen. Hey! Chen let go of the Xingren in his hand, threw it under his feet, turned around and looked at the incoming person, and found a thin person standing not far away, with more than a dozen Xingren standing behind that person. The strength is mostly the level of the lower middle ninja, and only the thin one has the strength of the upper ninja. Chapter 34. I am the acting Xing of Xingnan village, Red Star. Who are you? You dare to trespass into our Xingnan village and hurt our guards. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, then you don't want to leave here. The skinny Xingren saw the guards lying on the ground, came to Chen's face very angrily, and questioned Chen. Xing? A small village character who is supported by a few Xingren even dares to speak out as a shadow, overwhelmingly. Chen looked at the poor Xingren who was opposite, and expressed disdain to them. Damn it! What did you say? Asshole, I want to teach you the peacock trick. Seeing Chen actually insulting Xingren village, the stars were angry and clamored to take action against Chen, but they were stopped by Xingren who claimed to be the Red Star. Don't do it, first figure out what the other party's purpose is. Hey! Although our star ninja village cannot be compared with the 5 great ninja village, but it is not easy to insult, Your Excellency, what is the purpose of coming to our star ninja village? Humph! Asking knowingly, just where your birds don't shit. Apart from that thing, what else is worth mentioning? Master Red Star, he came for the sacred object seeing of our star ninja village. He also killed Kazama and Sanda. Master Red Star, don't let him go. At this time, Bei Chen was left at his feet. Xing Ying reminded the Red Star. What? Your target is Star? Red Star said in surprise, a haze flashing in his eyes. And the star ninjas behind him couldn't bear it anymore. Asshole, they killed our star ninja, and dare to covet the holy artifacts of our village, so brave. Those Xingren angrily killed Xiang Chen. No matter why you are here, just rely on you to kill the people in our star ninja village, so you don't want to leave alive. This time, Red Star did not stop the star ninjas. Go to hell! The Shinnins projected Kyo Shuriken towards Chen, and then attacked with Kyo Xiang Chen in their hands. I can't help myself. Looking at the attacking Xingren, Chen snorted, took down a handful of Kyoing and went up. Those star ninjas are all the strengths of the ninja, and they are far different from the ninja of the 5 major countries, so none of them are Chen's opponents. Chen didn't even use ninjutsu, so he killed the star ninjas one by one with strange powers. Damn! Peacock's magic! Slash! In Xingren, 2 Zongren released a strange chakra from behind, in the shape of a fan, which looked like a peacock on the screen. Then it turned into the shape of a tail beast's tail and slashed towards Chen. Hey? Is this the peacock magic method? This is a pure chakra attack after realizing the chakra. Is it because of the star cultivation? Chen dodges the opponent's attack while observing secretly. The magic of peacocks. This star is just a small meteorite, and the 10-tailed chakra contained in it must be only a few, but even this can make the strength of these star ninths rise to this level. If it is a true 10-tailed human column power, how strong is that? Thinking of this, Chen felt a creepy feeling. Asshole, if you have the ability, don't hide, cut. Seeing that Xingren who used the peacock magic method did not attack Chen, he shouted at Chen Unshuang. Hey! Right round eyes, open! That turned out to be Rider eyes. Isn't that the bloodstain of Konoha's Uchiha? Isn't he the Konoha's Uchiha? The Red Star did not join forces with the 2 Hoshino to attack Chen, but observing from the side, I found Chen's extraordinary eyes. Is it because I want to control chakra to attack, so the main body can't move? In that case, just kill the main body directly. Chen found out the opponent's attack route instantly after opening the writing wheel. Chen dodges the opponent's attack while leaning up against the opponent's body. Damn, he saw the weakness of the peacock magic method. To be buried in death, don't let him get close. Another Xingren who used the peacock magic method saw Chen's intentions and hurriedly reminded another companion, while commanding he stretched out his peacock magic technique to his companion. Although the star shinobu was reminded by his companions, his speed was not as fast as Chen, and he was already close to him before he could jump away. Damn it! The star ninja could only watch Chen throw his fist at him. Just when Chen's fist was about to hit the star named Death Burial, another star ninja's peacock magic appeared there in time. Before Ming Death was buried, Chen's fist was blocked. Saved! Dead Burial hurriedly jumped away, and after getting a distance from Chen, while paying attention to Chen, he thanked his companions. Nighthawk, thank you. You're welcome, be careful. Hey! Seeing that his attack was blocked, Chen Lang snorted, and then quickly formed seals with both hands, gathering chakra in the shape of thunder and lightning on his right hand. The thunder and lightning throbbed violently in Chen's hands, making a harsh chirping sound. It was Chidori. Can block my fist, see if I can block this. After using the writing wheel to lock the star shinobu named Death Burial, Chen dragged Chidori to sprint towards the target. Quickly, stop him! The star shino named Nighthawk, while reminding the private possession, while controlling his own peacock trick, attacked Chen. However, Chen easily avoided all these attacks under Chen's writing wheel. Damn it, the peacock magic! Ling Yuan. When the Dead Burial saw Chen killing him again, he quickly switched the shape of the peacock magic to form a pair of wings, and then flew into the air, avoiding Chen. Haha! Know how powerful our peacock technique is? The Dead Burial man flying in the sky mocked Chen. He thought he was invincible, and in his knowledge, no ninja could fly. Except for them who have practiced the peacock magic method. Haha! Can it be transformed into wings to fly? However, if you transform into wings, you can't attack. Then, you will end here. Looking at the Dead Burial flying in the air, Chen's mouth corners. He turned up and showed a grin. Whenever Chen showed this expression, it meant that someone was going to suffer. Chen stretched out his hand, escaped a special kunao from the ninja bag, and shot it at the Death Burial in the sky. Chen didn't use much power, so Kyowa was not fast. As long as he noticed the ninja, he should be able to avoid it. Haha! Can't attack me, just want to project kunao to attack? However, how can this kind of attack hit me? Flying in the sky looked at the kunao projected by Chen disdainfully, and twisted his neck. Escaped the kyowo that Chen projected to him. Ha ha ha! The Xingren, who is called Death Burial, smiled triumphantly after avoiding kyowo, and suddenly noticed something was wrong. Chen, who was still underground, had disappeared in place, and then he heard the harsh chirping sounds of Chidori and. What is so funny? Can you tell me? P.S. Upload a chapter first. Wait for the code word to continue. Seeking flowers, asking for rewards. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 42, Battlestar Ninja 2. The kunao projected by Chen is exactly the special technique kunao made by Fei Lei Shen. Although the star renunciation easily avoided kunao, this is indeed the result Chen wanted. Just when Kyowa missed the star shinobu, he immediately activated the flying thunder god, and suddenly disappeared in place, appearing in the position of Kyowa, which is behind the star shinobi, and kicked the air with the moon step, keeping it. The figure does not fall, and the right hand still maintains the form of Chidori. What is so happy? Can you tell me? Chen said sharply in the ear of the famous star. The star ninja just reacted in horror and wanted to escape, but it still couldn't match Chen's speed. As soon as he thought of running away, the Chidori in Chen's hand had already been printed on his back, and the violent lay done directly shredded the call. The peacock's magic method of the Death Burial pierced the back of the Death Burial, and the palm of his hand came out from his chest. How, maybe? Dead Tomb stared blankly at the palm of his chest, which had been stained red with his own blood and entangled with violent thunder and lightning. Looking at this palm, Dead Tomb said in disbelief. Then the consciousness became weaker and weaker, and the peacock magic was no longer maintained and disappeared. After Chen took his arm back, the dead body fell from the sky. All this happened so quickly, from the beginning to the end, it was completed in an instant, so that the Zongren named Nighthawk and the Shangren named Red Star had not yet reflected it. Until the dead body, no. It should be said that they woke up when the body fell to the ground. Death Tomb. The star ninja named Nighthawk cried out sadly. The two have worked together for many years and have established a deep friendship. This time they watched the best companion die in front of him. But I can't do anything, How can I not feel sad and angry? And the red star looked at Chen, who was in the air, and thought with horror, I was absolutely right about what happened just now. That person suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared behind the death tomb. What is going on? After being frightened, there was anger. The tomb and Nighthawk were his confidants. Although he had never regarded these two as his true confidants, they had been with him for so long anyway, and that person was going for the star, so I have to kill him anyway. Peacock magic. Bear demon. The star named Red Star launched the peacock magic, which was more powerful than the previous two Zhongren's peacock magic, and turned into a giant bear. After the giant bear took shape, it roared and rushed towards Chen in midair. After Chen killed the death tomb, he planned to continue to kill the Nighthawk. He didn't notice the Red Star's sneak attack. He was caught off guard by the Red Star bear demon, and dragged to the ground, holding Chen to his prison. Being firmly trapped, Chen couldn't break free for a while. But Nighthawk saw the right time and controlled the peacock magic that he had transformed into the shape of a javelin, stabbing to Chen. Go to hell! The Nighthawk yelled at Chen full of hatred. Looking at the chakra javelin that was attacking him, Chen quickly used the shulker snake hand to conjure 5 or 6 giant snakes to block it. Still unable to stop the opponent's chakra javelin, the illusioned giant snakes were cut off one by one. Seeing Chen was about to be stabbed by Nighthawk, Chen suddenly disappeared in front of them again, and Nighthawk's attack also it's empty. After Chen disappeared, he immediately appeared again. At this time, Chen is standing far away, keeping a long distance from the two Xingren. Chen's feet are stepping on a technique of Kunao, which is exactly the one cast out just now to kill the funeral. Bundle. This is another trick that can suddenly disappear and then appear in other places. Isn't this the legendary space ninjutsu? If that is the case, then it will be troublesome. Red Star looked at Chen, who appeared in the distance. I felt a little uneasy. Hey! Careless, but only this time. Chen stood in the distance and looked at the two Xingren indifferently, and did not immediately attack, and the two Xingren in the distance also did not act rashly, looking at Xiang Chen. The eyes were full of solemnity, and the two sides formed an opposition. At this moment, a teenager who seemed to be about the same age as Chen suddenly ran over from a distance, yelling, "That's not good! Red Star Lord!" He came to Red Star in a blink of an eye. "Ang! What are you doing here? What's going on?" The Red Star asked the boy who had just arrived. "Master Red Star, Xing. Xing was taken away by someone, What are you talking about? The star was taken away? What happened?" After hearing that the star was stolen, the Red Star immediately asked the boy named Ang several questions nervously. The few of us were practicing around the star in the training room, and suddenly broke into a powerful ninja. We are not his opponent at all. He knocked all of us down in an instant and then snatched the star. Ran away. A bunch of trash. You guys! Just about to scold the young Red Star, something suddenly came to mind, and he stared at Chen angrily. Damn, there are even helpers? But as long as you catch you, then you don't have to worry about your companions not appearing. Companion? When did I have a companion? What was going on? Hearing what that guy said, the star seemed to have been snatched away. Is there anyone else but me who is thinking of hitting this star? Damn, someone got on board first, and that person should have acted while I was holding those stars. Asshole, dare to use me, no matter who it is, I will have him pay the price. Although someone has been mistaken for a companion, but Chen didn't say anything, because he knew that the other party would definitely not believe it, and he didn't bother to explain anything to these stars. After Chen looked at the boy of Xingren, he was stunned, and suddenly thought of something in his mind. I seem to forget something. By the way, Xia Xing. Chapter 35. Xia Xing has always been responsible for guarding the ninja village. In the original work, people who use stars to cultivate in the village have serious side effects on their bodies. In order to prevent people in the village from using stars for cultivation, she and her husband wanted to hide the stars, but they were stopped by the third generation of star shadows, and the third generation of star shadows also said that it is forbidden to let the villagers use stars to cultivate. Only after 3 generations of Xing were killed by the red star, the people in the village relied on the star to practice cultivation, and finally the star was stolen away in order to protect the village. If it were her, it would be easier. Chen looked at the Angxiaren in front, thoughtfully. Then he turned his gaze to the red star and said secretly, "What we are going to do now, let's get rid of these 2 first." Just when Chen tried to prove the other party, the red star suddenly took action, and saw that he was controlling the bear demon transformed from his peacock magic, and pounced on the peacock magic called the Night Hawk, and he even took the Night Hawk. The peacock with the manifested beast-like tail swallowed it in one gulp. And after the bear demon of the red star swallowed the peacock trick of the Nighthawk's tail shape, his body became even bigger. However, the Nighthawk collapsed directly to the ground after Chakra was swallowed, not knowing whether it was alive or dead. "Master Red Star, you!" It was unbelievable that the Xiaren named Ang saw that Red Star had done such an incredible thing. "Don't worry, I just used Nighthawk's Chakra, he will be fine. The guy opposite is very tricky, I have to do this." "Oh! You actually swallowed the Chakra of your companion to enhance your own strength? It really works. But not even this, your ending is still the same. Looking at the front of you, it is even bigger than before." Xiang Mo, Chen didn't take it seriously. "I don't have the patience to play with you anymore, one trick will solve you." "Hey! This sentence should be for me." The red star on the opposite side became swollen after swallowing the chakra of his companion, and said arrogantly to Chen. Then he controlled the bear demon to pounce toward Chen, "Go to hell." "Hey! This peacock trick is really tricky, just smash it into pieces." Chen secretly said while avoiding the attack of the bear demon. "System, exchange the spiral pill for me." Spiral pill, item level, A level, item type, skill, need to redeem points, 5000, whether to redeem it. Exchange. Ding. Successful redemption, deduction of points, 5000, existing points, 35,000. After the warm current passed, Chen instantly mastered A-level ninjutsu, Helix Maru. P.S. I'm so sorry, I've been fascinated by watching Lanja List for the past 2 days, and I have forgotten the time. I'm sorry. Feel sorry. Seeking flowers. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 43, Battlestar Ninja 3. System. Give me the big jade spiral pill again. Data spiral pill, item level, A and level, need to exchange points, 8000, because the host has mastered spiral pill, so only need to spend 3000 points, you can use the advanced version of Helix pill, Data spiral pill. Note, this technique it is necessary to use the real body and a shadow clone together, do you want to exchange it? Exchange. Ding. Successful redemption, points deduction, 3000, points left by the host, 32,000. After exchanging the spiral pill, Chen immediately created an avatar, forming a light blue spiral pill on the palm of his hand, rotating at a high speed, and increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally formed a watermelon-sized spiral pill. Then, Chen and the avatar pushed Dehu Helix Maru towards the red star together. Go to hell! Red Star controlled the bear demon to pounce towards Chen, but Chen did not dodge, but pushed the spiral pill with the clone, and crashed into the bear demon who rushed towards him, and the red star condensed it with chakras. The bear demon was instantly twisted into chakras by the spiral pill. Impossible! Red Star Ji-Tai screamed, but Chu couldn't change the facts, the spiral pill in Chen's hand was directly printed on his chest. The red star was hit by the spiral pill. Boom! I saw the spiral pill as the center, the ground was instantly pressed out by the power of the spiral pill, and a huge crater was pressed out, and after the red star was also hit by the spiral pill, it spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and then was smashed out. But, damn! After being hit by the spiral pill, Red Star was not dead yet. He supported his severely injured body with both hands and tried to stand up, but in vain. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell to the ground again, dying. Unexpectedly, a big jade spiral pill will consume all the chakras I have left. If it is not that the system can be restored, it is dangerous. We must find a way to increase the amount of chakras as soon as possible. The system, now restore the chakras for me. Ding! Recovering chakras requires points, 1000, do you want to redeem it? Exchange. Successful redemption. Points deducted, 1000, the remaining points of the host are 31,000. Just after the system's prompt sound, a warm current flowed through Chen's body, and all the chakra consumed by the battle just now recovered in an instant. I'm not dead like this, my life is pretty hard. Chen came to Hong Xing, lowered his head and said with a chuckle. You, who are you, on earth? Who am I? I'm just a bereaved dog, but this has nothing to do with you. You should go to death with peace of mind. Chen said that he wanted to end the Red Star. Asshole, don't hurt Master Red Star. Peacock meow, Standing aside, Aang shouted at Chen, and then wanted to launch the peacock magic technique to attack Chen, but before condensing it, Chen rolled it up with a hidden shadow snake hand. Make him immobile. Let go of me, damn, let me go. Aang shouted while struggling. Shut up to me, if it wasn't for you to be useful. Chen rolled Aang harder, making him blush, speechless, and even breathing hard. As for you, just go and confess to your 3 generations of star shadows. Chen lowered his head again and said contemptuously to the red star on the ground. No. I can't die, we have a unique star. As long as we practice around the star, we will become extremely powerful. Our star-hidden village will definitely surpass the 5 great ninja villages. How could I be that way? Die. Hey! Out of control, your ambition is not directly proportional to your strength, and the so-called star is not something you can control. Even if you use the star to cultivate for a while, it will only speed up your own demise. I think that in a little while, the side effects of your cultivation with stars will occur. Even if you don't need me to do it, you will be tortured and die in pain. Impossible, I won't die, I won't, I will kill you. The red star struggled to stand up, nodding his hands to condense the peacock magic. Hey! Seek your own dead end. Chen looked at the red star who was unable to stand still and wanted to do something. Chen coldly snorted, then came to the front of Red Star, gathered the power on his right hand, and blasted Red Star's belly. The powerful strange force directly knocked the Red Star out. Before the Red Star hit the ground, Chen launched the instantaneous technique, and instantly appeared in front of the Red Star, hitting the Red Star's head with 1 foot, and smashing the Red Star onto the ground. This was not over yet, and Chen rushed towards the Red Star on the ground, condensing all the power on his fist, and smashed the Red Star with a punch. The strength was so great that he directly beat the ground into a small pit. There are cracks. Chen returned his fist and looked at the Red Star lying in the small pit. At this time, the Red Star had no sound. Ding! The host kills 1 Shangnan, reward points, 3000, the host has 34,000 points. After solving the Red Star, Chen was thinking about how to find the star. Hey! Is it resolved? Then, the next step is to find Xing. Xing should have been snatched by Xia Xing. As long as you find her, you can find Xing. But how can I find her? Chen looked at her. He turned to Aang, who was struggling, and said inwardly, her son is already in my hands, I don't believe she won't come out. Isn't she responsible for guarding Xingyian village? I'll destroy Xingyian village first, and watch her come or not. Thinking of this, Chen just rolled Aang with the shark's snake hand and walked towards the direction of Xingyian village. When passing by the comatose Nighthawk, Chen smoothly solved him. Asshole, unexpectedly, actually killed Lord Red Star. You, who the are you? Why do you kill us at Xingyian village? Why is this? The engulfed Aang struggled while furiously facing Chen. Questioned. He only appeared later, so he didn't know Chen's purpose yet. Why? Haha, your question is so naive. The reason I killed you Xingren is because your Xingren wants to kill me, and the reason you want to kill me is because I want to take your stars. It's that simple. Star? Your target is our star? I see, that person is your accomplice just now. You are here to contain our ninja, and your comrade will steal the star? Damn it, despicable. Hey! Companion? Despicable? Do you think that with my strength, I need to be as troublesome as you said? That guy named Red Star should be the strongest in your Xingyian village, right? Even your Xingyian village, I don't even care about the strongest ninja. Can anyone else in Xingyian village stop me? Chen sneered at what Aang said. Looking at Chen's disdainful expression, Aang secretly said in grief and indignation in his heart, damn! Damn! He is obviously just as old as me, but why can he be so strong? Even the Red Star Lord was killed by him, damn! Humph! The fault of your Xingyian village is that you clearly have the treasure, but you don't have enough strength to hold it. In fact, being weak is a sin. Really, what to do with you so much? Let's go. You, what do you want to do? Aang asked in a panic when he found that Chen was taking the route to the village. You are noisy. Damn, you. Shut up. Originally Aang wanted to say something, but Chen ignored him and walked on his own. It didn't take long for a village to appear in Chen's field of vision. It was Xingyian village. At this time, a few silhouettes suddenly emerged from the village, and came to Chen in a few breaths. Those few figures are just a few little ghosts of the lower level of shinobi, who are about the same age as Aang. At this time, they were looking at Chen in amazement, and then they found Aang, who was curled by Chen with a snake's hand. P.S. In fact, I also know the problem of writing round eyes that everyone said, because when I was writing this novel, I tried to write and read, so I didn't write it seriously. I searched the information about kaleidoscope writing round eyes, and then it gave me the information. I didn't care about so many, so I just wrote it up directly. I can find a time to change it back, if it makes everyone uncomfortable. I apologize to everyone. Seeking Flowers. Seeking Collection. Chapter 36. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 44, Suzuonangu. Who are you? Damn, what did you do to Aang? Quickly let go. A little girl with some freckles on her face shouted to Chen. Baidu, don't come over. Seeing that the little girl wanted. At this time, other ninjas in the village also noticed the strangeness here, and gathered one after another. Seeing Chen even holding the children of their village, the star ninjas surrounded Chen with anger. Who are you? How dare to break into the territory of Xingyian village, and even dare to hold our people from Xingyian village, so brave. Okay, stop yelling, I'm not interested in your Xingyian village at all. It's best to get out of here, otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen. Chen looked at him and surrounded him. Xingren said disdainfully. Asshole, you have been surrounded by us, and you dare not say anything. No matter who you are, we will catch you first and hand it over to Red Star. Let's go. Stop everyone, don't act rashly, none of you are his opponents. Seeing that Xingren wanted to shoot Chen, Aang immediately stopped anxiously. He knew Chen's strength, and even their strongest ninja, Red Star, was not Chen's opponent, let alone those in front of him, were only the stars of the middle and lower ninja strengths. Ah! What are you talking about? We are not his opponents, don't be kidding us, we are just a stinky kid. I can fight 10 of you like this, and you are kidnapped by him only to prove that you are a waste. Ha ha ha. Aang, are you afraid that if we do it, will he hurt you? Don't worry, we will let him practice without any chance of hurting you, and we will get rid of him in an instant. Ha ha ha. Aang is really timid. But it is, no matter what, he's just a kid. Ha ha ha. The Shin'en people didn't care about Aang's words, they just thought that Aang was defeated by the other party, so they wanted to describe Chen very powerfully so that he would not be so ashamed. Hey! Stop talking nonsense, take this kid down first, don't do anything, I'll be enough. Xing Zhenzong walked out of a ninja and said to his surrounding companions, and then sneered at Chen contemptuously. Said, boy, I don't care who you are, don't want to run away from me. Asshole! Idiot! Lord Red Star is not his opponent, he has been killed by him, do you think you will be more powerful than Lord Red Star? Seeing the star ninjas ridiculing all the time, Aang felt in his heart at this time. Angry and anxious, shouted at them. You, what did you say? This is impossible. Ang. What nonsense are you talking about? How could Red Star Lord? Asshole, if you talk nonsense like this, we can't just let it go. In Ang Dao, the killing of Red Star was revealed. The people in Xingren were angry, and unbelievable. However, they all remained skeptical, and did not fully believe Aang's words. Are you finished? Forget it. I have lost my patience. Xia Xing hasn't come out, so I have to force her out and ruin the village, hee hee. Looking at the squeaky starry ninja in front of him, Chen has already don't want to waste time anymore. Seeing that Chen wanted to do it, Aang was terrified. You, what do you want to do? Stop it! Idiot! Chen sneered and sneered, then slowly closed his eyes, and then opened them suddenly. The three-hook jade in his pupils had disappeared, replaced by a pattern resembling a six-pointed star. Kaleidoscope writes round eyes. So, what's that? What's the matter with his eyes? These eyes, looking at these eyes makes me feel creepy. How can I feel this way, what kind of eyes are they? At the moment when the kaleidoscope was formed, the star ninjas in front could no longer be as calm as before. The star ninjas who stare at Chen will make them have a creepy feeling. This fear comes from the depths of their souls, even though they don't know the kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes. But... damn, let's go together. Kill him. The oppressive feeling from the kaleidoscope made these star ninjas who only have the strength of the middle and lower ninjas mentally collapsed. They didn't think too much at all, and they held Kyuuxiang in their hands. Chen attacked. Faced with the many stars who attacked him, Chen didn't do anything. One hand was still locked and the other hand was hanging. What would happen if he didn't see him? No matter who you are, just die for me. Just as the Kyuwu of the ninja stars was about to pierce Chen's body, a grey chakra visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared beside Chen, which formed the shape of human ribs and immediately wrapped Chen. And the kunao of the star ninjas stabbing Chen also hit this Chang chakra, and was held down by this chakra. This, what the is this? What the is it? Is this the peacock trick? How could it be like this? The stars looked at the ribs that wrapped Chen in horror, and shouted in terror. Is this my Suzuo? It turned out to be off-white. I don't know what kind of abilities I can fully realize. It's really exciting. Humph. The peacock magic? It turned out to be Suzuo and your so-called peacock magic. If you compare it, it's really overkill. Fortunately for you inferior group, you can see the ability that I just acquired. This is the first time I have used this ability, and it happens to use your waist to practice. Sozaku? This, what the is this? Could it be that when he was fighting against Lord Red Star, He hadn't used all his strength. How could this be? Where is he sacred? Aang looked at him and wrapped him in Suzuonangu, incredible secret road. Quick, kill him. After the panic, the shinobu attacked Chen again, but it was all in vain. Whether it was a shuriken kunao or a ninjutsu attack, it was blocked by Susanoo no, and it didn't hurt at all. To the minute of Chen. Hey! It's useless, no matter what kind of attack you use, whether it's ninjutsu or physique, under Suzuonohu's absolute defense, it has no effect at all, and Suzuonohu's ability is not only its defense. Just as Chen's voice fell, Suzuonohu's right suddenly transformed into a giant arm skeleton, and then clenched into a fist. The skeleton slammed down at the front star shinobu. Unexpectedly, several stars were smashed to death and wounded, and a small pit was formed where they were hit. What kind of monster is this? Not only can it be defensive, but it can still have such a powerful attack. Damn it, we can't win. Seeing the damage caused by Suzuo, Aang felt powerless. Feel. Then he thought of his friends and shouted, Baidu, Mizuna, you go quickly, get out of here, we can't beat him, go quickly. No. How can we leave you behind, we must get you out, Aang. Although the little girl named Baidu felt terrified, she said firmly. Stupid, leave soon. Aang Ji screamed at them. He knew that none of the Baidu and others were Chen's opponents, and fighting with Chen would only kill him. Hey! Those who avoid me live, those who block me die. Chen controlled Suzuo, raised his fist again, and smashed towards the gate of Xingnan village, smashing the gate directly, and then towards Xingnan village. To the hinterland. He is going to enter the village. Hurry, stop him anyway. Seeing Chen wanted to enter the village, a Xingren immediately reacted and instructed the Xingren to counterattack Chen, but he was killed by Chen. Suzuonangu grabbed it in his hand. Humph! Chen coldly snorted, and then Suzuo's hand was squeezed forcefully, and the star was pinched to death, and then the corpse was thrown down. The corpse had been severely distorted and it was no longer what it looked like. Kazama! But... damn it, everyone, stop him! Just when the Shinnins wanted to attack Chen again, Chen's Suzuonangu changed again. And saw that the ribs once again transformed into an arm skeleton, and even a skull had grown. Look! Going up is like a huge demon, although only the upper body. Seeing Chen's Suzuonangu unexpectedly evolve again, the ninjas of Star Ninja Village were dumbfounded, and there was only one thought in their hearts. Terrible, we can't win this monster. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 45, Winning the Stars. Chenchi didn't want to waste any more time. He directly used the kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes to condense the Suzuonangu. He planned to use Suzuo all the way to crush Xingnan village, and he himself wanted to know his Suzuo very much. What it looks like, but also wanting to use these star forbearance as the target of practice. Chen's Suzuo was raging in Xingyan village, and every punch would cause a lot of casualties. There was a terrible scene in Xingyan village. At this time, the Xingren had been divided into two groups, and one group was desperately working hard. Attacking Chen, trying to block Zukan's footsteps, a group of people evacuated the crowd urgently, leading the civilians to flee. Devil! Devil, you are a demon! Stop it! Stop it! Looking at the tragedy of the village, he roared at Chen heartbreakingly, I have already said that those who avoid me live, those who block me die. If the summer star does not appear, I will not give up. Damn it, you are looking for someone, why do you want to do something to our village? We don't have a person like Summer Star here. Chen ignored Aang and continued to manipulate Suzuo to destroy. Although Chen did not deliberately attack the civilians, many civilians were still affected. However, Chen didn't care about these. Everybody is not guilty, and you are guilty of it. If you want to blame it, you are too weak. Just when Chen controlled Suzuo to raging, not far from Xingnan village, Xia Xing left the village after getting the star. Originally, Xia Xing had been guarding the Xingying village in the dark, and following the wishes of the 3 generations of Xingying, if he restarted cultivation with stars in the village, he would do his best to stop it. And 3 years ago, Red Star assassinated 3 generations of star shadows and became the acting star shadow of Xingyian village, and then used stars to cultivate again. So Xia Xing wanted to steal the star, but he hadn't had a chance in the past 3 years. Even after Chen appeared today, while Red Star and most of Xinggren were facing Chen, they seized this opportunity and broke into the Xing cultivation room, where the few Xinggren children who were cultivating around Xinggren would be in the training room. Down, and then snatched the star away. Just when she took the star and planned to return to her secret stronghold, she suddenly found that the direction of the village was filled with smoke and smoke. Something must have happened. Hey? What's the matter? That direction is, the village. Where exactly has happened? You must go and see. He said that he nodded his hands and condensed the peacock magic behind him. Chapter 37. Peacock Magic Method. Ling Yun. Summer Star condensed chakra into the shape of wings, leaped upward, and flew towards the village. When Xia Xing gets closer and closer to the village, the scene there is getting clearer and clearer. At this time, most of the Xingren village has been destroyed, with gun smoke filled with wailing. A tragic scene appeared before her. How is this possible? Why is it like this? Xia Xing couldn't believe what was in front of her. It was obvious that the village was still fine when she came to steal the stars just now. I didn't expect it to be just like this after a while. Xia Xing speeded up his flight, and in the blink of an eye, he came to the sky above Xingnan village. Because Suseo's body was too arrogant, Xia Xing saw the culprit who was wreaking havoc on Xingnan village at a glance. Without even thinking about it, he rushed. Go down! Damn it, unforgivable! The peacock trick! Bear demon! Jumping onto a high ground behind Suseo, Xia Xing instantly changed the shape of the peacock's magic method, forming a bear demon like the red star, but the bear demon condensed by the summer star is much larger than the red star bear demon. The strength is naturally much stronger than the red star. After the bear demon condensed, Xia Xing immediately controlled the bear demon to pounce towards Suzuo. And Chen was originally manipulating Suzuo to toss and kill the star ninjas. Out of trust in Suzu's absolute defense, Chen did not pay attention to the weak attack of the star ninjas, and even more disdain to turn his head. Therefore, he was even unaware of Xia Xing's attack, and was staggered by Xia Xing's bear demon. Although the bear demon did not break Suseo's defenses and did not cause any harm to Chen, it attracted the attention of everyone present. After all, no matter how the Shin'nins attacked before, they seemed to be tickling Suseo. You can't even make Suzu move a little bit, let alone stagger Suzu. It's the magic of the peacock. Bear demon. Could it be Lord Red Star? Haha. Lord Red Star is back. This Kid Ang said that Lord Red Star was killed. It is really unforgivable. Once Lord Red Star defeats the enemy, he will be taught. After seeing the peacock magic trick by Xia Xing Bear Demon, the star ninjas became emotional in an instant. The first thing they thought of was their acting star shadow, Red Star. Because looking at the entire Xingyian village, only Red Star can condense the peacock magic into the form of a beast. In their cognition, Red Star is the strongest among them, and the peacock magic has been practiced to the extreme, and no one is his opponent. However, some people are happy, and some find it strange. It's not right. If he is Lord Red Star, why would he wear a gas mask? And look at it, the peacock magic trick. Bear Demon is bigger than the Bear Demon condensed by Lord Red Star before, and the chakra is also richer. That's right, indeed. If it weren't for Master Red Star, who would it be? It seems that this person is better than Master Red Star in the attainments of the peacock magic technique. Don't worry about that much, now the most important thing is to eliminate this monster, whether that person is Red Star or not. In short, he just used the peacock magic method to attack the monster, it should be our reinforcements. The more advantageous. Of course, Chen also discovered Xiaxing stopped the destruction, just looked at Xiaxing, she should be the Xiaxing I was looking for, is she finally here? At this time, the ninjas of Xingyian village tried to attack Chen while Chen stopped, but Xiaxing stopped him. Don't go over. If you can't beat him, don't shoot. Damn. Although they were very unwilling, the Xingren had to admit this fact. After hearing Xiaxing's words, they stopped their movements and did not dare to act rashly. Hey! You are acquainted. However, you are finally willing to appear, Xiaxing. Chen also lost interest in these Xingren, and did not shoot at them anymore, but looked at Xiaxing. After Chen uttered the name of Xiaxing, the star ninjas of Xingyian village started talking. Of course, some of these star ninjas are very unfamiliar to Xiaxing. After all, Xiaxing had left Xingyian village 10 years ago, and only some older Xing ninjas would have a slight impression of Xiaxing. How come, it's really not Lord Red Star? Summer Star? Is there such a powerful character in Xingyian village? How come I have never heard of it? I have the impression that it seems to have died 10 years ago, how could it still appear here? Xiaxing ignored the comments of the stars and didn't explain anything to them. Instead, he said to Chen in surprise, "You know me, do you come for me?" "No. You are for the stars." "Of course, I came here for the so-called star. Apart from the star, there is nothing worth mentioning in this place. I know that the star is in your hands. Give it to you. You attacked the village, is it to force me out?" "Yes, just to force you out. I know you have been guarding Xingyian village secretly for 10 years, so as long as I attack Xingyian village, you will definitely appear. It's that simple." "Asshole, it's just because of this that he did such a tragic thing, unforgivable. I must seek justice for the people who died in the village." "Stop talking nonsense, I don't have time to waste with you, hand over the star." "Humph. Impossible, peacock magic. Bear demon." The angry Xiaxing once again condensed the bear demon and rushed towards Chen. "P.S. Sorry, I originally wanted to save a few chapters and post them when they were on the shelves, but there is really no way, so let's pass a chapter first. Seeking flowers. Ask for a reward. Seeking collection. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 56, Capture the Stars 2. Humph. Good, come, let you see that my Suzuo is not comparable to your peacock magic techniques that rely on foreign objects to cultivate. Facing the menacing bear demon, Chen did not evade, but controlled Suzuo Nangu to raise his fist to greet him. However, the bear demon controlled by Xiaxing is obviously more agile than Tatsuno's Suseo. Seeing that it easily dodges Suseo's fist, it rushes to Suseo's body and a bite is on Suseo's shoulders, but this was only a futile effort, and did not cause any harm to Suseo Kazutatsu. And Suseo also took advantage of the bear demon hanging on it, tore it from his body with both hands, threw it forward, smashed several buildings, and several stars endured it. Spread. Seeing this scene, Xiaxing also noticed that it was not good. He secretly said, "Damn! The losses and casualties in Xingyian village are too great. If you continue to work with him here, Xingyian village will definitely be destroyed by the two of us. If he falls, he must be led elsewhere." Peacock magic. Ling Yuan. After making up his mind, Xiaxing immediately took the bear demon back, and then sealed the seal again, condensing chakra into a pair of giant butterfly-shaped wings, and then flew towards a forest far outside the village. "Hey! Want to escape? No. I'm afraid that the battle between me and her will ruin Xingyian village, so do you want to lead me out of Xingyian village? But it doesn't matter, my goal is just the stars anyway. As for Xingyian village, I won't take it to heart yet, just let them go. As he said, he relieved Suzuo, and then chased him towards the Xia Xing with moon step. Xia Xing wanted to lead Chen away, so she deliberately slowed down the speed of her flight, and Chen didn't catch up too closely. Anyway, he knew Xia Xing would not be able to escape, after all, she also wanted to kill Chen. Aang, who was held hostage by Chen, looked at Xia Xing's back thoughtfully at this time. Damn, that person with a gas mask should be the Xia Xing that the demon is looking for. The villagers seem to have said just now, and he used to be too. The ninja in Xingyian village was dead 10 years ago. Why did the dead reappear? Why did they take our star away? I don't know what happened. I can feel it from him. To an inexplicable sense of intimacy. The hijacked Aang, looking at Xia Xing's figure, was full of questions in his heart. Soon, Xia Xing came to a forest, standing on the top of a big tree, waiting for Chen's arrival, not long before Chen came here after Xia Xing. Why, did you choose a good place? Hey! So you already know my purpose, so why do you want to keep up? I said earlier that my target is the star, so I am not interested in Xingyian village at all. The reason why I attacked Xingyian village is only to force you out, since now you have come out. I don't need to waste time there anymore. Why do you decide that the star must be in my hands? Humph, I naturally have my own basis. Don't talk nonsense, my goal is only star, hand it over, I will leave immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being cruel. Damn, wishful thinking. You have committed such an unforgivable sin, I will make you deserve punishment no matter what, and avenge the people in Xingyian village who were killed by you. Xia Xing, don't you see who the person I have been holding hostage is? I think you will be very interested. He. Oops, does he already know the relationship between me and Aang, so he is holding Aang? How is this possible, damn! Actually Xia Xingjian discovered that Shinobu was held hostage by Chen, and it was Aang. It was her and Yingying. The only child in the fire. It was just that she found that Chen didn't intend to hurt Aang, and he was also afraid that Chen would use Anglais as a threat to force her to hand over the star after learning about the relationship between Aang and her. Therefore, she did not dare to say anything. But it seemed that the thing she worries the most has happened. Shameless. Despicable. At this time, Xia Xing was not as calm as before, staring at Chen angrily, gritted his teeth and said, Hey! Stop talking about these useless things. I'm very impatient. I'll hand over the star quickly. Otherwise, I'll kill him. In your eyes, your son's life is better than isn't it important to be on that harmful star? What? What did you just say? What the is going on? Tell me. You tell me. Aang, who had been silent for a while, heard the conversation between the two and looked at the antivirus in disbelief. The summer star in the mask suddenly became excited, and asked Chen. Hey! Shut up for me, otherwise you will kill you. Chen ignored Aang's question, snorted coldly, and then the snake hand holding Aang suddenly used force, and immediately squeezed Aang's face red, so painful that he couldn't speak. Stop, let go of him. The opposite Xia Xing saw his son suffering, heartbroken. Hurriedly shouted to Chen. Hey! Distressed, right? Chen said with a sneer, and at the same time relaxed the snake's hand a little, and Aang immediately panted heavily. Seeing that Aang was all right, Xia Xing breathed a sigh of relief, and reached out and took off the gas mask from her face, revealing her original appearance. Chapter 38. How did you know? Why do you know me so well? Just leave it alone, how about it? You can hand over the star? Anyway, Your mission is to prevent the people in Xingyian village from using the star again for cultivation. In that case, it's useless for you to keep the star, it's better give it to me, how about? I can give you the star, but you must release it first. Hey! You have no room for bargaining, hand it over. Chen said as the archer who curled up Aang tried hard again. Damn it, stop. Now, Xiaxing didn't hesitate anymore, and hurriedly took out a fist-sized stone in his arms. The stone seemed to be hollowed out by a bug, full of small and large holes. This stone also exudes a strange purple chakra, which is quite strange. This is the star, here you are. After Xiaxing took out the star, he threw it directly at Chen, and Chen grabbed it in his hand. Chen took the star in his hand and observed it carefully, but for a moment he couldn't see anything special. Secretly said, "Is this the star? It really contains powerful power." The group of idiots in Xingyian village don't know how to use the star correctly, so they can only cultivate around the star, which is violent. Xing has been given to you, let's release Aang. Xiaxing said hurriedly when Chen saw Chen hadn't released Aang, interrupting Chen who was in contemplation. Oh! I almost forgot, give it back to you. Chen's snake hand shook Aang towards Xiaxing. Xiaxing quickly caught Aang. Okay, now that the star has gotten my hands, then I should leave this bird place too. Chen got the star, so my mood improved. He chuckled and said hello to Xiaxing mother and son, and then planned to ask for it. Leave. Just when Chen turned around and was about to leave, she suddenly felt a sense of crisis hitting him. Chen didn't even think about it. He immediately used the instantaneous technique to jump away from the place, and at the moment Chen jumped away, he checked. The bear demon formed by Carrot rushed to the position where he had stood before. After avoiding Xiaxing's sneak attack by using the instant technique, she turned around and stared at Xiaxing, and said sternly, "Humph! It seems that you are not going to let me leave like this. Kill it too. Aang, you go quickly and get out of here." Xiaxing stared at Chen seriously, and said to Aang beside him. "But... no, I know you have a lot of questions you want to ask me now. I promise you that I will explain everything to you clearly when I get back. Now, get out of here soon." Xiaxing said anxiously to Aang. I know, you, be careful." Aang also knew that with his strength, he would definitely not be able to help if he stayed here, and would only drag Xiaxing. Looking at Xiaxing with complicated eyes, he didn't talk nonsense, and immediately jumped back towards the village. Aang had no use value for Chen, so Aang left. Chen did not stop him, but looked at Xiaxing with interest. "Humph, you have committed such a heinous sin, I will definitely not let you leave like this. Today, no matter what, I must take you back, and then deal with you in front of everyone." For Xingyian village those who died tragically took revenge. "Hey! Ming stubborn, since you are looking for death by yourself, don't blame me." Chen put the star in his arms. The three Guyu in the scarlet riding wheel's eyes slowly turned, staring at the summer star, and said with a sneer. Xiaxing is not talking nonsense, directly controlling the bear demon, roaring forward to Xiang Chen. P.S. Ask for flowers. Seeking collection. Ask for a reward. P.S. Group Tale 4751373222. Chapter 47, Clone the Tail Beast. Xiaxing once again controlled the bear demon to pounce towards Chen. Facing the menacing bear demon of Xiaxing, Chen was not afraid. He raised his right hand and condensed a light blue spiral pill in the palm of his hand. It was in the bear. When the demon was about to pounce on him, he greeted him with the spiral pill in his hand, and reached a stalemate against the bear demon's head. "Hey, the strength is much stronger than that of the fellow Red Star. But if you want to defeat me, it's not enough. Get off!" Chen yelled, holding Helix Pill's right hand and pushed hard. "Repel the bear demon of the Summer Star. Damn it! Peacock magic method. Snake. Xia Xing saw that the bear demon was repelled, his hands immediately sealed, turning the peacock magic method into 6 chakra giant snakes, and then attacked Chen. The speed is very fast, and in the blink of an eye, he is right in front of Chen. It's a bit troublesome, there are too many. Looking at the 6 chakra snakes, Chen said in a secret voice, and then moved quickly and flexibly to avoid the attack of the chakra snake. However, he was chased by the chakra serpent, and he was attacked by a chakra serpent at a tricky angle without detecting it, making Chen unable to escape. Oops! Although Chen had tried his best to avoid it, she still failed and was bitten by the giant chakra snake, but... Bang! A burst of smoke appeared, and then look at Chen, bitten by the giant chakra snake, and turned into a piece of dead wood, which is the substitute technique in the 3-body technique. Is it a substitute technique? When was it used? Seeing Chen that had been bitten turned into a piece of dead wood, Xia Xing immediately understood what was going on, and then took the 6 chakra snakes back and guarded them by his side. And then looked around vigilantly. It's really amazing, it's really much stronger than the of Red Star. It seems that you have practiced the peacock magic to the extreme. A big tree not far in front of Xia Xing heard Chen's voice, and then he saw Chen walked out from behind the big tree. I'm very curious. From the beginning of my offensive, why didn't you display the giant skeleton that looked like a giant skeleton in the village just now? Is it because there is not much chakra left, so you can't maintain that powerful ninjutsu? You are talking about Suzuo. To be honest, your Xingyin village is too weak, so weak that I don't even have the qualifications to use my full strength, let alone forcing me to use Suzuo. Just now, it was only because I had just mastered that new ability, and I wanted to see it myself, so I showed it. And your Xingyin village is just a sparring practice for me to test the new ability. I even didn't get serious. Indeed, the combat power of Xingyin village is really horrible. Almost all of the village's combat power is composed of low-powered ninjas. There are only a few middle-level ninjas. There is no upper-level ninja, and only the acting Xingyin. The Red Star relied on the peacock magic method to barely have a special strength of forbearance, which is not worth mentioning. Damn it, the peacock magic method. Teng Snake. Seeing Chen so contemptuous of Xingyin village made Xia Xing very angry, and once again controlled the chakra snakes to bite Chen. It's stupid, I won't play with you. Looking at the chakra snake that came up, Chen quickly formed a shadow clone, rubbed a big jade spiral pill again, and greeted the summer star's chakra. The giant snake crushed it, severely wounded Xia Xing and knocked it out. Looking at Xia Xing who was struggling to stand up, Chen did not continue to attack, but stood still and looked at Xia Xing. Why don't you kill me? The seriously injured Xia Xing struggled to get up, half kneeling on the ground, and asked Chen suspiciously. Hey! I have killed enough people today. And, if it's not necessary, I don't like killing people, especially women, that's it. Chen, who almost ruined Xingyin village, was still smiling and eloquent at this time. Said. I am a pacifist, I advocate peace and hate violence. Puff. Xia Xing, who was badly injured, was vomiting blood with anger by the shameless executioner in front of him. He raised his finger to Chen, no shameless. Haha. Whatever, so be it. Now that Xing has gotten her hands, then I should go. Chen just smiled at Xia Xing's words, and planned to leave Xingyin village without saying anything, but she was a little puzzled in her heart. The star has already been obtained by me, why the system hasn't a reminder that the mission is completed? Isn't this star a fake? Impossible, I can feel that this star clearly contains very powerful power, it can't be fake. Forget it, don't care about so many. Now that the stars have already been obtained, I will find a place to study it first, and I feel a little tired. After leaving Xingyin village, Chen returned to a small town again. After a long time of fighting, Chen was already tired and hungry, so he randomly found a small hotel to live in. After eating and drinking, I took another bath and washed away my exhaustion. Rest alone in a hotel room. Ding! The host completes the task. Grab the star of Xingyian Village. The task reward, 10,000 points. The host has 46,000 points. Whether to open the redemption interface. Oh, is it finally reminded that the mission is completed? It is estimated that the mission is completed after leaving the Xingyian Village with the star. Really? But it doesn't matter, the mission is completed. Let's see what's special about this star. Where is it? As he said, he took out the star obtained from Xingyian Village from his arms, and observed it in front of his eyes. This star, apart from being able to feel the powerful power contained in it, hasn't seen anything special. What's the use? Chen really couldn't see why, and asked the system in confusion, "System, what is the origin of this star? What is its use?" Answer the host, "The star is a meteorite contaminated with 10 chakras, because that meteorite is radioactive and responds to the chakras. If you practice close to the star, it will have a strong increase in the chakras of the cultivator. However, because the 10-tailed chakra is too strong, it is not something that ordinary people can bear, so it will cause great harm to the body of the cultivator. That's it. No other use." After listening to the system's explanation, Ling Chen was very disappointed. "You can redeem points," replied. "Depend on." Ding! Because the host came into contact with the 10-tailed chakra, the task was triggered. Clone the 10-tailed and become the 10-tailed man. The task reward, 500,000 points. The system draws 3 times. The task time limit, none. The task failure penalty, none. Accept it. I'm going, K. Clone. 10-tailed? Isn't this too ridiculous? How to clone? Answer to the host. The host can first collect the chakras of the tailed beasts, clone the 9 big-tailed beasts, and then synthesize the cloned 9 big-tailed beasts to clone the 10 tails. So, what will the cloned tail beast look like? Is it the same as the original tail beast? Yes, the cloned tail beast has the same appearance and strength as the original tail beast. However, the tail beast cloned by the system has no thinking and only has the instinct of a beast, but it will completely obey the host. The host can the clone-tailed beast is collected in the body and becomes the pillar power of the clone-tailed orc, and it can also be summoned to fight for the host. Become a human column force? I am still suffering from the problem of low amount of chakra. If I can become a human column power, then this problem will be solved, and as the system says, if you become a 10-tailed human column power, if you face Madara in the future, Lord's words will be more confident. Besides, there is no time limit for this task, so take it. Chen thought to himself and found that this task was harmless, so he accepted the task without hesitation. Although there is no time limit for this mission, it will be the story of Shippuden in another 3 years, and Akatsuki will also start collecting tail beasts and capturing the power of each person. I didn't want to have a grudge with Akatsuki. From now on, in the future maybe it's unavoidable to be enemies with them. Humph. Let's take one step at a time. If it is true, Uchiha Tatsumai is not easy to provoke. Chen said secretly in his heart. System, exchange this star in my hand for points. Ding! The redemption is successful, earn points, 30,000, the host has 76,000 points, do you want to open the redemption interface? Unnecessary. Chapter 39. Chen ended the conversation with the system, and then went to sleep directly on the bed. P.S. I'm too lazy to write a fight with Xiaxing, just skip it. Seeking collection, seeking flowers. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 48, Konoha Investigation Team. The next day, Chen, who had rested for the whole night, left the hotel full of energy. Before leaving, he bought a map at the hotel. It has been a few days since Jindan brushed Xingyian village, but this incident was not tolerated. The word spread, because the ninjas of Xingyian village had been sealed by their 4th generation Xingying Xiaxing, and they were not allowed to mention it to outsiders, so except for the people in Xingyian village, no one else knew about it. On this day, in Konoha's Hokage Tower, Konoha's 5th Mim Hokage Tsunade at this time was frowning while looking at the letter in his hand, thinking about something. Seeing Tsunade's expression, Hokage's assistant who stood by as Konoha's mute was also very curious about the content of Tsunade's letter, and couldn't help asking, "Tsunasama, whose letter is this? What happened?" Tsunade did not answer the silent question, but handed her the letter in his hand. Mute quickly reached out his hands to catch it, and then took it to the front to read the contents of the letter. Soon, Mute had read all the contents of the letter in his hand, showing a surprised expression, and asked Tsunade in confusion, "Master Tsunade, is this a secret document from Hashian village?" "Yes, this letter was sent by the 4th generation of Star Shadows from Xingyian village." "Xingyian village? Wait a minute." Silent didn't know about Xingyian village, and quickly went to the bookshelf stacked with various documents and searched for it. It didn't take long to find a folder and search it. "Oh, I found it. Xingyian village, a ninja village in the Bear Country. There is a meteorite in the village, which fell 200 years ago, so the village is called Star Ninja Village. The ninjas in the village will surround that piece. The practice of meteorite is because that meteorite is radioactive and responds to chakras. The ninjas are good at peacock magic, which can make chakras into various shapes to attack and even fly. Well, the 1st generation Xingyiang, they all called the leader of the village. The 1st generation Xingyiang found that if you use the stars to practice, you can increase the power of chakra. From then on, Xingyian village has a place in the ninja world. However, it is recorded in the document that this practice has been terminated for about 10 years. Silent checked the document in hand and said, "It was the 3rd generation of Star Shadows that banned the practice. About a year ago, after the death of the 3rd generation of Star Shadows, the practice resumed." "But, why should spiritual practice be forbidden?" Silent asked in a puzzled way, because the reason was not recorded in the document. "Who knows, this is probably the top secret of Xingyian village. However, there are many rumors." "Rumor? Yet. It is said that most of the people who have practiced with stars have died. Get power from unknown stars to force the strengthening of chakra. Maybe this has a side effect on the human body." "Wow! That's it." The letter from Xingyian village said, "A few days ago, a ninja broke into their village and killed many ninjas in Xingyian village, including their agent Xingying, and also took Xingyian village. The sacred object handed down from generation to generation, that is, the meteorite called Xing, was snatched away. What's important is that they Xingren found out that he actually possessed the Shulanyan in the hands of the ninja. The entire ninja world knows, Riding Round Eyes is the blood successor of Konoha's Uchiha clan, so the 4th generation of Star Shadows in Xingyian village will send someone to send this letter, hoping that Konoha will give them an explanation." "Are you sure it's Shaolunyan? This is what the 4th generation of Star Shadows have seen with their own eyes. It shouldn't be wrong. Sarayan, there should be only Kakashi, Itaki Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha. Kakashi has no such possibility, so only Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha are left in this world. Sasuke is too, who will it be? I still do not know yet. Then what should we do? Should we just ignore it or send someone over? This may be our Konoha's rebellious behavior. If we don't say anything, we will inevitably be gossiped. This is bad for the reputation of the village. Moreover, that person is likely to be Uchiha Sasuke, so Yugong for USI, we have to send someone over to investigate and explore. So who is Tsunade-sama going to send? You go and call Kai's 3rd class over." Tsunade thought for a while and ordered Silent. "I understand." After Mute put the papers in his hand, he walked out of the Hokage office to gather the members of the 3rd class. Not long after, the third class of Niji Hyaga, Lok Li, and Tian Tian came to the Hokage office, and Tsunade issued a mission to them, confessing that Niji was the leader of the team and went to Xingyian village to investigate. Naruto learned about Xingyian village from Sakura. He was also very curious about the star of Xingyian village. He also wanted to join in the fun after learning that the third shift was going to Xingyian village for a mission, so he ran to the Huo Yinglu to use it. A box of yoken rolls bribed Tsunade, and finally got the chance to go with the third class. Naruto, this time I am the captain of the mission, so you have to listen to me no matter what, do you understand? Before leaving, Niji gave a special explanation to Naruto. I see, hurry up. Naruto didn't take Ninji's words to heart at all, but urged Ninji to hurry up, and ran towards the bear country first with an impatient expression. Really? Ningxi had no choice but to follow him, calling Xiao Li and Tian Tian to follow. Several people drove a long distance and finally arrived at the forest outside Xingyian village, and they were about to reach Xingyian village. Naruto and a few people in the third class were jumping quickly in the woods. It's coming soon. There will be a dangerous area before entering the village. From now on, I will be the vanguard. Niji, who has white eyes, said to Naruto and the others. Understood. Soon, the four of them came to the natural barrier of Xingyian village, a valley filled with yellow poisonous mist. Hey! You will be Xingyian village after crossing this valley, Yo Xi. Looking at the valley in front of him, the nervous Naruto didn't notice anything wrong. Before Ningxi and the others could tell, he went straight to it. Ran down the cliff. It's dangerous, come back soon. Seeing that Naruto was running directly to the valley filled with poisonous mist, Ningxi shouted anxiously, trying to stop Naruto, but it was too late. Naruto had already ran far away. I didn't hear what he said clearly. Just when Naruto was about to approach the poisonous fog, several bows and arrows were shot from the other side of the valley and nailed in front of Naruto to stop him. Naruto was startled, and quickly stepped on the bows and arrows and jumped back to the edge of the cliff. Naruto, are you okay? After seeing Naruto jump back to the cliff, Ningxi and others came to Naruto and asked worriedly. I'm okay, everyone, be careful, there are enemies. Naruto said to Niji and the others while looking at the opposite side of the valley vigilantly. At this moment, a person wearing a gas mask with a crossbow in his hand appeared across the valley, and saw that the person aimed the crossbow in his hand at Naruto and shot out a tie from a big tree next to them. The arrow with the rope was nailed to the big tree, and then ran along the rope, and soon came to Naruto and the others. Damn it, was you the one who attacked me just now? Look at it! Naruto yelled, and then took out 2 handfuls of Kyuo and planned to throw them at that person, but was interrupted by Niji. Stop, Naruto! He is not an enemy. But, he attacked me just now. At this time, the person wearing the gas mask took off the gas mask from his face. It was Aang who was held hostage by Chen to exchange stars with Xia Xing. Hey! Konoha's ninja? I'm a ninja from Xingyian village. My name is Aang. I came here to greet you. Aang said to Naruto and the other 4, but his tone was not friendly. Xingyian village originally repels outsiders, and a few days ago, their Xingyian village was attacked with heavy casualties. The murderer seemed to be related to Konoha's Uchiha, so he would never show a good face to Konoha's people. Then why are you attacking me? Naruto shouted to Aang. He was saving you just now, look. Ningxi pointed to a bird flying towards the poisonous fog and said to Naruto, only to see that the bird patted its wings twice after coming into contact with the poisonous fog. Fell down. This is... Naruto was also taken aback when he saw this scene, and looked at Niji in surprise. The border of Xingyian village has always been surrounded by poisonous gas, which is a natural barrier to prevent other countries from invading. The dangerous area I mentioned just now refers to this. Great Naruto, Aang is your savior, and it is also the beginning of the beautiful friendship between Konoha and Xingyian village, Ha 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 ha. Xiao Li on the side laughed heartlessly. Don't be kidding. Naruto looked depressed at Xiao Li, who was laughing, and said. It seems that I'm taking care of my business. Didn't I even say thank you? Hey! Forget it, Master Xingying has been waiting for a long time, you can follow me into the village first. After Aang dropped a sentence, he ignored Naruto and their reaction. Jumped on the rope before and walked towards the opposite valley. This guy! Naruto said, looking upset at Aang's back. Okay, don't say so much, let's follow. Ning Xi greeted, and then everyone jumped on the rope and walked to the opposite side. Naruto and the other four followed Aang and soon came to Xingyan village. P.S. Ask for flowers. Seeking collection. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 40. Chapter 49, Inquiry. Aang took Naruto and others into Xingyan village. However, because Chen almost destroyed the entire Xingyan village a few days ago, the Xingyan village is being rebuilt at this time, and there are collapsed houses and ruins everywhere, so it looks very miserable. The people in Xingyan village, who were busy rebuilding their homes, also saw Ning Xi and others led by Aang, and they all stopped their movements, and even showed very unfriendly eyes to Naruto and the others. Is this the Xingyan village? How could this be? Naruto said in surprise as he looked at the surrounding ruins. Hey! It's not because of... Aang heard Naruto's words, turned his head and glared at what Naruto wanted to say but resisted and continued to lead the way. Hey, Ning Xi! How do I feel that the eyes of the villagers in Xingyan village around us are very unfriendly? Is it because they exclude outsiders? He looked at the people around him every day and said in a low voice next to Ning Xi. Well, don't worry about so much, wait until you see the leaders of their villages. Niji, who has white eyes, can find the surrounding situation without turning his head to look. Aang, who are they? At this moment, a ninja from Xingyan village walked over and asked Aang. They are all Konoha's ninjas, they were sent by Kokuge's Hokage, Master Xingying wants to see them now. Aang replied. Konoha's ninja? The person who destroyed our village has a pair of horrible eyes. Master Xingying said that they are Shirai Lanyan, and Shirai Lanyan is the blood heir of Konoha Uchiha's clan. Is that person Konoha? Sent. Naruto stared at Naruto with hatred after he finished speaking. What are you talking about? Xuanyan? You mean that your village became like this by someone with Xuanyan? Tell me who that person is. Naruto heard what the star shinobi said. Hurried to Aang's face and asked anxiously. Hey! Aang cast a glance at Naruto, did not answer, but continued to move forward. Hey! Wait a minute and tell me quickly. Calm down, Naruto. Ning Xi stretched out his hand and held Naruto, so that Naruto should not be impulsive. How can I calm down? The person they are talking about is probably Sasuke. Let go of me. I'll ask him to ask him clearly. Enough, Naruto. I am the captain now. You must listen to me. If you have anything, wait until we meet the leader of Xingyan village. But, I know. Naruto was still going to say something, but after seeing Niji's serious expression, he was still obedient. Soon, Aho brought Ning Xi and the others to a building in the center of the village. This is the Xingying office building in Xingyan village. We are here, Master Xingying is inside, come in with me. Aang said to Naruto and the others, then opened the door and walked in first. Let's go. Ning Xi greeted Naruto and Xiao Li, and followed Aang into the office building. In the Xingying office building, Xia Xing, who is the fourth-generation star, is sitting on a chair behind his desk, closing his eyes and opening his eyes when he hears Tokyo. Aang, you are back, you have worked hard. They are the ninjas sent by Konoha? Ask them to sit down. Xia Xing said with a smile when he saw Naruto and Niji and others behind Aang. Yes, Master Xingying. Aang replied respectfully, and then greeted Naruto and Neji to sit on the tatami next to the house. After leaving Xingying village a few days ago, Xia Xing also told the ninjas in Xingying village about the secrets of the year, as well as Red Star's ambitions and the hazards of star cultivation. The body of the young Hoshii Mizuna was confirmed, and finally Hashioki's ninjas asked Xia Xing to be their fourth-generation star, and Aang forgave his mother after learning the truth. However, in front of outsiders, he did not call Xia Xing his mother, but honored her as Lord Xingying. Guests from Konoha, hello. I am the fourth-generation star shadow of Xingying village, Xia Xing. Xia Xing introduced himself with a smile after seeing Ning Xi and the others sitting down. Xingying? Isn't it the leader of the 5 ninja villages that can be called a shadow? Naruto said in surprise. That's not the case. We didn't lose to you. Although our village is still very small, one day we will keep pace with the 5 ninja villages and become a real star. Hearing Naruto's words, Aang immediately stood up and confronted Naruto. Retorted. Stop talking. Xia Xing waved his hand to Aang, motioning him to sit down. Hey! Seeing Xia Xing's words, Aang didn't go on talking. He glared at Naruto and ran out unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute. Naruto hurriedly stood up and ran after him. Sorry, Naruto. No, it's me who should apologize, it's Aang's rudeness. Leave Naruto alone, please go on with Master Xingying. It's disrespectful. As you said, the ninjas of our Xingying village are not qualified to be named, because we are too weak. The reason why we were able to have a place in the ninja world was entirely because of the stars of our village. Forget it, let's talk about the mission of your trip. Did your Naruto-sama tell you anything? Master Hokage just confessed that we came to investigate who had stolen the star in Xingying village. Let us know the situation after we arrive in Xingying village. Ning Xi replied. So it is. Master Xingying, please tell us what happened. Xia Xing sorted out his emotions, and then like Ning Xi and others said, you also saw the tragedy of our village when you entered the village. Do you know what caused this? What is it? In fact, our star was not stolen, but stolen directly. The other party did not hide his deeds. After coming to our Xingying village, he bluntly asked us to hand over the star. The result is conceivable. Of course we don't. We'll just hand over the stars like this, and the other party directly attacked us after we refused. Unexpectedly, the opponent's strength is too strong, our Xingying village is not an opponent at all. Helpless, in order to avoid greater casualties, we had to hand over the star to the other party, so that the other party could let us go. Seeing the outside scene, I think the battle must be very tragic, right? How many people have they come? Do you know the identity of the other party? Haha. Our enemy is just one person. Xia Xing said with a wry smile. Xia Xing's answer surprised Ning Xi and the others. What? Alone? You mean that the other party single-handedly challenged all the ninjas in Xingying village, and also? Yes, the other party alone not only challenged all our ninjas head-on, but also killed most of the ninjas in our Star Ninja village, including the former acting star shadow of our Star Hidden village, and destroyed most of us. The village. The other party is too strong. As a last resort, I have to hand over the star, hoping that he can let us go. And the other party is also considered trustworthy. After getting the star, he didn't attack us again and left the Xingying village directly. Then do you know the identity of the other party? Ning Xi hurriedly asked after hearing what Xia Xing said. I don't know. Although the opponent did not hide his face, he did not have a forehead or mark that could identify his identity. But, when the opponent was fighting with us, we found the opponent's eyes. Yes. Right, round eyes. Yes, when fighting against us, what the other party showed was the blood air that Konoha's Uchiha family only has blood wheel eyes. Is it really writing round eyes? Could it be wrong? Tian Tian asked in surprise. Impossible, this is not just what I saw with my own eyes. All the ninjas in our village have seen it. The blood-colored eye pupils and 3 black washes can't be wrong. That is indeed writing round eyes, so the murderer should be Uchiha. Who would it be? After listening to Xia Xing's description, Niji and others had to believe it. Who is it? Is it really Sasuke? However, Sasuke should not be that strong. What is going on? P.S. Ask for flowers. Seeking collection. Ask for a reward. Chapter 50, Sasuke with a black pot. So. It's no wonder that Naruto-sama will give me a graduation photo of Uchiha Sasuke before I leave. It seems that Naruto-sama already knows it. Hearing what Xia Xing said, Niji secretly said in his heart. Master Xingying, can you tell the approximate age of the ninja with the writing wheel eyes? Ning Xi asked Xia Xing. Age? It should be around 13 or 4 years old, about the same age as you. Xia Xing said embarrassedly. After all, their Xingyin village was destroyed by a young boy, and all their ninjas. It's too shameful to be unable to deal with each other. What? At the same age as us, how is this possible? Tian Tian exclaimed. Humph. Although I don't want to admit it, this incident has left our Xingyin village face dull. Would I make fun of our Xingyin village's honor and disgrace? Xia Xing frowned and said a little unhappy. Sorry, I. Seeing that Xia Xing was angry, he apologized every day. Is it really him? Ning Xi secretly said in his heart, and then saw that he took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, and Ning Xi spread the paper out. The paper turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke's ninja information, and there was also a picture of Sasuke posted on it. Chapter 41. This is Sasuke's ninja file, Niji, how could you have this thing? Seeing the paper that Niji took out, he curiously leaned forward every day, and found that it was Sasuke's ninja file, asking suspiciously. This was given to me by Hokage-sama before we set off. She should know what happened here. It seems that she asked us to come over and verify. Check? You mean that Sasuke Uchiha might have done this? This. Tian Tian was shocked again. It seems that you already have someone to doubt. Xia Xing asked after listening to the conversation between Ning Xi and Tian Tian. Master Xingying, please see if the person in this photo is the person who attacked Xingyin village as you mentioned. Niji walked to Xia Xing and handed Sasuke's ninja file to Xia Xing. Xia Xing took the paper and saw Sasuke's photo at a glance, and immediately showed an angry expression. It's him, this demon, it can't be wrong. Is Uchiha Sasuke? He really is your Konoha's Uchiha, it. Could it be that you Konoha instigated it? It turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke, how is this possible? It has only been half a month since he defected, how can his strength become so strong in such a short period of time? With the confirmation of Xia Xing, Niji he was very shocked. It was very difficult for him to accept his peers who had taken the Zhongnan exam together half a month ago. How could it be? Sasuke Mingming is just like us, just as Xingren, how could he be the murderer who destroyed Xingyin village? Well, you can't admit it, right? Tian Tian on the side obviously couldn't believe that it was Sasuke. Xiaoren? Impossible, that demon's strength is not even an opponent of the strength of Jin, are you questioning me? Xia Xing was not as calm as before, and asked Ning Xi and others. Or say, you Konoha want to shelter him. Master Xingying, please calm down first. Think about it. If we want to cover him, we won't give you his picture. Let's not say whether this incident was done by Sasuke Uchiha, even if it was really him. That was not our Konoha's instructions, and we would not be able to protect him, because Uchiha Sasuke had defected to the village half a month ago. He is our Konoha's wanted traitor, and his actions follow us. Konoha has nothing to do with it. Although it is Konoha's fault for not catching the rebellion, we can't blame Konoha for all the crimes of the rebellion. Ningxi retorted to Xiaxing. Rebel? You mean this Uchiha Sasuke is Konoha's rebel? Yes, Uchiha Sasuke had betrayed Konoha half a month ago, so Konoha didn't know what he did. Half a month ago, that means he came to our Xingyin village after defecting. Xiaxing said with a frown. Niji said, we still don't know if Uchiha Sasuke did it. After all, we didn't see it with our own eyes, and this is really incredible. Half a month ago, Uchiha Sasuke also participated in the Nikanin selection with us. In the exam, his strength is at most only the level of Zongren. How can his strength be improved to the point where he can defeat Shangren in just a few days is really unbelievable. So we can't conclude yet. It was Uchiha Sasuke. But we will report this incident to Naruto-sama, and we Konoha will investigate this matter clearly, and we will give Xingyin an explanation. When we Konoha will catch Uchiha Sasuke. Later, I must notify Master Xingyin to come to Konoha for interrogation. In that case, Xiaxing just wanted to say something, but at this moment, Naruto, who had just been chasing Aang, hurriedly opened the door and rushed in. Aang followed behind him. Niji, Sasuke. Naruto just wanted to say something. Okay, Naruto, don't be rude. Ningxi scolded Naruto. No, Niji, listen to me. Enough, Naruto, wait until I get back to talk about anything. But, oh. Seeing Niji's serious expression, Naruto had to hold back what he wanted to say for a while. It's rude, Master Xingyin. Naruto is always so frizzy, please don't take offense, Master Xingyin. Ningxi apologized to Xiaxing. Haha, it's okay. Xiaxing looked at Naruto thoughtfully, and then said to Ningxi and others, okay, I think you should be tired after such a long journey today. People will take you down to rest. We are indeed a little tired, so I will bother Master Xingyin. Aang, you can take Konoha's guests down to rest. Xiaxing told Aang below. Yes, Master Xingyin. Aang bowed to Xiaxing, then turned to Ningxi and the others and said, come with me. After that, he walked out of the house. Master Xingyin, we are leaving. Ningxi and the others also saluted Xiaxing, and then followed Aang to leave Xingying's office. Soon, Aang took Ningxi and others to a room, and said to them, you will live here tonight. I'm sorry, because the village is still under reconstruction, so the housing is limited, so I wronged the four of you. Live together. It's okay, that's fine. Thank you. Then I won't bother you to rest. I will call you during dinner, so I'll leave first. Aang turned and left after speaking. After watching Aang leave, Ningxi also opened the door and walked in. There were exactly 4 beds in the room, with a chapter table and 4 chairs in the middle of the room. After the 4 people entered the room, the door was closed, and then they gathered on the table to discuss. Ninji, why didn't you let me say it just now? Naruto yelled just after sitting down. I know what you want to say, it's a matter of writing round eyes. Yes, I just learned something from Aang. A few days ago, a ninja with Shaolamayan attacked their village and robbed their star. That person even had Shaolamayan too. Will it have something to do with Sasuke? It turns out that after Naruto caught up with Aang and talked with Aang just now, because they both had the same dream and wanted to be the shadow of the village, so they understood each other, and finally the two became friends, and Naruto also came from Ang learned what happened when Xingyin village was attacked. However, he did not suspect Sasuke for the first time, but thought of someone else, so he hurried over to tell Niji what he had heard. I have just asked Master Xingyin with Sasuke's photo. She said, the person who attacked their Xingyin village is the person in the photo. Nani? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. P.S. Ask for flowers. Seeking collection. Ask for a reward. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 51, Guessing. After Niji said those words, Naruto immediately jumped up from his chair and retorted, "Impossible, Sasuke would not do such a thing, and it is impossible for Sasuke to have that kind of strength. There must be some misunderstanding. What is going on in this matter, we still don't know, but the people in Xingyian village don't have to lie to us. Let's report this matter to Lord Naruto and then make a conclusion. Anyway, rest first. Tomorrow morning, we will bid farewell to Master Xingying and return to Konoha. But, this matter hasn't been found out yet. How can you just leave like this?" Naruto said unwillingly. "Naruto, we must report this matter to Tsunade-sama as soon as possible," and the other party took away the star of Xingyian village and left. No one knows where he is. Now the only clue is Sasuke. Only find Dam. Although Naruto was very unwilling, but there was no way, so he had to hammer the table to exhale. Afterwards, the four of them chatted in the room, and it didn't take long for Aang to invite them to dinner, and then went back to the room to rest after dinner. There was no words for a night. Early the next morning, Ning Xi took Naruto and the others to the Star Studios to say goodbye to Xia Xing. However, before leaving, Ning Xi also asked Xia Xing some questions, and Xia Xing called a Xing Ren. Let Ning Xi and the others understand the situation. It was when Chen came to Xingying village that Xing Ren was forced by Chen to ask about the whereabouts of Xing. Just when Chen was about to kill him, Red Star appeared, and then he was also thrown away by Chen. Took a life back, and also caught the battle between Chen and Hong Xing from beginning to end. In the end, Ning Xi and others also learned of Chen's information, including Lei Dun, Chidori, Helix Maru, and Susanoo Nohu. After learning the information, Ning Xi and the others also set off with Xia Xing saying farewell to Konoha. After returning to Konoha, a few people first came to the Hokage Tower and submitted the task. "Hokage-sama. Ms. Tsunade. Yet. You are back, how is the investigation going?" After seeing a few people coming in, Tsunade put down the papers in his hand and asked Niji and others. "We have checked with Xingying in Xingying village. After I handed Sasuke's file to Xingying, she decided that Sasuke was the one who took the star." "Uchiha Sasuke?" "It is still unclear that it is Uchiha Sasuke, but based on the information provided by Hojihide village, there is an 80% possibility." "Is that right?" "Yes." Ning Xi continued, "Because he not only possesses the writing wheel eyes, but also performs a kind of thunder dance ninjutsu, which is characterized by producing harsh noises, like hundreds of birds singing at the same time. It should be the Chidori that Sasuke used to display is just puzzling. It is clear that Sasuke, who was half a month ago, is only at the level of Zhongren. How can his strength be improved so much in a short period of time? Although I don't know what's going on, but I think it should be related to Ashimaru. He has been keen on various forbidden experiments. Perhaps it was what Oshimaru did with Sasuke that allowed Sasuke to be able to do so in just a few days. It's reached that level. What about the giant skeleton mentioned by Xingyian village?" Tian Tian asked curiously. "Giant skeleton? What giant skeleton?" "It was when Sasuke was attacking Xingyian village, he unexpectedly summoned a giant skeleton formed by chakra to envelop him. It is said that the power displayed by that skeleton is desperate, whether it is a ninjutsu attack or a physical attack. It's impossible to break through its defenses. Not only that, the skeleton also possesses super strong attack power, like a demon god. With this powerful ninjutsu, Sasuke almost destroyed the entire Star-Hidden village." Ning Jixiang Tsunade explained. "Chakra's condensed skeleton? I seem to have heard of it somewhere." Tsunade's expression changed suddenly, as if thinking of something. He stood up suddenly, with a surprised expression on his face. "Could it be what Grandpa said? This is definitely not possible, I must be wrong." Tsunade's reaction shocked Ningji and the others, and Naruto quickly asked, "Ms. Tsunade, what's the matter with you?" "Silent, immediately send a notice to the ninja world, and designate Uchiha Sasuke as an S-rank rebel. Also notify all the ninjas in the village. If there is any news about Uchiha Sasuke, the village should be notified as soon as possible. If there is going out to perform a mission, Shinobu found Uchiha Sasuke's whereabouts, and must take Uchiha Sasuke back alive. If he can't capture him alive, he will kill him and bring back Uchiha Sasuke's head. S-rank rebel? That is the rebel who has caused great harm to the village will be convicted as S-rank. Do you really want to do this? Mute said in surprise. Nanny? Mother-in-law, how can you convict Seoksuke as a rebellious person? He is our companion in the 7th class, and he wants to kill on the spot? I will never allow you to do this. Here Tsunami the Hand actually wanted to convict Sasuke as an S-rank rebel. Naruto couldn't sit still, jumped out, and shouted at Tsunade. Naruto, shut up. Silence, what are you still doing in a daze? Don't go. Chapter 42. Yes. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade yelled, mute and recovered, and then hurried to the outside of Hokage Tower. Wait a minute. Naruto still wanted to call Silent, but Silent didn't stop, and in a blink of an eye he walked out of the Hokage building and left. Naruto. Be quiet. I do this naturally. This is my order as Hokage. Just listen to me obediently. And I did this to bring Sasuke back to Konoha. Otherwise I won't give an order to capture alive. But... okay, I still have things to deal with, you all go down. Naruto didn't give up, just about to say something, but Tsunade interrupted. Mother-in-law. Go down. Tsunade sat back in his seat, then picked up the file on the table and continued to look at it, without raising his head. At this moment, Ning-Ci stepped forward and pulled the unwilling Naruto. Naruto, don't disturb Naruto-sama's office, let's go down first. After speaking, he pulled Naruto away. Just after Naruto and Neji and others left the office building, Tsunade put down the files in his hand again, and muttered to himself with a solemn expression, I hope my guess is wrong, but if it is true, bring Uchiha Sasuke back to Konoha. In any case, you can't let Ashimaru get those eyes, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Ning-Ci pulled Naruto out of the Hokage Tower, but Naruto was obviously unhappy and was struggling. Ningji, please let me go, I will ask Granny Tsunade why he did this. Naruto yelled while trying to get rid of Neji. Okay, Naruto, don't make trouble. Even if you go to Master Naruto now, she won't care about you. Master Naruto will do this for some reason we don't know. Ning-Ci persuaded Naruto. Damn, what's the reason? Why does the mother-in-law have to do this? Naruto said unwillingly. I don't know, but Naruto-sama only changed his attitude when I talked about the skeleton ninjutsu performed by Sasuke. I think it is related to the ninjutsu performed by Sasuke. Naruto. At this moment, Haruno Sakura ran from a distance and shouted to Naruto. Sakura, why are you here? Just now, Mr. Silence posted Sasuke's wanted notice on the Naruto bulletin board, and it said that Sasuke is Konoha's S-rank rebel. What is going on? Sakura panted to Naruto asked. I don't understand why Tsunade's mother-in-law did that. After we returned from Xingyin village, we reported to her on the mission. It was just that when Sasuke performed a ninja operation in Xingyin village, her expression changed. I immediately asked Mute Sister to issue the wanted order. I asked her why, but she didn't say anything. What are you talking about? You said Sasuke is in Xingyin village? Are you true? Did you see him? Tell me. Upon hearing Sasuke's news, Haruno Sakura excitedly grabbed Naruto and asked. P.S. I'm extremely sorry, because something happened at home, I went back to the country. Chapter 52, To the Land of Wind. Have you seen Sasuke? Hurry up. Kozakura asked anxiously while swaying Naruto. Little Sakura, please calm down and let me go first. Sasuke was already gone when we went to Xingqian village, so my door didn't meet him at all. Sakura, let go of Naruto first. Niji next to him couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Said to Sakura. How could this happen? Sakura let go of Naruto, and said in a disappointed voice. Just as Naruto was about to breathe a sigh of relief, suddenly Haruno Sakura grabbed him again. What the is going on? Tell me everything you know. I know. After hearing Naruto's words, Haruno Sakura let go of Naruto, and then said to Naruto with a very sorry expression and tone, Sorry Naruto, I was so excited just now. Are you okay? I'm fine. Naruto waved his hand to indicate that he was okay, and then the group found a quiet place. Yuninkai told about what happened in Xingqian village. So. It's like this. It's basically determined that it was Uchiha Sasuke. After he destroyed Hoshihide village, he snatched the stars of Hoshihide village and then lost the news. We also went back to the village and reported to Master Tsunade. The situation was fine at first, but after listening to the ninja post performed by Sasuke, it became more solemn, and Master Silence issued a wanted order for Sasuke. How could this be? Impossible. It's impossible for Sasuke to do such a thing. You must have made a mistake. I'm going to see Tsunade-sama. After hearing Niji's words, Haruno Sakura couldn't accept it, yelling. Going to find Tsunade theory, but he was held back by Niji and others. It's useless. Even if you go to Tsunade-sama, she will ignore you. Naruto has protested just now, but he was kicked out by Tsunade-sama, so it's useless for you to go. What should I do? Stupid Ye Ying said anxiously. This matter is an order from Master Naruto, and there is no way we can change it. Hateful. After that, the author really didn't want to drag it anymore, and let these people go back to their homes with their own concerns. Then, let's talk about the protagonist. On the other side, after Chen left the Kingdom of Bears, he hurried towards the Kingdom of Wind according to the signs on the map. Did you go from here? Why do you feel lost? I have already driven so many days, why haven't I arrived yet? Chen Zheng was fiddling with the map in his hand at this time, completely unable to understand. Damn it, could it be that the map that the hotel sold to me is fake? Chen looked around and found that there was nothing else, so he sighed, folded the map in his hand and put it back in his pocket. Forget it, there is no way, even if this direction is not the way to the Kingdom of Wind, you have to keep going, I've been walking for so long. Find a station to take a good rest, eat a hearty dinner and take a comfortable bath. I've been living and sleeping in the air these days. I've had enough. After unremitting efforts, Chen finally found an official way. There are official roads, which means that there are many people walking, and people will always be met. Then you can ask where you should go. Sure enough, Chen didn't walk long on the official road before he ran into a group of people. That group of people, old and young, should be just civilians, and Chen didn't feel a trace of chakra fluctuations in them. At this moment, the group of people was resting in a shady place. They also saw Chen alone, and they were a little curious why Chen appeared here alone. Finally I met a living person, I'm almost exhausted, and quickly asked where is the Kingdom of Wind. When he finally saw the person, Ling Chen's spirit was shocked, and he hurriedly walked towards the crowd. Chen came to the crowd, and the group of civilians looked at Chen curiously, while Chen politely said to a middle-aged uncle, "Uncle, hello. Young man, where are you going? Why are you alone?" The uncle asked Chen curiously. "Well, uncle, I want to ask, is this far from the country of wind?" "The country of the wind? We just came from there, young man, are you going to the country of the wind?" "Yes, uncle, how far is it from the Kingdom of Wind?" "It's not far. If you follow this official road, you will reach the border of the Kingdom of Wind in another 2 hours. But it's better not to take the official road. Don't take the official way? Why? Chen asked suspiciously. Young man, don't go from there if you want to go to the Kingdom of Wind, it's dangerous. Among the crowd, an old man said to Chen who was going to the country of wind. Oh, danger? What's the danger? Chen asked the old man. You don't know. 2 very powerful robbers came recently on the mountain in front to rob people passing by. The robbed people were either killed or taken abducted to the mountain for their enjoyment. Very cruel, I heard that both bandits are ninjas. The old man said scaredly. Oh, ninja. Yes, I heard that one of these 2 powerful ninjas is called Winter Lion King, and the other is called Yiling. They both have a very special preference. Special preference? What preference? Chen asked curiously. These 2 ninjas actually only like men, but they are not interested in women. If there is a woman among the objects they rob, they will kill all women. If they are a good-looking man, they will be taken captive to the mountain. Playing tricks? I heard that the 2 ninjas originally belonged to the same ninja village. They both liked each other. They showed their affection in the village every day, and the people in the ninja village could not bear their disgusting behavior, so they were treated. I rushed out. Boy, I think he looks so handsome, and I will definitely be taken abducted by them to the mountains and insulted 100 times when they see it. So you should change your way, the old man kindly persuaded Chen. What? Isn't this gay? Chen was shocked at this time, but creatures are not uncommon in the 21st century, so Chen was just a little surprised. However, this basic emotion is indeed everywhere, even in Hokage. Chen said silently. Gee? Boy, what are you talking about? You should listen to my father. If you go ahead for a while, you will see a small road on the left of the official road. From there, you can reach the Kingdom of Wind, although it takes twice as long as the official road, but the road is very safe. We came from there. The uncle on the side said to Chen. I know, thank you, uncle, for reminding me, I will be careful. Chapter 43. You're welcome, we just moved our mouths and didn't help you. Okay, we have enough rest. It's time to hurry. Boy, you must be careful and remember, don't go wrong. Otherwise, you will be taken into the mountains by them and insulted 100 times, 100 times. I see, thank you uncle. Chen thanked the uncle and the old man, and then continued along the official road in the direction the uncle pointed out. Chen hurried along the official road, and it didn't take long to reach the intersection of the small road mentioned by the uncle. Chen just glanced at the small road and then continued to follow the official road, without any thought of taking the small road. Let me take a detour for 4 more hours? Are you kidding me? I have to go to the Kingdom of Wind before dark. I have been eating and sleeping in the past few days, but I finally got here. I don't want to waste time anymore. I'm on the road, aren't they just a few gays? They'd better not jump out and disgust me, otherwise I will walk for the sky and burn them to death. Chen said secretly in his heart. After that, Chen drove on the official road alone, and never met anyone on the road. It was estimated that they were all scared by the names of the 2 guys, so they all walked down the trail. The broad official road was empty, and Chen was the only one on the road. Just after Chen walked for almost an hour, she suddenly sensed something not far ahead. Hey! There is an ambush. Is it a robber? But if it is a robber, why did I only sense 4 people? 2 elites, and the other 2 have no chakra fluctuations. They should be just ordinary people. In Chen's induction, not far from the front, 4 people were lying in ambush on both sides of the official road. Could it be that there are only 4 robbers in this group? Or maybe 2 of these 4 are what the uncle referred to as gay. It really made me meet. Oh! Brother Dong, I didn't expect that before we left here, we could meet such a handsome young man. It's so wonderful. P.S. Thank you Dong Shiwang and Yi Leng for their friendly guest appearances. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 53, Burning a Pair of Gays. Chen walked alone on the road to the Kingdom of Wind, and suddenly noticed movement in front of him, and then there was a disgusting sound. Oh! Dong brother, I didn't expect that before we left here, we could meet such a handsome young man. It's amazing. This sound is like the sound made by a duck stepping on its neck, piercing. It's as sharp as a woman but not feminine, it's just the voice of the in the TV series that Chen watched in the previous life. As soon as the voice fell, two people walked out on both sides of the official road in front of Chen. To be precise, they were 4 men. However, 2 of them were crawling on the ground like a dog, and both had a dog collar around their necks. He was tied by an iron chain and then led by the 2 of them who were standing. Look at the 2 standing people. They are wearing the forehead guards of Kushanan village. The pattern in the middle of the guards is drawn with a horizontal line, which means that they are the rebels of Kushanan village. In the data presented by the data eye, Chen learned that both of them have the strength of the elites, while the eyes of the 2 men crawling on the ground were hollow, as if they were a walking dead without a soul. Apart from being a little handsome, Chen didn't feel that they had any strength, they should be just ordinary civilians. It's really handsome. Look at his small appearance, and that weak body, it makes me really ticklish, I can't wait to love him well. One of the 2 elites, the famous ninja with a beard, looked at Chen with a yin face, and said with a lewd smile. Oh, brother Dong is always so anxious. Really, don't be so rude, it will scare our cute sweetheart. Another Zongren pretended to be shy and made a harsh, shrill voice. The one just now spoke like an eunuch, and it was he who sent it out. However, a big man insists on pretending to be a shy woman, which is really disgusting and disgusting. Ha 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 my little Yi Leng, don't you like my roughness the most? The beard turned his head and raised his hand to squeeze the chin of the Cao Ren named Yi Leng, and said with a smile. Oh, brother Dong, you hate it. If you say that, you are bad, you are bad. The ninja named Yi Leng patted his beard off his beard, and then, like a shy girl, he held his face in his hands and squeezed his body. This originally cute action appeared on a big man, which is really disgusting. Well, Yi Leng is a good boy, let us take this cute little guy home first, and let us love him well. These 2 gays just showed their affection in front of Chen like no one, completely ignoring Chen, who had been petrified, and then walked towards Chen, wanting to take Chen away. I'll go. This is the couple that the uncle said? Oh! Asshole, it's disgusting, let me be wiped out. Seeing that the couple walked towards him, Chen was agitated, and he recovered. Chen, who was disgusted to the extreme, opened the kaleidoscope and wrote the wheel and stared directly at him. For those 2 gays, bright red blood suddenly flowed out of Chen's right eye. Immediately afterwards, a group of black flames appeared out of thin air on the 2 guys who had not yet reflected. It was a kind of kaleidoscope's ability to write round eyes, Amaterasu. Chen was really disgusted by the 2 gays in front of him, and only thought that he must burn the gays to death. And let the disgusting gays disappear as soon as possible, and it would be best if there is no scum left. So I didn't think so much, I directly opened the writing wheel to the kaleidoscope, and cast the Amaterasu, which is known as the strongest physical attack, which can burn everything to the point. Ah, what's this? It's so annoying. The Cao Ren named Yi Leng hadn't figured out the situation yet, and after seeing the flame on his body, he stretched out his hand to extinguish the fire on his body. The result can be imagined. Amaterasu is known as the strongest physical attack in the original work, and it can only be used by people with kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes open. Summon a black flame from the center of the sun at the focal point of the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes horizon, which can burn everything out and will never extinguish until the target is destroyed. Therefore, not only did that Cao Ren not put out the flames on his body, but instead ignited his palms. Ah! These fires, what are these fires? Why can't they be extinguished? Ah, so painful, so hot. Save me! Brother Dong, save me! It's a pity that his beloved brother Dong is also at this time. It's hard to protect himself, because the black Amaterasu also appeared on his body, and there was no time to take care of him. Damn it! You did it! What the did you do to us? Hurry up and take back these black flames for me, hurry up! The bearded ninja named Winter Lion has already understood that these black flames are Chen made a mess, and rushed towards Chen roaring. Humph! Chen snorted coldly after seeing that Cao Ren rushed towards him, but Chen didn't make a move because he didn't want to meet that guy. So I tuned into the air and avoided the guy, and then, relying on the moon step, just stood in the air condescendingly looking at the two guys who were burned by the sky. Ah, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please, forgive me, forgive me. At this time, the named Yilang was already lying on the ground by the flames of Amaterasu. He was rolling and wailing, and was soon dying of burning. It didn't take long for the two of them to be silent, and they were directly burned to death. And just after the death of the two of them, the Amaterasu flames on their bodies were still not extinguished, and they continued to burn on them until both of them were burned to ashes. Not even the ashes remained, they were all burned by the terrifying Amaterasu, and there was really no left. Ding! The host kills 2 elite Zongnan, reward points, 2000, the host has 78,000 points. Hey! That came out and disgusted me. The unforgivable thing is that he dared to hit me on the head. I really wanted to die. After the two gays were burnt to death, Chen Ya landed from the air to the ground, and then took back the Amaterasu fire that was still burning on the ground after burning the gay. Dead? Dead? Are those two demons dead? Just when the two gays were burned to the point that there was no scum left, the two men crawling on the ground and wearing dog collars suddenly had a look on their sluggish faces. They all showed incredible and excited expressions. Woo, they are dead, those two beasts are really dead, we finally got rid of the torture of these two beasts, we are saved. Ah, the two collared men were already crying with joy at this time. Shouted excitedly. These two people are ordinary civilians. When passing here, they were unfortunately taken into their nest by the couple and became their slaves for their enjoyment. From then on, their nightmare began. The two collared men lived with chrysanthemum, harmonious, flowers every day, full of wounds, and were insulted by the couple every day. Life is better than death. And that pair of gays are extremely abnormal and cruel. If they are male slaves who are tired of playing with them, they will be brutally killed by them. Originally, the two collared men thought that their fate was the same as those of the male slaves before. After being tired of those two gays, they would be brutally killed. They could not escape at all. The two collared men were already desperate. Because those two gays are too powerful, there have been several waves of ninjas to crusade the gays, but they were easily defeated by the gays, and then killed by the gays. But today, the couple were finally wiped out, and they were free. Of course, they also knew that all of this was given by that young man. Since the foul name of the couple has been spread, no civilians dared to pass by here anymore. The two gays originally planned to leave here today and go to other places. It's just unlucky today. They ran into Chen before they left, so they didn't die. They even hit Chen on the head, so they paid the price of their lives. At this time, the two collared men came to Chen, then knelt on the ground, and kowtowed a few heads to Xiang Chen. Thank you, my lord, if it wasn't for the adults to kill these two beasts, I cried bitterly. Looking at the two collared men lying on the ground and crying, Chen frowned, it's so noisy, shut up. When the two collared men heard Chen's roar, they immediately closed their mouths in fright, looked at Chen in horror, and did not dare to make another sound. I ask you. You should know where the two guys' nests are. Those two gays had been robbers here for so long, and they should have robbed a lot of money, and Chen would certainly not let it go. The two collared men immediately understood Chen's thoughts and nodded quickly. One said, "Yes, we know where their lair is, and I also know where they hide the money they robbed, my lord, I." "Very good, take me over." "Yes, my lord." Then, the two collared men led the way and walked towards the old nest of the couple. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for collection. Ask for a reward. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 54, I didn't expect any title for the time being. After Chen used the fire of Amaterasu to burn the two showy gays to the point where there was no scum left, he let the two male slaves lead the way to the lair of the two robbers. Not long after, Chen was taken to a small village by the two male slaves. This cottage is not big, and very simple, just surrounded by some tree stumps. "My lord, we are here, and the two scumbags are in front of us." The two male slaves ran to Chen's face and said respectfully, "Why is it so quiet? Is there no one in the cottage?" Chen said suspiciously, looking at the quiet cottage. "The adults don't know. Those two perverts have that disgusting hobby. No one wants to follow them at all, so they don't even have a subordinate. There are still many men in the mountain who were taken abducted by them and insulted by them. But they were all killed, so now there is no one in this cottage." "Hey! That's the case, if that's the case, then go in quickly and help me find the two treasures." "Yes, my lord, I know where their treasure is, and I will take you there." Then Chen followed the two male slaves into the simple cottage. There was nothing else in this small cottage except for 2 or 3 wooden houses built with wood. A male slave Xiang Chen explained, "The biggest wooden house is the room of the two robbers. The other 2 are used to imprison the men who were caught up to the mountain by them." "Hey! Don't tell me these nonsense, I'm not interested in anything here. Tell me the 2 garbage collection places." Chen Lang hummed, interrupted the male slave, and then became impatient. Said, "Yes. I'm sorry, sir. Let's go and dedicate the treasures of the 2 robbers to you." After speaking, the 2 rushed into the largest wooden house, and soon moved out of the wooden house. The iron box was then placed at Chen's feet. "My lord, the things that the 2 robbers looted were all put in this box, but this box has been locked by the 2 robbers, and the key is on them, and the 2 robbers have been taken by the adults. It's burned to death, I'm afraid this key has also been burned to ashes." "Hey!" Chen didn't speak, and directly reached out to hold the lock, and then pulled the lock with force. Ignoring the surprise of the 2 male slaves, he opened the box by himself. After opening the box, I found that the contents in the box were all gold and silver jewelry, ring jewelry, and so on, as well as a wad of silver tickets and some silver. Looking at the money in the box, Chen's mood of being ruined by the couple has also changed. It's a good harvest. I didn't expect that the 2 still saved so much money. These should be robbed by them. As expected, robbery is a very rich career. Chapter 44. And the 2 male slaves looked at the self-care treasures with greed in their eyes. It was just that Chen, who was powerful, was standing next to him, and Chen was also their benefactor, so they both restrained their desires and did not dare to hit those treasure ideas. Fortunately, they restrained themselves and didn't do anything stupid, otherwise Chen wouldn't mind killing 2 more people. Chen glanced at the 2 male slaves, then took out a few silver coins from the box and threw them to them. The 2 men hurriedly caught the silver Chen threw over and said in disbelief, "Big, sir, this is. For the sake of you leading the way for me, these silvers will be rewarded to you. You too, take these silvers and leave quickly." "Thank you, my lord." "Thank you, my lord." The 2 men hurriedly thanked Chen with the silver. They didn't expect Chen to divide the money to them. But I didn't expect Chen unexpectedly exceeded their expectations, which made them flattered. Okay, don't be wordy, let's go. Chen waved his hand and said impatiently. Yes. Let's go right away, Your lord, take care. The two bowed to Chen again, and then left with a gratitude. After the two left, Chen was the only one left in the cottage. At this time, Chen was rummaging through the box of treasures, wanting to see what valuable things there were. It's just some gold and silver jewelry, I should be able to exchange a lot of silver taels, but how should I bring these things? Chen felt a little bit puzzled looking at the big box. System, is there any space props or skills that can store things? No way, Chen had to ask the system for help. Answer the host. According to the host's request, the system provides two solutions. The first one is to exchange for a ring, which can store any dead objects, and the time in the ring is static and will not elapse with the outside world, even if the host is in a pile of feces that have just been excreted is stored in the ring, and after 10 years, the stool will still be hot and still so fresh. And the ring can be bound by dripping blood. Note, the ring belongs to it. Items that can be lost, please keep the host in a safe place. Damn, what analogy! I'm not interested anymore. What about the other one? The other way is to exchange a space skill and create a space by yourself. This space can not only store dead objects, but also live objects into space. This space is not static in time. However, time in space passes by. However, it is determined by the host, the maximum is 10 times, which means that the host can control the passage of time in the space in contrast with the outside world. 10 days in the space, but only 1 day in the outside world. The size of the space and the host's the strength is in contrast. The stronger the host, the larger the space will become. The host is so powerful that it can even open up a space on its own. Moreover, the space of this trip belongs to the skill category, and the host does not need to worry about losing it. Oh! Can you create a space by yourself? Not only can you store living things, but 10 days in the space is equal to 1 day in the outside world. If it is used as a place for cultivation, isn't it going to be against the sky? Very good, this is me. Necessary. It's really a system, even things that are as against the sky as the law of time can be exchanged. The strong system, only the host can't think of, no system can't do it. Let's talk about how many points are needed first, and open the redemption interface of those two redemption items. Chen ordered the system. Satisfaction, item type, props, item level, S level, need to exchange points, 10,000. Satisfaction is a space ring that can store physical objects. The time inside the space is static, and no matter what items are stored, it will not expire. Do you want to redeem? Unknown space skills, can't think of a suitable name for the time being, please help me to name it, can store living creatures, and can adjust the time ratio. The stronger the strength, the larger the space, item type, talent, item level, S level, required redeem 50,000 points. Don't think about it, exchange that unknown space skill for me. Ding! The redemption is successful, 5,000 points are deducted, and the remaining points of the host, 38,000. As soon as the system's voice fell, there was a rush of warmth. Special, I don't want to use this stock. Then there was an extra piece of information about that space in my mind. Okay? Let's take a look at the inside of the space. Chen said with a thought, the whole person slowly disappeared in place out of thin air, and the box on the ground disappeared at the same time. Chapter 55, Arriving in Cheyenne Village. Chen looked around in the exchange space. I found that this space is quite large, about the size of 2 football fields, but there is nothing around it, an empty space. System, didn't you say that this space can become a world in the future? Why is there nothing here? Because the host has not exchanged the origin of the various elements, there is still nothing in the space, which is what the host sees now. Elemental origin? What is that? Simply speaking, by exchanging the origin of the element, you can transform this space. If the host exchanges the origin of the earth, then the host's space will have land, exchange the origin of water, and water will be produced in the space. So troublesome? Then you first talk about how many points an element source requires. Elemental origin, item type, I don't know what ghost, item level, S level, need to exchange points, 10,000. 10,000 points? Fortunately, it's not an incredible price. I can redeem it after I earn points. Now this space is of no use to me except for storing things. Then Chen continued from that. In the box, I took out a small amount of cash and put it next to me, planning to exit this space. After that, Chen also left the cottage and headed towards the direction of the Kingdom of Wind. After walking for almost 2 hours, he finally came to the border of the Kingdom of Wind. Looking at the endless desert, Chen couldn't help feeling a little helpless. Oh! I'm only at the border now, I don't know how long it will take to reach the post or the small town. Although the country of the wind is vast, it is the largest country among the 5 ninja countries, but the desert occupies most of the country. There is not much rainfall in a year. The people build villages in the oasis in the desert and live there. The trade with the Fire Nation is also very popular, and they are the allies of the Fire Nation. No way, Chen can only complain, but the road still has to hurry. Fortunately, Chen didn't walk much longer and ran into another caravan. It was a caravan from the Kingdom of Chuan. He came to the country of Wind to do business. Chen followed the caravan for a while, and finally was in the sky. Before dark, Chen saw a small city and got rid of the bitter days of sleeping and sleeping. Chen couldn't wait to enter the small town, and then found a hotel in the city to stay. Reality washes, then eats a nice meal, and lie down directly to sleep after eating and drinking. Early the next morning, Chen woke up in his sleep, and after a night of rest, he felt much more energetic. I handed in a piece of food in the hotel, and when I was full, I wanted the hotel to find out the direction of Cheyenne village. After getting the answer he wanted, Chen set off again. One-tailed guard crane? If the 4 generations of wind shadows are the shame of the shadow, then the fellow one-tailed guard crane is the shame among the tail beasts. It feels that the guy is too weak, so Naruto and the psychic toad Wenta, the 2 of them can defeat it together, maybe because the seal technique of Cheyenne village is not good, so Renzhuli can't exert the strength of Shower He. Anyway, for whatever reason, he is the weakest. Collect the tail beast, just start with it first. That's right. The purpose of the kingdom of Shen Lei Feng is to collect the chakras of Shower He, and clone the Shower He. After all, in Chen's cognition, Shower He is the weakest of the tailed beasts, and Gaara, as a human pillar, is now his strength is not as strong as 3 years later. As long as Gaara is led out of the village, he should be able to catch him. The current Cheyenne village has just been defeated. Even the 4 generations of Feng Ying were killed by Ashimaru, and fully surrendered to Konoha, and now Gaara is still feared and hated by the village, and the people in the village even want to get rid of it. He will soon follow, so Gaara must have no reinforcements. One Shao Crane, I am determined to win. Chen had already drawn up a plan. Gaara was taken away twice in the original book. The first time it was because people from the country of craftsmen took Gaara's student, a little girl named Ji, abducted, and threatened Gaara with it. If it was Gaara from the past, he would definitely not care about other people's life or death, but after Naruto's baptism, it has changed. Gaara decided to go after the enemy in order to rescue his students. For some reason, apart from Gaara's sister Temari and brother Kankuro who helped Gaara, there was no ninja in the huge Sandiakara village, and finally had to ask Konoha for support. The second time it was taken by the art duo organized by Akatsuki, Deidara and the Scorpion of Red Sand. At that time Gaara did not dare to make a big move in order to prevent the village from being damaged more. In passive defense, he was finally abducted by Deodara and Scorpion. It should be quite simple. Just grab a few Cheyenne, and then name Gaara to come. Gaara, who is eager to get white, will definitely get the bait. Thinking of this, Chen speeded up and rushed towards Cheyenne village. After a period of fast rushing, Chen arrived at the gorge in Cheyenne village, which is known as the Line of Sky. The gorge is the only way to enter Cheyenne, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Just go through this gorge to reach Cheyenne village. At this time, the Tianxian Canyon was guarded by several ninjas from Cheyenne village. Here, the front is the front line of Cheyenne village. There are only a few Zhongren guarding such an important place. The defense work is as bad as Konoha. Is it because of the name of the 5 great Shinin villages? I think no one dares provocative. Is the guard so sloppy? Chen secretly said in his heart as he walked toward the sky. Chen didn't intend to hide himself, so he walked over in such a big way. Soon, Cheyenne's guard also found Chen, and asked, "You are not from the village, do you want to enter our village? If that's the case, you must register first." Registration? No, I'm here to find someone, and I will leave soon. Looking for someone? Even if you are looking for someone, you have to register, and our ninja can also help you find the person you are looking for. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Sandstorm. Gaara. Chen sneered and said Gaara's name. What? When I heard Gaara's name, the faces of the guards changed, and the expressions that were still casual changed in an instant. There were fears and hatred and disgust. But without exception, their eyes revealed solemn expressions. You are looking for Gaara? Who are you? What do you want to do with Gaara? A guard asked very seriously. After all, Gaara's identity in Saiyan is very sensitive. He is from the village of Saiyan. Renzulai said, "You don't have to worry about it, you just need to report it." Wait a minute. At this moment, a sand ninja suddenly pointed at Tatsun and exclaimed, "I know who he is. He is Konoha's S-rank rebel, Sasuke Uchiha. I have seen his wanted warrant. He can't be wrong, he looks exactly like the one on the wanted list, he is Uchiha Sasuke." What? As soon as I heard the words of that Shayunin, the other Shayin was shocked, and then jumped away instantly, keeping a distance with Chen, and at the same time he took out Kyo and held it in his hand, vigilant. Staring at Chen. After all, it is S-level. Only some who commit appalling crimes will be classified as S-level. Rebels of that level are extremely vicious criminals. Uchiha Sasuke? S-rank rebel? Oh. It seems that they regarded me as Sasuke, but when did Sasuke become an S-rank rebel? There seems to be no such thing in the original. Is it me who is in the star? The thing that Hidden Village did was the reason why Konoha's people were convicted of being an S-rank rebel, and they seemed to ignore me directly and made Sasuke a scapegoat? That must be the case, but Sasuke laid down his gun. I'm really sorry for him. But I think he certainly wouldn't mind this. Chen secretly said in his heart. He is Konoha's S-rank rebel Uchiha Sasuke? What happened to Konoha's people? Even such a small rebel can't catch him, and he even convicted him as an S-rank rebel. Said puzzled. However, since this Konoha's rebellion has appeared on the territory of our Shayakura village, as Konoha's ally, how can we help them with Konoha's rebellion? It's true. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 56, Blackmail Gaara. He is Konoha's S-rank rebel Uchiha Sasuke? What happened to Konoha's people? Even such a small rebel can't catch him, and even convicted him as an S-rank rebel. Hey! That's Konoha's own business, but we saw Jayun is now an ally with Konoha, and Konoha's rebellious forbearance dared to appear in front of us, so we will catch it and hand it to Konoha. Another Sand Shinobu said. Haha, Konoha himself was unable to catch the S-rank rebel, but was caught by our Cheyenne village. Doesn't this prove to the ninja world that our Cheyenne is better than Konoha? Ha ha ha. Another one. Nasha Shinobu exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 45. Yes, that's it. We want everyone in the shinobi world to know that people Konoha can't catch are caught by our Sane, and we Sane is more powerful than Konoha. Nasuno's words were received by others. In response, they clamored to catch Chen. The sand ninjas were so dazzled by the vanity that they didn't expect that someone who could be convicted as an S-rank rebel, could they handle it? Have you finished the discussion? Chen was already impatient and said. Hey! There is a way to heaven, you don't go, has no way to vote, Uchiha Sasuke, you are Konoha's rebels, and as Konoha's ally, we are obliged to catch the rebels for Konoha, monsters. Blame yourself for being so stupid that you dare to come to our Cheyenne village. It seems that it is inevitable to do it, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I plan to do it from the beginning. Humph. It seems that you still don't know where you are right now, so he surrounds him, don't let him run away. A sand ninja shouted to his companion next to him. Then, the few Sharon dashed past in an instant, forming an encirclement to Chen, sealing Chen's retreat. Let's go. A shinobu attacked Chen first, rushing to Chen's front with Kyowo in his hand, and stabs Yang Chen. Just when Kyowo was about to have such a time, Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from the sight of Na shinobu. It's too slow. The sand shinobu still didn't react, and Chen's icy voice suddenly came from behind. Na shinobu was startled, and instinctively wanted to look back, but Chen Yi punched him away. Fortunately, Chen didn't intend to kill him, so he didn't use a strange force punch. Na shinobu just received Chen's ordinary punch, got hurt, and didn't die. Asshole, let's go together. Seeing the companions being beaten to the air, Sand Shinobu was furious, and under the greeting of a Sand Shinobu, she embraced Chen. It is a pity that they are just Zongnan who guards the gate, and the person they are facing is a person with elite superior strength. Several Zongren dealt with an elite Shangren, and the result can be imagined. In just a few seconds, they were all crippled by Chen. One by one lay on the ground and wailed. Quickly, let the signal go. A Sharen endured the pain and shouted. After hearing this, the other Sand Shinobu quickly took out a small tube about 10 centimeters long from his arms. This small tube can emit something similar to a firework, and Sand Shinobu uses it as a signal. I saw that Sharon gritted his teeth and persisted, raising the small tube in his hand, just about to turn off the engine. However, Chen grabbed his wrist and squeezed it hard. The sound of broken bones came from Na Shinobu's wrist. Na Sharon screamed, and the small tube in her hand fell to the ground. Chen smashed the tube with one foot. You'd better be obedient, if you tell the village, then I will be very troublesome. Uchiha Sasuke, you are already Konoha's betrayer, do you still want to make enemies with us? Asanda yelled at Tatsuno. Oh? At first, it seemed that you were going to grab me and give it to Konoha. Now you say that I have made enemies with you Cheyenne. But forget it, I don't bother to care about these. If you make an enemy, anyway. I won't care about this. Chen said with a sneer. Uchiha Sasuke, what on earth do you want to do? You don't need to know what I want to do. Now, you just need to be my hostage obediently, and leave the rest alone. Chen said to Sanda, then bit his thumb to quickly complete the seal, and then continued. He pressed his hand on the ground. Psychic art. Boom. A cloud of white smoke appeared out of thin air where Chen was, and after the white smoke dissipated, the figure of a behemoth appeared. It is Chen's psychic beast, the poodle. However, the poodle that appeared this time was not Liu Dao Wang, but another poodle. I saw that this poodle was about the same size as Liu Dao Wang, and was also wearing armor, except that the poodle had a ferocious iron mask on its face, and its weapon was not a scimitar like Liu Dao Wang. This poodle's weapon was a pair of arms. The head is a spear with sharp blades on both sides. A tied net is hanging from the left waist, and 2 iron rings that are not known for what purpose are hanging on the right. Long time no see. Lord Chen, is there anything I can help? After the poodle came out, he didn't yell like Liu Daoang for more Chen or anything, but said to Chen calmly. Long time no see, Seiki. I'm going to trouble you again. Chen smiled and greeted the poodle. This poodle was named Seiki, and the poodle of the same generation as Liu Daoang was slightly older than Liu Daoang. It was also the only poodle of that generation that was comparable to Erha, and even had the upper hand. It's just that Seiki is different from Erha. He is not as aggressive as other poodles, nor is he lawless and violent like Erha. On the contrary, he has a very stable personality. I didn't care about the position of poodle boss, so I didn't compete with Erha for the position of boss. Although he is not so aggressive, he will go all out every time there is a battle and his strength is strong, even Liu Daoang respects him very much. In fact, among the poodles of Erha's generation, there are 3 strongest. The first is Liu Daoang, who is known as the Proud Stalker, the second is Seiki, who is known as the Iron Hunter, and the last is Polar Warrior Ren, who uses 2 Tato swords as the weapon is slightly weaker than the previous 2. Seiki, tie up those guys on the ground for me and take them away. Chen pointed to the few Sharon on the ground and said to Seiki. I am happy to help you. Seiki bowed to Chen, then stretched out his hand to untie the net hanging around his waist, and hit the sand on the ground into the net one by one. Just when Sachi was about to put the last sand ninja into the net, Chen called to him, wait a minute. Leave one for him to report back. Yes, Master Chen. Seiki put the sand ninja in his hand back to the ground. Chen walked in front of the sandman and said to him, listen, you go back and tell Megara that you want to save people. Before noon tomorrow, give me a woods 10 miles away to the southeast. I will be there. Where to wait for him? If you dare to make me wait in vain, then there is no way, I have to kill these guys to vent my anger, get out. After Chen finished speaking, he ignored Na Shinobu and jumped directly on Seiki's head and said, Seiki, let's go. Seiki didn't say much, wearing a giant net in one hand and a spear in the other, and walked directly in the direction caused by Chen. After Tatsumai left, the Sand Shinobu stood up swayingly, damn, Uchiha Sasuke. Our Shinobu will not let you go. I must tell the village about this now. After speaking, he stumbled. Walk in the direction of the village. After the Sand Ninja returned to the gate of the Sandian village with great effort, 2 Sand Ninjas immediately found it, and the 2 ran over to hold it. Hey! What's wrong with you? What happened? Gara, said Shinobu with effort. Gara? Are you saying you are looking for Gara? Yes, hurry up, take me to Gara. Sand said anxiously. You're looking for me. At this moment, Gara's voice suddenly came from behind that person. The few Sharon hurriedly looked back and found Gara was walking towards them. He was also following 2 people, one is Kankuro and the other is Temari. They were going where they were originally going, and they happened to be passing by. Here, I suddenly heard someone looking for Gara, so I walked over. Gara. The 2 Sharon who supported the wounded saw Gara and said hello with a little fear. What's the matter with you? Is it an enemy attack? Kankuro asked the wounded. What the happened? Just now you said you were looking for Gara. Is it related to Gara? Temari also asked nervously. Yes. Konoha's betrayal, Sasuke Uchiha. He attacked us and took the other guards away. He asked me to come back and take the talk. If we want our people to survive, let Gara go to the southeast. See him in the woods 10 miles away, otherwise we will kill all of us. What? Sasuke Uchiha? Are you sure? Temari asked incredulously. I'm sure that he is exactly the same as the one on Konoha's wanted order, and I must not have read it wrong. Nasuna Shinobu said affirmatively. Uchiha Sasuke, why did he want to look for Gaara, and even dared to hold the person from saying, what on earth does he want? Kankuro frowned, unable to think of why. Hey! It turned out to be Uchiha Sasuke. No matter what, immediately send the information to Konoha, so that they will immediately send someone to arrest Renin, Uchiha Sasuke. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 57, Konoha Reinforcement. Gaara, what do you think? Before noon tomorrow? I'll go. Gaara said calmly, without any mood swings at all. This is too risky, let's tell teacher Maji first, and then see what he says. No, I'll take care of this by myself. Gaara stopped Kankuro, because he knew that even if Kankuro said to the high level of Shinobu, the high level of Sane would only let Gaara solve it by himself. But, well, I'll go with you tomorrow. Temari, you go to Konoha now, tell them the news, and ask them to send someone over to arrest Renin, Uchiha Sasuke. Kankuro also knows me. Gaara was in Sarah's situation, so he gave up that plan, but still couldn't worry about Gaara and said that he would accompany Gaara with him. I see, I'm going to Konoha now, you must be careful yourself. Temari said to Gaara and Kankuro, and then ran out of the village. Well, you can take him down to heal first, and then rearrange the guards to go to the front line of the sky to guard. Kankuro commanded to the few sands, and then left Gaara. On the other side, Chen led Chen to command Seiki to walk towards the woods he encountered on the way to Cheyenne village. Asshole, what do you want to do? What do you want Gaara to do with us? If you want to blackmail Gaara with this, then you might be disappointed. That guy is a cold-blooded hangman, cold-blooded and hospitable killing, he won't put anyone's life in his eyes at all. It is impossible for him to be threatened by you for those of us who are insignificant. The Cheyenne who was caught by Seiki's net was struggling, desperately tearing the giant net to escape. However, this is all in vain. That giant net was made of special materials by Seiki, and it was extremely strong. It was used to catch powerful prey, and it was impossible for them to break away. I know what kind of person he is better than you, so you don't need to talk a lot. You just need to be hostage honestly. What's more, what you should do now is to pray together that that guy will come. Otherwise, all of you must die. Chen said with a sneer. Chapter 46. Damn it, let us go. The group of Sand Shinobu was still struggling and noisy, making Chen very annoyed. Then it suddenly occurred to him, doesn't he have a space where he can put living things in? Throwing these sands into that space, won't you be quiet? Thinking of this, Chen looked at the few Shinobu, thoughts moved, and just wanted to bring them all into the space, but it didn't succeed. The Shinobu was still outside and was not taken into the space by Chen. System, why can't I put these people into the space? Isn't that space capable of storing living things? Chen asked the system a few times and still failed. Answer the host, if you want to put the target into the space, it must be voluntary for the target to succeed. If the target has a slight psychological resistance, it will not be able to be included in the space. I knew there was no such cheap thing. Chen said helplessly, hearing the system say so, Chen had no choice but to give up and gave up his plan to take those people into the space. What Chen didn't know was that just after he left Cheyenne village, Cheyenne's Temari had gone to Konoha to rescue soldiers. At night, Konoha's residents had already fallen asleep. Since before Uchiha Sasuke defected, no Konoha's guard found it, so the fifth generation of Hokage Tsunade strengthened Konoha's guard. Honda Ichiro is one of Konoha's ninjas, and he is usually responsible for guarding the gates of Konoha village. Originally today, as usual, he stood guard at night with his companions. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Honda Ichiro found a figure in his sight, and that figure was rushing towards them from a distance, making him refreshed. Hey, pay attention. There is a situation ahead. At Konoha's gate, Ichiro Honda quickly reminded his companion. The guards were shocked and showed a look of alert. Some even took out the signal flares, planning to notify the village immediately if the situation was not right. After all, it is already late at night, and the sudden appearance of a person always makes people vigilant. Soon, the figure came in front of them. It turned out to be a female ninja, and on her forehead was Yin's forehead protection. Who are you? What do you want to do? A Konoha ninja asked Nezuna. I am the ninja of Sane, Temari. I have an urgent need to ask to see Naruto-sama, and take me in. That female ninja was the Temari who came to Konoha to rescue soldiers. Temari has been on her way since she came out of the village of Sane. The direction of the country of fire rushed desperately, without stopping, and finally rushed to Konoha when the sky was falling into the night. You want to see Master Naruto? What's the matter? Yes. I have very important information. I want to see Master Naruto right away and report it soon. But, Master Naruto has taken a rest, you should talk about it tomorrow. Damn. That piece of information is very important. It is about your Konoha's S-rank rebel ninja Uchiha Sasuke. He appeared in our Shiakura village and captured several of our Shiakura ninjas to threaten us. If there is no one before noon tomorrow, if he meets his conditions, the sand that is captured by him will be killed by him. Temari shouted excitedly. After all, Chen's condition is that Gaara should go to the appointment. With Gaara's current personality, he will definitely go. I don't know what Chen will do to Gaara, so Temari is so anxious. After all, Gaara is his younger brother. Although they had a bad relationship before, they were even afraid of Gaara. But now Gaara is different from before, she has completely accepted Gaara, the younger brother. It turned out to be Sasuke Uchiha. The situation is urgent and must be reported to Master Naruto immediately. Honda, you will immediately take her to Master Silent, and Master Silent will take her to meet Master Naruto. I see. Honda Ichiro said. Soon, Honda took Temari to the door of a dormitory, and then knocked on the door. After knocking twice, there was movement in the room, and then a silent voice came, Who is it? Master Silence, I am Ichiro Honda, I have very important things to tell. Honda said outside the door. Wait a minute. Mute said, and then there was the sound of Zasuoshuo in the room, it should be wearing clothes. Before long, with a sleepy expression of silence, he opened the door to Honda and asked, What important thing must be said now? Sorry, Mr. Silent. Due to the emergency, I had no choice but to do this. Honda Taiki quickly explained to Silent. It's okay, you can talk about the urgent matter first. Mute did not blame Honda, but asked him what happened. Then, Honda asked Temari to say what she had just said to Mute. After Mute learned of the incident, she ordered Honda to continue to stand guard, and she immediately took Temari to find Tsunade. After that, Tsunade was also awakened by Silent in his sleep, and after a tantrum, Tsunade had to admit his fate and brought Silent and Temari to the office building of Hokage. Mute. What time is it now? Tsunade asked Mute, sitting in a chair behind his desk. Tsunasama, it's already 1 o'clock in the morning. It's 1 o'clock? There are about 10 hours left before noon tomorrow. If you rush at full speed, you should be able to reach the village of Sagakura in 10 hours. Tsunade thought in his head, and then suddenly shouted. Come here. As soon as Tsunade's voice fell, 3 figures appeared out of nowhere, only to hear a swish, half kneeling before Tsunade. It is the Hokage guard, Anbi. Master Hokage, what's your order? You immediately summon the members of Class 10 and Kakashi led by Asuma. Yes. A few Anbi led the orders, and then there was another swish. All disappeared. The Anbi is very efficient. It didn't take long for the 10th class of Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, Akima Dinji, and the 7th class of Kakashi Heiji, Naruto Uzumaki, and Harano Sakura, all 6 people were summoned. Coming. Hey, pulling us out of the bed in the middle of the night, I guess something troublesome happened again. Really, why don't you find someone else? Shikamaru started complaining as soon as he came in, and then found that he was standing next to Silent. Temari said in surprise, "It's you, woman." Hey! Before the change, Temari would definitely choke Shikamaru, but she is not in that mood now, just snorted coldly. "Oh, mother-in-law! What's the matter?" Naruto yawned as soon as he came in, then rubbed his eyes and asked Tsunade. "Sorry, everyone. I have called you here so late, and now there is another urgent task for you to complete, and that is to go to the sand-hidden village to capture the Konoha rebel. Uchiha Sasuke." "What?" After Tsunade said the mission this time, all the Xiaoqiangs present showed a surprised expression. "Tsunade-sama, are you saying you want us to catch Sasuke? Is there already news about Sasuke?" Harano Sakura asked excitedly when he heard Sasuke's name. "Miss Tsunade. Isn't it true?" "Yet." "Yes, there was news from Sagakura's Temari just now. Sasuke Uchiha showed up in their Sagakura village and took away some of them, and he threatened Gaara. So, I ordered you to follow Temari to Sagakura village, be sure to arrive at Sakura at noon, and then catch Uchiha Sasuke back. This time the mission is led by Kakashi, the situation is urgent, I won't say more, let Temari explain to you on the road, go now." "Yes." Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 58, Fighting the Crane. After Tsunade arrived this time the mission division chased Uchiha Sasuke, Nakanin showed a surprised expression. Then the 7 rushed towards the direction of the Kingdom of Wind overnight. The 7 were constantly jumping forward in the woods, and then Kakashi asked Kakashi, "Tima, what the is going on, you tell us what happened." "Actually, I don't know much. It's just that yesterday our guard in Cheyenne village was attacked and taken away. Only one person was left behind to report the letter. Gaara must go to his designated place before noon today, otherwise kill Shinobu who was captured by him. And the one who came back to report the news said that it was Sasuke Uchiha who attacked them." "Impossible, how did Sasuke do such a thing? You must have admitted wrong." Harano Sakura jumped out to retort as soon as Temari finished speaking. In fact, Harano Sakura is contradictory now. On the one hand, he hopes that person is, on the other hand, he doesn't want to admit that Sasuke is such a person. Hey! Whether he is Uchiha Sasuke or not, I don't care. I only know that if he wants to disadvantage Gaara, I won't let him succeed." "Okay. Okay. Is it Uchiha Sasuke? I'll know by then." Kamaru on one side said quickly. "Well, don't talk anymore, speed up, we must arrive at Cheyenne village before noon." At this moment, Kakashi spoke. Then he took the lead to increase his speed, and immediately left the others behind. When Temari and others saw this, they all closed their mouths and increased their speed. "Uchiha Sasuke! Where did you take Chen on earth? I must ask you to make it clear." Ino secretly said in his heart. Time passed quickly, and it was morning in a blink of an eye. "It's already morning, I guess Gaara is already on the way here." Chen, who had just woke up from sleep, looked at the rising sun and said to himself. Last night, Chen asked Seiki to hang the giant net with Sand Shinobi on a big tree, and then let Seiki go back. He rechanneled and sent out a little poodle to be on guard, but he himself entered his space and went to sleep. At this time, sand hidden in the village. "Let's go." Gaara carried his sand gourd and walked out of the village, while his brother, Kanjuru, was followed by him. After the two left the village, they walked towards the woods. Chen said. They did not hurry quickly, but walked unhurriedly, just as if the Buddha was walking. It was noon soon, and Gaara and Kankuro were not too late, and arrived at the forest where Chen was at noon, and finally met Chen. "Hat! I knew you were back. Uchiha Sasuke, I didn't expect it to be you." "Surprised? Why can't it be me?" "I was really surprised. I didn't expect that the proud Uchiha Sasuke would do something to threaten people." Chapter 47. Whatever you say. Is your purpose? Now that I'm standing in front of you, can you let them go? Of course. My purpose has been achieved, and it is useless to keep them. If you want to save them, please. Chen said with a light smile, and then made a gesture of please to Gaara. "Kankuro." Gaara folded my hands on his chest, didn't do anything, but looked at Chen warily, and then called Kankuro. "Got it." Kankuro understood what I meant by Gaara, took a look at Chen, then walked directly to the tree behind Chen, and put down the giant net hanging on the tree, the sand in the giant net. Also rescued. "Leave here right away and go back to the village," Gaara said to the sands after Kankuro took out the sands. "Gaara." The sands all looked at Gaara with complicated eyes. They didn't expect Gaara to actually come to rescue them. "Gaara has also changed. Hurry up and leave." Kankuro also said to them. "How can we leave you behind and run away, so that we will just run away? Don't talk nonsense, you won't be able to help here at all, and you may accidentally hurt you and drag Gaara, so you go quickly." Kankuro said to them. This. When Kankuro said this, the ninjas also showed fear. They thought of Gaara's cruelty, and the ninjas who had just changed Gaara to me again. Gaara was full of fear. Yes, we will only drag me here. Gaara, so let's leave first." Yes. We won't stay to drag Gaara, let's leave." "Kankuro, Gaara, you are careful, we will leave first." Soon, all the sand ninjas who were still swearing frankly just now hurriedly left. "Uchiha Sasuke, tell me about the purpose of your trip. Why are you calling me so hard?" Gaara asked Chen after the shinobu people left. "In fact, it's nothing, I just want to borrow something from you." "Borrow something from me? What do I have for you?" "Of course there is, what I'm looking for is your one-tail, shower he." "What? One-tailed Morizuru? What the do you want to do?" Before Gaara could say a word, Kanjuru on the side yelled to Chongchen first. "Don't be nervous. I just need a little chakra that guards the crane. Sorry. I can't meet your request, because I really don't want to use that guy's power." "Oh? That's a shame. But since you don't want to use it yourself, let me help you use it." Chen opened the writing wheel eye directly, staring at Gaara with scarlet eyes, and said with a sneer. "Hey! Xiaolunyan!" Gaara looked at Chen's Xiaolunyan, still holding his hands on his chest, looking at Chen indifferently. "Do you want to do it? Come on." Kankuro placed the crow on his back on the ground, ready to do it at any time. "Hey! Let you try the skills I just got," Chen said with a sneer, and then slowly closed his eyes. "Hey! Kanjuru, be careful. My sand tells me that it is dangerous." Gaara, who was still calm, suddenly shouted to Kanjuru next to him. At this time, Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The original 3-go jade had disappeared, but instead it was replaced by a 6-pointed star-like pattern, which was Chen's kaleidoscope writing round eyes. After Chen opened his eyes, Gaara and Kankuro looked into his eyes subconsciously, moon reading. Chen spit out 2 words from his mouth. "Crap." Gaara only had time to say a word, and Chen was dragged into the space of monthly reading. Kankuro was not spared either, and was also dragged into another moon reading world by Tatsun. "Here is." Gaara looked around, the woods he was in were no longer seen, and now he is in a place he doesn't know. Then suddenly I realized that I was tied to a cross and couldn't move. At this moment, Chen suddenly appeared in front of Gaara, holding a long knife in his hand, and said with a sneer, "Welcome to my world. In this world, space, time, quality, everything is I am at my disposal. So here, how are you going to beat me?" He stabbed Gaara with the knife in his hand. Gaara wailed when the long knife entered the meat. "What's the matter?" Sand didn't take the initiative to defend. "Is it an illusion?" Gaara secretly asked in his heart. "For the next 72 hours, I will keep stabbing you with a knife. This kind of pain is by no means an illusion. This kind of pain still exists under the illusion. How long can your mental strength support it?" Then, Chen attacked Gaara for 72 hours, and kept stabbing Gaara with a long knife, which made Gaara feel painful. In another moon reading world, Chen used the same method. Torturing Kankuro. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 59, Fighting Against Crane 2. In the moon reading space, Chen Zheng stabs Gaara with a single knife, making him extremely painful, and Gaara's wailing reverberates in the moon reading space. "But... damn it, calm down, this is an illusion, it can definitely be cracked. 1 minute has just passed, and there are 71 hours, 58 minutes, and 59 seconds left. How long can your mental strength last?" Chen said, raising the long knife and stabbing Gaara again. In the space of monthly reading, time passed every minute and every second, and 36 hours had passed. In Chen's moon reading space, Gaara is still being tortured, the whole person can't bear the severe pain, and the body keeps twitching. Not bad. It is beyond my imagination to be able to hold on for such a long time. By the way, to tell you that your attendant named Kankuro also suffered this illusion and is being tortured just like you. Kankuro. Damn. Is this really an illusion? Why can't it be solved, and the pain is so real? But if it's not an illusion, why have I stabbed so many swords and haven't died? Are you thinking how to decipher my monthly reading? It's useless. In this monthly reading space that I am using, all space, time, and quality are controlled by my will, no matter how strong the body or how agile it is. The speed of the illusion is ineffective in front of the moon reading. Moreover, no matter how long the illusion space lasts, there is only a moment in reality. No one can solve the illusion in an instant. Therefore, the moon reading is called unable to cracked illusion. Asshole, there is such a terrible illusion. Gaara's body twitched, but I gritted my teeth and persisted. Okay, there are still 36 hours, enjoy it. Chen held a long knife, stabbed at Gaara with a grinning smile, and began to torture Gaara again. Finally, after another 36 hours, Tatsuki's monthly reading was lifted. Gaara and Kanjuro both returned to reality from Tatsuki's reading space. As soon as they returned to reality, Kanjuro slumped directly on the ground and passed out. Gaara was also lying on the ground, but he hadn't lost consciousness immediately. Uchiha. Suzuki Gaara said with difficulty looking at Chen. Put your hands on the ground and want to stand up. But in the end, he couldn't hold on, and he fainted after following Kankuro's footsteps. Have you lost consciousness? Chen looked at Gaara who was lying on the ground, then walked to Gaara's side, wanting to confirm Gaara's condition. Just when he stretched out his hand to lift Gaara up, suddenly a cloud of sand quickly wrapped Gaara, the sand gathered more and more, and finally formed a huge round egg. Immediately afterwards, a huge chakra burst out of the dome, forming a powerful impact that blew everything around it. Kankuro, who was by Gaara's side, was also the first to bear the brunt. He didn't know where he was blown away, but it was just a long time before his life. Because just after the dust caused by the impact dissipated, a huge monster made of sand appeared. If Kankuro was still in place, he would definitely be crushed by this monster, and half of Gaara's body was sinking into the monster's head. Is it finally out? One Xiaojuru. The next step is to get it done. Chen said with some excitement, looking at the huge monster made of sand in front of him. That's right, the monster that made such a big move is the ultimate weapon of Cheyenne village, sealed in Gaara's body, Xiao He. The 4 generations of Feng Ying sealed it in his son's body and regarded it as the tail beast weapon of Cheyenne village. As a result, Gaara's mother died after her birth, and Gaara was called the spirit because of the Xiao crane sealed in her body. Media. The inability to sleep at night caused Gaara to suffer from insomnia and irritability. The spirit of Ren Zulai suppressed Xiao crane, and when Ren Zulai fell asleep or lost consciousness, Xiao crane would wake up. After Chen used Yueyu to read that Gaara lost consciousness, Xiao He also took the opportunity to come out of Gaara's seal. Oh ha ha ha, great, I can finally come out. So excited, so excited. Xiao He just came out and howled excitedly. Then he looked around and found Chen. Is it you? Did you force Gaara to call me out? Thanks to you, as a thank you, I will let you go. Haha. Shut up, it's so noisy. Chen Shi was too noisy with Xiao He's loud voice, and shouted at Xiao He. Nanny? How dare you say that the uncle is noisy? Kill you. Although Xiao He was teasing, he was also a violent temper, and immediately wanted to kill if he didn't agree with him. Feng Dun. Lian Kong Dan. Xiao He raised his huge claws and hammered his bloated stomach fiercely. Then he opened his big mouth, and sprayed a chakra ball with wind attributes from his mouth, smashing it towards Chen. Damn it! Seeing Xiang immediately jumped to the side, avoiding Xiao He's air training bullet. The air training bomb hit the ground, like a small bomb, exploding the surrounding land. Ahaha, that's it! Kill him, kill him! Seeing the damage he had caused, Xiao He actually yelled out, dancing. Hey! Very capable, let Ha be your opponent. After avoiding Xiao He's attack, Chen slashed his thumb, quickly knotted his hands, and then pressed it to the ground. Psychic art. Bang! Ha appeared with a cloud of white smoke, and Chen also stood on his head. Ahaha, there is another person who wants to kill. After seeing Ha appear, Xiao He screamed again, and then continued to use the air cannon in the direction of Ha. What? Ha hadn't figured out the situation. As soon as he came out, someone attacked him. Ha didn't even think about it, and immediately jumped into the sky, avoiding Xiao He's aerial cannon. Chapter 48. Little devil, what's the matter? After falling on the ground, Ha asked Chen on his head. As you can see, the monster on the opposite side is the ultimate weapon of Cheyenne village, a Xiao crane. I am fighting that monster and need your help. Although I haven't figured out what's going on, but I dare to attack my uncle, then I can't just let it go. Ha was also a violent temper. He didn't ask much, so he rushed towards Xiao He with the knife. Passed. Yahaha, practice bullets. After seeing Ha rushing towards him, Xiao He continued to spray a few empty practice bullets at Ha, but they were all avoided by Ha. And Ha quickly rushed in front of Xiao He, after a short distance from Xiao He. I saw Ha kicked his feet hard and rushed towards Xiao He. Then, holding the handle of the scimitar with both hands, he tried to chop off Xiao He, and cut off one of Xiao He's arms, and that arm fell to the ground. After that, it turned into a piece of sand. Although he chopped off one of Xiao He's arms, Ha was also thrown out by an aerial cannon due to the distance too close. Yet I killed them, I killed them. The teasing Xiao He didn't care about the chopped arm, and cried out dancing after seeing Ha being hit. Hey! Ha, are you okay? Don't tell me you can't stand this attack. Chen kicked Ha's head with his foot and said. Ha rubbed the part that was hit by Xiao He, and said, it hurts me to death. How dare I attack me with the ball full of chakras? I can't bear that kind of attack too many times, but this kind of fight interesting. I haven't been so excited for a long time, ha ha ha. After speaking, he carried the scimitar and rushed towards Xiao He, and started a close battle with Xiao He. P.S. Ask for flowers. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 60, Fighting Against Crane 3. While Urha and Xiao'erhe were in hand-to-hand combat, Chen, who was standing on Urha's head, looked at Xiao'erhe and secretly said, "Yes, that's it. Let Urha hold that guy, so I have a chance to draw a guard." Crane's chakra is gone. Then Chen asked the system again. The system has already contained Xiao'erhe. How to extract the chakra from Xiao'erhe? Answer the host. The host first exchanges for a tail beast chakra collector, and then pierces the tail beast chakra collector into the tail beast to extract it. It sounds simple, but what is this beast chakra collector? As the name suggests, the tail beast chakra collector is an item specially used to extract the tail beast chakra. You only need to pierce the tail beast into the tail beast body, and the collector will automatically extract the tail beast chakra and store it. Then exchange it for me. Tailed beast chakra collector, item type, item level, C level, need to redeem points, 1000, should I redeem it? Exchange. Ding. Successful redemption, 1000 points deducted, remaining points, 27,000. As soon as the notification sound of the system fell, a large and small teapot suddenly appeared in Chen's hand. Damn, isn't this just a teapot? Chen raised the teapot and murmured at the system. This is not a teapot, but a tail beast chakra collector, the system retorted. Collect your sister, this is obviously a teapot, and it's so expensive. Well, even if it is a teapot, it is also a teapot that can collect chakra, the tail beast, please don't be in its shape. Forget it, it can be used. But this teapot is so small, is the amount of chakra drawn enough? Don't let me spend these 1000 points in vain. Please don't worry, the host, in fact, you only need a little chakra of the tail beast to clone the tail beast, so there is no need to worry about the small amount of chakras. That's fine, do I just put the mouth of this teapot on Xiao'erhe's body, and the teapot will absorb the chakra by itself? Yes. If this is the case, let's start. Thinking of this, Chen shouted to Urha, "Urha, help me limit the guy's movements." Hey! Little devil, you are still really making people call. Urha said uncomfortably, but he threw the scimitar in his hand on the ground, and then rushed to Xiao'erhe and grasped Xiao'erhe's one arm tightly with one hand. The other hand pinched Xiao'erhe's neck. Aha, go to hell! Seeing that Urha dared to hug him, the guard Crane screamed, and then sprayed an aerial cannon at Urha's head, but he was pinched by the hand of Urha's neck. As soon as he pushed it up, he directly lifted Xiao'erhe's head, and Xiao'erhe's air training artillery shot into the sky, losing its effect. Hey! Kid, do what you want to do faster, this guy is very strong, I can't hold on for long. After avoiding Xiao'erhe's attack, Urha roared at Chen on his head. It's ready soon. At this time, Chen was using a shadow doppelganger to rub the spiral pill. As early as Urha restrained Xiao'erhe, Chen separated a shadow doppelganger. At this time, the big jade spiral pill was already formed. Very well, let you guys taste the taste of helix pill. Chen and the clone held Daewoo helix pill together, and then jumped directly from Urha's head towards Xiao'erhe's face. Stupid civet cat, let you taste the big one. Then, Chen printed the big jade spiral pill in his hand on Xiao'erhe's face. Ah! I saw Xiao'erhe screamed, and Chen's face was beaten out of recognition by Chen's face. The sand fell like running water, screaming, and it would be impossible to recover for a while. Asshole! Asshole! To kill you, you must kill you, all of you must die. Although his face has not recovered yet, Xiao'erhe can also make a sound, only to see it roaring furiously, his body desperately, it's a painful struggle. Hey! Kid, hurry up, I can't hold on anymore. I saw Urha desperately suppressing Xiao'erhe, but Xiao'erhe's strength was too great, Erha could not hold on for long. Moreover, Xiao'erhe's head is slowly recovering. Hold on for 10 seconds, it will be done soon. At this time, Chen had already jumped on Xiao'erhe's head, and then slammed the teapot in his hand into Xiao'erhe's head. Soon, the small teapot was filled with Xiao'erhe's chakras. It's done. Then don't have to play with this teaser. Chen looked at Gaara, who was in a coma not far from him, and secretly said in his heart, if Gaara wakes up, Xiao'erhe go back to the seal. Thinking of this, Chen immediately ran to Gaara, trying to beat Gaara to wake up. However, at this time, Xiao'erhe had fully recovered. It also noticed Chen's attempt, and immediately softened the sand on his head. Chen did not notice for a while, and his feet sank in the sand and were still sinking. Oops! Seeing his feet trapped in the sand, Chen secretly said something bad and wanted to jump out of the sand. But it didn't succeed in jumping out. Because Chen's feet were already tightly sucked by Xiao'erhe with chakra, Chen couldn't get away for a while. Seeing that he was sinking deeper and deeper, Chen had no choice but to use Fei Lei Shen and escaped. Then Xiao'erhe's one arm slammed strongly, and Erha slammed out. Just now Erha was desperately suppressing Xiao'erhe, his physical strength was a little weak, so he was thrown out by Xiao'erhe. After throwing Erha out, Xiao'erhe's attack immediately followed up and fired an aerial cannon at Erha, which hit him before Erha hit the ground and knocked him far away. Erha! Are you okay? Chen immediately jumped to Erha's side and asked with some worry when he saw Erha took another Xiao'erhe's training cannon. Hey! I can't die. Erha struggled. Got up from the ground, patted the dirt on his body and gritted his teeth and said, damn it! It hurts me so much that I hit me twice with a ball full of chakras. Quite capable. If I let it come a few more times, I will be finished. Kill you! Kill you! At this moment, the opposite Xiao'erhe moved again. I saw it propped on the ground with one hand, its body leaned forward slightly, and a small chakra ball was gradually condensed on its mouth. Although the chakra ball is small, no matter whether it is Erha or Chen, you can feel the powerful force from that small chakra ball. Nima! Could this be Tail Beast Jade? Looking at the chakra ball beside Xiao'erhe's mouth, Chen was horrified to find that it was the Tail Beast's super attack method, the Tail Beast Jade. Oops, let's play a lot now. Erha, go back first. Chen gave a wry smile and said to Erha beside him. No, I haven't played enough yet, and that guy dared to use that chakra ball to give me twice and kill that guy for whatever he said. Revenge. Damn, you figured out the situation. Did you see the Tail Beast Jade condensed by that guy? It's not comparable to the air training gun just now. If it is hit by such a high concentration of chakra, you will definitely die. Can you hide it? How can I know if I don't try? I'm an arrogant hunter, how could I run away with my tail clipped? Kid, shut up for me, and then quickly find a place to hide, otherwise I won't be able to take care of you later. Damn, what a stunner! Chen scolded secretly when Erha was unwilling to go back, but he couldn't leave him alone. Although Chen wants to escape by himself, it is very simple because he has Flying Thunder God, but now that there is a second Ha, it is a bit difficult to do, because his Flying Thunder God has not yet cultivated home, although he does not use the technique of Kunmu just now. It can teleport, but it's only oneself, and can't lead people to teleport, and he can't use the Flying Thunder God space enchantment that can transfer the target. No way. Try this. Chen scratched both thumbs, and then both hands began to quickly seal and then pressed to the ground. Psychic Art, Triple Rashomon. As soon as Zaichen's words fell, the ground shook for a while, and 3 Rashomon with grimaces broke through the ground. Blocked between Chen and Xiao'erhe. This is exactly the spiritism that I learned in the old laboratory of Ashimaru. Rashomon. Just after Chen's triple Rashomon rose up, Xiao'erhe's Tail Beast Jade was also ready to complete. Xiaozhiru swallowed the chakra ball in front of his mouth. Boom! After Xiao'erhe swallowed the chakra ball, he immediately sprayed out in the direction where Chen and Erha were. Xiao'erhe's tail beast Jade quickly rushed to Chen's Luoshengmen and hit the first Luoshengmen. Just heard boom, in an instant, the first Rashomon was directly smashed by the tail beast Jade, and the beast Jade was cast unabated, and it hit the second Rashomon with a loud noise. The second Rashomon was also directly turned into fragments, and only the last Rashomon was left. The tail beast Jade continued to attack the third Rashomon, but the momentum was not as strong as before. Fortunately, this is only a tail beast Jade released by one tail, a bit worse than 9 tails. In the blink of an eye, the tail beast Jade hit the last Rashomon. A sound of broken eggs came from the Rashomon, and then the last Rashomon appeared cracks and then exploded. Although it still didn't block the tail beast Jade, this tail beast Jade was not as strong as it was when it was shot. Hey! Don't underestimate me! 2 done! Multiple 2 Lu walls! Hearing Erha yelled out, he unleashed 2 done ninjutsu and created several mud walls in front of him and Chen. In the end, the beast Jade was offset under Erha's soil escape. I rub. Erha, so you know how to ninjutsu. Chen was surprised to see Erha actually used the earthen escape technique. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 61, The Witty Uncle Snake Has Already Seen Everything. Chapter 49. Tanokuni is a small country in the Naruto world. There was nothing special at first, but after Oshimaru left the Akatsuki organization, Otonin village was founded in Tanokuni. There it became the base camp of Dashimaru. At this time, the Otashimaru in Otonin village let out a hoarse laugh after listening to the information reported to him by the pharmacist. Wow! Is Sasuke-kun actually listed by Konoha as an S-rank rebel? Oshimaru sneered a few times, and said to Yakushito. Yes, Lord Oshimaru. But it's okay, so Sasuke won't have a retreat, so he can only stay with me, he. Yes, in this case, even if Sasuke-kun wants to return to Konoha, Konoha's villagers will not accept him. After all, S-rank rebels are no small thing. For so long in the ninja world, there has never been an S-rank rebel. Shinobu can still be accepted by the village. Yao Shito quickly agreed. Oshimaru, tell me what is going on. The S-level rebellion is not a crime that can be committed by any rebellion. Those who have committed terrible crimes will be convicted of that level, Sasuke. Didn't you do anything serious before leaving Konoha? Tsunade couldn't have listed an ordinary ninja as an S-rank for no reason, even if the ninja was Uchiha. Pharmacist Pocket, there is indeed a reason, but this matter is very strange. According to our spies planted in various places in the ninja world, the information was sent back because not long ago, in the Bear Country, a small ninja village called Xingyian village was killed. The attack killed many people and even the village was destroyed. Dashimaru, Xingyian village? Is it the ninja village that got a meteorite 200 years ago? Yes. The people in Xingyian village call the Nako meteorite a star and regard it as a sacred object in the village. Star. I heard that it is a very magical thing that can improve the ninja's strength. I planned to grab the star back and study it, but later something was delayed, and then I forgot about it. You keep talking. Yes. The pharmacist pushed his glasses around and continued, Xingyian village was attacked. Not only the village was destroyed, and many people were killed and injured. Even the sacred object of their village, that is, the star was also taken away. They claimed that the person who attacked them turned out to be Sasuke-kun. Oh? It turns out there is such a thing. But if I remember correctly, Sasuke has been practicing the ninjutsu I taught him since he came here from Konoha. It seems that he has never left the base. Indeed, this is what makes me strange. According to reason, Hashioki-kun and Sasuke-kun do not have any intersection, and Sasuke-kun has not even been to the Bear Country. There is no reason why Hashian-kun will slander Sasuke-kun. If it is not a false accusation, it is possible that someone pretended to be Shizuke-kun and did this. Go on. If someone is really impersonating Shizuke-kun, then his purpose may be to force Shizuke-kun out, and he most hopes that Shizuke-kun will appear. Apart from Konoha, I can't think of anyone else who has this motive. Hehe, Konoha couldn't do this, especially after Tsunade became Hokage. But your guess made me think of a person. If it was that guy, maybe he would do it. After all, he did it for do whatever you can to achieve your goal. What did Ashimaru-sama say? Danzo hidden in the dark place of Konoha. Ashimaru sneered a few times and said Danzo's name. That guy, like me, is obsessed with Shaolin. I'm sure that Uchiha's tragic genocide, there must be this old guy behind it. Soga. Where do you live a lot? But I think that old guy should have collected a lot of writing round eyes after Uchiha's extermination. There is no reason to fight for the remnants of Uchiha, so he is unlikely. Master Oshimaru, my subordinates really can't figure out who else would want Shizuke-kun to appear. Haha, maybe your guess was wrong from the beginning. The people who attacked Xingyian village might not have deliberately impersonated Shizuke, but the people in Xingyian village mistakenly believed that Shizuke did it. How is this possible? And Konoha has already sent someone to check, so Shizuke-kun was listed as an S-rank rebel. So, what if Konoha's people also admit it wrong? This pharmacist couldn't explain. Hey Po! I remember Shizuke-kun seems to have a twin brother who looks exactly the same. Do you know where he is now? Yes, Shizuke-kun does have a twin brother, who seems to be called Uchiha Tatsuno, but I don't know much about this person. I just heard that he and Shizuke-kun entered the ninja school in the same year. His talent in the school was higher than that of Shizuke-kun, and even surpassed that of Uchiha Itachi. But later, the Uchiha clan was tragically exterminated by Uchiha Itachi of the same clan, and only Shizuke-kun and the whole clan that Uchiha Tatsumi survived. Unexpectedly, Uchiha Tatsuno, who was called a genius in Konoha, could not accept this blow, became a fool, stayed at home and never reappeared. He has since faded out of people. In Konoha's sight, some people in Konoha have even forgotten Uchiha Tatsumi, and Uchiha Tatsuo should still be in Konoha now. Why did Osamu-sama suddenly ask him? I became a fool because I could not accept the blow of the extermination, is that true? I seem to have heard that Uchiha Tatsuno is very indifferent to the people in his family, and he never comes into contact with people of the same clan, then his feelings for the family should not be as deep as Shizuke. Why after the genocide, Shizuke, who has deeper feelings for the family, did not go crazy, but he who is indifferent to the family and his family would be stupid. This. Yakushito is not a fool, but a very high IQ conspirator. Of course, he can hear the meaning of Yuan, and he has been surprised by Yuan's remarks. In fact, I suspected it very early on. Uchiha Tatsu and Uchiha Shizuke were the last survivors of the Uchiha clan. I once regarded them as my targets. For this reason, I deliberately investigated them and collected them. Their intelligence. So, I also know Sasuke's brother Uchiha Tatsu very well. Why didn't Master Ashimaru bring him back in the first place? If my guess is true, then this Uchiha Tatsumi's mind is too deep, such a person is not easy to control, so I chose Shizuke. The most important thing at the time was to get Shizuke here safely, in order to I didn't let the four of you take it away with Uchiha Tatsumi. So it is. If the person who attacked Star Ninja Village is Uchiha Tatsu, then his talent is too terrifying, it has completely surpassed me. That Uchiha Tatsun's talent is actually higher than that of Oshimaru-sama? How is this possible? Yao Shi exclaimed. It is entirely possible. Although Xingyian village is a small shinobu village, its strength is not strong. However, to take away the stars of Xingyian village and destroy the entire village, at least you need to have the strength of Shangren. If the person who attacked Star Ninja Village is Uchiha Tatsu, so this person's talent is really powerful and outrageous. After only 2 years of studying at the ninja school, he was hiding at home by himself without anyone's guidance. I was able to rely on my own practice to have the strength of Shinobu at the age of 13, or even higher. His talent completely surpassed anyone I know, including me and Uchiha Itachi. Listening to you, this Uchiha Tatsumai is really terrible. You should contact the scout we have placed in Konoha and ask him to verify whether Uchiha Tatsumai is still in Konoha. If Uchiha Tatsumai is not in Konoha, then everything I just said should be it's true. Then I have to find a way to find Uchiha Tatsumai, and then we go to contact him. Yes. Lord Oshimaru, I will contact the spy now. Yakushi Pocket, facing Oshimaru bowed, then turned and left. Yakushito stopped after walking a few steps, then turned around and said, Master Yuan, there is actually something I always wanted to ask you. Oh? Come and listen. Dashimaru said with a smile. That's, Oshimaru-sama, why are you such a dick? It's purely a spoof. Because Uncle Snake is really too dick. Chapter 62, Konoha reinforcement arrives. At this time, several ninjas were sprinting fast on the way to the woods where Chen was. Damn it, I didn't expect that we were still so late for the whole night. Gaara and Kankuro should have already met Uchiha Sasuke. Let's hurry up, the forest is in front of us. These ninjas are the Temari of Sane and the reinforcements sent by Konoha, Kakashi, Shikamaru, and others, and it is Temari who just spoke. Almost there? I hope I can catch up. Kakashi looked at the woods ahead, secretly said in his heart. Just when Kakashi and the others were about to enter the woods, there was a loud bang, from the depths of the woods. The ground shook for a while, causing them to stop, with a guarded look. What happened inside? Harano Sakura said in surprise as she watched the movement. There was a fight in the woods. Is it possible that Gaara and Sasuke did such a big movement? Look! What is that? Naruto suddenly pointed in the direction of the woods and exclaimed while everyone was still guessing. Hearing Naruto's exclamation, everyone looked towards the top of the woods and was stunned for an instant. Okay, so big, what's that thing? I saw 3 huge gates suddenly rose in the middle of the woods, and saw that the 3 gates were half higher than the woods. Each huge gate was portrayed with a hideous grimace, which was very shocking from a distance. Okay, it's spectacular, Mrs. Kakashi, what the is this? Naruto, who was shocked, asked Kakashi, and everyone looked at Kakashi very curiously, hoping that he could answer. After all, only Kakashi is the strongest here, and also more knowledgeable than them. Is this the super defensive ninjutsu, Rashomon used by the first adults in the legend? I have read the relevant records in a document of Konoha. Rashomon is the first Naruto master, I don't if you know who created it, it's the first generation. Don't care about this detail. Created a super defensive ninjutsu. Just when Kakashi wanted to explain to Naruto and the others, a loud noise suddenly came from the woods, and then the 3 Rashomons seemed to be attacked by some super ninjutsu, and they dazzled. Then Kakashi and the others heard a loud noise coming from the woods, as if something was about to rush out. There is a high energy reaction ahead, spoof. Everyone, be careful. Kakashi looked at the direction of the sound vigilantly, and said solemnly to Naruto and the others. Yet, the expressions of the rest of Xiaoqiang also became solemn, as if they were facing an enemy. Chapter 50. Soon, the movement in the woods soon came to them, and it turned out to be a strong shock wave that blew the entire woods into a mess. The impact came and went fast, and in just a few seconds, the woods returned to the original quietness. And Naruto and them were all embarrassed by the hurricane, and their bodies were covered with dust and withered branches and leaves. Ms. Kakashi, what's going on? Why is this strange wind suddenly hung up? Naruto asked suspiciously. The hurricane just now should be the shock wave formed by someone using a super attack. Kakashi explained to Naruto. N.A. Nani? Just the aftermath of the attack formed such a big movement. What level of battle is this? Is this really made by Gaara and Sasuke? Hearing Kakashi's explanation, not only Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others were also stunned. Don't worry about this, since there is a battle, it means that we are not too late, we now go to Gaara and the others. Kakashi said to the small strong, and then rushed into the woods first. The Xiaoqiangs didn't think much, and entered the woods behind Kakashi, rushing in the direction of the 3 giant gates just now. Just when they were approaching their destination, Ino suddenly discovered a new situation, stopped and shouted to the shinobu group, "Wait, look, what is that?" Then he stretched out his finger to a bush. After hearing Ino's words, Kakashi and others also listened to their footsteps and looked in the direction that Ino had caused. They found that there was a black mass in the grass that Ino was referring to. Since the mass was covered by the grass, only a black mass could be seen vaguely, so they didn't see what it was for a while. That seems to be a person. Let's take a look. Then everyone jumped a few times, and they came to the bush, and they finally saw clearly what the black thing was. It turned out to be a person, wearing black underwear, and he was lying on the ground at this time, not knowing whether it was alive or dead. This person was Kankuro, who was fainted by Tatsuru's use of monthly reading, and then was shaken by the shock wave when Morizuru appeared. At a glance, Temari saw that the person lying on the ground was Kankuro, and exclaimed, "How come?" It turned out to be Kankuro. Then immediately squatted down, checked Kankuro's situation, and swayed his body to try to wake him up. "Kanekuro, wake up soon, what is going on?" But after being swayed a few times, Kanekuro still didn't wake up and was still in a coma. "I have learned medical ninjutsu, let me take a look." At this time, Harano Sakura stepped forward and squatted next to Kankuro, with both palms flat on Kankuro's chest, facing Kankuro from both palms. His body outputs a green chakra. Soon, there was movement in Kankuro. Kankuro frowned, then slowly opened his eyes, looked around in confusion, and said in confusion, Why am I here?" The voice sounded very weak. "Kankuro, you wake up, this should be you. Why are you here? Hurry up and tell me what happened," and Gaara and Sasuke Uchiha. Seeing Kankuro wake up, Temari hurriedly asked him. Hearing Temari's words, Kankuro, who was still confused, immediately came to his senses. "Temari? You are finally here. Gaara is in danger. Go and save him." He tried to get up, but he didn't. Can succeed. At this time, he was very weak and had no strength at all. "You don't move, your spirit has been severely traumatized, so you will be very weak. Sorry, my current medical ninjutsu can't help you heal you, you just stay right." "But, damn! I was so useless, I couldn't help Gaara at all," Kankuro said in pain. "Did you fight Uchiha Sasuke? What's the matter? Is Gaara still fighting Uchiha Sasuke? Hurry up and tell us everything," Temari asked anxiously. "Damn! When you were sending information to Konoha, Gaara and I also came to see Uchiha Sasuke the next morning. At noon, you didn't show up because it was already the appointed time, in order to save it. For the ninja who was captured, we had no choice but to meet Uchiha Sasuke first. What then? Did Sasuke Uchiha say his purpose? Why did he spend so much time looking for Gaara? Hey? After we met with Uchiha Sasuke, he also fulfilled his promise to release all of us, and then said his purpose. His purpose turned out to be a chakra in Gaara's body, but since the battle with Naruto, Gaara has changed a lot, and no longer intends to use Morizuru's power to fight, so he rejected Sasuke Uchiha. After Gaara rejected Sasuke Uchiha's request, he did it on us. However, this was also what we expected, but what we didn't expect was that at the moment of doing it, Sasuke Uchiha performed a terrible illusion on us, and we all fell into that illusion under our care. That illusion, that illusion is really terrifying. Kankuro felt a bit of fear after saying this, and his body was trembling slightly. Illusion. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 63, How to Crack the Monthly Reading. In the woods, everyone was listening to Kankuro's narration. Illusion? What kind of illusion? Can't even you and Gaara solve the illusion on their own? Yes, the terrible thing about that illusion is that there is no way to unravel it, because that illusion will pull people into a strange space in which I can't control my body at all. I was caught by Uchiha there. Sasuke tortured for a full 72 hours until the illusion was lifted. After the illusion was lifted, my eyes went dark and I lost consciousness. I saw you when I woke up, and I don't know why I was here. 72 hours? How is this possible? It has only been 20 hours since I rushed to Konoha, and you also said that you only met Uchiha Sasuke at noon, and the distance is the longest now. It's only an hour, how could it be that 72 hours have passed? Is it because you were caught in an illusion, so your memory is messed up? Temari heard Kankuro's words and questioned. Not only her, but even the other Xiaoqiang felt that Kankuro was wrong. After all, this is too mysterious, because they don't even know Uedu, the strongest illusion technique. Only after Kakashi listened to Kankuro's words, his face changed and he blurted out, "Moon reading? Monthly reading?" Yes, Sasuke Uchiha did say these two words when he released the illusion to us, and when I was tortured in that mysterious space, Sasuke Uchiha told me many times that it was monthly reading. Space. Kankuro said quickly. Moon reading? Is that the name of the illusion? I have never heard of it, Teacher Kakashi, do you know something? Can you tell us what moon reading is? You may have to do it with Sasuke later, since Sasuke did it. That illusion is so powerful, so we must first understand, and then find a way to deal with it. Shikamaru walked to Kakashi's side and asked Kakashi. Hearing Shikamaru's question, all Xiaoqiang also looked at Kakashi, waiting for his answer. Well, I do know the monthly reading, and I have been in that illusion before. Kakashi said solemnly. What? Even Teacher Kakashi? Yes, not long ago. Naruto, do you remember when you and Jiraiya-sama went looking for Tsunade-sama, those two people who wanted to arrest you? Of course I will remember, and one of those two people is Sasuke's brother, the brother that Sasuke has always wanted to avenge him, Uchiha Itachi. Yes, Uchiha Itachi, I was used by that Uchiha Itachi to perform monthly reading. The experience is the same as Kankuro. I suffered 72 hours in the monthly reading space, and my mental power was also greatly damaged. Can only be paralyzed in the hospital until you and Master Jiraiya brought our 5th generation of Hokage Tsunade back to Konoha, and were cured by Master Tsunade. That Uegzu was so amazing? Doesn't even Teacher Kakashi have a way to crack that illusion? No, because that is not an ordinary illusion. It is a high-level illusion that can only be used by the Riding Wheel Eyes. Except for the Riding Wheel Eyes of the Uchiha clan, no one can resist it. This technique will move the opponent's spirit to another world. The time and quality of this world is completely controlled by the caster himself. The time in the fictional world is only an instant for the real world. This technique may cause the opponent to mentally collapse, and the degree of damage caused can also be controlled by the caster, is a very dangerous illusion. Because no matter how much time has passed in the moon reading space, it is only a moment in the real world. No one can dispel the illusion in that short moment. Therefore, the moon reading is also it is called the unbreakable illusion, or the strongest illusion. There is such a strong illusion, isn't that invincible? No, that's not the case. Although monthly reading is called the strongest illusion technique that cannot be cracked, this month reading also has its drawbacks. Because after the other party initiates the monthly reading, it will only work if the eyes are facing each other. On the contrary, as long as the other party initiates the monthly reading, Do not let your own eyes and the other's eyes look at each other, then the monthly reading will be useless. That's the case, but if you close your eyes when you work with the other party, wouldn't you let the other party slaughter? Shikamaru frowned and raised a question. You don't need to close your eyes, as long as you don't look at each other's eyes. Focus your attention on the opponent's hands and feet, and understand his actions to deal with it. How is this possible? No one can do this. It's not like that. Someone has already done it. It's Matt K, the third-class instructor. MS. Thick eyebrows. Naruto exclaimed. The classic posture of Kai with his thumbs up showing his teeth appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a chill. Yes. That's the guy, he thought of this method too. That's how he fought Ataki Uchiha at the time. Really, this kind of method is not suitable for everyone. Shikamaru said helplessly. It's true. It takes skill to master the opponent's actions only by looking at the opponent's hands and feet. The situation is urgent now, and there is no other way to do this. However, you can rest assured that monthly reading is not always releasable. There will be some signs before the opponent is released to the capital. As long as the signs appear and look at the opponent's eyes unyieldingly, they won't be sucked into the space of the moon reading. There will be signs? What signs? Teacher Kakashi, tell us. Naruto asked quickly. That is, the shape of the writing wheel will be changed. In fact, the highest grade of writing wheel eyes is not the 3-go jade writing wheel eyes. There is a more advanced form above it, that is, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. This belongs to the Uchiha family. Even the Uchiha clan, very few people know this secret. I also mentioned it to me when Tsunade-sama treated me after I read it in the middle of the month. Only then did I know this secret. Card Cassie explained. Because moon reading is an advanced illusion of writing round eyes, only more advanced writing round eyes can be used, right? So Sasuke's writing round eyes have evolved into the kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Since the kaleidoscope writing round eyes are more advanced writing round eyes, so it must be more than just releasing monthly reading, right? Shikamaru asked again. Yes, it's really not that simple. It's just that I don't know much about kaleidoscope writing round eyes. I only heard a little information from Tsunade-sama. Now Sasuke is different from the past. He is very dangerous now. So when you face Sasuke again later, you have to be more careful. You must not be arrogant, understand? Understood. Zhong Xiaoqiang also knew the importance of the matter, and replied solemnly. Yoshi, we can't waste any more time. We must rush to Gaara as soon as possible. However, Kankuro's words. Temari, please take Kankuro back to Sagakura village first. Gaara's side, just leave it to us, all right? I see, be careful yourself, Gaara will ask you. Don't worry, let's take a step. Kakashi said, and then greeted Konoha's Xiaoqiang, a flash, and Konoha's Xiaoqiang also set off to keep up. Konoha's people were all ours in an instant, leaving only the worried Temari and the paralyzed Kankuro. I hope nothing will happen to them. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for a reward. Subscribe. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 64, Finally Meet. Chapter 51. Let us continue to turn the camera to the protagonist, and after Urha performed the earthen ninjutsu, after offsetting the weakened tail beast Jade, Chen shouted at Urha in surprise, I wipe, Urha, it turns out are you good at ninjutsu? Hey! Of course, every member of our poodle clan is not only a natural hunter, but also a natural use of ninjutsu, but we don't bother to use it. Because we think that only the strength of the flesh can reflect it. Hunter. Okay. Chen said helplessly, without ninjutsu, but he only likes hand-to-hand combat, which is really stupid. Ahaha, kill you, kill you. Just when Chen and Urha were talking about living, the opposite shower he roared again, seeing Erha and Chen not being killed by himself. He continued to maintain that posture again, and began to gain momentum. It seemed that he was planning to hit Chen and Erha again. Damn it, do you want to make another shot? Erha, stop it quickly. Hey! I don't need you to tell me. Erha snorted at Chen, then turned to look at He. Let that guy taste the power of my clan's Too done. Too done. Burst your chrysanthemum, harmonious, flower art. I saw Erha yelling, his hands were imprinted with an incomprehensible seal, and then his hands were suddenly pressed on the ground. Just after Erha pressed his hands on the ground, a sharp cone of soil suddenly appeared on the ground under He's body. Because He's body was too bloated and his movements were not agile, and at this time it was gathering the tail beast jade, so it couldn't dodge, and it was directly exploded by Erha's soil. Damn! What a dick! After seeing Chen for a moment, Zhu Hua shrank unconsciously. Boom! Erha's soil escape not only hit He's Hua, but also successfully interrupted the tail beast jade released by He. He was caught off guard and detonated that he had just condensed and hadn't formed yet. His tail beast jade was directly blown up by half of his body. Fortunately, the tail beast jade hasn't formed yet, and its power is not that strong. Gaara, who is on He's head, is protected by the sand and is not harmed. Hey, good job, Tu Ha. The next step is to wake up Gaara. Hey! Whatever you want. Very good, I'm going to go. I saw Chen suddenly disappeared in place, and instantly appeared on He's head. Because before, when Chen used the Flying Thunder God to leave He's head, he casually planted the Flying Thunder God's technique on He's head, and now it comes in handy. After Chen used that technique to teleport, he continued to rush towards Gaara who had lost consciousness. At this time, He, who had just been affected by his own tail beast jade, was seriously injured, and was slowly recovering. However, Chen had been prepared early and used Yuebu to volley into the air, and shot a special kunao at Gaara by the way, but He used sand to form a sand wall to block kunao. It's not over yet. Chen shouted, and quickly condensed a spiral pill with one hand, and once again disappeared in place. When he appeared, he had already appeared in front of the sand wall. The kunao just now was the special kunao of Fei Lei Shen, which was now inserted on the sand wall in front of Gaara. Chen also leaned on the coordinates of Ku Wushang and instantly came to the sand wall. Break it for me! Chen very zhong yelled, and printed the spiral pill in his hand on the sand wall. The sand wall collapsed and turned into quicksand. Behind the sand wall is Gaara. The spiral pill in Chen's hand did not lose its momentum. After blasting the sand wall down, he attacked Gaara. This time it was no surprise that the spiral pill in Chen's hand was directly printed on Gaara's body. Puff! Gaara opened his eyes violently and spit out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth, finally gaining a little consciousness. Damn it, I finally came out, I will kill you all next time. Just listened, suddenly there was a roar of unwillingness to shower he, and then its huge body seemed to be stopped, and suddenly it stopped moving. I don't know if he will wake up after losing consciousness in the middle of the month, and he will be awakened by external force here. Hey? What's going on? This is, shower he. Gaara, who had just regained a little consciousness, looked around in confusion, and was surprised to find that I didn't know when shower he was released. But, damn! My body, can't move, so, tired. Suddenly, Gaara finally noticed Chen standing not far in front of him. Uchiha! Suzuki! Gaara said suspiciously, and suddenly a flash of memory appeared, reminding Gaara. Where is Kankuro? Gaara thought of Kankuro who was coming with him for the first time. At this time, Kankuro was not found, and said with some worry. Are you asking me? Sorry, I don't know where that guy was dumped. Chen spread his hands, saying that he didn't know. After hearing Chen's words, Gaara frowned, trying to control his body to move, but it was in vain. Now he can't even do a simple gesture of raising his hand. Uchiha Sasuke, is this your purpose? Yes, my purpose is very simple. It is the chakra of Shower-He. Now that I have done what I want, then I should leave too. As for you. Chen said this with a playful smile on his face. Forget it. After all, in a few years, you will also be the commander-in-chief of the ninja allied forces. If you can still play a role, let's save your life first. What do you mean? Gaara did not understand Chen's words. Haha, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, now that my purpose has been achieved, I will take a step forward. We will definitely meet again in the future. I will reintroduce myself to you at that time. Now, you just stay here quietly and wait for others to save you, I'll go first. Chen said with a light smile, then turned and jumped from Shower-He's huge body to the ground. Gaara did not speak out to stop him, because he knew it was useless, and the person in front of him couldn't pay attention to him. He is now at the end of the battle, unable to do anything. Looking at Chen's back, Gaara thoughtfully secretly said, reintroducing myself? Is it my illusion? Why do I feel that Uchiha Sasuke is different from the previous one, not only his strength, but also with his character, it seems to be a completely different person. However, there can be no falsehoods in the writing wheel, what is going on? Hey? Urha has already left, he didn't even say hello. Chen jumped to the ground and found that Urha didn't know when he was young, and shook his head helplessly. It turned out that after Shower-He was sealed again, Urha saw that there was nothing wrong with him, and went back to the psychic world on his own. Just when Chen was about to leave, after walking a few steps with his head down, he suddenly felt a few glances, which made him hold his footsteps, and then raised his head to find that several people appeared in front of him, blocking his way. After seeing the faces of several people, Chen's heart was full of surprise, and it was still displayed on his face. It turned out to be them. At this time, the person on the other side also spoke. Finally found you, Sasuke. They are all acquaintances, and the people in front of Chen are the reinforcements sent by Konoha. They are the leading shinin, Heiji Kakashi, and the 7th class members, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sakura Harano. There are also 6 members of the 10th class, Nara Shikamaru, Akuma Dingji, and Yamanaka Ino. What I said just now is leading the team to Shinobu, Kakashi Heiji. After leaving Konoha, Chen finally saw Konoha's ninja again, this time as an enemy. Because I also thought it was too watery, I rushed to this chapter overnight, but I was too sleepy in the middle of the code, so I had to go to bed first. When I woke up at 6 o'clock, there was exactly 2 hours left. So I finished this code in a hurry, upload it to you first, and I'll watch it, I'm going to work, and I'll continue the code at night. Chapter 65, Questioning. After Chen Leichin collected the chakra from Shower-He, he planned to leave, but unexpectedly ran into Konoha's chasing soldiers. Seeing the chasing group of 6 in front of him, Chen couldn't help but was taken aback, and his surprise at the appearance of Kakashi and others completely exceeded his expectations. The 6 members of the Konoha chasing team in front of them all had different expressions after seeing Tatsun. Kakashi was calmer, Shikamaru and Dingji looked indifferent, and Ino's face was very ugly, staring at Tatsun. As if Chen owed her something. Only Naruto and Harano Sakura showed a very excited look, especially Bitaike Sakura. Oh no, it should be Harano Sakura that was even more exaggerated, and they both cried bitterly. Sasuke. I saw Naruto Harano Sakura excitedly shouting to Chen at the same time, and then Harano Sakura ran towards Chen with tears, and wanted to plunge into Chen's arms, holding Chen tightly, for fear of her eyes. The person suddenly disappeared. Hey! Looking at Harano Sakura who was leaping towards him, Chen frowned in disgust, then stretched out his left hand and instantly transformed into a giant snake, attacking Haruno Sakura with his mouth wide open. Be careful! The rest of Konoha suddenly reminded everyone. However, it was too late, even though they had thought about going with Shizuke before. But what they didn't expect was that Shizuke immediately acted upon them after seeing them, and there was no opportunity for them to say a word. When the incident happened suddenly, they had no time to stop, so they could only subconsciously shout be careful. In an instant, the giant snake that Chen transformed into attacked Haruno Sakura. Fortunately, Chen did not intend to kill her. The giant snake just rushed to Haruno Sakura and stopped and did not attack. Instead, he opened a huge mouth to Haruno Sakura's face and made a hissing sound. Although the giant snake did not attack, Haruno Sakura was still frightened and sat paralyzed on the ground. Don't get close to me, or you will be killed, Chen said with an indifferent expression on his face. Shizuke, why? Looking at the hideous snake head in front of her, and then at the indifferent Shizuke, Haruno Sakura suddenly slumped on the ground with a dull expression, unable to believe that Shizuke would be so ruthless to herself. This change caused Konoha's everyone to put away their expressions just now and became vigilant. Pay attention to Chen's every move. In case Chen suddenly does dangerous things. Only Naruto, seeing that Shizuke treats Sakura that way and his former companions, Naruto is really furious, and angrily asks Shizuke, Shizuke, what are you doing? She is Sakura and belongs to us. My companion, how can you do such an excessive thing to Sakura like this? Hey! Correct, she is your companion, not mine. I am just a person from the beginning to the end. I have never had a companion. No matter who it is, if you dare to approach me casually, you will be treated as me. Kill the enemy. For the classmates who used to be in the same class, I will let her go this time. If you still hinder me, there will be no way. Facing Naruto's questioning, Chen sneered. Said disdainfully. Damn, what do you think of Konoha's companion? After hearing the cold words of Shizuke and the disdainful expression, Naruto felt extremely angry in his heart, holding his fist and yelling at Shizuke, go, want to punch Shizuke to wake up. Naruto, don't. Seeing that Naruto was about to attack Shizuke, who had been slumped on the ground with a sluggish face, Kozukura immediately recovered, then stood up and opened his hands to stop Naruto. He cried and stopped Naruto, Naruto, please, don't. Sakura? Get out of here quickly. I'm going to beat him up until he wakes up. No, Naruto. I beg you, don't hurt Shizuke. Sakura. Really, it's like that. Shikamaru couldn't help but vomit. At this moment, Kakashi stepped forward, put his hand on Naruto's shoulder, and said to him, okay, Naruto, don't be impulsive, calm down. Then he said to Sakura, Sakura, you come back first. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto calmed down after seeing Kakashi's words, and then walked back to Kakashi's back with Sakura. Then I saw Kakashi walk towards Tatsun, and then in the distance Tatsuzo stopped at the meter. Shizuke, haven't you left Ashimaru now? Then, come back with us. Hey, go back with you? Go back to Konoha. Chen sneered and said, I tried my best to escape from that place. Do you want me to go back obediently with just a few words from you? Tell you, this is impossible. Then what do you want to do? Do you want to get revenge on Uchiha Itachi? Shut up. Don't pretend that person's name in front of me. Chen shouted angrily. Then tell me, did you do the thing in Xingyian village? Kakashi asked Chen. Chapter 52. That thing? That's right, it's me. Chen did not deny that incident in Xingyian village, shrugged and admitted. Hearing that Shizuke actually admitted that he was the murderer who destroyed Xingyian village, everyone in Konoha felt unbelievable. They did not expect that Shizuke actually did it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be you. You turned out to be so cold-blooded and cruel. In order to the star of Xingyian village, you would destroy the entire Xingyian village and kill so many people. People kidnapped and forced me to Gara. I really misunderstood you. I knew that. I shouldn't have taught you Chidori. Whether it is cold-blooded or cruel, no matter who gets in the way of me, then he is my enemy. I will not be merciful to the enemy. Just do whatever you want. Anyway, I won't care at all. Your question, are you finished? If there is nothing wrong, then either give me a break or just do it quickly. I don't want to ink with you anymore. Let me tell you one more thing, come back to Konoha with us, and wait for Master Naruto's dissatisfaction. If you are willing to take the initiative to go back with us, Master Naruto will definitely treat you lightly. Treat me lightly? Will Xingyian village be willing? Chen said with a sneer. You don't have to worry about this, you just have to go back with us obediently, and Master Naruto will take care of it. Then, what if I say no? Then there is no way. Hokage-sama came down and ordered, we had to forcibly bring Bai back to Konoha. Kakashi said that. Kakashi pulled up his forehead covering his eyes, revealing his writing wheel eye. Ms. Kakashi, can you not do this? Harano Sakura begged Kakashi. Enough Sakura, at this time, Naruto Master's order, we must follow the order. Sasuke is no longer the Sasuke we used to know. He has changed. He is now Konoha's S-rank rebel, which is what we must. The target is to be grasped, so don't use emotions. I know. Seeing that the pleading was fruitless, Harano Sakura had no choice but to obey Kakashi's words, but she still planned to wait. If Sasuke was in danger, she would definitely save him desperately. At this time, Ino, who had been silent for a while, came forward and asked Tatsun angrily, Uchiha Sasuke, did you take Tatsun away? Where did you hide him? Hey! Ino's words surprised everyone in the room and looked at Ino. Sakura's eyes were very complicated. She didn't expect that Ino hadn't forgotten to take Uchiha Tatsumi, because she was surprised by her. Uchiha Tatsuo? Is that the brother of Sasuke who has become stupid? If it weren't for Ino, I haven't forgotten that there is such a person. Has Sasuke already taken him away from Konoha? Kakashi secretly. Chen? Chen was the first one in the village I was willing to play with me, and also the first friend I made. After his accident, I rarely visited him again. If it weren't for Ino to mention it, I forgot about him. Damn, how could I be like this? When I was the loneliest time, Chen and I made friends, but when he needed me the most, I turned a blind eye to him, and even treated him. Forget it, I really deserve to die. Naruto also thought of Chen, thinking about what happened when he was a child, and then secretly blamed himself, full of guilt in his heart. Ino. I didn't expect you to remember me, what a idiot. Group Tale, 4751373222. Chapter 66, Doubt. Faced with Ino's questioning, Tatsun was silent for a while. For Ino, who had always been fond of him, Tatsun had always been, especially in those days when he had to pretend to be an idiot in order to survive. Other people have forgotten him, too. Only Xiaojing and Ino are still looking forward to him and have been with him all the time. If there is anything else in Konoha that makes Tatsun a little guilty, there are only two girls, Ino and Xiaojing. Chen really couldn't be cruel and swear at Ino, and said with a wry smile, Ino, it's been a long time. Hey! Everyone was stunned, and the Sasuke who was just now showed no pretense to anyone, with a disdainful expression, unexpectedly changed his attitude. Don't talk such nonsense, tell me quickly, how is Chen? Where did you take him? Regarding Chen's change, Ino still asked harshly. Hehe, treat that guy as dead. What did you say? I said, Konoha's idiot Uchiha Tatsuo is dead. It's impossible. You lie to me, how could Chen be? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Chen. Could it be that you killed Chen? You can say that idiot Uchiha Tatsun was indeed ruined by me. Chen said casually, Indeed, after all, Tatsun no longer hides himself, so the image of the previous idiot Tatsun will no longer appear. It can be regarded as ruined by Chen. Asshole, unforgivable, die for me. After hearing Chen's words, Jing Ye thought Chen had been killed, and his heart felt like a knife cut, and then turned into hatred, and rushed to Chen without hesitation. Ino. It's too late for Shikamaru to stop. Hey! Really, Dinkai? Since Ino can't be stopped, let's try our best to help her. Shikamaru greeted Dinkai, and after pressing his hands into a special handprint, the shadow at Shikamaru's feet quickly extended to Chen. It was the shadow secret technique of the Nara family. And Ding Xi also started to move after Shikamaru greeted him. I saw Chudeo Ding Xi stretched out his hands, and instantly turned into a pair of huge hands to grab Chen. This is the secret technique of the Chudeo family double transformation. The technique. When Chen faced Ino's attack, he just dodged passively and didn't mean to fight back at all. Damn it, die for me. Go to die. Go to die. Ino recklessly waved the kunao in his hand, and attacked Chen with desperation. In his heart, he only wanted to kill the Uchiha Sasuke who had harmed Chen in front of him. To avenge Chen, blinded by hatred, she even forgot the secret technique of her home in the mountains, relying solely on her own body to attack. Looking at Ino who was so desperate, and Chen knew that it was because of his own reason, Chen really didn't dare to fight back, so he could only dodge Ino's attack. Fortunately, Ino's physical skills are not very powerful, Chen can handle it easily. Why are you so angry? Uchiha Tatsuno's idiot probably doesn't care about you at all, or as far as you are to him, you are just an ordinary passerby and never take you to heart. Chen while dodging Ino's attack, he said with a disdainful expression. Shut up, Chen wouldn't be such a person at all. He is sunny and vigorous and treats others kindly. A cold-blooded person like you is not qualified to make irresponsible remarks to Chen. No, you are wrong. That guy is not as good as you think. He is selfish and never cares about the life or death of others. In order to achieve his goal, he will use any means. He will know that his parents will be killed tomorrow, but I haven't tried to stop him. He is a bastard, a coward, and you are just being deceived by him. Shut up, don't you insult Chen again. Ino roared angrily, and then hit Chen's face with a punch. This time, Tatsun did not continue to dodge, and was punched in the face by Ino, and it was Ino's full angry blow. Chen endured all the strength, his body tilted, his mouth was knocked and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But when Ino saw Chen suddenly didn't avoid him, he attacked him so easily, making her stunned. She was just venting the grievances in her heart just now, and she didn't think that her attack would work. Hey, well done, Ino, how come you haven't noticed before that you can be so violent? Chen stretched out his hand, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and said with a wry smile. Why don't you avoid it? You should be able to avoid my attack easily. Ino asked, looking at Tatsun who was smiling wryly in front of him. Hey, just treat it as I owe you. In this case, maybe I will feel better in my heart. Just when Ino wanted to say something, she suddenly saw Chen's expression change, and she also found a fast black shadow on the ground, attacking Chen. Shikamaru. Ino looked back and found that it was Shikamaru. At this time, Shikamaru was half kneeling on the ground, his hands pressed into a handprint, and the shadow that struck Xiang Chen extended from the shadow under him. On the other side, Ding Xi, who had already made his hands huge, also attacked Chen. Humph! Chen coldly snorted and jumped back, avoiding the shadow attack of Lumaru. At this moment, Chen suddenly felt the sky dark. Looking up, it turned out that it was Ding Xi's giant hand, which had already been shot at him. Hey! Seeing this, Chen had no choice but to continue using the instantaneous technique to avoid Ding Xi's attack range. After Chen left the place, Ding Si's palm also slapped on the ground fiercely, raising a burst of dust. Naruto, Sakura, you two also go up and contain Sasuke. Kakashi instructed Naruto and Sakura. Yes, we know. The two answered yes, and then they rushed towards Chen. This time I won't let you run away from me again, Sasuke. Really, only one Kakashi is a bit tricky. The others shouldn't be afraid, but let's use all your strength and make a quick decision. Chen also got serious after seeing two more opponents. Opened the writing wheel eye directly, greeted Naruto, and worked hard. The two of them, you come and I go, punch and kick, and the fight is full of joy. Sasuke, go back with us. Haruno Sakura also ran to join in the fun. Of course, Tatsun completely ignored what Haruno Sakura said, and easily dealt with the attacks of the two. After a fight, with the strength of the elite Sharingan, against a few middle-level Naruto and others, of course he easily defeated them. Both Shikamaru and Naruto Dingji were injured in varying degrees, and even Haruno Sakura was slightly injured. In the battle, Tatsun did not hide his strength either. Whether it was Chidori or Helix Maru, all of these ninjutsus were displayed. Everyone who saw Konoha was taken aback. I won't go into the details, otherwise it will take 2 chapters. Damn, it's not the same level of battle at all. We are not opponents at all. I didn't expect Sasuke to have become so strong. Kamaru, who was squatting, wiped the blood on the corner of his mouth and laughed at himself. Only Chen, Kakashi and Ino are still standing in the field. Now, Kakashi, you haven't done anything since the beginning. It doesn't look like your character. What are you thinking about? Chen came to Kakashi in front of Kakashi after cleaning up Konoha's Xiaoqiang. Said. I'm thinking, are you, really, Sasuke? In fact, Kakashi planned to make a move at the beginning, but found that Sasuke in front of him felt different, so I resisted it, Kakashi. He was quite confident in his own strength. He was confident that if Shikamaru and the others were in danger, he could rescue them instantly, so he did not rush to take action. He had been observing Chen from the side and found several doubts. Hey? Why do you say that? Chen was stunned after hearing Kakashi's words, and then said playfully. Sorry, I worked overtime last night. I was tired when I went back at night. Then I fell asleep halfway through the code. This chapter was written in a hurry when I got up in the morning. The content was uploaded before I had time to modify it. It was so late, I'm very sorry. Chapter 67, Identifying Identity. Originally, Kakashi didn't think so much, just wanted to bring Sasuke back to Konoha. However, after seeing Sasuke, I felt that this Sasuke was very unusual, so he didn't rush to make a move. He just watched the match between Sasuke and Shikamaru and the others, which deepened his suspicion afterwards. After battle, he didn't make a move, carefully observing it until this time. Kakashi, who was originally just a guess, was sure that the person in front of him was definitely not Sasuke, or in other words, not the Sasuke they knew. Because the fighting style of the Sasuke in front of him is completely different from the previous ones, the former Sasuke would never fight with a shadow clone, let alone use helix pills. Moreover, the character of the person in front of him was completely different from that of Sasuke before, and he was simply two different people. Chapter 53. Are you, really, Sasuke? Kakashi said to Chen in front of him with some uncertainty. Why do you say that? After hearing Kakashi's words, Chen was stunned, then said playfully. When I first saw you, you felt a bit wrong to me, but I couldn't tell. I thought it was because you changed